Konoha 53 years, Fire Country, Konoha Village. The 6-year-old Tianyu is carefully reading the scroll of chakra extraction in front of him, constantly absorbing the knowledge in it. As a traveler, he naturally knows the danger of Naruto world. If you don't have enough strength, you will become a cannon fodder-like existence. Even though he is still young, however, all the free time should be spent on cultivation, and efforts should be made to improve the strength. The first step to becoming a ninja is to extract chakra. Time passed by minute. Tianyu, who was in deep thought, was comprehending the extraction of chakra. At this moment, squeak sound, the door to his room was suddenly pushed open. A little loli with two ball-shaped heads stuck in half of her face and shouted in a milky voice, "Brother, the meal is ready. Come and eat." "Got it, Tian." Tianyu stopped what he was doing and said with a smile. Before him, this little loli with a ball head, it is the other companion of Niji and Lilok's group in the original book, Tian. Although she looks cute, but it has always been weak. Unexpectedly, in this life, he became his brother. That's right, he crossed into the world of Naruto, but he was not an orphan. Instead, he was born in a commoner family with living parents and a harmonious family, and a lovely my sister. Every day the family runs a weapons shop on the streets of Konoha village. As businessmen, my parents often go out of the village to buy, so the last few days, there are only him and Tian brother and sister at home, cooking things. It fell to Tian who prefers cooking. "Brother, quickly taste what I've made, is it delicious?" Tian said with anticipation on his face. Tianyu, who had eaten instant noodles for a few days, saw 2 bowls of hot ramen on the table at this time. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise, "Ramen? Sister, you are amazing." Smelling the aroma of the ramen, Tianyu suddenly felt hungry. "I'm starting." The sound of the 2 brothers and sisters sucking in the noodles kept ringing. After dinner, Tianyu went back to his room, spread out the scroll of chakra extraction and continued to practice. Normally, if you practice ninjutsu while practicing and refining chakra, then the efficiency of refining chakra will be multiplied with half the effort. It's a pity that Tianyu's parents are both civilians. There are no ninjutsu scrolls or arcane scrolls in the family at all. Ninjutsu scroll, it is the most precious wealth of a family, even a village. Except for the road of ninja school, many people from ordinary families have difficulty in learning ninjutsu in their lives, and they can't even extract chakra. So in the second generation of Hokage, before the establishment of the ninja school, almost all the ninjas in the village came from major families, and almost no commoners became ninjas at all. Fortunately, this situation has now changed a lot, and Tianyu's family happens to be in the business of ninja tools. Although my father is not a ninja, but he is doing business outside, and he can often come into contact with some ninjas. Only then did he use some contacts to find a way to spend money to help him buy these scrolls about chakra refining. After reading all the contents in the scroll, Tianyu closed his eyes, ready to start extracting chakra. The so-called chakra is actually a name for energy in the Naruto world. Refining chakra is the process of absorbing body energy from the 130 trillion cells of the human body. And energy is divided into 2 kinds, physical energy and spiritual energy. According to the method described in the scroll, Tianyu extracted these 2 energies from the cells of the body, and then constantly tried to gather and combine. Finally, the first ray of chakra in his body appeared. The whole process takes less than 3 minutes. Very well. When Tianyu was a little happy in his heart, in his mind, an electronic female voice sounded, "Ding. Sensing chakra, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the God-level forging system." The system panel opens, a translucent virtual panel appeared in front of him. "Stay Lord Tianyu, age 6 years old, forging level, beginner, unlocked weapons, none, self-created weapon, none, God-level forging system?" After Tianyu was slightly surprised, he quickly calmed down and thought, "Is this a system that helps you build weapons?" No, since it is a system that needs to be activated by sensing chakra. Perhaps the forged things are not just ordinary weapons, but may even be artifacts such as banana fans and 6-tin sticks. Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly. Curious about the capabilities of the system, at this time, the sound of the system sounded again, "Ding. Mission release, crude iron, 100G, system reward, primary forging blueprint, avatar Kunao." So simple? Only need 100 grams of crude iron to complete the task? After a little hesitation, Tianyu quickly figured it out. It may be because the system has just been activated, so the task of publishing is relatively simple. Crude iron, one of the most common ore materials, commonly used weapons such as kunao and shuriken. The main material before forging is crude iron. Tianyu's family originally opened a weapons shop. There are a lot of idle rough iron in the yard. He just took a chunk of thick iron the size of a fist, and it was enough to complete the task. Ding! Mission completed. System reward, primary forging map paper, doppelganger has been handed out. A lot of information flooded into Tianyu's mind. He immediately obtained the forging method of the avatar Kunao. Clone Kyuzui, forging difficulty * skill, instantly released the clone technique to form a material clone. What a magical forging technique. After deepening his understanding of blacksmithing, Tianyu couldn't help but said with emotion, "I can't wait in my heart, I want to start trying to create this kind of clone Kunao immediately." It happens that there is a small forge in the backyard, I can go there and try it. Although it was getting late, but the excited Tianyu was full of energy, immediately ran to the small shed that could be forged in the backyard, light the charcoal fire, pull up the bellows, put the thick iron on, turn the hammer, and start forging. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp knocking sound came at once, the spark splattered and splattered aside. At only 5 years old, he needs all his strength to swing this hammer. After a few beatings, the strength is exhausted. After resting for a while, he regained some strength and turned the hammer again. Repeat this several times, sweat dripped down on the anvil. The shape of Kunao gradually took shape. After 3 hours, Tianyu looked at the Kunao standing in front of him, with black light shining all over his body, with uncontrollable joy in his eyes. Doppelganger Kunyu, he created it. End of the creation of the avatar Kunao is completed. Tianyu immediately put this root of bitterness in his hand and observed it carefully. After all, it was the ninja tool he created for the first time, and the craftsmanship can only be regarded as rough. In terms of quality and quality, there is absolutely no way to compare with the Kunao imported from the Iron Country sold in his weapon shop. However, the function of this root of suffering is no different from ordinary suffering. In his mind, at the moment when the creation was completed, he got the information about the use of this root of Kunao. Clone Kunao, injecting chakra can instantly form a material clone, and the material clone can attack and defend. The avatar created by Kunao, unlike ordinary clones, the clone technique and the basic 3-body technique is to create an illusion that is exactly the same as the main body by refining chakra. But what was made was just a phantom. In addition to interfering with the enemy's judgment, it basically has no effect. The physical avatar is different from the phantom avatar. The material avatars are generally condensed by the avatars of the escape technique, and there are physical substances, such as water avatars, soil avatars, and crow avatars. The amount of chakra required to create a material clone is very small, and the experience body obtained after the clone is released cannot be obtained, so the material clone can also be understood as an equivalent puppet controlled by the body consciousness. This kind of ninjutsu is very practical in battle. Tianyu injected his own chakra into Kunao, then project this root of suffering forward. As predicted, 2 meters in front of him, there was a clone that looked exactly like him. That's a good thing. Tianyu's eyes lit up. The moment he understood the powerlessness of the clone, he immediately thought of a lot of things. The weapons he forged. But it is comparable to the existence of ninjutsu. You only need to inject chakra. You can use the clone Kunao to achieve the general effect of the evasion technique, and compared to escaping ninjutsu, he can use Kunao without even needing a knot, and he can do it instantly. Used in actual combat, you can take an infinite advantage. This is definitely a huge breakthrough. With this effect, every weapon he creates will be extraordinary. Tianyu opens its own system properties panel again. There have been some changes in there. Data are as follows: host Tianyu, age 6 years old, forging level beginner, unlocked weapon separation Kunyu 7%, self-created weapon none 7%. What does it mean? Could it be that the doppelganger has not been fully unlocked yet? The system seemed to sense the question in Tianyu's heart, so he immediately gave him the answer. The host's proficiency in creating a clone Kunao is only 7%. The probability and speed of successful weapon creation will vary with the proficiency. Increase with the increase. After listening to the explanation of the system, Tianyu's heart suddenly understood. It turned out that even if I obtain the blueprint of the avatar Kunao, the success rate of making weapons by yourself is not 100%, but is linked to proficiency. In this way, I forged for the first time just now. I have successfully created a clone of Kunyu, which is indeed a good luck. After one success, now Tianyu is full of energy in his heart. Continue to start forging. Tianyu's eyes shone brightly. He took another piece of thick iron, put it on the anvil, and began to turn the hammer again. Clang, clang, clang. The whirring sound of the bellows sounded regularly. The flames jumped in the carbon furnace. The thick iron lump, which had been burned red, made a crisp sound when struck by the hammer. A weapon of Kunao shape. Under the continuous forging of Tianyu, it gradually took shape. But he didn't succeed every time he forged. If the forging fails, the forged Kunao will not have the effect of producing a material clone, and its use is no different from the ordinary Kunao. Ding! Forging failed, forging result, ordinary Kunao, ding. Forging failed, forging result, ordinary Kunao, ding. Forging success. Forging fruit, avatar Kunyu *1, ding. Forging failed, forging result, ordinary Kunao. One night passed quietly. As the night faded away, the sky in the distance was white with fish belly. Called early in the morning, Tianyu finally ended the forging practice that lasted for several hours. The arms that were used to wield a hammer were already sore and weak, and it was difficult to even raise them. Even after repeated exhaustion of physical strength, recovery, consumption, recovery, at this time he has reached the limit of physical strength that his body can withstand. Slowly let out a sigh of relief, Tianyu looked at the 3 sticks lying quietly in his hands, the black Kunao glowing with a cold black light, and his eyes showed a bit of satisfaction. One night, he created a total of 3 doppelgangers. Moreover, the proficiency of forging the clone kunao has also increased from the original 7% to 25%. It's a great harvest. After he had collected these 3 kunao, I finally left the forging room with satisfaction. At this time, Tianyu noticed that the clothes on his body exuded bursts of sweat. Forging this night, for Tianyu, who is only 5 years old, it can be regarded as a very difficult practice process. If you want to successfully create a kunao, it is not just as simple as turning a hammer and hitting a rough iron billet. While he was forging rough iron, you also need to continuously input your chakra into it, so in this forging process, whether it is physical strength or chakra, for Tianyu consumption is huge. After forging for several hours, my physical strength was exhausted many times, my clothes were also wet with sweat several times, and the smell was normal. Tianyu dragged her exhausted body and went to the bathroom to rinse off. Only then did he finally relax his whole body, collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep the moment he closed his eyes. When Tianyu wakes up again, it's already noon. I left him a few rice balls for lunch every day, and then went to the ninja shop to help look after the shop. Tianyu was the only one left at home. Tianyu quickly finished the rice ball and filled his stomach. He just rushed into the forging shed and started to continue his forging practice. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. For Tianyu, the process of forging, not just to create kunao, in the process of creating the kunao, it is also a kind of exercise for his physical muscle strength. Now, he feels that his body is stronger. What surprised Tianyu even more was that, he also became more and more proficient in absorbing chakra from his body, and the amount of chakra he absorbed was also a little more than before. This refines the exercise effect of chakra. Compared with the secret techniques of the ninja clan in the village, it is much stronger. It can be said that after this forging practice, his starting point on the road of ninja is no lower than anyone else. Ding! Task post clay, 1000G, system reward, primary forging blueprint, substitute kunao. On the 4th day of Tianyu's forging avatar kunao, suddenly, the sound of the system releasing the task came from his mind. Substitute suffering? Tianyu guessed in his heart. It is estimated that this kind of kunao should be used in the same way as the clone kunao, and it can exert an effect similar to the substitute technique. This task is also very simple. Clay is naturally found everywhere. Tianyu soon dug up a small pile of dark brown clay in the backyard garden. Ding! Mission completed. System reward, elementary blacksmithing blueprint, substitute kunao has been issued. In Tianyu's mind, another way of creating kunao immediately appeared. Substitute kunao forging difficulty * skill, instant release substitution technique. The process of creating is somewhat similar to the avatar. With his current understanding of the avatar Kyowa forging, the avatar Kyowa forging is also a lot easier. After understanding the structure of avatar kunao, he immediately started trying to forge. However, this time he didn't seem to have the same luck as last time. The first stand-in kunao failed. The second stand-in kunao failed. The third root of kunao, success. In the third forging attempt, he finally succeeded. In Tianyu's mind, immediately more information on the use of the stand-in kunao. Substitute kunao. After injecting chakra into kunao, you can swap kunao with your own position to avoid attacks. Tianyu's heart is dark nod. Sure enough, as he had guessed before, the effect of the substitute kunao is the same as that of the substitute technique. The stand-in technique and the basic ninjutsu 3-body technique, it can be regarded as the most practical kind of ninjutsu in combat. It is widely used in ninja battles at the level of genin and shinin, and is one of the most commonly used basic ninjutsu. And the dukkha of avatar is the same as dukkha. Just inject your own chakra into the substitute kunao, and you can release it instantly without the need for a seal. It seems that this kind of stand-in is hard to come by, and I have to build a few more. Tianyu's heart was suddenly full of energy, and he began to forge. Clang! 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 The percussion of the metal in the forging shed resounded in bursts. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. Tianyu looked at the 15 clone kunao and 10 double kunao that had been successfully created in front of him, and was very satisfied with these results. Build proficiency in avatar kunao and avatar kunao, it also rose to 77% and 45%, respectively. Ding! Mission release, fine sand, 1000G, system reward, primary forging blueprint, transform into kunao. The sound of the system came to my ears again. The tasks released by the system this time are also very simple. Tianyu quickly submitted the quest and received the quest reward, transforming into the blueprint of kunao's forging. In this way, he has gathered all 3 kinds of ninja tools that can achieve the effect of the 3-body technique. Another 10 days passed quietly. Apart from eating and sleeping, for the rest of the time, Tianyu plunged into the forging shed and forged Kyowa like a sleepless night. Although forging is a very boring practice, but Tianyu didn't have any complaints. Instead, take this as a kind of exercise for your own body. The effect of this exercise, of course it's also very obvious, physical strength and chakra are repeatedly consumed and recovered. In just half a month, Tianyu felt that his muscle strength had increased a lot. Chakra recovery speed has also become faster. Tianyu secretly estimated in his heart, if in actual combat, the power of the fist, combined with the use of the 3 kunao, it should have been comparable to the ninja of ordinary ninja strength. Of course, in the past half a month, the ninjas produced are also quite fruitful. 30 double kunao, 20 double kunao, and 15 transformed kunao. At the same time, his proficiency in creating clone kunao, avatar kunao and transformation kunao also reached 100%, 85% and 55% respectively. He now has the success rate of forging the avatar kunao. After reaching 100%, there will be no more defective products in the forging process. Moreover, he also found that he creates the speed of kunao. It also speeds up as proficiency increases. At the beginning, he made a kunao, which took 3 hours. Now, he only needs half an hour to complete it. At this time, his system panel data has been transformed as follows: host Tianyu, age 6 years old, forging level, beginner, unlocked weapon, avatar kunao, 100%, substitute kunao, 85 and transformed kunao, 55%, self-created weapon, none. This day after Tianyu finished his practice, he had dinner with Tian. After dinner, Tianyu was in no hurry to leave. He asked Tian, sister, I taught you how to extract chakra before, how are you doing? Tian stuck out his tongue and sighed helplessly, brother, that method is so difficult. I have been practicing for more than 10 days, and I can only extract a little chakra occasionally, and it is not very stable. Tianyu nodded, not surprised. He patted her on the shoulder and comforted, don't worry, if you can sense chakra, it's already a beginner, just practice slowly after that. Tian's talent in ninjutsu practice is not outstanding, however, as her elder brother, he will try his best to help his younger sister improve her strength. Refined chakra, it's not easy for a 6-year-old child. In the ninja school, the main courses of the students in the first 2 years are almost all training to refine chakra. Tian's current practice speed is also very good in Tianyu's eyes. Tianyu took out 3 avatars of kunao and handed them to Tian, give you something to play with. It's a reward for her hard work cooking and helping him with laundry. What is this? Tian asked dumbly. Inject your own chakra into this root of kunao, and then throw the kunao out and try it out. Tian tilted his head, in the big round eyes, with some doubts, but she still followed her brother's instructions obediently. Refined chakra, infused with kunao, throw it in front of you. Sudden bang sounded, the root of kunao was in the air, turned into a cloud of white smoke, the white smoke dissipated, and a little loli who was exactly the same as Tian appeared in front of her. It's a split technique, Tian exclaimed, covering his mouth with his hands. There was an unconcealed look of surprise in his eyes. How is this going? Is this the avatar technique you cast yourself? But, you don't know how to seal the seal, and you don't know how to use the clone technique. This is a special kind of kunao that I created in the past 2 days, but it exerts the same effect as the separation technique. Tianyu patted Tian's shoulder and said with a smile, with this kind of ninja gear, after entering the ninja school, our strength will never be weaker than those of the great ninja. Wow! After listening to my brother's explanation, Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Eyes shining like stars, looking at the eyes of Tianyu, worship is extremely, brother, you are really amazing. Then you should practice hard during this time. Although he built a total of 3 kinds of ninja tools, he did not give all 3 kinds of ninja tools to Tian at once. The control of chakra every day is far inferior to him, so Tianyu decided, first, only give her this kind of avatar kunao and let her concentrate on practicing. After she has practiced the avatar kunao to the point of mastery, teach her other kinds of kunao. Early morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Tianyu, standing in front of the mirror, tidying up, he didn't wear the plain jacket he usually wears when he was forging. Instead, he put on a new dress with wide sleeves and a robe with a cross collar and a palace sash tied around his waist. His long black hair was tied up high, and the whole person was quite a bit of a knight in the rivers and lakes. In the mirror, he is slender, with eyebrows and sword eyes. Even more so, the whole person is very heroic. And his sister Tian also wore a pink cheongsam skirt that was improved and more suitable for her physical training. On his head, he held up 2 ball-shaped buns with the same panda ears, which looked very charming. Go out. After Tianyu and Tian packed up their things, they went out together. Today, it's the opening day of ninja school. At the gate of the ninja school, many children and parents have gathered. They are all lined up at the gate of the ninja school, waiting to be tested by ninjas one by one to see if they have the talent to become ninjas. The content of the test is not difficult, it's probably just a physical test, and whether it has the potential to extract chakra. Tianyu glanced at the crowd around him, because it's not the same session with Naruto in the original book, so Tianyu glanced around the crowd, but didn't see any familiar figures. I just saw some people with symbols such as the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi clan, and Inyazuka clan on their clothes. Tianyu secretly guessed in his heart, if nothing else, I should meet Niji Hyaga and Li Lok, the characters belonging to the 12 Xiaoqiangs in the 2 original works. Soon, it was his turn and Tian to take the entrance test. This was not a problem for their siblings, they both passed the exam soon and were assigned to the same class. When they walked into the assigned classroom, immediately attracted the attention of some people in the class. Wow, that guy looks a little handsome. What's the use of being handsome? He doesn't look like someone from a ninja family, he doesn't have a future. That's right. In this year, as expected, young Master Ninkai from the Rixiang family is the chief student. Not only is he handsome, but his strength is also first class. Hear the whispering voices. Tian Tian asked Tianyu curiously, brother, who is Niji in their mouths? Is his strength stronger than your brother? Hayaga Ningji, the young master of the Hayaga clan, the son of the current patriarch's younger brother. Tianyu briefly explained a few words, then smiled faintly. As for strength, I don't know for the time being, but I think I should be better than him. A little. I also think my brother is the most powerful. Tian Tian smiled sweetly. When Tianyu and Tian Tian were chatting, a thick-browed child with a watermelon rind on his head walked up to them. Can I sit in this seat next to you? Yes. Tianyu nodded. He quickly recognized the man in front of him as the real hot man in the original book. Blood Boy, Li Locke. Hey, you, hello, my name is Li Locke. Are you two also civilian ninjas? Me, can I be friends with you? Li Locke blushed and said stumblingly, he looked very nervous. Okay. Tianyu smiled, nodded and said, my name is Tianyu. My name is Tian Tian, and it's his sister. Tian Tian also introduced himself with a hearty smile. My brother's friend is my friend. Thank you. Li Luo shouted loudly, looking very excited. The expression on his face full of gratitude surprised Tian Tian. It's not so, just being a friend. At this time, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. It seems that everyone's eyes are focused on Li Locke. The laughing voices came from far away. Wow, does anyone really want to be friends with that idiot Li Locke? What if he was lucky enough to extract chakra? He doesn't think he can really become a ninja, right? That's right, but they're just a bunch of pariahs, and they also want to become ninjas? Oh, it's ridiculous. You are too much. Tian Tian couldn't hold back his temper. He clapped the table and stood up from his seat, his eyes widened, his face flushed red. No wonder Li Locke was so moved when he heard that they were willing to be friends with him just now. Just because Li Locke came from a commoner family, he was subjected to this such bullying and ridicule. The few people who laughed at Li Locke just now were startled by the menacing Tian Tian. However, he quickly realized that the other party was just a little girl from a civilian background. He had no background at all. What was there to fear? Why, are you unconvinced that you are untouchables? Are you unconvinced to fight? Let you see what a real ninja is. The few people sneered even more. Tian Tian, forget it, don't argue with them. They have all received ninja training in the family, we can't beat them. Li Locke sighed. At this time, swish, a figure flashed in front of Li Locke's eyes. Tianyu? Li Locke was dumbfounded in an instant. Hey, wait a minute, Tianya Jun. Didn't I just say that they had a great fight? And the next second, Li Locke was completely dumbfounded. I saw Tianyu walking in front of those people at a very fast speed. Before everyone could react, he raised his fist. Boom. The three of them were kicked out in an instant. Just this strength? It's just trash. Tianyu smiled disdainfully. At this moment, the entire classroom was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tianyu, who had been silent just now, swallowing a mouthful of saliva in his throat. He didn't say anything, just shot and beat people. He even beat up all three of them. This guy called Tianyu as a ruthless man. You sneak attack. One of the boys of the Inyazuka clan, covering half of his swollen face with his hands, he shouted towards Tianyu in dissatisfaction. That's because your reaction speed is too slow. Tianyu Yun smiled lightly, as if it wasn't him who hit someone just now. Stinky boy, how dare you hit us? Brothers, let's go together with the three of us, and teach this boy a good lesson. The people who were beaten up reacted, and immediately got furious and got up from the ground, as if tigers descended the mountain and rushed towards Tianyu from different directions. Seeing the three of them rushing towards him, Tianyu didn't have any panic in his heart, and he didn't even use the Kyuwu in his ninja kit. It's just a fight between children who have just entered school, and there is no technical content. Simply put, fists are power. Although these three boys have received physical training in the family, how can their strength be compared with Tianyu, who swings the hammer every day? Tianyu watched the person closest to him rushing towards him with a fist. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward and took a step forward to meet that person. At this step, Tianyu just stepped beside the man. At the same time, he drew his left hand in his right hand, and instantly grabbed the arm that he threw his fist. Like a sandbag, he swung him up in the direction of the attack, and after spinning half a circle in the air, he threw it out in the direction of the other two. Boom! A loud noise, the three flew out in unison and hit the wall in the distance. With a thunder-like wrist, Tianyu, in the blink of an eye, the three little devils were all beaten to the ground. This scene shocked all the students in the classroom. Even Niji Hayaga, who was known as the chief student in this class, could not help but look at Tianyu a few more times in surprise, and then gradually retracted his scrutiny. And after solving those troubles, Tianyu went straight back to his seat and sat down. Everything was as usual. It was as if he had beaten those people down just now, which was just a trivial matter. And in fact, for Tianyu, it's really just a trivial thing. What about being born in the great ninja? If your own strength is not good, you will only be beaten to the ground. Heaven, big brother Tianyu is too powerful. Xiao Li looked at Tianyu with admiration in his eyes. Also from a commoner family, Tianyu is much stronger than him. That's right, of course my brother is amazing. Tian nodded proudly. I've decided. From now on, big brother Tianyu will be my idol. I must become as strong as big brother Tianyu. Li Lok shouted with excitement on his face, clenching his fists with both hands. And this time, no one in the classroom dared to laugh at Li Lok anymore. The strength of Tianyu, everyone can see it. At this time, in Tianyu's mind, the sound of the system releasing the task came again. Ding. Mission release, complete shuriken projection training, 100% hit system reward, elementary NA ring forging blueprint. This time, the difficulty of the system tasks is a little more complicated than the first three. It is necessary for Tianyu to reach the level of the shuriken's projection target in order to complete the task. Shuriken projection is also a very important course during the ninja school period. In the 6th year of the ninja school, the average student will practice the shuriken throwing technique to the level of 100% hits. And for Tianyu, although the tasks promulgated by the system have no time limit, but he wouldn't really just follow the training speed of the ninja school and practice shuriken. The quest reward this time is Naja. This is very important to Tianyu. There are more than 60 roots of the 3 kinds of kunao he created some time ago. In an ordinary ninja bag, at most a dozen kunao can be put down. Tianyu can't walk around with a big school bag and a ninja gear, and the ring, just to solve his current problem, a portable space that can be worn on the body, but greatly solves the problem of carrying his ninja gear and hiding secret ninja gear. Therefore, he must complete this task as soon as possible. The 3 kinds of suffering are sufficient for the time being. So during this period of time, let's put aside the matter of forging Kyowu. All the time and all your energy is used to practice shuriken, and complete the task as soon as possible. When school is over, Tianyu and Tian walked out of the school together. Brother, isn't that the way to go home? Well, I'm going to the training ground to practice shuriken. Are you going home or follow me? There's no one at home. Of course I'll go wherever my brother goes. Tian smiled sweetly. Tianyu nodded. Just right, you can practice with me. 2 people soon went to the training ground together. However, soon the 2 ran into some trouble. The training ground is full. Tianyu and the others did not apply for the use of the training ground in advance, and now they are told that there is no free training ground here. Both of them were a little disappointed. It seems that there is no way to train here today. Just as the 2 were about to leave, suddenly a familiar person stopped them both. Tianyu, Tian, did you 2 come to the training ground for training? Li Lok greeted the 2 of them excitedly. Yes, but the training ground is full. Tian sighed. You can share a training ground with me. The training ground I applied for is quite big, and it is enough for 3 people to practice. Li Lok warmly invited. Really? That's great. Tian's eyes lit up. Thank you very much then. Tianyu smiled. No, be kind to him. Then he took Tian to his training ground together. After entering the training ground, after Tianyu set the target, he took out his shuriken and began to practice shuriken throwing. Tian also learned the appearance of Tianyu, and followed him to practice. Tianyujun looks so professional. It already looks like a real ninja. Li Lok couldn't help sighing in his heart. Xiao Li came from an ordinary family. The price of ninja tools is not so easy to bear, let alone ninjutsu scrolls. So now Xiao Li doesn't know anything about physical training, ninjutsu, and the use of ninja tools. Although he works very hard, he can only do some simple exercises to enhance his physical fitness, such as skipping rope and push ups. Do you want to try? Tian handed the shuriken in his hand to Xiao Li. No need. Xiao Li waved his hand, shook his head and refused. I'll still practice my fists. Today, Yujun Tian is cleaning up the fists of those people in the classroom, but he is very handsome. Although Xiao Li said so, but he looked at the shuriken in Tianation's hand with some envy. As expected of a ninja shop at home, you can take out so many shuriken at your fingertips. Xiao Li looked to the other side, Tianyujun, who was concentrating on practicing shuriken. The number of shuriken he used, is it more than 20? These hands Lijian added together, the price is thousands of taels, right? Such price, his family can't afford it. After 3 hours, the setting sun is like blood, dyeing half of the sky red. The sun went down and the sky gradually darkened. Until the sight is affected, Tianyu's eyesight can no longer see the target in the distance. He finally stopped practicing. Cultivation is not just about enduring hardships, but also pay attention to methods. If he can't even lock the target of the throw, then it's pointless to continue to throw more, and the shuriken skills will not improve. Then it is better to stop cultivating, combine work and rest, digest and absorb the results of today's practice in your mind. Before leaving the training ground, Tianyu handed his ninja kit to Xiao Li. Tianyujun, who are you? This ninja kit is for you. No, it's too expensive. Aren't we friends? You lend us a training ground, and I'll give you a small gift," Tianyu said with a hearty smile. "My family owns a weapon shop, and this ninja tool is not a big deal for us." "What?" Tian also nodded. "Yes, just accept it. I would like to thank you today." Thank you. Li Lok, who accepted the ninja kit, tears welled up in my eyes, and I was very moved. "So this is a friend? That is really good. I finally have friends." A month passed quietly. After school every day, Tianyu will take Tian to Kanaha's training ground to train with Li Luo in physical art and shuriken. And this month, Tianyu's strength has also grown very rapidly, and the hit rate of kunao in his hand is also getting higher and higher. He is very satisfied with the progress of his cultivation during this period. It's estimated to be another week. He is enough to practice the lily sword to hit 100 shots. And this time, by his ears, the sound of the system releasing the task came again. Ding. Mission release: sell any Cuna, clone Cuna, substitute Cuna, transformed Cuna, and the price must not be less than 1000 taels. System reward: blue pheasant sword blueprint. Posting another mission? I haven't finished my last mission yet. After posting this task, the previous task will disappear automatically, right? Tianyu's heart suddenly tightened. The role of the storage space of the ring is very important to him now. Tianyu quickly opened his system panel, then he saw the last unfinished task. It also showed to be completed in the system tray, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system issues a new task. The tasks that were not completed before are still there and will not disappear directly. Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's starting to be careful review the newly released tasks for the system. Immediately, he frowned. Sell your own ninja tools? Tianyu had never had the idea of selling ninja tools before. On the one hand, his family is not short of money at all. On the other hand, exposing these ninja tools prematurely would cause him a lot of unnecessary trouble. He is vigilant, except for my sister Tian, even if Li Lok, who is a good friend with him, Tianyu has never shown the ninja tools he built in front of him. So he is very urgent, want to get the blueprint for the creation of the ring. In this way, he can hide all the ninja tools he has built. But, now to accomplish this task, it seems that I still have to find a suitable opportunity to find someone to sell a kunao. Grass pheasant sword. So attractive to him. That can be regarded as the second-class artifact in this world. However, this cannot be rushed. Let's put this system task aside for now and wait for the opportunity. It is imperative that you continue to practice your shuriken. Finally, 1 week later, in Kanaha's training ground, Tianyu threw out 6 kunao with both hands at the same time, shooting towards targets in 6 different directions. Brush. All in. Tian shouted in surprise. Brother, it's amazing. Tianyu's mouth, he also showed a satisfied smile. After a month of training, now, he finally did it. Ding. Mission completed. System reward: the blueprint for the forging of the primary ring has been distributed. Tianyu's progress is so fast. Li Luo looked at Tianyu, whose shuriken skills were improving every day, with a bit of envy in his eyes. At the same time, he also received a lot of encouragement in his heart. In dark eyes, immediately, a strong fire of fighting spirit ignited. He clenched his fists, jumped up from the ground, and shouted loudly, "Yoshi! It seems that I have to work even harder. Tianya-jun is so talented and works so hard, I can't let go. I'm going to double my training today. 1,000 jump ropes. If I can't do it, I'll do 2,000 prone." Clap. There was a sudden applause from all around. At the same time, a very thick male voice came from a distance. "Yo, not bad, boy. Struggle. Work hard. This is youth." Li Lok was stunned, and then shouted, "Who is it?" At this time, a gust of wind rolled up and swept past Li Lok. An adult man wearing a green sports suit with a watermelon rind on his head and the same thick eyebrows as Xiao Li appeared in Li Luo's side. Tianyu and Tian, who were practicing shuriken on the side, also stopped their movements and looked over after hearing the sound. Tianyu recognized the person in front of him at a glance. It is in the original Mate Kai, known as the Blue Beast. Ha, boy, you're full of energy. Mate Kai laughed heartily, stretched out his hand and patted Li Lok on the shoulder, with a look of admiration in his eyes. "As long as you keep working hard, you will become a powerful ninja one day." Li Lok was extremely surprised. Really? Mate Kai nodded. "Of course it's true. Boy, let's start practicing together." "Well, let's go together." Li Lok was full of blood. At this moment, a lukewarm word came in. "Senior, if you want to take advantage of the training ground, just say it. It's not good to lie to the junior like this, right?" Tianyu did not know when, had already come over. He put his hands around his chest and said with a leisurely look, "Ah, Tianyu, what are you talking about?" Li Luo was confused. Mate Kai, who was ruthlessly exposed by Tianyu, he is also very bad at lying. At this moment, his face flushed and he was in a very embarrassing situation. He scratched his head and said, the training ground is full today. I think your training ground is quite big. Oh, it turns out there's no spare training ground. Li Luo did not take this matter to heart, and nodded carelessly. Oh, since Senior needs a training ground, we can. And many more. Tianyu interrupted Li Loc's words. After taking a look at this silly boy with no heart, turning his head to look at Mate Kai, he said with a smile, we can give up part of the training ground to the seniors, but in exchange, how about you take us to practice together? Mate Kai's strength is very powerful, not to mention the man who opened the door to death, the man who almost kicked out the finale. Even if he has only opened the 6 gates in the Jingmen, he can use such terrifying physical techniques as facing the peacock. It generates flames with high-speed positive punches and air friction, and uses the shock waves and flames generated by hitting the air to inflict continuous blows on the opponent. In the entire ninja world, someone who can withstand such an attack as him, you can count them all on one hand. Tianyu is also quite envious of the powerful physical strength of Beiman Dunjia, which is classified as S-rank ninjutsu. During this period of shuriken practice, he discovered a truth. On the road of my future cultivation, in addition to controlling more powerful weapons, I must not neglect the cultivation of physical fitness and physical skills. Only the strength of one's own physical fitness unleash the full power of the weapon in your hand. And, of course, it's fine. Matt K put his hands on his hips, showing his big white teeth. He smiled brightly. Youngsters, follow me to train. That's how youth never ends. After shouting, Mate Kai stretched his finger to the distance and issued a training task. Now, the 3 of you. In 2 hours, run around the entire Konoha and get back here. Yes. The 3 voices in unison sounded at the same time. Then Tianyu, Tian, and Li Luo formed a team and began to run towards the distance. As a girl's day, no complaints or laziness, her dream is to become a powerful ninja like Tsunadeheim. I will never lower my demands on myself just because I am a girl. What? Looking at the backs of the 3 people running into the distance, in the end, Mate Kai's eyes locked on Tianyu's body, his pupils shrank slightly, and with a bit of shock, he said to himself, have the boy named Tianyu and his sister have already extracted chakra? And the amount of chakra of Tianyu is really incredible. Is it enough to compare with Genin? Look at him, he's just a kid who just entered the ninja school. This kid, maybe he's a genius. 2 hours later, Tianyu, the 3 of them, finally around finished running a circle with Konoha. Tianyu was the first to reach the finish line, and it took only 1 hour and 30 minutes. The second Li Loc, who reached the finish line, took 1 hour and 47 minutes. The last person to arrive is Tian, who is weak in physical strength. It took 1 hour and 58 minutes to complete the task within the specified time. Well done, boys. Mehdi bared his white teeth and smiled brightly, thumbs up towards the 3, with a bit of admiration in his eyes. Just come here for your training today. It's still this time tomorrow. The 3 of you continue to come and practice with me. Yes. Senior, night, back home. Tianyu, I didn't even eat dinner, so I went straight into the forging room. Brother has started forging again. Tian secretly complained. His love for forging is too crazy. In the forge, in front of Tianyu, there are 4 different minerals: fire stone, moonstone, dark iron, saltpeter. These are the mineral materials needed to make the primary Na ring. In Tianyu's mind, the entire process of creating the primary ring appeared again. Primary Na ring, forging difficulty *** required materials: firestone, moonstone, dark iron, saltpeter. Skill: create a 1 square meter space that can store inanimate objects. It is worthy of being a 2-star difficulty beginner ring. Whether it is the amount of forging materials that need to be consumed and the complexity of the forging steps are completely different from 1-star ninja tools such as the clone kunao. Tianyu closed his eyes. I went through the building process again in my mind. After making sure that he had memorized all the details in his heart, and that he would not make any mistakes, he slowly opened his eyes. Start building. Tianyu's eyes lit up. Focus all your attention on the anvil in front of you, put on the black iron, and when the black iron is roasted by the scorching high temperature, the whole body turns red. Tianyu mobilized the strength of his body and waved the hammer in his hand. When the hammer collided with the iron lump, with a crisp sound, in Tianyu's eyes, suddenly more surprised, because he was pleasantly surprised to find that the strength that he needs to use to turn the hammer this time has become smaller than before. The last time he forged, he beat about 30 times, which would consume all his strength and chakra. And now, he even has the confidence to knock 50 times in a row. Is it because of physical training during this time? It seems that his previous thoughts are indeed correct. Whether it is forging ninja tools or physical training, they are complementary to each other for their own strength growth, and they are indispensable. In this case, Tianyu's idea of following Mate Kai to learn physical skills became more and more firm. If it really can, if you have enough knowledge of the 8 Dunjia armaments, and combined with your own unique ninja gear, your strength will definitely not be inferior to others. As the forging process continues, Tianyu felt more and more deeply that the forging of the 2-star blueprint was complicated. Time goes by minute. Tianyu must concentrate all his attention, control the strength and angle of each strike of the ore, and at the same time inject your own chakra into it. Soon there was sweat on his forehead, sweat dripped down his cheeks, and his clothes were already soaked repeatedly. Even so, Tianyu still did not show any slack. It is also thanks to the physical training during this period that his physical and mental strength have made great progress. If Tianyu was a month ago, based on his physical and mental strength at the time, he probably couldn't complete a forging in a row at all. After 8 hours, it's done. A cry of surprise. Tianyu's eyes were full of red blood, and there was an unstoppable frenzy in his eyes, and the whole person fell into a huge joy. He watched as he lay quietly in his hands. This very simple white and silver ring is like a treasure. This is the primary NA ring that he finally successfully created after spending a full 8 hours. He even succeeded in making it once. Detailed use of the primary NA ring. The information also appeared in his mind. Primary NA ring, rank, 2-star weapon attribute, spatial attribute function, with a storage space of 1 square meter, it can store all non-living objects. Is it a contract? No. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his ear, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a 2-star space attribute primary ring. The system rewards the host with a space attribute comprehension +1. Is there such a reward? Tianyu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but be ecstatic. It seems that in addition to teaching itself to forge various weapons, this system can actually enhance its own attributes by forging weapons. Tianyu closed his eyes and felt it. Sure enough, I found that my sensitivity to the existence of the surrounding space has increased by 1 point. Although this change is still very weak, it has always increased his understanding of space attributes. This time, I created a 2-star space attribute ring, and the increased comprehension is the space attribute. If my comprehension of spatial attributes continues to increase, and coupled with my own special kunao, can I still be able to perform ninjutsu at the level of Flying Thunder God? And if you forge weapons with other attributes in the future, your understanding of other attributes may also increase. Really are. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Brother, hurry up. Teacher Kai has already arrived at the training ground. The Vitality Girl puts her hands on her hips every day. Smiling Mimi urged in Tianyu's ear, don't be proud of your best result in the last physical test. Xiao Li and I will catch up with you soon. Understood. Tianyu put the kyowu that he had created into the ring, then I changed into my training clothes, followed Tian to go out and walk towards the Konoha training ground. On Tianyu's right index finger, with a silver white ring, this is exactly the primary NA ring that he successfully created a month ago. After dripping his own blood on the ring, Tianyu signed a contract with the junior Naja and became the deed owner of the Naja. No one can open this ring except Tianyu. In the eyes of others, this is just an ordinary ring. After the contract is successful, Tianyu took the 3 kinds of kunao he created before, and the commonly used ninja tools such as shuriken and detonating charms, all of them are stuffed into the NA ring, in case of emergency. But, Tianyu has only created this primary ring. One of the reasons is that this kind of primary NA ring is a 2-star weapon, and the forging power is extremely low. He also successfully forged a primary NA ring because of coincidence. The second reason is that one of the raw materials for making the NA ring, moonstone, the price is not expensive, but not a commonly used forging material. There is not much stock in Tianyu's house. After he tried to forge the NA ring several times and failed, he ran out of moonstones. It seems that if he wants to continue forging, he had to wait for his parents to finish their business from the Iron Country to bring them back. Brother, did you hear any strange noises? On the way to the Konoha training ground, Tian suddenly stopped and asked Tianyu, this way. Tianyu nodded. He also heard the strange sound and judged the direction. Let's go take a look. The enthusiastic citizen Tian immediately pulled Tianyu and walked in the direction of the voice. Soon, they both saw the scene, a short-haired little loli with pure white eyes, forced into a corner by a few 8 or 9-year-old bear children, with tears in his eyes. His whole head was buried in his chest, and he didn't say a word and didn't dare to resist. Look, her eyes are really white. Monster, she must be a monster. Defeat this monster, we are the heroes of Konoha. Let's go together. While talking, these bear children, approaching the girl's corner, there is even one of them, who has raised his fist and is going to smash her body. Stop! Tian rushed out immediately, jump into the crowd between, with open arms in front of the girl. Righteously, he yelled at the group of bear children, you are not allowed to bully people. Otherwise you will all be finished today. Those little bear children were bluffed by Tian, immediately react, standing before them, but she is just a little girl who is not as big as them. The bear children around burst into laughter. Looking at Tian's eyes is like looking at an idiot. It's fucked? It's you who's fucked, right? Where is the wild girl from, dare to come out and meddle in her own business? I won't be finished. Tian snorted coldly, without the slightest fear in his eyes. He stretched out his hand directly and pointed at Tianyu behind the group of bear children. If you want to hit me, you have to beat my brother first. Tianyu. Sister, is this how you saw injustice and immediately drew your sword to help? The eyes of those bear children, they all followed the direction pointed by Tian and landed on Tianyu's body. Brothers, beat him. Several bear children waved their fists and rushed in the direction of Tianyu. Boring, who's interested in fighting with you boys here? Tianyu sneered. Immediately, a dark light flashed in his hand. The fingers of both hands are already full of shuriken. The shuriken shot out instantly. Whoosh whoosh. A few sounds of air being cut through sounded. The kunao in his hand wiped at the cheeks, sleeves, and trousers of a few bear children scratched, adding a few small scratches to their bodies. The strength of Tianyu was very well grasped, only scratched their clothes and caused them minor bruises. This level is enough to deter these bear children and teach them a lesson. As predicted, the moment the shuriken is shot, those little bear children were frightened and stupid. One of the bear children, I suddenly felt a tingling in my cheek. Reaching out a hand to wipe, the bright red warm blood sticks to the finger, he exclaimed in shock, blood. I'm bleeding. In this voice, with a fearful cry, the other bear children also discovered their wounds at this time, and screamed in fright. My arm is bleeding. Oh my god. Killing. Someone here is going to kill. Mom, save me. The sound of screaming and crying sounded one after another. Those bear children looked at Tianyu, as if they were looking at a devil. They were already scared and stupid, and they each screamed and ran away. Every day at this time, Hinata, who was squatting in the corner, was pulled up. She smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Those bad guys have been driven away by my brother. My name is Tian. What's your name?" "My name is Hinata. Hinata whispered, and then his eyes stayed on Tianyu's body. "He's my brother, his name is Tianyu, and he is very powerful," Tian explained enthusiastically. Thank you, Tianya-jun." Hinata lowered her head, not daring to look directly at him with a guilty conscience. She only felt that the light on him was very dazzling, as powerful and handsome as a prince who fell from the sky. Even if she just glanced at it secretly, it would instantly make her heart beat faster. "Why are you here alone?" Tianyu asked. Such a soft voice. Hinata's heart moved slightly, then her head dropped lower, and Wanyo said nervously and softly, I accidentally lost my way. "Is it the family land of the Hyaga family?" "It's not far from here, so let's take you back first," Tianyu said after thinking for a while. Every day is a little surprised by the side. My brother is usually very afraid of trouble. A few days ago, I even took the initiative to say that I wanted to send this girl home. Couldn't my brother have a crush on this little girl from the Hinata clan? And just as I thought about it every day, the next sentence Tianyu said almost made Tian suffer a big somersault and was stunned by Lei. Tianyu took out a kunao, facing Hinata with a gentle smile. He said, "My family owns a weapons shop. As a thank you, how about you buy one of my special kunao? It's very cheap, it only needs 1,000 taels everyday petrochemical in place." Inner OS brother, I really misread you. What hero saves the beauty, and what has a good impression on other people's little girls? You clearly see that this little girl dresses well and comes from a big family, and you want to slaughter others fiercely. 1,000 taels to open your mouth? The price of 1,000 taels is enough for an ordinary person to live on for a month. This little girl is only 5 years old. How could she spend so much money at 1,000 taels? Do you think she is a princess? And the next second, Hinata's actions let Tian completely drop his jaw. Only 1,000 taels is enough? From the pocket of Xiao, Hinata obediently took out 10 banknotes and presented them with both hands in the direction of Tianyu. Although she didn't know the use of suffering, but 1,000 taels is not much for Hinata's pocket money. If she can help Tianyajun, then she will be very happy. Her face was full of innocence. In a childish tone, he said, "For example, if Tianyajun needs more, I still have no need." Tianyu readily took the 1,000 tael bill from Hinata's hand, then he put the avatar kunyu in his hand into hers. "Here, this is my special clone kunao. Although the price is a bit expensive, but this is a good value for money. As long as you inject chakra into it, you can know the mystery of this clone kunao. Although the function, however, it is not a great supernatural power, but it's enough to let you avoid the bullying of the bear child just now." Although 1,000 taels is a lot, but what Tianyu gave was definitely a conscience price. If this kind of suffering is put outside, even if it is 2,000 taels, there will be a large number of people rushing to buy it. It's definitely a priceless good thing. It's just that Tianyu is unwilling to sell the things he built to irrelevant people at will, so he has not been in a hurry to complete the tasks issued by the system. I happened to meet Hinata this time, and she can afford the price. Tianyu is kind enough to sell it to her, saying so. Tianyu and the others sent Hinata back to the Hyaga clan. "Then, we'll send it here." Tianyu and Tian stand at the door of the Hinata clan and say goodbye to Hinata. Hinata, little lowly, bowed deeply respectfully, said politely and sincerely, Thank you, Tian and Tianyajun." Tian said with a straightforward smile, "You're welcome, because we are friends. Goodbye, Hinata, next time we have a chance to play together." Hinata was stunned for a moment. Then he whispered softly, "A friend? So this is a friend." It seems that it's not a bad thing to be lost today, because she was very lucky to have two good friends, Tianyajun and Tian. That is really good. Hinata, at this time, a cold snort, the sweet smile on Hinata's face suddenly froze. Young Tian's father is also the current patriarch of the Hyaga clan. Walking in front of Hinata, with a serious expression, he reprimanded Hinata with a stern face, as an important heir to the clan. Why did you act without authorization? How many people sacrificed themselves for you, for the Zong family? You should be more sensible, Hinata. Sorry. Hinata's head bowed again, his eyes dimmed at random. Hey, uncle. At this moment, Tianyu, who had not gone far, turned around. He retorted towards Hyaga Hizu, it's not right for you to say that. Where is the kid from, dare to care about our Hyaga clan's affairs? Hyaga Hizu snorted coldly, ignoring Tianyu at all. Hinata quickly explained, Lord Father, they are my friends. They were the ones who sent me back just now. Hyaga Hizu restrained her impatience and said, on the face of you sending my daughter back just now, then I won't hold you accountable for what happened just now. Tianyu did not appreciate it, even in the face of an elite ninja like Hyaga Hizu. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and said sternly, Patriarch Hyaga, what I said just now is not wrong. Hinata was not at fault in this matter. Hyaga Hizu was a little annoyed in her heart, glancing at him, his voice was cold and stern. What did you say? Tianyu did not flinch, and continued to speak righteously. Hyaga clan of people sacrificed to protect Hinata. That's just because the people of your Hyaga clan are not strong enough. These mistakes, it's not Hinata's fault. Hinata suddenly widened her eyes. The whole person froze in place, and his heart fluctuated violently. She has been educated since she was a child, how to become a qualified heir of the clan, how many sacrifices of the clansman have been carried on his own body. This is the first time someone has told her, these faults were not caused by her and should not be borne by her. Although she is not sure if what Tian Yujin said is right, but at this moment, she felt that someone finally understood that as the heir of the clan, the fear and anxiety she had been suppressing in her heart had been suppressed. Thank you, Tian Yujin. He's just a hairy boy, what do you know? Hyaga Rizu shouted loudly, possibly poked in pain, or maybe it's too lazy to argue with a 6-year-old. Hyaga Hizu took Hinata's hand, and walked towards the Hinata clan without looking back, ignoring Tianyu and Tian outside. Leaving the Hinata clan, Tianyu and Tian didn't take what happened just now. They are as usual, go to the training ground and do physical training under the guidance of Mat K. In Tianyu's system, there was a sound of the task completion prompt. Ding! The Cella Special Kunao quest has been completed. System reward, the blueprint of the primary grass pheasant sword has been distributed. Pheasant sword. Tianyu was instantly refreshed. This can be regarded as a secondary artifact level weapon in the Naruto world. In the heart of Tianyu, there are 3 pheasant swords that have appeared in the Naruto world. These 3 swords, they are the empty swords in the hands of Orochimaru, the 10-fist sword in the hands of Uchiha Itachi, and Chidori blade in Uchiha's assistant. Each of these 3 grass pheasant swords has quite unique functions. Orochimaru's empty sword is made of the hardest material in the world. It can be stretched from the small snake's mouth in its own mouth. It can be long or short, and it is extremely sharp. The 10-fist sword, which exists in the Uchiha clan's Hitomi Susanoo, can only be obtained through the Sharingan Suijinja, and it has the ability to seal everything. The Chidori blade, with the addition of the Thunderbolt, doubles its power and sharpness, increasing its lethality. The stabbed opponent will be paralyzed and unable to move. These 3 pheasant swords, each sword is also very powerful. Although Tianyu's hand is only the blueprint of the primary grass pheasant sword, but he estimated that the power of the grass pheasant sword he created, it won't be too weak. Come home at night, Tianyu immediately turned on the system, be prepared to absorb the contents of this primary grass pheasant sword blueprint. To this, Tianyu also attaches great importance to it. This is in addition to the Kunao equipment, the first weapon he built with full combat capability in the true sense. This will add to his next combat power, has a vital role. In Tianyu's mind, the blueprint of the primary grass pheasant sword appeared. Primary grass pheasant sword, forging difficulty **** required materials, Mojing crystal, goldwood sand, ruby, Balian star steel, heavenly red copper, wood stone skill, randomly enhance 1 to 3 chakra attributes, another 2-star forging blueprint. The last time he forged the blueprint of the 2-star primary Naja, Tianyu learned something from the system. The weapons he forged with 2 stars and above all have the ability to recognize the master. After the forging is successful, just smear your own blood on this weapon, you can sign a contract with the weapon and become the owner of the weapon, and only the deed master holding the weapon can release the true power of this weapon. On the contrary, if these weapons fall into the hands of others, they are nothing more than ordinary objects. This is the biggest difference between 2-star weapons and ordinary weapons. With this contract in place, Tianyu's heart is also a little more confident. In this way, even if he encounters an opponent who is stronger than himself in battle, and the weapon accidentally falls into the enemy's hands, he does not have to worry about it. The process of making this grass pheasant sword is really complicated. Tianyu underestimated in his heart, although it is also a weapon of 2-star difficulty level, but the difficulty of making this grass pheasant sword is more complicated than the last ring he made. Even the materials needed there are as many as 6. Among them, 2 kinds of ores, such as tinki copper and woodjinshi, are quite expensive things. For a weight of only 100 grams, the price reached as much as 200,000 taels, which was worth the commission of a sea-level task in the village. Tianyu scoured the shop in his own house, and finally collected these 6 kinds of ores. The combined price of these ores has exceeded 1 million vehicles. Tianyu's heart was a little ashamed. It seems that being a blacksmith by yourself is still a very expensive industry. Fortunately, the family is relatively wealthy, and if it is only 1 million taels, it is still affordable. In the forge, in front of Tianyu, a total of 3 parts of the material. In other words, Tianyu has only 3 chances to experiment in total. If he has not succeeded in making these 3 times, the construction of the grass pheasant sword can only be put on hold for the time being until his parents return from the Iron Country. Tianyu closed his eyes. Concentrate all your spiritual power on the forging table in front of you. After combing through the whole process of forging the pheasant sword in my mind again, he opened his eyes suddenly. In the dark pupils, reflecting the red ore that has been burned by the flame in front of you, he poured his chakra into the hammer, holding the hammer with both hands and tapping it again and again. The whole process was abnormal. Calm. Clang clang clang, a constant and regular sound came. Ding. Forging failed. Forging result, ordinary long sword. Ding. Forging failed. Forging result, ordinary long sword. Failed again? Tianyu frowned and stopped the forging at hand. In 2 consecutive forgings, he encountered a bottleneck at a critical moment. The most difficult part of forging a grass pheasant sword is the fusion of the 2 ores of tin, copper and wujinshi. They need to be controlled at different temperature levels, but they need to forge the 2 of their colleagues together to fuse the 2 ores together. But the previous 2 times, every time Tianyu tried to fuse these 2 burning ores together, the 2 minerals will have a rejection reaction. Chi cracked into several pieces of debris. How could this be? Why can't the 2 ores be successfully merged? Tianyu diligently recalled many details of his forging process just now, dragged his chin, and fell into contemplation for a while. Is his previous understanding apart from the problem? No, it shouldn't be. Every step of the forging process he did before, all are done in accordance with the steps in the drawings, without any mistakes. Is the drawing wrong? Tianyu also quickly ruled out this idea. So, is there such a possibility? This is because of the wrong way of injecting his chakra. The 2 ores are mutually exclusive. I figured out a way. A little light suddenly flashed in Tianyu's mind. Or if you try this method yourself, you can solve the problem you just had. Tianyu looked at the last remaining forging material. If I failed this time, I wouldn't be able to create a primary grass pheasant sword recently. But, hesitating is not Tianyu's character. If you don't try it, how can you verify that what he just thought was right? Tianyu re-entered his mind. After sorting out the whole forging process and ideas, my heart became more and more firm. Let's start. He took a deep breath, take the hammer again and start forging. The same ore after another, being thrown into the forging table by Tianyu one after another. After firing to the right temperature, it begins to fuse together continuously. During the whole process, Tianyu's pupils were as calm as water, not disturbed. Only the hammer in his hand is constantly beating down the ore in front of him skillfully. But for 2 hours, Tianyu has already completed the fusion of the first 4 ores. He took a deep breath. Do not dare to relax in the slightest in spirit, because we will soon come to the most difficult step of this forging, the fusion of sky red copper and black gold stone. This time, Tianyu was not in a hurry, but from the ring, take out a previously forged clone kunao and inject yourself chakra. Boom! A puff of white smoke rose. Next to Tianyu, a material clone identical to him appeared. Although the chakra in the material avatar is not as many as the shadow avatar, it is enough to help him complete this forging. All preparations have been made. Next is the most important highlight of the entire forging process. Tianyu calmed down and refined the chakra of the body, at the same time controlling his avatar. Separate your own chakra into 2 scorching ore, then the 2 pieces of ore are gradually approached and fused with each other. Whether the 2 pieces of ore can be truly fused together this time depends on the reaction after the hammer goes down. This step is the most important part of building the grass pheasant sword, and we must not be careless. If these 2 minerals cannot be successfully fused, then this forging will fall short and become a failure. Tianyu, who failed here 2 times before, at this time, I could not help but feel a little nervous and anxious. Drink! A low drink came out of his mouth. Tianyu clenched the hammer tightly in both hands and thumped the minerals on the forging table in front of him. Clang! The sound of mineral fracture did not come. Instead, it was a crisp, bell-like percussion sound, pleasant to the ear. Tianyu's eyes suddenly filled with joy, and he almost jumped up from the ground with joy. This time, he forged successfully. Ding! Forging success. Forging fruit primary grass pheasant sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a 2-star wind and fire attribute primary grass pheasant sword. The system rewards the host with +1 wind attribute comprehension and fire attribute comprehension +1. In Tianyu's ear, there was a system prompt. Then, a warm current emerged from the void and flowed into Tianyu's body, seemingly constantly helping him wash his body in his body. Soft and comfortable feeling. It seems that the whole person is soaked in the hot spring, making people completely relaxed. After half an hour, this feeling gradually disappeared. Increased perception of the 2 elements of wind and fire? Tianyu opened his eyes, and he realized that he was different now than before. The air flowing in the air rushed towards his face, the flames burning in the forge seemed to be dancing in front of him. These elements in nature, he actually felt an affinity. Amazing! After adapting to the changes in the body, he looked in front of him again, this time to create a successful grass pheasant sword. I can't help but feel that my luck is too good. The first grass pheasant sword created has both wind and fire attributes. Tianyu opened the system panel. Start to check the properties of this primary grass pheasant sword that you have built. Primary grass pheasant sword, rank, 2-star weapon attributes, wind attribute, fire attribute skills, wind blade, skywind spear, flame bullet, fire barrier. Is it a contract? No. Tianyu immediately bit one of his thumbs and wiped the blood on the grass pheasant sword. Ding! The host has successfully contracted a primary grass pheasant sword, wind, fire. At this time, the system panel of Tianyu is as follows: Host Tianyu, age 6 years old, forging level, beginner, unlocked weapons, avatar Kunao, 100%, substitute Kunao, 100%, transformed Kunao, 100%, junior Naja, 21%, junior pheasant sword, 16%, self-created weapon, none. Is the forging level still only elementary? Tianyu was a little puzzled in his heart. During this period of time, my forging craftsmanship has progressed rapidly. After such a long period of training and strengthening, his strength in forging is already very good, and he is not weaker than the blacksmiths who built the ninja tools in the country of iron. But he is now at this level, in a systematic review, but still only at the level of a junior blacksmith? System, how does one qualify as an intermediate blacksmith? Tianyu asked the question in his heart. The host can automatically upgrade to an intermediate blacksmith if he successfully forges a weapon with 4-star difficulty. After the host upgrades to an intermediate blacksmith, you can create your own weapons. If you successfully create your own weapons, the rewards will be even more generous. 4-star difficulty? It seems that there is still some time before I upgrade to an intermediate blacksmith. After Tianyu understood this information, he didn't struggle for too long. Anyway, he's only 6 years old now. He still has a lot of time. Come and enhance your strength and forging skills. After Tianyu put the grass pheasant sword into his own ring, he went back to his room and fell asleep. At dawn, the Vitality Girl gets up early every day. After preparing breakfast, she went to Tianyu's room. I used up all my physical strength, chakra, and mental strength last night. At this time, Tianyu, who was sleeping soundly, dragged him from the bed. Brother, we can't skip class, Tian said with a smile. Got it, zzz. I slept in class for days in a row. I gradually recovered from the physical consumption of the grass pheasant sword last time. He couldn't help sighing in his heart that his physical skills really had to be strengthened, otherwise he wouldn't be able to persist in creating weapons of higher difficulty. The determination to practice with Mate Kai has also become firmer. After school, Tianyu, Tian, and Li Lok came to the Konoha training ground as usual, and followed Li Lok to train physical skills. Yo, Tianyu, Tian, Xiao Li, you three arrived so early today. What? Tianyu, how did your breath change so much? The amount of chakra is already approaching the level of Chinin. Your strength has improved so fast. How did you do it? Mate Kai's eyes fell on Tianyu, full of surprise, asked one after another like a machine gun. Although he has no white eyes, he cannot directly observe the flow of chakra in Tianyu's body. But as a ninja at the elite level, it is not difficult to see Tianyu's current strength level at a glance. Mate Kai himself is an expert in taijutsu research, and no one in the village is more proficient in taijutsu than him. Although Tianyu had good results in previous training, but he knew very well, I arranged the physical training for Tianyu and the three of them by myself. It's simply not enough for Tianyu to progress so quickly. Even if he is a genius, it is impossible to have such a big change in such a short period of time. This question, Tianyu smiled. Ha! Mate Kai's curiosity was instantly suspended. Tian blurted out and said, it's because my brother is at home, and he will build his own ninja tools. Tianyu nodded and explained, yes, it may be because I usually like to build some ninja tools and use them in battle. After listening to Tianyu and Tian's explanation, Mate Kai's expression became normal, but there was still a slight surprise on his face. He had never heard of it before that blacksmithing can also enhance physical strength. Tianyu, it seems that you are very talented on the road of ninja. Mate Kai gave Tianyu a thumbs up, eyes full of admiration. I think you will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. Maybe, you can surpass Kakashi and become the youngest jonin in the village. Ha 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 ha. Of course, while Mate Kai praised Tianyu, I didn't forget to give encouragement to Tian and Li Luo. You two have to keep up with Tianyu's footsteps. Don't be discouraged, you will all become powerful ninjas in the future. Yes, Teacher Kai. Tian and Xiao Li said in unison. Both of them are very positive and optimistic. I will never abandon myself just because my strength is weaker than Tianyu. On the contrary, the existence of Tianyu will become their example and motivation to move forward, inspiring them to redouble their training. Yo Shi. This is youth. Medi put his hands on his hips, looked up to the sky and laughed and said, then today, let me test the results of your practice during this period of time. Tianyu, you also let me see. the power of the ninja tools you created. Mr. Kai, how do you test it? Tian Tian asked with wide eyes curiously. You'll know right away. Mate Kai smiled mysteriously, and then his hands were sealed in front of his eyes. Bang! With a sound, white smoke rose, 3 shadow clones identical to Mate Kai appeared on the training ground. Matt K explained to them, I am my shadow clone, only 1/10 of the strength of the main body. They are your actual training opponents today. Boys, please use your full strength to defeat me. In this discussion with Matt K, Tianyu is also looking forward to it very much. He has been practicing for so long, and he really wants to know how well he can perform in actual combat. Being able to have the opportunity to play against an elite ninja like Mate Kai, even if it is a shadow clone with only 1/10 of his strength, is enough to benefit Tianyu a lot. Are you ready? Who is the first to challenge? Mate Kai asked with a big laugh. I'll come first. Li Lok was the first to stand up, his hands kept punching forward in the air, looking like he was full of energy. Not bad. Xiao Li, come on. Mr. Kai, then I'll go. When the voice fell, Li Luo took a stride, he rushed towards the location of the Mate Kai shadow clone. Drink. Xiao Li threw a punch, but Mate Kai easily escaped. While observing Li Lok's movements, he pointed at him. Well, the strength is good, but the accurate head is not enough. Come on, Xiao Li. Escaped? I'm coming. There is no discouragement in Xiao Li's eyes. With a loud drink in his mouth, he kicked it again. Mr. Kai, let's see the trick. Let me see how far my current strength can go. Bang bang bang. Li Lok made several consecutive punches, like raindrops, one after another hits passed, but these attacks fell on Mate Kai in his eyes. It was just like a trick of a child playing a house. All of Xiao Li's attacks were dodged by Mate Kai. After a dozen strokes, Xiao Li was out of breath. He wiped the hot sweat from his cheeks and said with emotion, Teacher Kai, it's really too strong. He attacked Mate Kai for so long, she didn't even touch the corner of Teacher Kai's clothes. Not to mention the damage done to his shadow clone. Xiao Li, I have mastered your actual combat strength now. Your training today will end here. Mate Kai's shadow avatar said these words very easily. Next second, where he used to stand, there was only an afterimage left. What? What a great speed! Li Lok froze in place for a moment, and the next second when he reacted, the figure of Mate Kai had appeared behind him, his legs were half squatted, and he slammed into the ground at the same time. Boom, a muffled sound, the earth trembled violently. Immediately, a circle of earth waves spread out towards the surrounding with the rhythm of the ground, and Xiao Li, who was the closest to the fierce Mate Kai, was instantly thrown away by the force from his back. The battle is over. Attack from Mate Kai, until Xiao Li was knocked out by the airflow. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. And Mate Kai was merciful, just attack the ground. If the fist he just smashed towards Xiao Li, this punch would be enough to kill Li Luo. Is this the power of physique? Is this the strength of the Konoha village elite Jonin? It's so powerful. Not only Xiao Li, even Tianyu, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was extremely shocked. With a bang, Mate Kai released the shadow clone that was fighting with Xiao Li, and then pulled Xiao Li up, who fell in the distance, comforting him. Xiao Li, you are very talented in physical skills, and the training results during this period of time are not bad. After all, none of you have become genin. Your performance today is already very good. Continue to keep training. Hard work can surpass all talent. After a moment of frustration, Xiao Li quickly adjusted his mentality. Yes, Teacher Kai. I will redouble my training in the future. Mikey nodded. I secretly thought that I really did not see this child wrongly. Whether it is his character or perseverance, he is very comparable. It is precisely because of this that he is willing to always give some guidance to their group of children here. Who's next? Mate Kai asked again. I mean me. Not waiting for Tianyu to speak, every day, he rushed out all of a sudden. Start a battle with another shadow clone of Mate Kai. Everyday's attack methods mainly rely on various ninja tools and hidden weapons, kunao, shuriken, thousand books, etc. She threw them out as if they didn't want money. Li Lok, who was watching, was stunned for a while, with envy in his eyes. Is this how the ninjas of the big families fight? This is too rich. But, Tia Nation's attack methods are still too single, just relying on the long-distance ninja attack. I can travel around with Mate Kai for a while, but once Mate Kai finds a chance to get close, he will soon be defeated. Of course, Tian Tian is a girl. Mate Kai doesn't hit as hard as he did on Xiao Li, just hits hard enough. Ended. In his hand, Mate Kai held a handful of kunao that Tian Tian just threw out, lying between Tia Nation's neck, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, Mr. Kai is really amazing. You can't beat him like this. Tian Tian pouted and sighed helplessly. Don't be discouraged, Tian Tian, your performance just now was also very good. With time, you will become a ninja as powerful as me. Mate Kai smiled and comforted. Then he turned his eyes fell on the Kyoshang in Tia Nation's hands. In the process of fighting Tian Tian just now, he had already noticed the peculiarity of this kunao. At this age, Tian Tian has only just entered the ninja school, so he probably hasn't learned the 3-body technique yet, right? Look at her move just now. Her clone technique is to use this kunao to release. It caused him a complete shock, and he almost revealed flaws in the face of her next attack. Tian Tian, this kunao of yours? Mate Kai asked curiously. It was made by my brother. Tian Tian said honestly. Oh? In the eyes of Mate Kai looking at Tianyu, glittering a little bit of brilliance, Tianyu, is this the kunao you said you built yourself? It looks very unusual. Yes, Senior Kai. Tianyu nodded. I found a unique forging method that can forge stronger kunao for battle. As for the specific functions of the ninja tools I created, Senior Kai, please start discussing with me, and you will know immediately, Tianyu said with a smile. Oh? Mate Kai's curiosity was completely suspended. He just thought that this ninja tool is very magical. After learning that it was made by Tianyu himself, he became even more curious. Tianyu, this young man, whether it is talent or strength, they are all above Li Lok and Tian Tian's two children, and his temperament is also the most calm among the three. Come on, Tianyu, let me see how powerful you are now. There was some expectation in Mate Kai's eyes. Then, Senior Kai, please give me more advice. The moment the voice fell, several shuriken in Tianyu's hands, he has already glanced at the location of the Mate Kai shadow clone. Whoosh whoosh. Several shuriken turned into black afterimages in the air, quickly shot towards the location of Mate Kai. Nice technique. A flash of admiration flashed in Mate Kai's eyes. Tianyu's shuriken throwing technique, both in accuracy and speed, is far higher than Tian Tian just now, and the corresponding lethality will also be much stronger. This should have completely reached the level of tolerance, right? Now Tianyu is only a 6-year-old child. In Mate Kai's heart, more and more I feel that Tianyu's future is limitless. Only, a shuriken of this level, it's not enough to pose a threat to the ninja of his elite level of ninja strength. With a dodge, Mate Kai dodged the attacking shuriken. Facing Tianyu, Mate Kai did not give them enough time to attack Xiao Li and Tian Tian. If you want to force out the full strength of Tianyu, just waiting for him to make moves is not enough. So he immediately turned defense into offense. A shadow flashed by. He had already rushed in the direction of Tianyu, the Konoha whirlwind. The bitter wind blows, but in an instant, Mate Kai has come to the top of Tianyu's head. He twisted and kicked Tianyu's head like a whirlwind. Tianyu, brother, be careful. Li Luo and Tian Tian on the side were both frightened and dumbfounded. The heart also mentioned the throat. They didn't think about it at all. Arrive. Teacher Kai suddenly used such a powerful trick. If this foot is on Tianyu's body, he may not be able to get out of bed for half a month. At this moment, bang, sounded. Tianyu, kicked by Mate Kai, suddenly turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared in place. A lone kunao fell from midair. Substitute? Mate Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly guessed that the kunao that Tianyu is using now, it should have the same effect as the kunao that has the function of the clone technique that Tian Tian just used. Is this the unique ninja tool created by Tianyu? It's getting more and more interesting. Come again. Mate Kai was also excited. This turned into an afterimage, and rushed towards Tianyu, seeing his body like the wind, his legs like whips, and the whirlwind sweeping, simple and fast, the big whirlwind of Konoha. In an instant, see the blue chakra of Mate Kai, it was already surging out of his body, covered on the calf and the sole of the foot. It looks extremely cool. Mr. Kai's chakra is too powerful. It can actually condense into a solid body outside the body. Li Lok was completely stunned. This was a strength that Teacher Kai had never shown when he was fighting against him. I feel that Teacher Kai is bullying my brother. He's taking such a big shot, Tian Tian said angrily, secretly worrying about his brother. The battlefield inside, Tianyu didn't dare to slacken the slightest in his heart. His eyes were fixed on Mate Kai's figure, trying to see through his tricks. Whirlwind of leaves, it is also one of Mate Kai's best tricks. Unlike the Konoha whirlwind leg, the Konoha whirlwind, which has covered chakra, is faster and more powerful. Mate Kai's technique of using chakra to increase his own strength is similar in principle to Tsunade's strange force fist using chakra to release strange power. Gangquan is like this, using chakra to stimulate local cells to make oneself faster and stronger, so that oneself fists and feet can release greater power. It seems that before learning the 8 gates of Dunjia with Kai, you should learn this trick Konoha whirlwind first. If you can concentrate your power on your hands, will your own weapon forging technology be able to go a step further? While thinking about it, a white light flashed on Tianyu's right hand, a long sword with a silver halo. I do not know when it has appeared in his hands. This time, he's not ready to run away. Blade of wind. No need for any closing time. Tianyu injected his chakra into the long sword in his hand, then waved forward, a half-meter long white wind blade. It was already swiftly slashed in the direction of Mate Kai. Good come! Mate Kai shouted excitedly. After seeing Tianyu's tricks, Mate Kai, the idea of fighting in my heart is even stronger. Is it ninjutsu? No, the Tianyu just now did not have a seal. Then the weirdness of his tricks is on the long sword in his hand. Is this also the ninja tool he made? Tianyu, you have given me more and more surprises. Just don't know, how powerful is your move? I thought to myself. The next second, Mate Kai was already facing the wind blade. Get tough with your flesh. Bang! Sounded, the white wind blade slammed into Mate Kai's calf wrapped in chakra. The white wind blade split into four instantly and dissipated into the air. However, the movement that Mate Kai was about to attack stopped because of this, and took a step backwards. He raised his head again and looked into Tianyu's eyes, contains countless surprises, as if looking at a little monster. The wind blade he released just now has the power of C-rank ninjutsu. Senior Kai, take the call. Tianyu didn't stop what he was doing. The long sword is swung out again, using the wind blade as a restraint. Tianyu also rushed up at the same time, fighting with Mate Kai's shadow clone. In midair, Tianyu in white clothes was like a white gust of wind, and Mate Kai in green clothes also turned into a green whirlwind. One white and one green, a gust of wind and a whirlwind. In this way, the attackers, the defenders, in the blink of an eye, already hundreds of tricks have been played. When did brother become so powerful? My brother is really the strongest. When my brother grows up, maybe he can become a character like Hokage in the future. Tian's eyes flashed brightly, as if he was looking up at the stars. God, how could Tian Yujun fight so fiercely with Teacher Kai? Is this the gap between me and Tian Yujun? It seems that I have to redouble my training in the future, in order to catch up with the pace of the Emperor. No, not just twice, but twice. Triple the training. In Xiao Li's eyes, the raging fire of struggle is also burning. Immediately, the thoughts of Xiao Li and Tian were again attracted by this battle. Because the battle is so intense, so exciting, so engaging. Time passes slowly, just as Tianyu and Mate Kai were constantly attacking and defending each other. After negotiating for half an hour, bang, Mate Kai's shadow avatar suddenly turned into a white eye and disappeared in front of Tianyu. And Mate Kai's body also stood up at this time, walked to Tianyu's side and patted his shoulder, his eyes full of admiration and praise. Okay, the actual combat training ends here. The chakra in the shadow clone has been exhausted. Tianyu, your talent and strength are beyond my imagination. It's amazing to have such strength at such a young age. In the face of Mate Kai's praise, Tianyu just smiled back and said, Senior Kai's strength really opened my eyes. It's just the physical strength shown by the shadow clone, it's too strong. Mate Kai nodded lightly and said proudly, the pinnacle of taijutsu, but it is also not weaker than other ninjutsu. Correct. Mate Kai suddenly remembered, the long sword that Tianyu used in battle. That sword is extraordinary, it can instantly release a strong wind blade. If it weren't for the speed of his own reaction as a taijutsu ninja, he would have almost died. And Tianyu has such strength now, it cannot be said that it has nothing to do with the bonus of that long sword. If not, Tianyu only relies on his own physical skills. There is absolutely no way to hold on for that long under Mate Kai's shadow avatar. Mate Kai asked Tianyu, you also made this long sword? Tianyu nodded, yes, Senior Kai. Mate Kai said with emotion, this sword is very unusual. It can directly release an attack similar to ninjutsu. It's amazing. Tian and Li Luo also came over and looked at the long sword in Tianyu's hand with envy. The power of this long sword just now, they all watched the battle very clearly. What an awesome weapon, Tianyu Wei, he explained with a smile. Senior, this is a long sword I forged according to the refining method of the grass pheasant sword, but the power is still incomparable with the real grass pheasant sword. It can only be regarded as a basic grass pheasant sword. Grass pheasant sword? No wonder it is. Mate Kai looked stunned. For a while, I remembered a lot of information I had seen. In the records of Konoha, Tianyu is not the first person who can create powerful ninja tools. In the Warring States period before the establishment of Konoha village, in the Land of Fire, there is a family that is very good at making ninja tools, called the Grass Pheasant family. They are a very powerful family, and also a very crazy family. They have unparalleled talent and strength in forging ninja tools. The 11 most powerful swords they have built, each long sword has extremely powerful abilities. They are named after their clan names. These 11 long swords are called Grass Pheasant swords. And the name of the Grass Pheasant sword was already famous all over the world at that time, and it became in existence like an artifact. At this time, Tianyu asked Mate Kai sincerely, Mr. Kai, can you teach me the two tricks you used just now, Konoha Whirlwind and Konoha Big Whirlwind? I really want to learn. His eyes were firm and steady, and he continued, although I have a weapon like the pheasant sword in my hand, in the battle, it can unleash the power comparable to ninjutsu, but I think, own physical strength, it is also very important in battle. What I want to pursue is to be strong in both myself and my weapon. Mate Kai was stunned. Involuntarily he murmured, is the synchronization between the self and the weapon strong? Ordinary people get magical weapons like the grass pheasant sword, it is inevitable that they will get carried away, thinking that their strength has become very powerful, but in fact this idea is wrong. It's easy to lose your mind. The strength of the weapon does not mean that one's own strength becomes stronger. The two are inherently complementary. Only those who are more powerful can unleash the full power contained in the weapon. Okay, I'll give you these two tricks. With a big smile on his face, Matey nodded very heartily. These two techniques are both physical techniques developed by me. Starting today, I will teach you these two techniques. Tianyu was stunned for a moment, and then thank you, Senior Kai. You still call me Senior Kai? Mate Kai said jokingly. What does Mate Kai mean? It is more than just a little guidance from seniors to juniors in practice. Instead, he truly regarded him as his own disciple in his heart, and wanted to teach him his own exclusive secrets. Teacher Kai. Tianyu responded very quickly and immediately changed his tune. Not bad, no wrong, ha ha ha, I accepted you as a talented and hard-working student. I will definitely envy that guy Kakashi at that time, Might K said with a smug look on his face. And next to Tian Tian and Li Lok, looking at Tianyu, who was identified by Mate Kai as an inner disciple, his eyes were full of envy. Even before the ninja school graduates, there are ninjas with elite jonin strength who are willing to teach him ninjutsu practice. Such an opportunity is really hard to come by. Don't be discouraged, both of you. Mate Kai patted Tian Tian and Xiao Li on the shoulders. When you two have solidified your basic skills, and when you reach the level of Tianyu, I will also teach you two my ninjutsu. What? Tian Tian and Li Luo instantly widened their eyes. What does Senior Kai mean? As long as they work hard, Teacher Kai will accept them as his disciples. The faces of Tian Tian and Li Luo were instantly excited. He hurriedly bowed to Medi and said, "Thank you so much, Senior Kai. We will definitely redouble our efforts in the future to strive for your recognition as soon as possible." Yeah, Matt K nodded. Tian Tian, Xiao Li, the two of you should continue to exercise according to the previous training plan to improve your physical fitness. After listening to Mate Kai's words, Li Lok had almost no hesitation. K replied, "Yes, Senior Kai. I'll go and run around Konoha village 3 times. As soon as he saw Li Luo's reaction, Tian Tian immediately said, "Senior Kai, then I'll go for a run too." After Li Lok started to run, Tian Tian followed closely. As for Tianyu, it was left alone by Mate Kai. "Tianyu, basic physical fitness training is no longer suitable for you. You need to make some adjustments in your next training." "What adjustment?" "Loading." In physical training, Matt K looked very serious. "I remember that your family opened a ninja shop, right? After you go home, start weight-bearing exercises, start with 30 pounds, and add 10 pounds each time you get used to it." "Okay, Mr. Kai." Tianyu nodded. He also wanted to ask about Kai's weight-bearing practice before, but he didn't expect that before he could speak, Mate Kai had already brought it up first, and he was indeed an expert in ninjutsu. "Okay, then I'll teach you some of the physical skills first." Mate Kai walked to the middle of the training ground and motioned Tianyu to follow his movements to learn. "The whirlwind of Konoha is the foundation of my body movement. The key to practicing Konoha whirlwind is to use the waist as the central axis to mobilize the strength of the whole body, and at the same time concentrate the chakra on the legs. While using chakra to increase strength and speed, you also need to." Days go by like this. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed since Tianyu and the others entered the ninja school. After the new year, Tianyu and Tian Tian, brother and sister, are also 1 year older, becoming 7 years old. The winter vacation has passed most of the time without knowing it. The school day is approaching. During this half year, great changes have taken place in Tianyu, Tian Tian, and Li Lok. Of the three of them, of course, Tianyu's strength improved the fastest. The weight's on his legs now, it has grown from 30 pounds to 100 pounds. Almost the weight of an adult girl. Such weight, what a horror to appear on a 7-year-old. If you say it out, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions came from a distance. In the Konoha training ground, Xiao Li couldn't help but stop the training at hand, looking in the direction of the training ground where Tianyu is located in the distance. The strength of Tianyu. How far has it come now? Li Lok asked curiously. Tian Tian, who was sitting on the stake beside him, his feet dangling in the air. "You guess?" Tian Tian's brows and eyes are curved, a sly smile, a mysterious way. "Apart from Teacher Kai, I'm afraid no one knows my brother's strength now." In the training ground next door, Tianyu was receiving personal guidance from Mate Kai. "Tianyu, are you ready?" Mate Kai asked in a deep voice. "Ready." Tianyu nodded heavily. "Then let's get started." "Yes, Mr. Kai." At this time it was getting dark, a spring breeze blows leisurely, the long black hair behind Tianyu was raised and scattered in the air. Tianyu narrowed his eyes were locked on the stake 20 meters in front of him. Next second he has already rushed out like an arrow from the string. From static to dynamic, the transformation is extremely smooth, without the slightest pause. In an instant, Tianyu's whole body muscles swelled up, the heart accelerated directly to the limit, and the blue-purple blood vessels bulged like earthworms on the forehead. People who didn't know saw his expression and thought he was going to roll his eyes. Tread, tread, tread. Tianyu's footsteps are as heavy as a rock, the ground could be seen to the naked eye as he stepped forward, cracking inch by inch. Tianyu jumped and kicked out his right leg, the spine of the back between the lumbar span twists, winding up and down like a living dragon, turn his previous momentum into an extremely terrifying force. His legs are like whips, as sharp as lightning. He slammed into the stake. The Konoha whirlwind, boom. The stake exploded on the spot, with a crackling sound, sawdust of different sizes sprayed out towards the surroundings and shattered into several pieces. Even what is terrifying is that inside the stake, as if it had suffered a violent explosion, dense cracks spread from the center of the stake to all directions. Quite terrifying physical attack. It is conceivable that if this blow falls on a person, the capillaries in the body will be shattered and all the internal organs will be displaced immediately. If this leg could hit a human skull, enough to kill someone instantly. Clap, clap, clap. Mate Kai's applause sounded aside. He was extremely satisfied with Tian Yu's performance just now. However, after practicing with him for half a year, Tian Yu's strength has improved to this level. It has been able to perfectly display the level of physical skills of No Ba Whirlwind. As Tian Yu's teacher, Mehdi said it was impossible not to be proud of himself. Tian Yu, your performance just now was really great. I originally thought that at your age, you would have to practice for at least 2 years before you can master Konoha Whirlwind. Unexpectedly, it only took you half a year to learn the essence of this exercise. It is beyond my expectations. Mate Kai did not hesitate to praise Tian Yu at all. It's all thanks to Mr. Kai, you taught me. Tian Yu smiled and thanked him sincerely. Immediately, he went on to ask, by the way, Mr. Kai, can I start practicing the Konoha Whirlwind move now? Konoha Whirlwind and Konoha Whirlwind, although there is only one word missing in the name, but in the power system of Taijutsu, it represents two completely different levels. Compared with the Konoha Whirlwind, the physical fitness and muscle strength of the practitioners are greatly increased. The lethality displayed is of course stronger. It is a powerful ninjutsu comparable to Tsunade's weird power level, an absolute B-level lethal physical technique. Don't worry, Tian Yu, youth can't be impatient. This time, Mate Kai shook his head and rejected Tian Yu's proposal. He patiently explained, this move of Konoha Whirlwind requires a lot of physical strength, at least when the body is strong enough to bear a load of more than 200 jins before practicing. I have carefully studied the growth experience and physical training data of many ninjas. According to my calculations, the body of a 7-year-old child can bear only 150 pounds of weight. If this data is exceeded, high-intensity, high-pressure physical training will cause irreparable damage to your body bones. So in terms of physical training, you must remember not to be hasty, affect your own physical growth. Talk about physique. Mate Kai's face completely disappeared from the carefree and somewhat offline appearance of the past. On the contrary, the whole person is extremely serious, and there is absolute authority in his words, which makes people feel convincing in their hearts. Mate Kai is the absolute master of physique. His research in physique is even stronger than that of his father Mat Dai. Because of this, he can rely on his own powerful strength to step into the ranks of elite jonin. There is such a teacher who knows his taijutsu practice. It's definitely a blessing. Mr. Kai, what should I do next? Mehdi said with a smile, in the next period of time, you can relax a little in physical training and return to the most basic physical training. In the next year, you need to increase your weight to 150 pounds, then when you are 8 years old, increase your weight to 200 pounds. After laying the foundation, I will teach you the trick of Konoha Whirlwind. I understand, Mr. Kai. Tian Yu nodded. During this half year, he put most of his training center on physical training, but the practice of forging weapons was put on hold. One of the most important reasons, in Tian Yu's house, the stocks of the types of ores he needs to use have all been squandered by him. Make bricks without straw, Tian Yu without ore materials cannot be forged. Fortunately, Tian Yu's parents had already received news 2 days ago. They will soon be able to finish the business at hand and return from the Iron Country with a very large cargo. In the Land of Fire, a bunch of middle-aged couples, he was on his way with dozens of servants. Behind them are dozens of carriages full of goods, carrying huge boxes one after another, hundreds of meters long. In the accompanying team, there are even elite ninjas who follow the rhyme. After all, this is quite a large amount of cargo. It is fully supported for the next 2 years. All the ninjas in Konoha need to consume the sum of the ninja tools used. Mr. Tianxiong, Konoha will be here soon. We are now in the safe zone, you can rest assured. Kakashi walked to the front of the line and said to the bunch of middle-aged couples. Tianxiong immediately put his hands together in front of his chest, and said with a grateful smile, thank you so much for this journey, Kakashi-sama. If it weren't for you, most of my goods would have fallen into the hands of those robbery-wandering ninjas. Kakashi waved his hands expressionlessly, it's just my duty, you don't have to worry about it. This shipment of yours will affect the entire supply of ninja tools in Konoha village. Even Lord Hokage takes this seriously. Therefore, this mission is designated as B-level, and I will personally escort it with me. Tianxiong agreed and smiled, his eyes elongated, and he looked at Konoha village in the distance. I really miss it. After the couple left, they went out for more than half a year. I don't know how his son Tianyu and daughter Tiantian are living during this time. I don't know that I spent a lot of money on the refined chakra scrolls that I bought for them. Did it help them to extract the chakra? Last year, they have already reached the grade where they can enter the ninja school. I don't know if they have become enduring talents and successfully entered school. Let a ninja appear in their family, Guanjao Lintel? That's it, although Tianxiong also has some expectations for his children, but as a father, the most important thing for him is that his 2 children grow up safely and happily. Even if you don't have ninja talent, it doesn't matter, just like him to become a ninja tool businessman, it's not bad to live an ordinary life. The beloved son of his parents has far-reaching plans. Tianxiang looked at the Konoha elite Jonin Kakashi beside him. He is the youngest and most promising ninja in Konoha village, and a direct disciple of the fourth-generation Hokage-sama. If only he was willing to spend a little time instructing his children. Tianxiang summoned his courage and said to Kakashi, Lord Kakashi, there are 2 children in my family who also want to be endured. I wonder if you can give them a little advice if you have time. Sorry, Mr. Tianxiang. Kakashi refused with a cold expression. It seemed that he had become accustomed to this kind of thing. I'm usually very busy. No, it's time to guide children with strengths below Genin, and generally only when Hokage-sama gives me an order, I will specifically give some pointers. Sorry. Kakashi's words were very inhumane, but he also expressed his attitude very clearly. Without a background, it would be impossible. Tianxiang sighed secretly in his heart. He secretly laughed at his whimsical idea just now. Sure enough, it is really difficult for children from ordinary families like them to get the guidance of Shangnan. Soon, the caravan's carriage arrived at Konoha. Kakashi also said goodbye to Tianxiang and his wife, and went to the Hokage office to report. Behind the door of Tianyu's house, Mom and Dad are back. Hearing the movement outside, he jumped up from the bed excitedly. Every day, there was light in the eyes of Tianyu. Brother, when the hour arrives this time, can you also make a grass pheasant sword for me? Tianyu said with a smile. Let's talk about it when you have mastered all the kyu of the 3 body art. Tian pouted and said unconvincingly, I will practice it soon, and I'm currently researching and making a very powerful ninja tool. After I research it, I'll make you envy my brother. Okay, brother, I'm looking forward to it. The return of the parents. Let the quiet Tianyu family mansion become lively after a long absence. And Tianyu and Tian both successfully entered the ninja. The fact of school and becoming a student who endured the school really surprised both of them. The unpleasantness of being rejected by Kakashi before dissipated instantly. Tianxiang and his wife, immediately immersed in the family, may appear in the joy of 2 ninjas. To celebrate this great deed, Father Tianxiang immediately decided, take the whole family to the most luxurious barbecue restaurant in Konoha for a feast. The days after, Tianyu and Tian also relaxed a little bit. With their parents here, Tianyu and Tian don't have to take turns to visit the ninja shop. And daily food and clothing are also guaranteed. Tianyu's system, during this half year, a total of several tasks have been issued. He never took the time to do it before. It happened that my father brought back a lot of rich ores from the country of iron, enough for his forging consumption for a long time in the future. In the ninja shop, Tianxiang finally finished arranging the shelves. The newly arrived kunao, shuriken, and several new types of ninja tools have all been lined up neatly. All set, ready to open. Ha! Boss Tianxiang, you're back. At this time, Mate Kai walked over to the ninja shop and greeted him very enthusiastically. Oh, it's Lord Kai. Tianxiang greeted him with a smile. Our store just bought a batch of ninja tools from the country of iron. Do you want it? Come and see. No need, I usually use very little ninja tools, mainly with my fists, haha. Mate Kai smiled heartily, scratching his head and said, I'm here this time mainly to find Tianyu. I didn't expect he wasn't even in the store today. Tianyu, he went to the ninja school. Tianxiang said apologetically. Then, he suddenly realized something, somewhat hesitantly asked, Hey, Lord Kai, you actually know my son Tianyu? Of course I know. Tianyu is my most beloved big apprentice. Kai laughed loudly. What? The dog actually became your apprentice? Tianxiang froze in place, with a look of shock on his face. Yeah, but he's just a ninja school student. His son is not even a ninja now. How did you get an instructor with elite Jounin level strength? This is completely beyond the scope of Tianxiang's cognition. Matt K said indifferently, what does that matter? It's just a process. Tianyu's strength has already surpassed that of Xian Nin. If it wasn't for the 3 generations of adults who issued an order prohibiting students from graduating early, otherwise I would have taken Tianyu and followed me out of the village to perform tasks. But sooner or later, I have already designated Tianyu Nei as my disciple. What? Exceeding the tolerance? Lord Kai's default disciple? At this moment, Tianxiang was completely dumbfounded. End of Konoha's training ground, 957,958,959, 997,998,999 1000. Ding! Congrats to the host for completing the mission. Stick to swinging the knife 1000 times a day for a month. System reward, the blueprint of the Sun Wheel knife has arrived. Sun Blade. Tianyu's eyes suddenly lit up, inherited from the sword used by the members of the Ghost Killing Team and Blade of Ghost Slayer. Because the blade of the Sun Blade will show different colors according to the attributes of the holder, it is also called the Sword of Discoloration by the swordsman. Although there is no ghost in the Hokage where Tianyu is now, but if you can create a Sun Wheel knife, it must not be weak. Finally, these 4 tasks have been completed. Tianyu looked at the 3 extra forging drawings in the system, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the past 6 months, the 3 tasks released in the system have now been completed by him. In his system, there are also 3 more blueprints, namely Tianyui, Lingling Boots, and Sun Wheel Knife. Tianyue forging difficulty *** required materials: white feather, black feather, Qinggang stone, Taiyan iron passage. The size can be changed according to the host's body shape, and it has a certain function of balancing temperature and cleaning. After damage, it can be automatically repaired through chakra conduction. This blueprint is only forged one by one, not armor, and no defense, but for everyday life, it's a perfect solution to health problems. Never have to sell clothes and do laundry, just for lazy people. Light boots forging difficulty ** required materials: hair crystal, star iron, cold iron. Pathway gives the host a 5% speed bonus. The effect of the speed bonus made Tianyu excited about it. Sunwheel knife forging difficulty materials needed: refined iron, gorilla scarlet or gold sandstone. Function extremely sharp, comprehend the law of breathing. A look of surprise flashed in Tianyu's eyes. He didn't expect that the sun blade turned out to be a 3-star weapon. The required materials are much more complicated than 2-star weapons, with a total of 13 materials. Tianyu couldn't help taking a breath of cold air. Not to mention whether he can forge such a 3-star difficulty weapon. Just looking at the 13 middle school materials in the material column, it is enough for him to prepare for a while. Compared with the sunwheel knife, the two items, sky feather clothing and light spirit boots, are much better forged. There are not many materials needed, and the ores used are all available at home. There are only feathers, and Tianyu needs to go to the forest outside Konoha to collect them. Tianyu put away the system, then he put away the bamboo sword in his hand and was about to leave the training ground. At this time, he suddenly and keenly sensed a faint aura around him. Someone was spying on you in the dark. Who is it? Tianyu frowned and let out a low voice. Yes, I'm sorry, Tianya-jun. A soft voice sounded. From behind a big tree in the woods in the distance, a petite figure came out from inside. Hinata. Heaven, Tianya-jun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to peek at your training. It seems that he was afraid of being hated by Tianyu. Hinata rarely said so many flowers, and his face showed an unconscious lovable expression. Of crying. It's okay, but I thought it was the enemy just now. Tianyu also sighed in relief. Putting down his guard, he asked her, why are you here? Don't you need to practice at home? Seeing that Tianyu didn't blame herself, Hinata's panic dissipated. Immediately, the suppressed shyness rushed into my heart. She hurriedly lowered her head, and no longer had the courage to look directly at Tianya-jun. She began to falter. Don't be nervous, it's just the two of us here, just say your thoughts slowly. Tianyu reassured with a smile. So gentle. Hinata couldn't help thinking like this. Immediately, Hinata also had a trace of courage in her heart. Efforts to organize the language, timidly said to Tianyu, I just heard that Tianya-jun, you guys are going to have a final actual combat assessment tomorrow. Your battle, your opponent, yes, it's my cousin Hai Xiang Niji, So you're worried about me? Tianyu asked with a smile. Hinata made a weak mosquito sound, and lowered her head even lower. Then his cheeks started to get red and hot, and even breathing became much more difficult. Okay, nervous, God, will Tianya-jun hate himself? Although Hyagan Niji is her cousin, she still hopes that Tianyu-kun will win. So she came here this time. In fact, she wanted to cheer Tianya-jun. What to do? What should I do now? Hinata. At this time, Tianyu opened his mouth and said, In Hinata's complete stun, she only felt that her head was suddenly lifted up by a pair of hands. What caught my eye was Tianya-jun's handsome face less than 30 feet away from her. High nose bridge, two thin lips are very beautiful, the deep pupils are as deep as stars, the sword eyebrows are straight and flying, simply breathtakingly handsome. I saw him smiling and saying, why do you keep your head down? I can't even see such a beautiful face. You see, looking up at me like this, isn't it much better? Hinata, be confident. The air seemed to freeze second. Hinata's face was like hot water on a stove, boiling to 100 degrees in an instant. Then, as soon as his eyes were closed, he fell behind him uncontrollably. She actually fainted. Forward. Tianyu was also stunned for a moment, then he quickly caught Hinata's body so that she did not fall. Is his approach too radical? In Tianyu's heart, he was suddenly dumbfounded. He originally just wanted to give Hinata a little courage and help Hinata relieve her inner inferiority and cowardice, but she didn't expect that she could not bear it and fainted directly. Never mind, to encourage Hinata, let's talk about it later. Tianyu shook his head helplessly, then carried Hinata on his back, walked towards the clan of the Hinata clan. At the gate of the clan of the Hyaga clan, Tianyu was also harassed by some of the Hyaga clan. After all, their eldest lady was sent back in a coma outside. It is difficult for them not to have some doubts about Tianyu, so they first detained Tianyu in the Hinata clan's clan for a while. Tianyu is also full of black lines, because it's really hard to explain even if the reason for Hinata's coma was mentioned. Would they believe it? Fortunately, this matter did not last long. The Hinata clansman immediately sent someone to check Hinata's body. After discovering that she simply passed out of a coma and her body was not in serious trouble, she let Tianyu leave. In ninja school, Tianyu's class finally ushered in the final assessment of the first year of enrollment. The students in the entire class were excited about this assessment, and were eager to move in their seats. Even Tian Tian around Tianyu looked eager and motivated. Tian Tian's actual combat target happens to be Li Lok. "Little Li, just wait for me to beat you down today," Tian Tian said to Li Lok confidently. "That's not necessarily true. Tian Tian, I will never let you go because you are a girl. Don't underestimate my strength," Li said with a serious face. Immediately, Li Lok's eyes, looking at Tianyu who was playing with Kuai leisurely, he said, "I am afraid that of all the actual combat training today, the most notable one is the one between Tianyu and Hyaga Niji. Tianyu, I heard that the strength of that Hyaga Niji is very unusual, and even many people in the class are sure that he will become our chief student this year. However," after the conversation changed, Xiao Li said seriously, "I think you are the strongest in our class." "Of course my brother is the strongest," Tian Tian said firmly. "Why do you think so much?" Tianyu smiled indifferently. "You'll know after a fight anyway." The chaotic classroom suddenly became quiet. The head teacher walked into the classroom and said to the whole class, "Students, gather at the exercise field." A total of 54 students all came to the exercise field. Teachers follow their usual training class performance results. The closest two people are divided into a group, and the actual combat assessment is carried out. In the whole class, Tianyu and Nisha Niji are the two who usually get the best grades, so they have been divided into a group for a long time. The assessment starts now. The person I read the name will stand up. In Yazuka you will fight Nishi Keiko. Two people walked out of the crowd and came to the center of the training ground respectively. After finishing the seal of battle, they began to fight. After a few moves, Nishi Keiko was defeated. After the teacher recorded the results of the two, he began to announce the list of the next game. The next group, Li Lok against Tian Tian. Tian Tian and Li Luo, who were named by their names, also walked to the center of the training ground. The two of them are old opponents, and they have not known that they have learned hundreds of times before, and soon the two of them will give full play to their usual training results. Between two people, you come and go, you attack and I defend, in the blink of an eye, dozens of tricks have already been played. Amazing! There were exclamations from the surrounding crowd. They never imagined that these two people, who were inconspicuous in the class on weekdays, were so powerful in physical skills, and their strength was enough to step into the top 5 in the class. There was also a flash of admiration in the Chinin teacher's eyes, impressed by the strength of these two children. In the end, Tian Tian still relied on the substitute kunya given to her by Tianyu, so that Li Luo was caught off guard to reveal his flaws, and this was the victory. In this test, every day wins. Chinin teacher announced the result. He also took a special look at Tian Tian. "I thought to myself that the ninja tool this girl used just now was very unusual. Perhaps this matter should be reported to Hokage-sama." "Yeah." Tian Tian jumped up excitedly, ran to Tianyu's side, and said proudly, "Brother, I won the competition just now." "Good performance." Tianyu nodded. At this time, Li Luo also came over. He was a little annoyed by his carelessness just now, but he was still convinced that he lost. "Congratulations, Tian Tian, but I will continue to work hard, and I will definitely defeat you in the next competition." After he finished speaking, he looked at Tianyu again, and said seriously, "Because my goal is to surpass Tian Yujun." Tianyu smiled, "I'll wait and see." The actual combat assessment is carried out one after another. Time also passed by. Dusk comes. This time the actual combat assessment finally ushered in the last group of duels. In the last assessment, Hyaga Niji will play against Tianyu. Tianyu and Hinata Niji stood up from the crowd and walked to the middle of the training ground respectively. At this time, the surrounding students who had already completed the assessment had already started to talk about it one after another. "Niaji should be able to defeat him within 3 moves, right? He is a genius of the Hyaga clan." "I think it's the same. Ning Ci has long been the chief student of this year that we secretly identified. I heard that his strength is full of praise even for the elders of the Rixian clan. Tisk tisk, even if you lose to Niji, it's not ashamed." Tian Tian and Li Luo heard these voices, and they were very unconvinced. But they didn't say anything, because these people will soon know that they are dead wrong. Tianyu's strength is outrageously strong, even Mr. Akai called it a monster. Battle begins. After Tianyu and Hyaga Niji finished their confrontation, they both assumed a fighting posture. "You are strong enough to be my opponent, but in front of the genius me, your ending is doomed to fail," Hyaga Niji said suddenly. He had already noticed Tianyu's extraordinary strength. After Hyaga Niji opened her eyes, she had secretly observed the flow of chakra in Tianyu's body. The amount of chakra is huge, far more than the amount of chakra they should have at their age. "Good sophomore." Tianyu rolled his eyes and complained helplessly in his heart. Niji, who has not been brainwashed yet, is still a self-righteous middle school 2-year-old who is full of hatred for the Zong family. Tianyu was too lazy to reason too much with him, and said directly, "Let the horses come." "I don't know what to say, then I will use my strength to teach you how to be a man." White eyes, open. Hyaga Niji didn't care at all. The moment the battle started, the blood vessel folds at the temple bulged, and he immediately opened his eyes. There was another chatter around, "Oh my god, that's the white eyes of the Hyaga clan. Looks great." Niji rolled his eyes at the beginning. Did he want to quickly resolve this battle? And this time, Niji Hyaga in the middle of the training ground, he has already rushed out in the direction of Tianyu. Soft fist. Hyaga Ningji shouted loudly. Immediately, blue chakra was released from the palm, and the palm of the right hand moved towards Tianyu and attacked. The power is good, but the speed is still almost. Tianyu's eyes were indifferent, and he was calm in the face of Niji's attack. With a dodge, he dodged the soft fist attacking from the opposite side. He usually fights against Meitkai's clone. It is not difficult at all to deal with physical skills of this level of soft boxing. It's not that simple. You've fallen into my domain, Hyaga Niji said with a smug look in his eyes. Bagwa 16 palms. With a loud shout from Hyaga Niji, a Tai Chi pattern appeared at his feet. At this moment, the entire training ground was not his domain. Although now he has only learned the 16 palms and the Bagwa palm, he feels that it is enough to deal with the Tianyu in front of him. The elders of the clan have said, even the ninja with the strength of the ninja can't resist this move against him. Gossip 2 palms. And just as Hyaga Niji was full of pride, when I was going to follow the posture I usually learn and train in the clan, when all the 16 palms were successfully slapped on the opponent, he never imagined, before I could shoot my first palm, I was hindered. Because the opposite Tianyu moved. Okay, so fast. Hyaga Niji's pupils suddenly shrank. The Chunin teacher and the classmates who were watching the battle from the side also had similar expressions. In an instant, Tianya Hua disappeared into an afterimage and disappeared in place. What? Everyone was shocked. Niaji, who was still posing in the Bagwa Zhang posture, was also stunned. The Konoha whirlwind. When Tianyu's figure appeared again, it was already behind Hyaga Niji. Even if Hyaga Niji has a white eye and an observation range close to 360 degrees, he can't escape Tianyu's body move. Because his speed is too fast. Bang! The right leg kicked violently. Almost instantly, a sharp pain came from Hyaga Niji's back spine. The whole person fell directly to the ground. Make him turn around. He found that Tianyu was already sitting on his body, and twisted his hands together from behind, with the other foot on the back of his spine. The situation on the training ground was reversed in an instant, and the smiles of the students who were still cheering for Niji Hyaga just now froze on their faces. In just a few seconds, the battle had undergone such a shocking reversal. The assessment is over, Tianyu wins. Seeing this scene, Chunin teacher announced the results of the assessment without hesitation. Okay, let's fight fast. One move, that Tianyu actually however, with just one move, he defeated Hyaga Niji. Let me go. It turns out that Tianyu is so strong. It turns out that Tianyu is our chief student this year. The students outside the training ground exclaimed in amazement. Originally thought that Niji Hyaga was the most powerful student in their class. I didn't expect to be defeated by Tianyu so quickly. Some of the little girls who thought that Niji Hyaga was from a famous family, strong and handsome, became shaken in their hearts. Like that goddess, more handsome and stronger? Okay, Tianyu, get up from Ninkai and make a seal of reconciliation. Chunin teacher suppressed the shock in his heart and said to Tianyu, "Is teacher." Tianyu got up, he pointed his finger at Niji Hyaga, indicating reconciliation. The battle seemed to be very quick and simple, and Tianyu defeated Niji Hyaga in an instant with overwhelming force. But in fact, Hyaga Niji's strength is not weak, and now he has the strength of genin. Defeat Hyaga Niji with just one move. In this battle, Tianyu used a lot of thought. Hyaga Niji's white eyes, being able to detect the existence of Dao chakra is a very troublesome bloodline boundary. The ordinary three-body technique is useless in front of him. Tianyu didn't use his kunao at all, but chose to use the purest physique directly. In the face of extreme speed and power, all the tricks are invisible. Moreover, Tianyu chose to use Meitkai's signature body technique, No-Ba Whirlwind, not just to defeat Niji Hyaga, but to show the people behind in this battle. Tianyu knew that after this assessment was over, your achievements will definitely attract some people's attention. It would be of great benefit to him to let others know about his relationship with Meikai so early, so the details of this battle were already in his calculations. After Tianyu left the field, good friends Li Lok and sister Tian Tian rushed over immediately. It's amazing. Tianyu, I thought you would have to fight for a long time to decide the winner, but I didn't expect you to kill him with one move. You are really getting better and better. As expected of me as an opponent man, Li Lok said with emotion. My brother is the best. Tian Tian laughed mischievously. How did you do it? At this time, a gloomy voice came from the side. It was Niji Hyaga who was supported by a friend and walked down from the middle of the training ground. The strength of the kick that Tianyu kicked towards his back just now was really strong. What? I mean, how did you do it? You clearly fell into my gossip field. Why can you still act? Oh, this thing. Tianyu didn't care. Said, because my strength is stronger than yours, your gossip field can't limit me. Stronger than me. Hyaga Niji whispered softly. The expression on his face seemed to be deeply battered, showing the color of pain. Don't always pretend to be a genius. your strength is still far behind. And there is no destiny or ending that is doomed. As long as you work hard to change, there will always be changes. Tianyu patted Xiaoli on the shoulder beside him and said with a smile, look at us, we are all hard-working geniuses. Hard-working genius? Hyaga Niji froze in place for a moment. For a while in my mind, I was once again hit by a very big impact. Is there really such a genius as hard work in the world? Is it true that as long as you work hard, you can change your destiny? For the first time in his heart, Hyaga Niji doubted the belief that he had always insisted on. After the final examination, Tianyu's grades, as expected, became the first place in the class. They are the worthy chief students of this class. Li Luo and Tian Tian also performed very well in the assessment. In the current class, no one dares to despise Tianyu and the three of them anymore. Because the strength of the three of them is obvious to all, definitely not a messy existence. Let's go eat something after school to celebrate our good grades today, Li Lok suggested. Barbecue. Barbecue, barbecue, Tian Tian suggested, rhythmically beating the table. Okay, Tian Yu agreed. Meat is the best food in the world. Roast, barbecue. Xiaoli hesitated for a while. The price of barbecue is very expensive, and he can't afford it with his current pocket money. I'll treat you today, Tian Yu said with a smile. You two just open your belly to eat, and eat until you can. It's not good. Xiaoli subconsciously refused. Tian Yu gave him some ninja tools on weekdays, which made him very embarrassed. How could Tianyu treat him at this time? It's okay. My brother has a lot of pocket money. It's several times as much as mine. Well, Xiaoli, you care. Tianyu smiled. If you feel embarrassed, you can always be my sister's sparring partner for free, and urge her to practice, so that she is always lazy. How can I have it? Tian Tian pouted. The three of them were talking and laughing together. We walked towards the barbecue shop together. At the same time, in the ninja school, Shinin teacher, who has sorted out and recorded all the details of this actual combat assessment, I have already left for the Hokage office below Konoha Hokage Rock, he thought to himself. If the three generations of adults read today's report, you must be surprised, right? In Konoha's Hokage office, the three generations of Hokage Sarutobi have a pipe in his mouth and are reviewing the official documents on the table without looking up. I listened to the report of the teacher from the ninja school, then when he heard some news, suddenly slightly shocked, raised his head and asked, this year's chief student isn't that kid from the Rixiang family? Who is that? It's Tianyu, the son of Tianxiang, the owner of the ninja shop. Shinin teacher reported truthfully. Oh, there was a hint of curiosity in Sarutobi's eyes. He could not think of a child from a commoner family. How to defeat the genius boy in the Hinata clan. Give me the actual combat data of this young man. Sarutobi Hyazan raised his brows and said in a deep voice. Yes, Hokage-sama. Chunin teacher immediately handed over the materials that he had already sorted out. After the Chunin teacher left, Sarutobi Hyazan flipped through the report on the table, then he frowned slightly, and his expression looked a little dignified. Dang. Dang. There was a knock on the office door. Mate Kai walked into Sarutobi Hyazan's office. Lord Hokage, are you looking for me? Mate Kai said. Oh, it's Mate Kai, I'm looking for you for something. The three generations of Hokage smiled kindly. You don't know yet, the child of Tianyu has become the head of this class of students. Ha, is it? Not bad. This is what a great news. Mate Kai laughed. He used your trick, Konoha Whirlwind, during the assessment. What's going on? Sarutobi Hyazan asked. Reporting to Lord Hokage, Tianyu is very talented in physical skills and works very hard. I always wanted to accept him as a disciple before, so I taught him my physical skills. So it is. Three generations of Hokage nodded. He didn't care much about it. What he wants to mention next is what he really cares about. How much do you know about the kunao that Tianyu created to release the ability to release the three-body technique? The look of the three generations of Hokage became serious. Well, I do know something. Mate Kai nodded. Tianyu still has a very high talent in forging, and being able to create various ninja tools can be regarded as his unique practice. The way. Then what do you think the ninja tool he built? Is there a possibility of mass production? Sarutobi Hyazan's eyes flashed with light, and he asked. The moment he saw the report before, he immediately thought of this matter. If the ninja tools created by this child named Tianyu can be mass-produced and assembled for Konoha's ninjas, it will be a qualitative improvement to the overall combat effectiveness of Konoha village. But Mate Kai's next answer disappointed Hyazan. Sarutobi. I saw him shaking his head. He said, sorry, he can't. In the beginning, when I knew that Tianyu had such a talent, I also thought about this question, so I asked him in detail. It will take a week for him to create a three-body kunao, and if he creates a kunao, for a long sword with some functions, it would take a whole month. Of course, Tianyu lied to Mate Kai about this forging time. Tianyu had long anticipated that someone would have an idea about his ninja gear, so he didn't tell the truth at first. Before his own wings grow, he had to hide himself and not let himself become a pawn in anyone's ambitions. Is the forging time very long? Sure enough, after hearing Mate Kai's words, Hyu's and Sarutobi's eyes darkened. but he still seemed a little unwilling to give up, and proposed another possibility. Tianyu's grade is still young. If he grows up, maybe the speed of forging will speed up. Lord Hokage, Matt K interrupted him and shook his head again. If it's just forging time, it's not enough to deny your previous thoughts, but the ninja tools created by Tianyu have another unique feature. What's unique? That is the ninja tools other than Kuai, the other weapons he created, only he can use, if they fall into the hands of others, just like scrap iron. I have personally confirmed this. Medi said seriously. When he saw Tianyu take out the grass pheasant sword, he was greedy and wanted to take it and try the power of the sword. But after the sword fell into his hands, not only was there no light, and the effect of using it is not as good as a normal longsword, let alone releasing any ninjutsu. Is that so? A long sigh, there was obvious disappointment in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. Others may lie to him, but with Mate Kai's character, he will never lie to him. He has immense trust in Mate Kai. Okay, I understand, you can continue to pay attention to the child named Tianyu. I will transfer him to your class after he graduates. After Sarutobi Hizen's expression returned to normal, he said slowly, if you have nothing else to do, you can go. Lord Hokage, I have one more thing. Mate Kai said suddenly. What's up? I know that you have previously issued a notice that you are not allowed to graduate early, but you have also seen the strength of Tianyu. It has definitely surpassed the lower tolerance. I think it is a pity that his talent has been left in the ninja school. Mate Kai raised his head and said firmly, so I asked Naruto-sama's permission. I took Tianyu out of the village to practice. We will definitely graduate in his ninja school course back before. Cultivation? It seems that you really prefer that child. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and said, I can approve this matter, but not now. Not now? Mate Kai asked. I still need you to help me in Konoha village. During this time, the village was not very safe. The conflict between that family and the village is getting more and more serious, and there may be conflicts at any time. So I had to keep all the elite jounin in the village in case of emergency. Sarutobi Hizen sighed and said in a deep voice, I hope you can understand me. It would be best if this matter could be resolved peacefully, but before that, I also had to plan for the worst in advance. Uchiha clan. Mate Kai nodded slightly. It's no wonder that he and Kakashi, the elite jounin, haven't received any quests that need to go out. It turned out that Hokage-sama wanted to keep them in the village and save their fighting power. He secretly thought in his heart, he really did not expect that the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village was already so severe. Although Mate Kai has a straightforward personality, his brain is not stupid. He is also aware of the disputes between various forces in the village. It's just that he is usually obsessed with physical training, and he is too lazy to participate in these things. I see, Hokage-sama. I will wait for your order in Konoha. It should be here, right? Tianyu looked at the map in his hand and said to himself. Although he has always lived in Konoha village, this is the first time he has entered the depths of the forest behind Hokage Rock. I heard that there are many kinds of birds here, and it is the best place to collect feathers. There are only black and white feathers left in the house for the materials for forging the sky feather clothes. Therefore, Tianyu came out to collect it specially. How deep in the forest, tall trees shade the sky, a little bit of sun shining like a star, falling from the cascading leaves, huh? Tianyu made a surprised voice. He saw hundreds of wooden birdhouses hanging on tall trees in the distance, enough to accommodate thousands of birds living in these wooden birdhouses. Such a huge scale must be man-made. Are the birds here raised by someone? At this time, Tianyu saw a person wearing a Konoha forward protector and wearing the logo of the Uchiha clan fan Uchiha Shisui. Unexpectedly, these birds were raised by him. I saw that Uchiha Shisui was carrying a large bucket of meat in his hand and was feeding it to the birds. These birds seemed to like Uchiha Shisui, and fell on his side, on the top of his head and shoulders, and rubbed his head with him very affectionately. And Uchiha Shisui looked at these birds, and the smile on his face was also very happy and relaxed. Suddenly, Uchiha Shisui sensed someone approaching. He frowned, suddenly alert, he raised his head and looked at the person who came. Then he saw that a child who seemed to be only 7 years old was standing not far in front of him. He froze for a moment. He sensed the strength of that person just now, and it was already approaching the strength of Chinin. Didn't expect that the other party was actually just a 7-year-old child? Are the kids so strong these days? Itaki also often boasted in front of him that his younger brother was very talented. The two of them are only 1 year apart, but the difference in strength is an earth-shaking gap. Even Uchiha Itachi, the most talented Uchiha clan, doesn't have such strength at the age of 7, right? Who are you? Uchiha Shisui asked. Since these birds were raised by Shisui Uchiha, I am afraid that I would have to help him if I wanted to collect some feathers. After these thoughts flashed in his mind, Tianyu said very politely, presumably the senior is Uchiha Shisui, who is known as the instant stop water in the village, right? My name is Tianyu, and my family runs a ninja shop in Konoha village. In need of some feathers, I hope to get some help from you. Of course, I'm willing to pay the price for it, or other things within my ability. Tianyu doesn't like to be sloppy and abduct curvy, so he said it all at once. The expression on Uchiha Shisui's face changed several times. It seemed that there were a lot of things he wanted to say that he didn't say. In the end, only a very strange sentence was asked, "You don't care, am I from the Uchiha clan?" A very confusing sentence, but Tianyu quickly understood. If you think about it, now the relationship with the Uchiha clan in the village, it has come to the point of tit-for-tat and incompatibility. The villagers in the village are very disgusted and repelled by the people of the Uchiha family, and even talk about it, they are afraid to avoid it. So Tianyu approached actively at this time. It looks very strange to Uchiha Shisui. In this regard, Tianyu smiled faintly, because you don't understand, you will have prejudice, and I know you, who is called the instant stop water, is a peace-loving person, so how can something like family affect me? Uchiha Shisui was stunned for a moment, then he nodded thoughtfully. He felt that what this young man just said made some sense. When I looked at him again, I also felt that this kid was very pleasing to the eye. I'll help you with your favor. There's no charge, but you have to answer me a question. Senior, please speak. After Uchiha Shisui pondered for a moment, he said in a deep voice, when the village and the family clashed, when suddenly, does it mean that someone is destined to sacrifice? As soon as he finished asking this sentence, Uchiha Shisui felt a little regretful. Don't you already know the answer to this question, why do you still want to ask it out? Like him beside him, at the same time love the village and family companions, several people have died for inexplicable reasons. And, it's just too absurd. How dare you ask a 7-year-old child such a question? Maybe the words the child said before were too mature and calm, which made him have the urge to talk? No. At this time, Tianyu shook his head. No? Uchiha Shisui was stunned for a moment. This is the complete opposite of what he had in mind before. Why? He asked quickly. At this time, Tianyu raised his head, looking at Uchiha Shisui like a torch. He said with a smile, because sacrifice is a meaningless thing. Sacrifice? Meaningless? Doesn't he know the will of fire that the 3 generations of Hokage said? For a time, Uchiha Shisui had too many words in his heart that he wanted to refute, but at this time Tianyu had continued to say, because I feel that to die is to die, voluntarily or by force. There are always people who think they can change something, but in reality, dead people can't change anything. I think a person can only change if he is alive. No matter what is difficult, as long as I live long enough, I have the opportunity to change. Maybe, this is the legendary livelong sea. Tianyu secretly sighed in his heart. In the face of Uchiha Shisui's inquiry, Tianyu did not respond hastily, but gave the answer according to his own heart. He feels that in this world, nothing is more important than life. Uchiha Shisui was silent. Because of the answer given by Tianyu, it was a direction he had never thought of. Perhaps, this may be a key to unlocking this dead end? Here are some bird feathers I collected before. You can use them. If you don't have enough birds, you can take them as you like. I'll go first. Uchiha Shisui absent-mindedly pointed to a half-meter-high sack next to him, and said to Tianyu. Then he seemed to have lost his mind and walked towards the distance. Thank you, Senior Zishui. Tianyu opened the sack. It is found that there are feathers of various colors such as white, black, crimson, emerald, etc. There are thousands of feathers of each type, and it seems that they must be feathers that he has collected for a long time. I didn't expect to give it to myself so generously. Tianyu is also happy in his heart. With a flash of silver light in his hand, he put all the feathers in the sack into the collection ring. Then, he left the place. End ding. Forging success. Forging fruit Tianyuyi. Ding. Forging failed. Forging fruit failed scrap. Ding. Forging failed. Forging fruit failed scrap. In the forging room in the backyard of Tianyu's house, he pulled up the bellows, and the orange-red flames kept surging, burning the forging table bright red. Tianyu grabbed a piece of Qinggang stone and threw it on the forging table. The awl wheeled in his hand slammed down heavily, clang clang. After 3 or 4 strokes, the originally hard turquoise stone, it was forged so soft that it could be shaped into any shape like a mass of mud. Immediately, another mineral, Taiyan essence iron, in Tianyu's hands was thrown onto the forging table by him, and through continuous hammering, the 2 minerals were fused together. The fire in the bellows burns more vigorously, and the temperature on the forging table is getting higher and higher. When the turquoise stone is completely fused with the jet black Taiyan iron on the forging table, there was a strange substance glowing with dark blue light, reflecting a faint luster. Tianyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Concentrate on controlling the forging position of the hammer in your hand. At this time, as long as there is a wrong place for forging, this weapon that is close to being formed may instantly deform, fail to forge, and become a pile of waste. Black and white feathers are put into the forging table in an orderly manner. A garment in the shape of a feather coat gradually takes shape. Another half an hour passed quietly. Yes, this time it was a success. Tianyu ate joy in sight. The sound of the system sounded again in my ears. Ding. Forging success. Forging fruit Tianyuyi. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a piece of Tianyuyi. The system will reward the host with a +1 for comprehension of Feng Shui attributes. There are plenty of materials for forging Tianyu clothes. Therefore, Tianyu forged several pieces of Tianyu clothing this time, all of which were included in the Taoist ring. After forging the sky feather coat, the forging plan of the light boots and the sun blade was also put on the agenda by Tianyu. The banging sound of dang 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 sounded again in the forging shed. Ding! Forging failed. Forging fruit, failed scrap. Ding! Forging failed. Forging fruit, failed scrap. Ding! Forging success. Forged fruit, lightweight boots. Tianyu began to repeat his ordinary life. Every day during the day, he and Tian Tian go to the ninja school for lessons. After school, they went to the Konoha training ground to complete their daily training quota. And when he got home in the evening, after Tianyu had dinner, he went into the forging shed and began to beat and forge by himself. Just like that, a month has passed. Tianyu's days were very plain and fulfilling. However, a lot of things happened in the village during this time, such as, the arrogant actions of the Uchiha family and the Konoha security department have been increasingly dissatisfied by the masses. Several members of the roots in Konoha village suddenly disappeared, and the murderer pointed the finger at the Uchiha family. Uchiha Itake joins Umbu. One of the most shocking things, still the Uchiha family is known as a genius boy who stops water in an instant. Uchiha Shisui died in Konoha village. Whether this matter is within the Uchiha clan, even in the village, there was an uproar. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the senior officials of Konoha has thus deepened, and it has reached the level of tension. Tianyu felt the most obvious, it's the business in his ninja shop, which has been booming recently. In this regard, Tianyu is also quite side. He didn't know whether Uchiha Shisui died according to the ending in the original book. That's not something he can touch with his current strength. It's just a pity about that, because he thinks that Uchiha Shisui has a good character. Compared to other Uchiha clansmen, as well as Uchiha Weasel and Urjuzi, he is the most normal person. The only weakness is that people are too frank and wary enough. Of course, at the same time, in the village, there is another trivial thing happening in the eyes of others, but this matter made Tianyu very concerned. That is, the New Year's ninja school entrance exam has begun. The summer of the 54th year of the Wood Year, one of the most critical time points in the original work, it is the year when Naruto Suzuki and other Konoha Xiaoqian gathered together to enroll in the original book. And Uchiha Suzuki's enrollment time, for Tianyu, it is also a big-time reminder. The night of Uchiha's genocide is not far away. Ding! Forging success. The result of forging, the sun wheel knife. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a day with a wheel knife. The system rewards the host with +1 for comprehension of the law of breathing. A month later, after several failures, Tianyu finally created the first weapon with 3-star difficulty, the sun blade. His eyes suddenly lit up with joy, then his eyes were fixed on the sun blade with a dark blue streamer floating on the blade in front of him. Tianyu opened the system, the information about this sun blade also appeared in front of his eyes. Sunwheel knife, rank, 3-star weapon attribute, water attribute skill, comprehend the water breathing trick. Is it a contract? No, understand the breath of water? Tianyu guessed in his heart, it should be said that if you use this knife to fight in the future, you will be able to understand the law of water breathing? His heart became a little anticipation. I want to take this knife quickly and go to experiment to test the power of this 3-star grade sunwheel knife. But the top priority is to bind the contract quickly. Tianyu bit his finger and smeared the blood on the knife, and a contractual sense of the sunwheel knife soon came to his mind. Afterwards, Tianyu put the sunwheel knife into the NA ring. Only then did he realize that the space ring he was wearing on his finger was already full. During this period of time, he patronized to improve his forging level, and every time he forged a finished product, he was thrown into the ring, and unknowingly, he had accumulated so much. If you think about it carefully, it is estimated that the mineral materials he has consumed during this period of time have been around 10 million taels. It's almost a year of their family's business. Income. It's no wonder that the corners of my father's eyes are always twitching when I take that thing from the warehouse at home recently. But his parents have always insisted to fully support the idea of children in the family becoming ninjas. Even though Tianyu forging consumes a lot of money and materials, they have never said a single word of complaint. Fortunately, Tianyu's parents have been in business for decades, and their family is quite wealthy, even compared with those of the ninja families. They are not inferior, and they also provide Tianyu's consumption. Tianyu opened the ring and counted the number of ninja tools he had now. I really don't know how many, and I'm startled when I count them. The number of ninja tools he has built in total has reached an astonishing level: 1-star grade, 500 kunao for avatars, 500 kunao for avatars, 500 kunao for transformation, 2-star rank, 5 primary appetizers, 10 primary grass pheasant swords, 5 sky feather coats, 5 pairs of light boots, 3-star grade, 1 Japanese round knife. And after this period of forging, Tianyu's system data has also undergone great changes. Host, Tianyu, age, 7 years old, forging level, beginner, unlocked weapons, tier 1 weapons, avatar Kunao, 100%, avatar Kunao, 100%, transformation Kunao, 100%, second order weapons, primary NA ring, 100%, primary grass pheasant sword, 100%, sky feather clothes, 100%, light boots, 100%, tier 3 weapon, sun blade, 26%, self-created weapon, none. In the Konoha training ground, Tianyu held the sunwool knife in his hand and waved it gently towards the wooden stake on the ground not far away. Shhhhhhhhh. A white horse streak crossed, and the wooden stake immediately turned into 2 pieces like thin paper. Such an action, he has repeated hundreds of times today. Call. Tianyu stopped swinging his sword. Although I haven't fully comprehended the profound meaning of the law of water breathing, this sunwheel saber is also a good knife. He gave his own evaluation in his heart. Afterwards, Tianyu sat cross-legged on the ground, put the sun blade on his lap, slowly closed his eyes. His breathing became even and long, as if asleep. This is the Zen of the sword, a method that swordsmen like to realize their own swordsmanship and cultivate their state of mind. At this time, Tianyu used this method to help him understand the law of water breathing. In this position, Tianyu's heart became calm, the surrounding world became quiet, and there were faint sounds of breathing coming from the surroundings. All things breathe. After a long time, Tianyu opened his eyes, there was a clearer color in his eyes, and his understanding of the law of water breathing became deeper and deeper. Tianyu estimated that he had 3 more days of practice. You can almost touch the threshold of the breath of water. Ding! Mission release, collect fire done ninjutsu energy system reward, stealth mask blueprint. Tianyu asked the system how to collect this fire escape energy. The system quickly gave him the answer. The host can take out a chakra at will and place it in the fire ninjutsu. After the collected fire ninjutsu energy is full, the kunao will automatically break. Tianyu nodded. Although he didn't know the specific principle of the system's absorption of fire escape energy, he should just follow the steps instructed by the system to complete the task. But, fire escape ninjutsu, he really doesn't have this thing. It seems that if you want to collect this fire escape energy, you still need to think of a way. After shutting down the system, Tianyu decided to end today's practice and leave the training ground. At this moment, one wearing Konoha Umbu costume, a man with a mask on his face suddenly appeared in front of him. Umbu under Hiruzen Sarutobi? How could they suddenly find themselves? Tianyu's heart immediately became silently alert. At this time, the person in front of him took the initiative to take off the animal mask on his face and asked, "Excuse me, is your excellency Tianyu?" The moment he saw the face clearly, Tianyu was even more stunned. Uchiha Itachi? How could he find himself? Is something wrong? Tianyu asked with a frown. Uchiha Itachi at this time is more sensitive and dangerous than other Umbu ninjas. While Tianyu was looking at Uchiha Itachi was also looking at it. He looked at him, and then his heart was very shocked. The frequency of breathing, the flow of chakra, the explosive power of muscles. These subtleties are enough to prove that his own strength is not simple. No wonder Shishui told him before, he saw a genius boy in the village. This calm demeanor and that mature mind, even at this age, is completely incapable of him. No wonder it was the young man who made Shishui look down on him in a different way. He was really ashamed. Although he is only 1 year older than Suzuki, it is difficult for Uchiha Itachi to see him as a younger brother, but to look at Tianyu with the eyes of a peer. "I came to see you this time, and I really want to ask you something," Uchiha Itachi said with a blank face. Tianyu didn't move at all, and didn't say anything, just quietly waiting for the next question. After the air seemed to freeze for 2 seconds, Uchiha Itachi saw that the other party didn't have any thoughts of asking, so he could only continue to say a little embarrassedly, "Then I won't buy it. I came to find you this time, and it's actually related to Uchiha Shisui. You should also know the news of Shishui's death some time ago. The last time I saw Shishui, he mentioned you. He said he was very grateful to you. What does it mean?" "That's it?" Tianyu felt a little funny in his heart, just because of a random word that Shishui said before. Now Uchiha Itachi has found himself, looking for answers? Is this the brother control and younger control attributes of the Uchiha family? It is in the person of Itachi Uchiha that this characteristic is vividly displayed. He suddenly remembered the task released by his system just now. The fire ninjutsu of the Uchiha family is famous all over the world, and its power is stronger than ordinary fire ninjutsu. The Uchiha Itachi in front of him, wouldn't it be the best person to complete the task yourself? "I can tell you, but I hope you can do me a favor too," Tianyu said after a moment of hesitation. "Go ahead." Tianyu took out a kunao and said, "If you can help me burn this kunao with fire escape ninjutsu, I will tell you everything I know." Fire escapes and burns Kubu? What kind of weird question is this? There was some doubt in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, but he didn't ask, because the request was very simple for him. The fire escape of their Uchiha clan is hot enough to reach a temperature of several thousand degrees Celsius, enough to melt the kunao in an instant. "Okay, I'll help you." Uchiha Itachi nodded, then he put kunao on the ground and started to release fire escape ninjutsu. Art fire escape ho fireball. The kilo on the ground did not move at all, let alone melted in an instant, not even burning red. What? Uchiha Itake let out a slight sound of surprise. In his eyes, there was a flash of surprise. The quality of this kunao is very good, even better than the quality of the kunao sold by our Uchiha family cat mother-in-law. Uchiha Itake said indifferently, and then started to release fire ninjutsu again. Fire escape, fire phoenix immortal technique. Fire escape, fire bomb. Fire escape, fire dragon bomb. Uchiha Itake took a breath and released more than a dozen fire escape ninjutsu. As expected of the ninja of Umbu, Tianyu secretly estimated in his heart, his current strength should be close to that of Jonin. If you add the power of the kaleidoscope shaker, killing 3 or 4 ninjas in an instant is not a problem at all. The strength can be said to be very terrifying. And this year's Uchiha Itake is only 13 years old. A truly talented young man. But, Tianyu is confident, when you reach this age, his own strength will definitely be stronger than the current Uchiha Itake. Are you kidding me? Uchiha Itake's face was extremely dark, and he asked him with a slight breath in his mouth. It seems that he has released several B rank and C rank fire escape ninjutsu in one breath. With his current strength and chakra volume, he is gradually unable to bear it. If it wasn't for the purpose of finding out the secret of Brother Zishui's death, how could he agree to help Tianyu, a little lunatic, to do such a thing? More importantly, Uchiha Itake doesn't understand at all. The fire is burning bitterly. What the hell is this for? Ha ha ha, don't worry, take a rest first. Tianyu smiled awkwardly, but he didn't expect that this task would be so troublesome. Rao Shiai Uchiha Itake's fire escape strength has released so many fire escape ninjutsu, but it has not yet met the fire escape energy that the system needs to absorb. At the same time, he was also fortunate to have found Uchiha Itake at this time. Just relying on yourself, I don't know how long it will take to absorb the Huo-dun energy in this mission. Uchiha Itake's face softened slightly. He didn't speak, but sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and quickly recovered the chakra in his body. After half an hour, Uchiha Itake opened his eyes again. Start repeating the previous action. Art fire escape ho fireball. Fire escape, fire phoenix immortal technique. After repeating this several times, half a day has passed. Tianyu was bored waiting by the side, and the whole person was already a little drowsy. Just when Uchiha Itake wanted to give up, suddenly, a crisp sound of click came. The suffering in front of me is finally over. Great! Uchiha Itake almost jumped from the ground with joy, as if he had just completed an extremely difficult and great task. However, he has always been mature and calm. I quickly suppressed the urge in my heart. Just my mouth, a faint smile appeared on the corner. However, then Uchiha Itake reacted again. Wait, so, why am I burning Kyu with fire escape? Wow, you really did it. At this time, Tianyu, who heard the system prompt sound, jumped up from the ground. He walked to Uchiha Itake, patted him on the shoulder, and praised very spontaneously, well done, brother. Uchiha Itake, since when have we gotten to know each other so well? Tianyu doesn't care about Uchiha Itake's inner drama at all. Anyway, he is a very easy person to get along with, and those who have helped him are considered friends. Thank you for this, Tianyu said to him with a smile. As for what you want to know about the relationship between me and Zishui, I will tell you one by one. Afterwards, Tianyu told Uchiha Itake about the specific details of his previous meeting with Uchiha Shisui. Are you trying to survive? After listening to Tianyu's story, Uchiha Itake had a thoughtful expression on his face. Tianyu looked at the buddy with a worried look, and it seemed that he couldn't let go of the previously rumored death of Shisui Uchiha. But in the original book, the last person Shisui saw before his death was Uchiha Itake, and handed over his other gods to Itake for safekeeping. He then committed suicide by jumping off a cliff in front of him. But now looking at Uchiha Itake's reaction, as if things didn't develop as in the original, otherwise, the current Uchiha Itake should know very well about Shisui's death. Instead of looking for clues about Shishui's death, he came to himself for help. When was the last time you saw Shishui? On Hokage Rock. Uchiha Itake arrived truthfully. He said he was going to see Hokage-sama, and if he succeeded, he would be able to. Uchiha Itake did not continue to talk about the latter matter. This is an undisclosed secret between the village and the Uchiha clan. Tianyu nodded. Even if Uchiha Itake doesn't say, he also knew exactly how bad the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan had deteriorated. After Tianyu thought for a moment, he smiled at Uchiha Itake. I think Zishui is not dead. What? The relationship between Uchiha Shisui and him is both a teacher and a friend, and the most important to him is self-evident. Hearing that Uchiha Shisui still has the possibility of survival, Uchiha Itake's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the body hasn't been found, it can't be judged as death, right? Tianyu said with a smile. If Shisui really didn't die, if he is missing now, he must have his own reasons. As for you, choose to continue to believe him. Yeah. Uchiha Itake nodded. Do not know why, although the present this young man named Tianyu just said a few very simple truths, but since the news of Shishui's death came, the emotions that had been pent up in my heart suddenly dissipated. Shishui still has a chance to live, his heart suddenly filled with hope and courage. Then, I will continue to stand still for a while, and continue to act according to what Brother Shishui told him before. After saying goodbye to Uchiha Itachi, Tianyu returned home and began to create the hidden mask drawings obtained this time. It is another weapon with 3-star difficulty, and there are a lot of materials to prepare. Fortunately, these materials are not troublesome to collect, it only took Tianyu a few days to collect it. The process of building, Tianyu is also familiar with the road, he has already built a 3-star difficulty sun knife before. Now, when it comes to creating a 3-star level of hidden mask, it is not so difficult in terms of forging technology. At the same time, in addition to the practice of forging ninja tools, Tianyu did not miss the basic physical training, grass pheasant sword, and Japanese swordsmanship practice. 1 week later, Tianyu has initially realized the threshold of the law of water breathing. Moreover, he has been able to use the one form of the breath of water, the surface slash. Tianyu's actual combat ability has reached a new level. The results of this training make Tianyu very satisfied. In Konoha's training ground, Tianyu has also completed a stage of basic physical training, and the weight tied to his legs has reached a terrifying weight of 150 pounds. Tianyu, your training results have been good during this period of time. You have not slackened in the slightest because your strength has become stronger. You are really a diligent young man. Matekai patted Tianyu's shoulder with great relief, and said with a smile, but I have something to do recently, I have to perform a task, I will be very busy, and I have no time to guide you in your practice. I'll give you a vacation during this time, and you can take a good rest for a while. Although what Matkei said is very vague, but Tianyu had already guessed in his heart that this must be related to the recent affairs of the Uchiha family. From Uchiha Itachi's mouth, he had heard that the Uchiha family's recent sacrificial gatherings were very frequent. I am afraid that the day of their rebellion is imminent. And Naruto must also strengthen the power in his hands. Not only must all the ninjas be called to stand by at any time, but also the intensity of patrolling guards must be strengthened. I see, Mr. Kai. Tianyu nodded. Of course, before the holiday, there is one more important thing. Matekai smiled brightly, a big white tooth is very shining. Today, I'm going to conduct a very important assessment on you. If you pass the assessment, there will be a lot of rewards. What is the assessment method? Tianyu asked. Medi put his hands on his hips and laughed. Play against me and test your actual combat ability. How is it, Tianyu, are you ready? Against Matkei? Interesting. A smile appeared on Tianyu's mouth. For such a long time, he has been doing basic physical training, and there are very few opportunities for actual combat. The only fight, still fighting against Niji Hayaga in the ninja school, however, he also defeated Niji Hayaga with only one move, and felt that the battle was not enough. And now, the object of the actual combat drill is Matekai's words. Tianyu's heart instantly looked forward to it. He also wanted to know how much strength he had achieved after such a long period of cultivation. I'm looking forward to it. Tianyu nodded and smiled. Haha, not bad, it looks very motivated. Matekai nodded and continued, this is an actual combat exercise, I'm no longer playing against you with a shadow clone, but I will play against you myself. You don't need to beat me, you just need to stick with me for 10 minutes to pass. I won't use forbidden techniques, but I will spare no effort and go all out for the remaining tricks, and I will never show mercy. So Tianyu, you must not take it lightly, you must show all your strength, let me see just look at your true power. Okay, I see. Tianyu responded. Matkei nodded and said, then the assessment starts now. Immediately, he put on a punching start. Mr. Kai, take the call. Tianyu jumped and appeared in the air in the next second. Between the fingers of both hands, shuriken, kunao and detonating talismans are already sandwiched. Whoosh whoosh. Like an arrow, it flew in the direction of Matekai. Bang, bang. Several explosions came in succession, all the detonating talismans tied to Kyoshang exploded. Immediately, thick black smoke rose from the ground. Drink! And in the thick black smoke, a green figure rushed out. Seeing that Matekai's figure flickered, he flexibly avoided all the shuriken and kunao, and charged towards Tianyu. Tianyu, take my trick. With a loud shout, Matekai twisted his body and kicked Tianyu's body like a whirlwind. Bang! After a dull crash, the figure of Tianyu suddenly turned into a white eye and dissipated in the air, and a handful of kunao fell from the air. It turned out to be a miscarriage of life? Matekai was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Tianyu knew from the beginning that the power of the detonating talisman was simply not enough to deal with what trouble did he cause, so the effect of those detonating charms is not to cause any lethality, but by causing thick smoke to obscure his vision, taking the opportunity to intersperse the kunao created by myself, interspersed with ordinary kunao and scattered everywhere, form a blindfold to interfere with him. This is the real plan of Tianyu. What an ingenious plan. He didn't even respond for a while. Tianyu's use of his various ninja tools has become more and more superb. The Konoha Whirlwind. At this time, the real body of Tianyu has quietly appeared behind Matekai, exactly the same trick. Tianyu, who was wearing white clothes, also turned into a white whirlwind and smashed it towards Matekai. Konoha Bad Rock rises. Mate Kai's response was also very quick. He knew that it was too late for him to escape now. He simply raised his forearm and slammed into the right leg that Tianyu kicked over. Bang! After a dull crash, Tianyu and Mate Kai took a few steps back together, and their bodies were temporarily separated. As expected of Mr. Kai, you can actually block my Konoha whirlwind with your forearm, Tianyu said with a bit of shock in his eyes after he stabilized his body and raised his head. He originally thought that his physical skills had been practiced very well, but as true as Mat K, if the physique powerhouses are against each other, there is still no benefit in the physique showdown. Although Tianyu was shocked in his heart, he had some expectations for this result. But on the other side of Mat K, he was truly shocked by the strength displayed by Tianyu. In Mate Kai's heart, the shock at this time was several times more than that of Tianyu. He could feel the numb pain coming out of his forearm, such physical shock that he had never seen in anyone else. Even Kakashi, whom he regards as the enemy of his life, has never caused such an impact on him in the physical competition. To be able to perform physical skills to such an extent, I'm afraid there are only two people in Konoha at the moment, he and Tianyu. To be able to master physical skills to this level in such a short period of time, Tianyu can definitely be regarded as a genius in physical skills. Come again, ha ha ha. After Mate Kai laughed, he launched a swift counterattack again. The big whirlwind of Konoha. The blue chakra covered Mate Kai's calf and solace of his feet in an instant, and the bearer made a whistling sound, and he kicked Tianyu again. This time, Mate Kai directly exerted all his strength. In the face of Mate Kai's kick, Tianyu did not dare to take it lightly. A silver light flashed in his hand, and a grass pheasant sword had appeared in his hand. Tianyu holds a long sword in his hand. He swung twice forward sharply. Blade of wind. Flame bomb. Blade of wind. Flame bomb. One after another, 3-meter-long wind blades and fireballs about 2 meters in diameter were condensed one after another in the air. Then the wind blades and the fireballs condensed together again. Fire borrows wind. A terrifying airflow like a fire tornado revolved wildly in the air. Each fire tornado has lethality comparable to B-level ninjutsu. Friction with the surrounding air makes a sharp sound of sis. It seems to tear the surrounding space apart. Soon, Tianyu gathered 12 fire tornadoes. This is a trick created by Tianyu. It is a new combat technique he created by practicing the use of the grass pheasant sword. Used the two different attributes of the grass pheasant sword to instantly release two kinds of attacks, and formed a terrifying trick similar to fusion ninjutsu. Lethality has reached the level of A-level ninjutsu. This is also the most terrifying killing move that Tianyu can use now. Even an elite ninja like Mate Kai cannot take it lightly. The Great Tornado. Tianyu holds the grass pheasant sword in his hand, controlling these 12 fire tornadoes, surrounded by the past in the direction of Mate Kai. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, a fire tornado with extremely violent power. The surrounding space is continuously split, and all objects that fall into the middle of the vortex will be instantly shattered. Even the surrounding trees are not immune. The wind was blowing violently, and the leaves were blown to pieces, and the ground was covered with twigs, all of which were devastated. Tianyu also has a very good understanding of taijutsu. He knows that the most important point of taijutsu is that he must get close to him before he can display his strength. If there is hardly anyone close by, so even if there is no matter how strong the physical strength is, it will not be able to exert it at all. During the Chunin exam in the original novel, Xiao Li's strength was not strong. It's just that he happened to meet Gaara, who was using sand and was completely restrained, and then he failed miserably. And the current Tianyu just happened to use a trick to fight Mate Kai. This is a move with a huge attack range. Almost the entire training ground is covered. The purpose is to block all the hiding space of Mate Kai, and not let his physical skills work at all. Attack its weakness. This is Tianyu's secret recipe for victory. What a horrible fire tornado. And under the blessing of Feng Dun, the speed is similar to my physical skills. Is this still the grass pheasant sword that Tianyu used before? The strength of this sword that he can display now is more than 10 times that of the previous one. Matthew's eye, a strong shock flashed through the gods. This is just the first fire tornado, and there are a total of 12 fire tornadoes like this. Mat K didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, in the face of the lethal contentment tactics, he has no way to care about the rules he set before this trial. He crossed his hands and clenched his fists across his chest. 8 gates, Dungia Life Gate, open. After a roar, a green violent chakra burst out from Mate Kai's body in an instant, releasing extremely amazing energy. And with the surging chakra, Mate Kai's whole body began to engulf blood. Some of the capillaries even burst, and the skin turned red throughout. And Mate Kai's speed has suddenly increased several times. It has reached a level of horror that is invisible to the naked eye. Whoo! The violent green chakra on Mate Kai continued to wreak havoc in the surrounding air. Clearly visible air currents blow in all directions. And Mate Kai, who opened 3 of the 8 Dungia, at this time, it is much easier to deal with Tianyu's tornado of the world of fire and wind. Even though the fire tornadoes under the blessing of Feng Dun were extremely fast, it was still difficult to catch up with the speed of Mat K. Is this the true power of Baemon Dungia? It's still only 3 doors open, Matt. Teacher Kai's strength has skyrocketed several times. At this moment, Tianyu was also deeply shocked. But, so far, he has not lost. Since the wind and fire tornado cannot defeat Mr. Matey, now, he may only have to try this last trick. Before Mate Kai intends to stop the game, Tianyu has moved again. Breath of water 1 type, water surface slash. Tianyu shouted loudly, I don't know when I have already grasped the sun blade in my hand. The next moment, a dazzling horse training roared out of Tianyu's hands. Bai Lian was in the air, and there seemed to be a blue splash of water attached to it in an instant, and then it turned into a dark blue sword energy and spread towards Matey. The speed of the sword chi spread was very fast, and it was so fast that it arrived in front of Matey in an instant. Matt K's face changed suddenly, a chill locked by the crisis hit the whole body in an instant, but, Mate Kai, who opened the 8 dungeons, the intuition he possesses is already as keen as a beast. Before those sword intense attacked, Mate Kai had already left the place in a flash. Crack! Right where Matt K stood just now, behind him was a thick tree that was surrounded by 2 people. It was cut off by the middle. The cross-section was extremely neat, and the tree fell to the side. What a horrible swordsmanship! Mehdi was also surprised. He never knew that Tianyu was still hiding such strength. But that's it for today's training. Matt K thought to himself, Tianyu had already forced him to use the 8 armors, such strength was far beyond his expectations. In theory, Tianyu has already won the game. Tianyu, Matt K was about to speak, shh. The speed of Tianyu's knife was extremely fast, and he didn't give him time to speak at all. It was another stab in vain, and it came directly. Mate Kai could only change his body shape quickly to avoid this icy sword energy. Sky, worthy. Mate Kai secretly burst into a foul language in his heart. This time he even called out his name. A familiar blue sword aura of more than 3 meters long roared and spread towards him. Like a hurricane, there were waves of wind and waves. However, at this time, Mate Kai had not yet stood firm, and could only roll to one side in a woeful manner, and his figure became wobbly. Matt K suddenly had a headache. Although 3 of the 8 dungeons are already the bottom line of safety, if you open the 4th injury door in the 8 doors dungeon, it will cause damage to the body. But now in order to end this battle, it seems that he can only continue to open up his 8-door dungeon and improve his strength, which is enough to suppress Tianyu. Little monster, hurt. And when Mate Kai was about to open the 4th door, Tianyu in front of him suddenly stopped? Forward, you finally stopped? Mate Kai exhaled, as if he had finally ended a painful practice. That's right. Tianyu nodded seriously. Mr. Kai, didn't you say that this assessment is for 10 minutes in your hands? Now the time is up. Mate Kai almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. The battle between the 2 of them just now was so intense that it was impossible to stop. Who can remember 10 minutes? Tianyu, are you too calm? Cough cough. Mate Kai put his fist in front of his mouth, coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment, then nodded lightly, agreeing, yes, the 10-minute assessment time has ended. Tianyu, you can force me to use 8 armors to defend. You have made rapid progress in this period of time. When Mate Kai said this, he couldn't help but blushed. He would not admit that Tianyu not only forced out his 8-door dungeon, but almost opened more than 4 doors. Anyway, today's assessment, you have successfully passed. As promised, I have already prepared a generous reward for you. And, Mr. Kai, what is the reward? Tianyu asked curiously. There was a mysterious smile on Mehdi's face, and instead of answering his question directly, he learned, you should have seen the power of my 8-door dungeon just now, right? Yeah, Tianyu nodded. The 8 gates of dungeon is the forbidden ninjutsu I practice. You have also seen this kind of ninjutsu. It is very terrifying to be able to increase strength. If I open all 8 doors now, even with Naruto-sama, I have the power to fight, said Matt K very seriously, but any gain of power comes at a price. The reason why this ninjutsu is listed as a forbidden technique is that it has very terrible side effects. Even my current physical strength has reached a very strong point. If I open the 8th door, I will definitely die. Do you now know what the forbidden technique means? Tianyu did not hesitate and nodded directly. Mate Kai rarely showed that extremely serious temperament, stared at Tianyu, and then asked, the use of forbidden techniques is risky. Even so, are you still willing to learn? I'm willing to take risks, Tianyu responded calmly. Mate Kai stared at Tianyu with a serious look. Then, woo, great. Finally someone is willing to learn my unique secret skills. Tianyu, I really didn't. I misread you. Matt K was instantly moved. Tears flowed from his eyes like small rivers. Tianyu. Some people are willing to teach themselves Beiman Dunjia ninjutsu, but it is too late to be happy, so why would they refuse? Isn't Mr. Kai so excited? He seemed to understand the doubt in Tianyu's eyes. Mate Kai sighed and said with emotion, I have also met many ninjas who were good at taijutsu before, and they are willing to practice taijutsu with me, but when they heard that my access control technique might lead to death, they all retreated, and no one was willing to follow me in my practice. Tianyu can understand this state very well. The children of their current generation all grew up in Konoha's peace period, they have never experienced war, and they don't know the cruelty of war. So they don't know the importance of power at all. I also don't know the true meaning of the 8 gates of Dungia. It's no wonder that in the original book, there is only a persistent idiot like Xiao Li. He will also follow Mate Kai to practice the 8 Dungia and transform into a hard-working genius. Tianyu, aren't you afraid of death? Mate Kai asked. I'm afraid. Tianyu nodded and said truthfully. Then you still dare to follow me to learn the 8 swords of Dungia? Mate Kai was surprised. Tianyu was silent for a while and then said, because I think, Teacher Kai, your ninjutsu is still a half-finished product. Semi-finished product? Mate Kai was even more surprised. Tianyu nodded and said, yes, in my opinion, Baemon Dungia is also a forbidden technique created by other ninjas. Since it is created, not born, it also means, it can be improved or even changed. So I feel that there must be a way to avoid the physical damage caused by the 8 gates of Dungia. It is even said to avoid the death ending after the 8 doors are fully opened. Mate Kai was stunned for a moment. Then he burst out laughing, his laughing body trembled slightly. There were even tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, he looked very excited. Ha ha ha, I didn't think so, after so many years, someone finally has the same idea as me. Tianyu, if you are about the same age as me, I really want to treat you as a brother. Tianyu is full of black lines, not to. After the mood has stabilized, at this time, Mate Kai's expression became serious again, and he said with a serious face, yeah, I've thought about it before, maybe as long as the strength of the body reaches a certain level, even if the 8 doors are opened, the damage to the body can be reduced as much as possible. Its side effects are related to the body, the stronger the body, fewer side effects. Starting from the 4th door, every subsequent door will have great side effects. That's why in the beginning, I let you bring sandbags and do weight-bearing exercises. Physical strength is the key to physique. Tianyu nodded in agreement. Okay, now I'll start telling you about the cultivation process of Baemon Dungia, the forbidden art. A few hours later Mate Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, raised a finger, still talking to Tianyu, you have almost met the prerequisites for 8-door Dungia cultivation. For a while, you can explore the first gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, the threshold of the Shenman. If you feel any discomfort, stop first, don't force it. Tianyu nodded. At the same time, he is also constantly asking questions about the details of many 8-door Dungia. Mate was surprised by the critical issues mentioned by Tianyu, and there were even some details that he hadn't noticed before, which made Mate fall into contemplation for a while. After learning Baemon Dungia, it was already very late. Only then did Tianyu realize that his stomach was already empty. The Konoha training ground is still a long way from home, so let's have dinner directly outside today. Immediately, Tianyu went to the famous ramen restaurant in Convoy, Yil Ramen. Uncle, have a bowl of noodles. Yo, it's Tianyu, this time you want to fill up the pork and pork bones with barbecued pork as usual? Yes, Uncle Yul. Tianyu's parents always go out to do business, and the family is quite rich, so they don't worry about food and clothing. So he and his sister Tian have been regular customers of Yil Ramen restaurant. After meeting Mate Kai, Mr. Kai is always generous in inviting them to eat barbecue. Tianyu has not been to Yil Ramen restaurant for a long time. The ramen hasn't been served yet. Tianyu sat bored and watched around. At this time, he suddenly saw a boy in an orange sports suit, standing at the door of Yil Ramen shop, but he didn't come in. Yo, isn't this Naruto? Seeing the beard on his face, Tianyu immediately recognized his identity. Why do you keep standing here and don't come in? Tianyu walked over and asked. Naruto obviously didn't expect that someone in the village would take the initiative to talk to him, so he was taken aback. Immediately, he scratched his head a little embarrassedly and smiled. I wanted to come over to eat Yil Ramen, but the pocket money I saved for half a month suddenly disappeared. I remember that I had it in my pocket. It was the money that was lost. Tianyu waved at him and said, if you lose it, just lose it. Come in and eat with me. I'll treat you to this ramen. After confirming again and again that there is no one else around, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Naruto with a very unbelievable look. Then, he pointed at himself with his index finger, and asked uncertainly, you mean me? Seeing Naruto Uzumaki react like this, Tianyu couldn't help sighing in his heart. The son of the dignified 4th generation Hokage, who was treated like this in the village, this Konoha village is really enough. Yes, it's you. Didn't you lose your money? I'm in a better mood today, so I'll treat you to a meal of ramen. Anyway, I'm quite rich. Tianyu casually lifted the bulging purse in his hand. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at Tianyu's eyes, there was a full sense of emotion. In the village, it was the first time someone invited him to eat ramen, the first time someone treated him so kindly. Originally, because of losing money, Naruto was facing a hungry stomach. At this time, I was even moved to cry. What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and eat, Tianyu urged. Come. Naruto had a bright smile on his face, walked to Tianyu's side and sat down, smiled carelessly at Tianyu. Hey, then I'm welcome. Uncle Yul quickly brought 2 bowls of ramen. Tianyu and Naruto separated their chopsticks at the same time, saying the same thing. Said, "Then I'm welcome." Babble babble, the two of them swallowed the ramen, making a crisp sound. Tianyu had just finished fighting with Mate Kai, and the chakra in his body had already been used up. At this time, he was hungry and devoured ramen. Naruto was obviously hungry, too. The speed of eating ramen is no worse than Tianyu. Since the beginning of physical training, Tianyu's appetite has also become larger. Although he is only 7 years old now, he already has an appetite that exceeds that of an adult. After eating a bowl of ramen, Tianyu has just reached the level of 3 points full, and there is still a long way to go. He remembered that Naruto's appetite in the original book was not small, and he looked pitiful now, staring at the ramen in other people's bowls. Obviously 1 bowl was not enough. "Uncle, 2 more bowls." Tianyu quickly finished a bowl, and watching Naruto next to him also finished a bowl, he shouted loudly towards Uncle Yul. 2 bowls of ramen noodles were quickly brought up. "Eat it." Tianyu pushed one of the bowls in front of Naruto. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then asked in a daze, "Is this one for me?" Tianyu didn't think so. "Of course, since everyone said they want to invite you to eat ramen, then you must be full. You should eat it quickly, the noodles will not taste good." Thanks. Naruto's cheeks were slightly red. Immediately, I felt extremely happy in my heart, and I sighed that my luck today is really good, and I met such a good person. Not only did he not show disgust to himself like everyone else, and he was even willing to treat himself to ramen. Woohoo, what a great guy. "Uncle, 2 more bowls." 10 minutes later, Tianyu shouted again. In this way, after Tianyu ate 5 bowls of ramen in a row and Naruto ate 3 bowls of ramen in a row, both of them were finally full. Very satisfied, the taste of Yul ramen really lives up to its reputation. After he was full, Tianyu felt that his body was full of energy again, and even the fatigue of the previous battle was reduced a lot. This is the joy of the power of food. In the eyes of Naruto looking at Tianyu, there was a look of worship. "Wow, you eat a lot. It's amazing to be able to eat ramen for 5 nights at once. You are also very good, you can eat 3 bowls. Hey, my living expenses are relatively low, so I can only eat 1 meal a day. I'm really thankful for you today, otherwise I'll have to starve until tomorrow." Naruto scratched his head, with a bit of honesty and innocence on his face. He smiled shyly and said, "By the way, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I am a man who inspires to become Hokage." "What's your name? Only have 1 meal a day?" It's really hard to imagine what kind of life Naruto has been living before. What the hell has Sarutobi Hizen done all these years? Tianyu secretly sighed about Naruto's misfortune. There was a little more sympathy in his eyes. "My name is Tianyu." "That, Tianyu, can I be your friend?" Naruto's expression seemed to be a little nervous, changing his careless appearance before, and asked Tianyu cautiously. Naruto was very anxious. The people in the village did not want to be friends with him. He finally met such a person who was willing to approach him. Would he also reject him because of the so-called fox demon rumors? Of course. Tianyu smiled at him. "But, aren't you afraid that I'm a fox demon?" Naruto couldn't help asking. Naruto guessed in his heart, Tianyu may not know yet, others say that he is a fox demon, but because of this, he wanted to ask about it now. He has regarded Tianyu as his friend, and he does not want to hide this from Tianyu. He is also more afraid that when Tianyu finds out that he is a fox demon one day, he will alienate himself. "Naruto, but you're not a person about the same age as me now." "Child?" Tianyu said indifferently. It seems that he did not take the so-called fox demon rumor into his eyes. Naruto froze in place, and then he started sipping silently. Hey, why are you crying?" "Yes, sorry, I was just too moved at once." Naruto kept wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand and sobbing continuously. It's the first time someone sees me as Naruto instead of a fox demon, and it's also the first time someone wants to be my friend." "Woohoo, okay, don't cry." Tianyu patted Naruto on the shoulder and smiled. "I'll introduce my friends to you later, and you will have many friends in the future. They are all very good too." "Oh man, really? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Of course," Tianyu said with a smile towards Naruto Uzumaki. At this time, in Tianyu's mind, suddenly there was a sound from the 3 systems. Ding. Mission release, reach a friendly relationship with Naruto Uzumaki. System reward, Shadow Clone Shuriken drawing. Ding. The friendship with Naruto Uzumaki quest has been completed. System reward, Shadow Clone Shuriken drawing. Ding. Task release, collect 9-tailed chakra. Chakra can be injected into Kanryu. System reward, multi-shadow clone shuriken drawings, collect 9-tailed chakras? What the hell? Is this thing so well collected? After Tianyu saw the task released by the system, he couldn't help but complained in his heart. When Naruto can burst out the chakra of the 9 tails, at least when they go to the country of waves to perform a mission to fight against the water without Moon White in the original book, at least 6 years later. Does that mean that he will have to wait 6 years to complete this task? After Tianyu rolled his eyes in his heart, just put this task aside for now and leave it alone. So, Tianyu concentrated on chatting with Naruto. After the two made friends at Ramen Point, they chatted for a while and quickly became acquainted. By the way, Tianyu, looking at you like this, are you already a student of the ninja school? Naruto pointed curiously at the ninja bag that Tianyu tied to his leg. Tianyu nodded and replied, yes, after school starts, I will be a second-year student at the ninja school. Wow, you are so amazing, brother Tianyu. In Naruto's eyes, there was a look of envy immediately, a silly bright smile appeared on Naruto's face. But I'm going to enroll soon, I will become very strong by then. Tianyu asked casually, have you extracted chakra? Chakra? What is chakra? Naruto asked with a puzzled look, scratching his head. It's the entrance examination for the ninja school. Varied what? Naruto was shocked. There is still an assessment for admission to the ninja school. Tianyu's head is full of black lines. I don't even know what chakra is. With Naruto's current qualifications, how did he pass the entrance examination of the ninja school? But soon, Tianyu thought of the answer to this matter. It should be the back door that the 3 generations of Hokage opened for him. Naruto's body sealer 9 tails, the chakra in his body has been fused with the chakra of the 9 tails, that's why the 6 beards of the fox costume appeared on his face. It is precisely because of this, Naruto's chakra control difficulty exercise, compared with ordinary people, it is a multiple increase. Even when the ninja graduated in the original book, he still couldn't even master ninjutsu such as clone jutsu, and became the tail of the crane in the class. And many more. A flash of light flashed in Tianyu's mind, he seems to have suddenly seized a chance. About the task released by the system before. Since the chakra in Naruto's body has been mixed with the chakra of the 9 tails, does that mean that after Naruto extracts the chakra, the system only needs to absorb Naruto's chakra, and it can absorb the 9-tailed chakra at the same time? Don't you have to wait for Naruto to perform that mission in the Land of Waves? Think of this, Tianyu's heart suddenly rejoiced. Immediately in his mind, he felt that this plan was feasible. Although this kind of taking Naruto chakra and refining the method of 9-tailed chakra, the speed of completing this task will not be so fast, but at least it will not take as long as 6 years. Multi-Shadow Clone Shuriken Blueprint. This is a ninja tool that is powerful enough to achieve the effect of A-level ninjutsu. Naruto, give this to you. Tianyu took out a ninjutsu scroll and handed it to Naruto. It records the method of refining chakra. After you go back, you can learn it according to the method described in it. Although the time for the entrance examination of the ninja school is close at hand, you may not be able to extract chakra so quickly, but maybe the examiner will see that you are still very talented as a ninja, and let you pass the examination. Wow, Tianyu, you are so kind. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly, and he held the kunao that Tianyu taught him. Naruto got up and said goodbye to Tianyu. Tianyu, I'll go back and start practicing chakra refining. I am the man who wants to become Hokage, how can I fall in the entrance examination? Do not worry. I will definitely try to be a student of ninja school just like you. Tianyu nodded with a smile, then come on. At this time, what Tianyu and Naruto didn't know was that, under the Hokage rock in the distance, in the office of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi, he was watching the scene just now through the crystal ball. After seeing Naruto and Tianyu separated, Sarutobi Hizen's sleeve one waved and turned off the monitoring of the crystal ball. With his pipe in his mouth, he squinted and glanced at the table in front of him, a detailed information about Tianyu that had been sorted out and reported. Very hard-working kid, even Matekai is full of praise for him. Having a talent for forging, he can create all kinds of ninja tools. Be kind to people and befriend Naruto. There was a smile on the corner of Sarutobi Hizen's mouth. Perhaps, he is indeed a useful talent for me. After speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi put away the information in front of him, he whispered softly, then his eyes are projected towards a corner. However, the top priority is to solve the Uchiha family's affairs first. Do you think so, Danzo? Haha, have you found me? A sneer. At this time, in the shadow of the corner of the office, a man with a bandage on one eye and a cane in his hand walked out. Sarutobi, it's time to make a break with the Uchiha clan. I have persuaded you to purge the Uchiha clan long ago. It is because you are too indecisive that the current power of the Uchiha clan has become so difficult. Sarutobi Hiezan sighed, as if he could not bear the kindness in his heart. Could it be that there is really no room for recovery from this matter? Shinmura Danzo sneered, give up on this day, really think about it. Uchiha Itachi has already agreed with our previous plan. When the time comes, I will send out the ninjas from the roots to remove the roots of the Uchiha family and completely eliminate the hidden problems in the leaves. Shinmura Danzo is quite proud. Said. He has already spoken about this matter. Sarutobi Hiezan nodded. But the people at the root don't need to be dispatched together. He said that we only need to do the follow-up finishing work. His only condition is for his younger brother Sasuke Uchiha to survive, which I agree with. Shinmura Danzo frowned, his tone was full of distrust. Don't need our help? With him alone. Sarutobi Hizen explained, he said that he would use the power of over there to complete this task. An untrustworthy partner at all. Shimura Danzo said with disdain, with a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. Don't forget, your good apprentice Orochimaru is also in that organization. Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hizen seemed to have been stabbed in pain, and his tone suddenly became tough. For the time being, they are not our enemies. In order to maintain peace and stability within Konoha, we have consumed too much power. You can't provoke them now. With Konoha's current situation, you can't stand the toss at all, and we can't manage external affairs for the time being. Sarutobi, you always look ahead like this. Shimura Danzo gave him a cold look, and said very unhappy, if it weren't for the waste of Sanjieu Hanzo, who didn't completely wipe out this organization, how would we be in such trouble now? Thinking of the information that Uchiha Itachi gave him before, Sarutobi Hizen's gaze is also very complicated. In addition to his proud disciple Orochimaru, the names of the remaining few people also caused him to fall into contemplation. It turned out to be some S-rank rebellion that made Taing, Rying, Suiying, and Kazuiage very headaches. Even if only a small part of the strength is exposed now, Sarutobi Hizen is also enough to see how terrifying the strength of this organization is. Such a group of powerful ninjas gathered together, what do they want to do? Do you want to challenge the authority of their 5 great powers? In this regard, Sarutobi Hizen was also deeply fearful in his heart, but the current Konoha cannot move them. Before solving the problems of the Uchiha clan and restoring the stability of the government in the wood industry, there is a conflict with them, and Konoha must suffer heavy losses. The current Konoha strength is too weak. Aside from Sarutobi Hizen, the entire village no longer has combat power of his level. Orochimaru defected and Jiraiya traveled all the year round. Tsunade suffered from hyperphobia and disappeared. And 6 years ago on the night of the Nine Tails runaway, suddenly lost 4 generations of Hokage and dozens of Jounin. It dealt a heavy blow to the entire Konoha, causing Konoha's combat power to drop to the bottom all of a sudden, so that 6 years have passed, Konoha has not recovered from that incident. The most important thing now, it is to maintain peace and stability within Konoha, waiting for the emergence of a new ninja with shadow-level strength in Konoha. He will finally be able to retire as successfully as before. This is what Sarutobi Hizen has always planned. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hizen slowly opened his mouth and said to Danzo, Danzo, please understand me. The current Konoha needs to thrive, and we need to wait for the next generation of Konoha ninjas to grow up. As for the Akatsuki organization, we have too little information on them. We should let Uchiha Itachi continue to enter the Akatsuki organization as our spy and find out their specific information, and we will make plans. Hearing what Sarutobi Hizen said, Shimura Danzo rarely refuted, and agreed with Sarutobi Hizen's plan this time. By the way, I heard that there is a kid in Konoha who studies ninja tools recently. He has a good talent, why don't you give him to me? If you hand him over to me, it will be a good enhancement to the combat effectiveness of my subordinates, Tuanzang said. Sarutobi Hizen immediately frowned and retorted, no. Give up this idea, Danzo. Tianyu is not an orphan left on the battlefield, you can handle it at will. His father Tianxiang is a well-known businessman in the Land of Fire. The ninja tools and strategic materials used by our Konoha ninjas still need to rely on the supply from his side. Now the situation in Konoha is so tense, I don't want to cause trouble. What unexpected trouble, ha ha. A gloomy smile appeared on Danzo's face, and he said, well, I'm just talking casually. Danzo also heard about the special features of Tianyu's ninja tools before. So, he soon began to send his ninjas to collect information about Tianyu. He almost got a point of information about the same content as Hiruzen Sarutobi's. After reading it, Danzo was also disappointed. The idea of strengthening the strength of ninjas in batches is not realistic. Then this child called Tianyu has no great use value. At present, it is still necessary to take the lead in solving the problems of the Uchiha family. If I can get it right this time, the corpses of the Uchiha clansmen will all be handled by themselves. At that time, a lot of writing wheel eyes will fall into his hands, and then cooperate with the previous research of Orochimaru, and the first generation of Hokage Senjuzuma. Strength, maybe, kaleidoscope, or even the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye where the kaleidoscope is supreme, enough to rival the power of Uchiha Madara. Shimura Danzo, who was born in the Warring States period, is also one of the people who has seen Uchiha Madara's power. He naturally knows how powerful this power is. As long as he has this power, whether it is to deal with a small organization or become Konoha's Hokage, it will become something within easy reach for him. Okay, I know, let's just leave this matter first. I'll go first. After Shimura Danzo was silent for a moment, he said to Sarutobi Hizen, my roots will clean everything up that night. I will never let you this Hokage, a little bit of trouble, hee. Shimura Danzo's sneering voice echoed in the office. With a slightly sarcastic tone, Hizen Sarutobi, who had always looked kind-hearted, gradually darkened his eyes. At the same time, Uchiha clan, Nanga Shrine, in front of the ancestral tenfold of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi was quietly looking at the words recorded above. His eyes were deep and dignified. His eyes were scarlet, and the 3-column jade writing round eye suddenly changed shape, becoming the appearance of a triangular shuriken. This is the most powerful symbol of the Uchiha family, the kaleidoscope shaker. In Wanhua, under the blessing of the tube writing wheel eye, the words on the stone tablet that had been manipulated by Heiju were imprinted in Uchiha Itake's mind. When Uchiha Itake quietly read all the text, his expression became very complicated, and he murmured, "Unlimited month reading." For this name, Uchiha Itake had an association in his mind for a while. After he opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, he possessed the unique pupil technique illusion, which was called Uedo. This illusion activated by the kaleidoscope shaker, as long as he sees his eyes, he will be attacked. Itake can activate the illusion at the moment, pull the enemy's spirit into your illusion space. In the Uedo world, all factors, including time, place, quality, etc., are controlled by the caster. He generally uses this ninjutsu to give the other party's heart and spirit torture until the other party collapses. Of course, he can also let the other party see the most beautiful fantasy in the world. If time can be extended, it does seem to be able to create true peace once and for all. However, is such peace a real peace? Uchiha Itake shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't agree with that. He believes that illusion is illusion. The essence of all illusions is a false illusion. The shattering of the illusion is just a matter of time. Uchiha Shisui once told him that. Just when Uchiha Itake was in deep thought, in the space behind him, a vortex-like distortion suddenly appeared. A mysterious man whose entire face was covered by a whirlpool mask and wore a black robe appeared behind Uchiha Itake. Only a kaleidoscope writing wheel exposed to the air. This person is Uchiha Obito. In other words, it is Uchiha Obito who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Itake, you who turned on the kaleidoscope writing wheel, have seen the text on the stone tablet, right? Then you should have understood all this by now. In Uchiha Obito's eyes, there is a bit of fanaticism. Looking at Uchiha Itake, he exclaimed excitedly, "The world we live in now is a completely disappointing world, a world that should be destroyed. Only by launching unlimited monthly reading can we create a world without pain, war, only peace and happiness. Choose to join us. Let's open that new world together." Uchiha Itake turned around. He stared blankly at the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara in front of him. He took a deep breath, and then remembered the current Konoha, the current Uchiha, the agreement between him and Sarutobi Hizen, the agreement between him and Uchiha Shisui, and Suzuki. "I'll join." Uchiha Itake's voice, no fluctuations. People can't guess his mind. Wise choice. After listening to Uchiha Itake's answer, Uchiha Obito's voice also became more excited. It can make people feel that his face under the mask has become elated. "Uchiha Itake, you really are a smart person. Everything we are doing now is for true peace, which is the responsibility of our Uchiha family." Uchiha Itake did not speak, nor did he show any abnormality. He was just silent, listening quietly. Just after Uchiha Obito's rhetoric was finished, a pitcher plant emerged from the ground, exposing most of his body, half black and half white. A strange lifeform wearing a black-bottomed red auspicious cloud robe suddenly emerged from the ground. This figure is naturally black and white. The Konoha side is ready. Heiju respectfully reported to Uchiha Obitawi. After listening to Ju's report, Uchiha Itake's eyes couldn't help but flash a bit of emotional fluctuations. Everything has really reached an irreversible level. It seems that he can only execute according to the previous plan. "Shisui, I hope all these plans can be as you wish. I hope that guy named Tianyu really trustworthy. Ha 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 ha. I have persuaded Uchiha Itake here too." It seems that everything went very well. Uchiha Obito laughed loudly, then turned to Uchiha Itake and said, "Itake, then some things tonight went according to plan." "I see." Uchiha Itake nodded. Then, Uchiha Obito no longer stayed here, and directly opened the Kamui space and disappeared in front of Itake. And Ju also dived directly into the ground and disappeared. Half a month, ninja school is back again. Tianyu, Tian, and Meikai have all become second-year students. And Naruto Uzumaki, Suzuki Uchiha and other Konoha Xiaoqiang also entered the ninja school very smoothly and became classmates. Of course, Naruto Uzumaki still did not extract chakra during the entrance examination. Because of the interference of nine-tailed chakra, even though Tianyu had given him the scroll for refining chakra, he still did not extract chakra so quickly. Of course, in the end, the examiner still used the reason that he has the talent to be endured. Let him go to school. Midnight, a bright moon hangs high in the sky. At this time, Tianyu, I am very bored at home, playing with the silver mask that was made before. Hidden mask, rank, 3-star weapon attribute, spatial attribute skills. 1. Completely transform into someone else's appearance for 3 minutes. 2. Completely hides its own breath, is invisible, and lasts for 10 minutes. Is it a contract? No, this is something that can hide its own breath. Although it can be hidden for a short time, it can only last for 10 minutes at most. However, the effect is very remarkable. Tianyu had already verified this in the village before. After he put on the secret mask, even a shadow-level powerhouse like the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hizen could not discover his existence or his aura. However, in order not to expose himself, Tianyu did not act suspiciously. he simply strolled around Sarutobi Hizen's office, flipped through the documents on his desk, and left. So, he knew it very easily. Tonight is the day when Uchiha Itagi exterminated the clan. The plot in the original book really happened as scheduled. Although the world has changed a bit because of my existence, but some things seem destined to happen. The Uchiha family probably shouldn't be a part of Konoha in the first place, and those contradictions and conflicts that have accumulated since the Warring States period cannot be changed because of the passage of time. I don't know if Shishui is still alive. If he is still alive, he will definitely do something now. Tianyu thought so arrive. And at this moment, suddenly there was a sound of the system issuing a task prompt in his mind. Task release, collect writing wheel eyes, 1 or more, quest reward, forging blueprint of Eye of 3 Goose Jade, Eye of the 3 Guyu? The name is similar to that of writing round eyes. Is there any connection between this? Moreover, the tasks that the system needs to complete are also related to the writing wheel eye. Tianyu never thought of it before. In the forging drawings rewarded by the system, there are still such things? Could the effect of using the Eye of the 3 Goose Jade also be related to the ability of the Shaker? Tianyu's heart suddenly became excited, but when he thought of the conditions that this mission needed to achieve, he hesitated for a moment. The conditions for accomplishing this task are undoubtedly very harsh. Shaker, what is that? That is something that Orochimaru, Danzo and many others are staring at. Moreover, tonight is the night of extermination, and when the sun rises tomorrow, there will be fewer people in this world who have Shakers than can be counted on one hand. With the exception of Suzuki Uchiha, who has not opened his eyes yet, everyone else is very powerful, and the probability of getting a writing wheel is as difficult as the sky. It seems that his only chance to do it is tonight. Tianyu glanced at the hidden mask in his hand. In my heart, a bold idea suddenly emerged. And a full moon hangs high in the sky. In the quiet night, not even the sound of insects could be heard. The Uchiha clan has a very large clan, and it is at the very edge of Konoha village. After the death of Kishou Hajime, the second Hokage Kishou Tobirama came to power, and he hated the Uchiha family very much, and he did not less suppress the Uchiha family. Senju Tobirama is not only very talented in developing ninjutsu, even the strength of conspiracy and tricks is not bad at all. After Madara Uchiha left Konoha, Senju Tobirama adopted several new policies. Let the Uchiha clan be responsible for the work of the Konoha security department. Watching the drama is entrusted with an important task, but in fact, it leaves no trace of the Uchiha family and squeezed out the center of Konoha's political power. The Uchiha family also started from that time. From the original clan in the central area, it was transferred to the more remote Konoha edge area. Therefore, for the massacre tonight, it was actually not difficult for the top officials of Konoha to cover up the truth of this massacre. At this time, in the woods outside the Uchiha clan, Shinmura Danzo is taking the strength of his subordinates to ambush here, monitoring every move of the Uchiha clan. And standing beside Shinmura Danzo is Uchiha Itagi wearing a black robe. His eyes swept over the root members behind Shinmura-dan's hiding. All of them are like real tools, without any emotion. The temperament is extremely cold and indifferent, as if it is a real killing weapon. Even the emotions of human beings have been wiped out. Can such a person still be considered a human? Uchiha Itagi thought in his heart. He knew that these people became what they are now, not just because Danzo has secretly trained them for years, and also because Shinmura Danzo has mastered a very strong sealing technique, the seal of the tongue. If the person being operated on said anything about him, he would be paralyzed, unable to speak or move. It has to be. This is the terrible thing about sealing. This Danzo is indeed a very difficult character. Lord Danzo, I'm sorry to bother you. Uchiha Itagi didn't observe the people at the root for too long, then turned his head to Shinmura Danzo and said with a slight bow. After Shinmura Danzo took a deep look at Uchiha Itagi, he nodded and said, "You go, just leave the rest to me. I advise you not to think unnecessarily. Don't forget that your brother is still in our hands, if you don't want your brother to have any accident." Shinmura Danzo said with a sneer. "Yes." After Uchiha Itagi agreed with a blank face, he turned and left without looking back, entering the clan of the Uchiha family. His pace is unhurried, slow fast or slow, but there was a very dangerous aura about him. Seeing Uchiha Itagi walk into the clan of the Uchiha clan, Shinmura Danzo stretched out his right hand and made a commanding gesture to the root of his subordinate. Next second, hundreds of root ninjas lurking on the periphery of the Uchiha clan immediately flew away in all directions and fell into the positions that had been planned. Then they stretched out their hands and began to seal quickly, but in an instant, faint chakra fluctuations united from all directions. It forms a continuous connection of nodes, and builds a huge enchantment, covering the entire Uchiha family. The people of the Uchiha family have all fallen into the barrier. Ha ha ha, tonight, the Uchiha family will disappear from Konoha completely. Shinmura Danzo's eyes flashed with anticipation. With a proud face, he muttered to himself, "Also, I don't know how many writing round eyes I can harvest this time." His idiot Sarutobi is really afraid that his reputation in Konoha will be affected a little bit, so he will give me such a good job, GG. Shinmura Danzo laughed proudly. "Sure enough, I am the most suitable person to be Hokage. Sarutobi, wait until I get the writing wheel after the eyes, the position of this Hokage is left to me to sit. It's just that he is too complacent now. He didn't notice at all that somewhere in the space around him, there was a slight chakra fluctuation. At this time, Tianyu, wearing a concealment mask, standing beside Shimura Danzo, hearing his arrogant remarks just now, Tianyu said, I am professionally trained, I don't usually laugh unless I can't help myself. In the Uchiha clan, Itaki, what do you mean by this attitude? You didn't attend the meeting tonight. As soon as Uchiha Itaki walked into the Uchiha clan's clan, more than a dozen clansmen who were responsible for guarding the gate of the Uchiha clan immediately came over and stopped him. They looked up and down Uchiha Itaki with suspicious eyes, and their faces were very bad. Although you work in Umbu, don't forget your own surname, you are from the Uchiha clan. Hee, you're not used to Konoha as a lackey, and you even forgot your surname, right? Because of the usual actions of the Uchiha clan, in the Uchiha clan, many people have regarded him as a traitor of the Uchiha clan, even if he is the son of the head of the Uchiha clan, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan. If Uchiha Itaki goes to weekdays he was just as low-key as he was, and these people didn't quite come forward to stop him. But today's Uchiha Itaki makes them feel very dangerous. The surname of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Itaki whispered to himself. Then the next second, his eyes instantly turned scarlet, the three-goose jade writing wheel eyes are spinning rapidly in the eye sockets. Then I will let the surname of the Uchiha family be given a new meaning from today. As his voice fell, the more than 10 ninjas in front of Uchiha Itaki instantly showed expressions of surprise, panic, and fear. Immediately, their eyes were lost for a moment, and they all froze in place. In an instant, Uchiha Itaki had used illusions to control more than a dozen ninjas of the Uchiha clan. This is the true strength of Uchiha Itaki, his pair of writing wheel eyes. The attainment in illusion is unfathomable. Even if he hasn't used the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, even in the case of Sangyu Sharingan, the illusion released in his eyes is enough to suppress other Uchiha clansmen who have Sharingan. Puffed. Kunao in the hands of Uchiha Itaki easily cut the throat of one after another. On the ground, there were more than a dozen corpses of the Uchiha clan in an instant. And for Uchiha Itaki, this is just the beginning of the night. A massacre begins. In the clan of the Uchiha family, the higher level Sharingan has absolute suppression on the pupil power of the lower level Sharingan. Uchiha Itaki, who had already opened the kaleidoscope shaker, started a massacre with little effort. But as the movement here grew louder and louder, the people in the Uchiha security department finally began to notice the strangeness here. Uchiha Itaki, what are you doing? You actually attacked the same clan. You traitor of the Uchiha clan. Kill him. The ninja of the Uchiha security department is the most elite force in the Uchiha clan. Not only did each of them have opened the three-go jade writing wheel eye, but they also all possessed the strength of the upper ninja. If they swarmed up, even Uchiha Itaki who turned on the kaleidoscope shaker will be hard to resist for a while. However, just as they swarmed towards Uchiha Itaki, the space around them suddenly distorted, and the masked Uchiha Obito appeared in front of them. So they saw an eye. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. GG laughter came from under the Uchiha Obito mask. You guys, leave it to me to solve it. He was once regarded by him as the most precious and closest family and friend, now it's just a hindrance for him to complete the great plan of Eye of the Moon. The other side, inside the ancestral hall of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itaki, do you know what you were doing? The chief elder of the Uchiha clan, with a group of ninjas from the Uchiha clan, was glaring at this Uchiha Itaki, and questioned with incomparable anger. In the face of questions from the clan, or the grandfather who watched him grow up since he was a child, Uchiha Itaki just said very calmly, I did not betray the Uchiha clan, I'm just using my way to save the Uchiha clan. The strength of the Uchiha family is simply not enough to compete with Konoha. If you really rebel, the name of the Uchiha clan will be recorded as the betrayer forever, eternally recorded in the history of Konoha, spurned by generations. And I'm just looking for a way to survive for the Uchiha family in my own way. I'm sorry, everyone. The moment the voice fell, Uchiha Itaki's aura suddenly turned cold and terrifying. The ability of the kaleidoscope to write the wheel eye is released. Almost instantly, the expressions of the ninjas in this room changed greatly. Is this a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? What a terrifying pupil power. In the face of Uchiha Itaki with full pupil power, even the elder Uchiha is not his opponent. Just after fighting for more than 10 moves, Uchiha Itaki cut his throat and turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. The rest are not Uchiha Itaki's right hand, blood spurted out, and the corpse fell to the ground in a mess. Constantly launching illusions, constantly waving the kunao in his hands, Uchiha Itaki moved towards the center of the Uchiha clan, his home, and slaughtered all the way. The head of the Uchiha clan, the home of Uchiha Fuyu. Uchiha Itaki held the kunao in his hand, his body was already covered with the blood of others, and bloody tears flowed from his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. After a muffled apology, the kunao in Uchiha Itaki's hands pierced his parents' hearts one after another. Dad, Mom, brother, what are you doing? A childish voice came. It was Suzuki Uchiha who had just returned from the ninja school. He watched the corpses of countless clansmen fall to the ground, including his parents, and the murderers of all these tragedies actually pointed at his favorite brother? Sasuke, hate me. Uchiha Itaka's eyes flashed a trace of unbearable, the trace of emotion was fleeting. Immediately, his kaleidoscope writing wheel began to turn, and he whispered, monthly reading. After Sasuke let out a scream of collapse, he fell to the ground. There was a tear in the corner of Uchiha Itaka's eyes. All of these, it is finally over. Outside the Uchiha clan, Tenya was hiding not far from Shinura Danzo. Witnessed this massacre tonight, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional in his heart. That guy Uchiha Itaki is really a pervert. Even for some so-called carelessness, but killing one's parents with one's own hands, as well as the family members who get along with each other day and night, is not something that people can drive out. Tianyu did not agree with his approach. But after all, this is a matter between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, and he has no reason to intervene. The reason why he came here this time is just to see if he can take the opportunity to get Sharonin. The massacre just now was nothing more than a fiery farce for him, and he had already feasted his eyes as a spectator. And the next thing, this is the key that he needs to be vigilant and step by step. At this time, Danzang not far from Tianyu, I also saw the scene of Uchiha Itaki and the masked man in black robes massacred within the Uchiha clan. At this moment, he was also deeply shocked. Is this the true strength of the Uchiha family's Sharingan? It's really scary. After Shinura Danzo's eyes flashed a bit of pleasure that Uchiha was slaughtered, a deep sense of fear soon rose in his heart. The joy is naturally that I can finally fulfill the teacher's last wish, completely eradicate the tumor of the Uchiha family from Konoha. As for the fear, it is naturally because of the power that Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Obito are showing now, which is really terrifying. Before he has already solved the Uchiha Shisui, and now there are such powerful people in the Uchiha family. The power of Sharingan is really too powerful and too terrifying, and such power must be in his hands. Fortunately, Uchiha Itaki has such awareness. Otherwise, the strength of the Uchiha clan is really a huge threat to Konoha. And when the writing wheel eyes on these corpses fall into my hands, it will be transformed into my power, and when I also have the power of writing wheel eyes, I can remove all the remaining cancers in the leaves. Shinura Danzo thought secretly in his heart, seeing that Uchiha Itaki and the masked man have basically killed the main combat power of the Uchiha clan, they began to issue orders. With the gestures, the ninjas at the roots lifted the enchantment in their hands one after another, activated the instant body technique, and immediately disappeared in place. At a very fast speed, he rushed towards the clan of the Uchiha clan. Their movements are very crisp and neat, without any hesitation or slack. Everyone is like a perfect tool, meticulously executing orders from Danzo Shinura. After entering the Uchiha clan with the large army of root ninjas, by Shinura Danzo's side, there were only 4 ninja guards left beside him. Tianyu already knew in his heart, here's his chance. Danzo's entire attention is now focused on the interior of the Uchiha clan below, and he felt that this was in Konoha, and this operation was very confidential. There were very few people who knew that he would appear here, so naturally there were not too many people around. But what he didn't know was that, at this time, there was already a person, quietly groping to his side. The current Uchiha clan has just been exterminated. Shinura Danzo has yet to get a lot of writing wheels, even the wooden dung cells between the thousand-hand pillars have not been implanted in the body. At this time, Shinura Danzo was just an ordinary wind escape ninja, with at most a few sealing techniques, far less than the strength of the battle with Sasuke in the later 5 Shadows talks. Then, after a moment of silence in the air, Inyazukiyu, one of the 2 bodyguards beside Shinura Danzo, seemed to suddenly feel a strange aura. This breath appeared extremely abruptly, but it was very close to them. He hurriedly shouted in panic, "Lord Danzo, be careful." Because it was a sneak attack, so Tianyu made his move very quickly, without any precautions. Even the root ninja of the upper ninja level, it is also difficult to make timely defenses in an instant. A voice, a kunao, extremely clean and neat, pierced the throat of the Inyazuka clan ninja. All this happened so suddenly. Almost in the blink of an eye, a rooted ninja fell in front of them. "Protect Danzo-sama." At this time the guard shouted loudly. The remaining 3 guards became vigilant. It is said that the triangle-shaped guard is on Shinura Danzo's body, protecting him round and round. Then the 3 guards immediately released their senses fully and watched the surroundings vigilantly. However, their brows soon wrinkled, because with the strength of their jonin, they couldn't even trace the breath of the person who attacked just now, which is extremely strange. "Lord Danzo, it seems that the other party is a master of concealment, please be more careful," one of the guards said to Shinura Danzo respectfully. "Who the hell is that?" Shinura Danzo roared angrily with anger in his eyes. He had no idea that in Konoha village, someone would dare to assassinate him. But there was a dead silence in the air. Time passed by every second. On the foreheads of the 3 guards around Shinura Danzo, a layer of fine sweat has risen. They didn't dare to be careless at all. After all, they didn't have the troops around them now. They had to protect the safety of Lord Danzo, and they didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. They are in the light and the assassins are in the dark. which is very unfavorable to them. Moreover, the strength of that assassin is definitely not weak. In addition to the very powerful ability to hide the breath, the other party can kill a ninja with the strength of the ninja in front of them, and his own strength is definitely worthy of their fear. At this time, Tianyu, I have already used a hidden mask to hide my breath, hiding in silence not far away. I observed everything here, and didn't make any rash shots. Just now with a thunderous shot, he has achieved results that he is very satisfied with. Now Shimura Danzo is full of fear. Purpose achieved. Tianyu is thinking about the next plan in his heart. Although his current strength is also very good, in terms of physical skills confrontation, even against a ninja with the strength of the upper level, he is fully capable of 2 moves. Even in the case of a sneak attack, it would not be a problem to instantly kill a Jonin ninja like just now. But after he kills a man, the guards around Shimura Danzo were already vigilant, and Tianyu is not so good at it. Tianyu's biggest support now, or the ability to completely hide the breath brought by this hidden mask. Head-to-head is obviously not a good choice. As an assassin, constantly giving Shimura Danzo a sense of pressure and crisis on their side is what Tianyu has to do now. As long as you can delay Shimura Danzo's time, it's enough. Stay here. In fact, it is just a shadow clone of Tianyu. He only needs to make intermittent shots to cause enough psychological pressure on Danzo. Let him have no time to take care of the affairs of the Uchiha clan. And his body, already wearing another hidden mask, flew towards the clan of the Uchiha clan. 2 effects of the stealth mask: 1. Completely transform into someone else's appearance for 3 minutes. 2. Completely hide one's own breath, in invisible state for 10 minutes. In addition, the stealth mask has a usage restriction, cooldown time 1 minute. During the cooling time, the ability to switch masks is invalid. If Tianyu hides his aura and directly puts Sharingan into his own ring in the hands of the root ninja, his identity will be revealed in an instant, causing the vigilance and suspicion of those root ninjas. The strength of those root ninjas is also higher than that of Shangnin, and their methods are endless. Even if they have a secret mask, I am afraid it is difficult to retreat. Therefore, the only way for Tianyu to obtain a wheel riding eye, it is only by disguising himself as Shimura Danzo and taking the Sharingan in the bag in front of everyone's eyes. So for Tianyu, can he accomplish all this? Only less than 3 minutes. In the clan of the Uchiha clan, Lord Danzo, why are you here? Seeing Shimura Danzo, who was disguised as a concealment mask, came over from a distance. A captain at the route immediately asked him extremely respectfully. I'll see how you guys are doing, Tianyu said in a very calm tone. The root corps commander immediately reported, Lord Danzo, we have collected almost all the corpses in the Uchiha clan with Sharingan, and they are almost all here. It's just that the body of Uchiha Fuyak, the head of the Uchiha clan, has not been found so far. Oh, is that so? Tianyu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, then why don't you hurry up and find it? All the writings of the Uchiha clan will eyes must be collected back. Yes, Danzo-sama. Where is the collected writing will I? Take me there. The secret mask used by Tianyu, completely disguised as Shimura Danzo's appearance. Before the 3-minute time limit, even a shadow-level powerhouse could not see through his disguise. However, Tianyu pretended to have Shimura Danzo's breath and chakra, but he couldn't disguise Shimura Danzo's way of doing things. The root commander frowned slightly. He seemed to sense something was wrong, but I don't know exactly what's wrong. He raised his head, only to realize that Danzo-sama had come to the Uchiha clan alone, so he couldn't help but ask, Sir, what about the guards around you? Tianyu's expression did not appear flustered, and he shouted in a cold voice, why, can't I even report my staffing arrangements to you? My subordinates don't dare. Gen Troop Commander bowed his head and said. Tianyu continued in a cold voice, hey, I will set a seal on you all, just to let you know, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't say what you shouldn't say. As soon as these words came out, the doubts in Captain Gen's heart dissipated immediately. Even the seal of the bane of the tongue knows that the person standing in front of him must be Lord Danzo. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed in his heart. What was he doing crazy today? And he dared to doubt the identity of Danzo-sama. If you anger Danzo-sama, you won't have his good fruit to eat. So he hurriedly said to Tianyu, Lord Danzo, I will take you to see the collection of writing wheel eyes immediately. Please come with me. Those who follow the roots. Tianyu soon saw the place where the root ninjas collected Sharingan. I saw that the writing wheel eyes that had just been dug out from the corpse were being immersed in the solution containing the cells of the Qianshao column, and there were dozens of them. Lord Danzo, this is all the writing rounds we have collected so far, Gen Troop Commander respectfully reported. Tianyu nodded calmly, then he instructed the captain of the route, these writing wheels, leave them to me now for safekeeping. The leader of the roots hesitated for a while. He felt that today's Danzo-sama's behavior was indeed a bit strange, so he couldn't help but say, Lord Danzo, aren't you going to report this matter to Hokage-sama later? Aren't we going to bring these writing wheels to the base first? Tianyu was stunned for a moment, but as soon as his expression changed, he quickly calmed down. He stared at the root ninja standing in front of him with a very gloomy look and said in a calm tone, Are you teaching me what to do? As soon as these words came out, the scene was suddenly quiet and terrifying. The troop commander gang was immediately frightened in his heart, and quickly knelt down on one knee in front of Tianyu, with cold sweat on his face, and hurriedly said, "This subordinate does not dare. It is because the subordinate speaks too much, and I ask the adults to punish him." Tianyu snorted coldly and reprimanded them, "Return if you don't hurry up and deal with those corpses. If you delay the formality, I will ask you." "Yes, Danzo-sama." The root ninja answered in unison. No one dares to stop Tianyu anymore. Tianyu also knows this. The earth should not stay for a long time. Originally, he had very limited time to disguise himself as Shimura Danzo with the concealment mask. If he stays here for one more second, the danger he has to face will increase exponentially. Tianyu calmly walked to those riding wheel eyes. With a slight flicker of silver light in his hand, all those riding wheel eyes fell into his acceptance ring. Tianyu was slightly relieved. With the riding wheel in hand, tonight's event is already half the battle. However, Tianyu still did not dare to take it lightly, and how to get out in front of everyone at the route was also a very severe test for him. "I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go see Hokage first," Tianyu instructed the ninja at the route, then turned and walked into the distance. However, when he just walked to the gate of the Uchiha clan, mutation. Whoosh, in the distant sky, suddenly a flare went up. All the root ninjas in the Uchiha clan were stunned for a moment. That flare was not carried by them, Danzo-sama, but only in a pinch. Is it a signal released? Now that Danzo-sama was standing in front of them, how could that flare go up in the distance? The eyes of the root ninjas looking at Tianyu suddenly became strange. Tianyu's heart suddenly screamed badly. At this moment, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the message that came back after his shadow clone was lifted. The shadow clone that he stayed to delay Danzo was already seized by the guards around Danzo and killed it. And Danzo discovered the man who assassinated him, but after a shadow clone with a mask, he quickly realized that the other party's purpose was to hold him back. And his real goal, the riding wheel in the Uchiha clan. So Shimura Danzo immediately ignited the signal flare on his body to warn the ninjas at the route. At this time, the ninjas at the route have surrounded the Tianyu group. Only then did the Gen commander think. Just now he felt that the strangeness of this Danzo-sama was indeed very suspicious. "Lord Danzo, wait a moment. Why are your flares fired elsewhere? Can you explain it to us? Or please take out the flare on your body and let us confirm." The tone of the commander of the root force immediately became very rude. He stared suspiciously at Tianyu's every move. Tianyu saw that he could no longer hide. Without further ado, get away now. Tianyu's eyes widened, mobilized Chakra's ability to immediately modify the hidden mask and convert it into a stealth function. Tuan, Danzo-sama, disappeared? All the ninjas at the roots were stunned for a moment, and instantly froze in place. It is not a loss to be a character who can become the leader of the root team. Shimura Danzo's subordinates are regarded as important figures like right-hand man, whether he is smart or powerful, are higher than the others. At this time, he was the first to react. The person in front of them just now must not be the real Danzo-sama. So he hurriedly issued an order to the crowd, "Don't take it lightly. He must have used some kind of secret technique to hide himself, so we can't see him. He must not have run far. Everyone is leaving to catch up now, and start a search of this area." "Yes, Captain." The ninjas at the route immediately put down the busy things at hand. They began to follow the direction of the forest outside the Uchiha clan. Hundreds of root ninjas with at least elite Chunin strength immediately surrounded the forest outside the Uchiha clan, forming a huge and dense net, constantly searching for traces of Tianyu. "I feel to his chakra, in the southwest direction." The 3-minute hiding time is over. Tianyu had no choice but to reveal his body, ushering in a 1-minute cooling time for the hidden mask. And the perceptual ninja in the route instantly locked in his direction based on the chakra released by Tianyu. "Chase!" The ninjas at the route shouted loudly. Immediately, they rushed towards Tianyu's side. In the originally quiet woods, there was the sound of rustling leaves being hung. Hundreds of root ninjas wearing animal masks stomped on tree trunks in the forest, jumped up, turned into black shadows one after another, and continued to leap forward in the forest. They moved towards the direction of Tianyu with full speed, continue to gather from all directions. But in the process of chasing, the root senses the face of the ninja, and it becomes more and more difficult to look. "How far can I catch up with that person?" Captain Gen asked his subordinates. "You said just now that he is only 500 meters away from us. Why haven't we seen a figure after chasing him for so long?" The face of the perceptual ninja became even worse, and the expression on his face was uglier than crying. Facing the captain's question, he could only bite the bullet, hesitantly replied, "Captain, then, the distance that person is now from us, it's already 1,000 meters. "What did you say?" Captain Gen froze in place for a moment. The perception ninja can only repeat this with a wry smile. "Captain, he is really getting farther and farther away from us now. That person's speed is much faster than us. We can't catch up with him at all." Gen Troop Commander's eyes were horrified. He murmured silently in his heart, "Having a powerful camouflage that even we can't find, plus the speed that even I, the elite Jonin, can't catch up with. Has the opponent's strength surpassed the elite Jonin and reached the shadow level?" The route team leader also quickly made the next deployment. "I'll go to Danzo-sama first and report this matter to Danzo-sama. The rest of you, continue to follow along this route to see if there are other clues left behind. Everyone at the route nodded and replied, yes, Captain. Dark Knight, Tianyu started from the moment his identity was revealed. He jumped out suddenly, turned into a black shadow, and ran towards the pitch-black night. His current strength is not enough to compete with the forces of the entire route, so he knew that once his identity was exposed to the roots, even if he escaped from Konoha, he would be chased to the ends of the earth by the ninjas of the roots. That price is something he can't afford at all. In the dark night, Tianyu kept putting the sandbags tied to his body into the ring. 200 caddies, 150 caddies, 100 caddies, 50 caddies. As the weight on his body became smaller and smaller, Tianyu also felt that his body became lighter and lighter, and he could feel himself the speed is getting faster and faster like the wind blowing under your feet. The cold wind whistled in his ears like a knife. Tianyu's slender figure, running wildly in the dark night, is like a flash of lightning. Tianyu has been holding his breath, all his attention is behind him. After he lifted all the burdens, although he had not yet learned to open the 8 gates Dunjia, he had completely reached the level of Shangnan and above at the level of complete speed. It will take a lot of time for those ninjas at the route to catch up with him, and the cooldown time of his hidden mask is only 1 minute. After a minute, after putting on the secret mask again and hiding all the breath, even if those ninjas at the route have the ability to reach the sky, they will never try to find him. Didn't catch up? The speed of these route ninjas is too slow. He ran away all the way in a flash, and Tianyu turned back to observe the situation of those route ninjas, only to find that they were getting farther and farther away from him, and the speed of catching up was not as fast as he ran. Tianyu's heart was relieved. It turned out that he overestimated the speed of those route ninjas. Soon, Tianyu thought about why he had made a mistake in his estimation of speed. The only Jonin he has ever been in contact with is Meikai, who has the strength of an elite Jonin. Therefore, Tianyu subconsciously made the speed of the route ninjas with the strength of the ninja to be similar to the usual speed of Meikai. But in fact, not all Jounin are as proficient in taijutsu as Meikai. In other words, in the strength of the ninja, can reach Mie ninja with such speed as Tekai. In the entire Konoha, there is only Meikai alone. With Tianyu's current terrifying strength in taijutsu, he was able to fight hundreds of tricks with Meikai, and it was really difficult for those ninjas at the route to catch up with him. Ding! The stealth mask has cooled down. The sound of Chuanli prompting in the system. At this time, the tension in Tianyu's heart has completely dissipated. The corner of his mouth unconsciously raised a slight arc, looking at the direction that the route ninjas were chasing him, and secretly said in his heart, ha ha ha, idiots at the route, young master won't play with you anymore. Immediately, Tianyu put on a mask of concealment, his figure and breath, then completely disappeared into the air. How is the situation? Shimura Danzo's face was as gloomy as water. He coldly questioned the route ninja who knelt down in front of him. Sweat poured down from the temples under the ninja mask at the root, and a knife forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly replied, Lord Danzo, all the riding wheels we collected before were stolen by that thief. What? Shimura Danzo shouted violently. The whole person was so angry that he burst into anger, and scolded furiously, are you a bunch of trash? In front of so many people, you can still be stolen by the other party. It's my fault, my lord. Gen Troop Commander said solemnly, I really didn't expect that the other party would dare to disguise as you and appear in front of us. The ninja couldn't detect any clues at all. These are all excuses for your incompetence. Shimura Danzo was angry. He scolded loudly, and then said with cold eyes, do you know what the consequences of your unfavorable conduct this time will be? The complexion under the mask of the troop leader suddenly turned pale. Immediately, he pulled out the saber from his waist and slashed from his shoulder towards his left arm. With a bang, the left arm fell from the body, blood kept pouring out. This is the punishment after the route ninja has been dereliction of duty, and even he, the route leader, is not immune. The leader of the route team knew very well what it meant to him to lose an arm. This means that he will soon be squeezed out of the position of captain and become someone who can be sacrificed at any time in his routes. And the group Tibetan here, it's time to go to another place. Although the fact that Sharingan was stolen made Danzo vomit blood from anger, but Sarutobi Hiizen, the third generation Hokage Big Knight, wanted to summon himself, and as the head of the route, he really couldn't shirk. In Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was smoking a cigarette in his mouth, squinting at Shimura Danzo in front of him. He said slowly, Danzo, I know that the riding wheel of the Uchiha family is in your hands tonight, but these Sharinans belong to the village, so I think you still have to leave it to me, Hokage, for safekeeping. Is this a robbery? This is simply a robbery, right? Shimura Danzo was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother when he heard Sarutobi Hizen's words. No wonder Sarutobi Hizen had an attitude that my forces would never interfere in this matter, and that he had the full authority to do it. It turns out that this old Yinbai is actually waiting for him here? Now he even took out his own Hokage's identity and the village to oppress him? This hypocrite. Originally, because of the theft of Sharingan, I was very angry with Danzo tonight. Now the whole person's face is as gloomy as water, black as if it can drip ink. He said angrily, Sarutobi, then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Tonight's riding wheel I was stolen by a thief. My routes have been searched all night, but I haven't found any trace of the other party. Sarutobi Hizen narrowed his eyes and his voice became a little colder. Do you think I would believe this excuse? Danzo, you take me too simplistically. Puff dash. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of Tuanzang's heart. How can this be an excuse? This is absolutely true. You don't believe me? Do you think I'm looking for a reason to deliberately swallow the riding wheel? Wronged, godly wronged. But Danzo couldn't find a reason to explain it to himself, and now he is extremely depressed. Because that thief really did not leave them a trace that could be traced, and his methods were extremely clever. It's fine if you don't believe me, I really don't have a wheel eye in my hand right now, Danzang said angrily. This time, Sarutobi Hiezan's expression also became gloomy. During this period of time, Danzo has repeatedly disobeyed his own arrangements, and now he even wants to pocket such a precious thing as Shinyan? It seems that it is time to let him know the means of his hokage. Your subordinates are so unfavorable to do things, they can't even handle this little thing, then there is no need for this organization to exist. The relationship between Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Danzo became tit for tat for a while. Tense up. End of Tianyu, who has been busy all night. After putting on the concealment mask, I wandered around the village. After confirming that the ninja at the route found no trace of him, he swaggered home and went to sleep. If he knew the Hokage office at this time, Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Danzo, just because of the fact that he went to steal the riding wheel tonight, the dog bites the dog's hair, and he must be laughing uncontrollably. After the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, a few days later, Uchiha Attack, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, the matter of destroying the entire Uchiha clan spread throughout Konoha, causing quite a stir in Konoha. For a time, the villagers were talking about this matter. Some are shocked, some are somber, some are sighed. This incident has become an interesting topic for the villagers to chat about after a meal. At the same time, the security force in the village seems to have strengthened a lot during this period. Umbu's ninja took over the duties of the original security department. And even under the blue sky and daylight, Tianyu can also occasionally see Umbu ninja wearing a cat face mask like a dark shadow. He kept jumping on the roof above Konoha, as if he was searching for something suspicious in Konoha. However, Tianyu didn't care about it at all. Ken characters? What does it have to do with him? He is a talented young man in Konoha, and heir to the will of fire with roots and roots. Tianyu didn't feel blushing and heartbeat at the thought of himself. Of course, in order not to arouse suspicion from others, Tianyu has been putting it in the collection ring since she got the riding wheel. It has never been taken out. A month later, it may be that Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Danzo also felt that there was no hope of finding Sharingan again, and the guard force in Konoha was lifted. Another month, winter is coming. The villagers in Konoha have also lost interest in chatting about the Uchiha clan's genocide. The first ninja clan in Konoha seemed to be buried together with the swirling snow. Since then, it has disappeared in the eyes of everyone and is rarely mentioned again. Another 2 months passed. After the new year, it is already 58 years of Konoha. Tianyu is 8 years old. During these few months, Tianyu has successively obtained several 2-star and 3-star forging drawings. Small enchantment crystal ball, 2 stars, can create a space of 5 square meters and isolate sound, light, etc. from the outside world. Tracking instrument, 2 stars, placed on others, can perceive the other party's geographic location, valid for 30 days. Silver ice bow, 3 stars, ice attribute, can release ice arrows, with a range of 500 meters. Of course, for Tianyu, the most important thing is the creation of the Eye of 3 Guyu. At the moment of obtaining the Sharingan, Tianyu's system had already indicated that the task was completed, and he also obtained the blueprint for the creation of the Eye of Sanguyu in his mind. As predicted, the riding wheel eye is the most important material in the process of creating the Eye of Sangha Jade. What shocked him was that the forging blueprint of the Eye of the 3 Goose Jade turned out to be a 4-star difficulty. For the forging of the 3 Go Jade riding wheel eye, Tianyu is also very cautious. After all, the riding wheel eyes are a non-renewable resource. Although he now has a lot of riding wheels in his hand, he must try his best to ensure the success rate of forging. As a result, Tianyu spent a month preparing for the forging of the Eye of 3 Guyu with 4-star difficulty. A month later, Tianyu had already made sure that he had figured out every detail of the forging process before he began to prepare for forging. 4-star difficulty blueprints are indeed much more complicated to forge. There are hundreds of forging steps, which is a situation that Tianyu had not foreseen during the forging process before. In this regard, Tianyu did not dare to slacken in the slightest. Every minute and every second, I focus my attention on the forging table, and strive for excellence in every step of my forging. At this time, Tianyu had forged a lot of 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star weapons before, as well as the practice effect of his usual physical training. Even though the forging steps are a lot more complicated, Tianyu is very rich in both mental and physical strength. These are the capital that can support him to forge a weapon. The days and nights passed quickly. On the forging table, the shape of the 3 Go Jade riding wheel is also gradually taking shape. Ding! The forging is successful, and the forging is fruit, the Eye of the 3-hooked Jade. He did not live up to the time he had prepared for so long, but he succeeded in forging after the first forging. A bead the size of a human eyeball, scarlet all over, with 3 patterns in the shape of a hook on it, fell steadily into Tianyu's hands. There was a look of joy in Tianyu's eyes. Look at your own system. The Eye of the 3 Guyu rank 4-star weapon, upgradable, attribute, illusion attribute skill, release A-level illusion, every 3 times, the cooling time is 1 day, weather contract, no release A-level illusion. Tianyu's heart suddenly trembled, he didn't expect that the 4-star 3 Guyu eyes could unleash A-level illusions. Illusion was originally a type of ninjutsu that was difficult to practice. Even a superior ninja like Kurane Ui was only able to release the strongest illusion level at B level. Even the second-generation Hokage Kishao Tobirama developed the technique of darkness, which is only A-level ninjutsu, and the Uchiha tribe of Sanguyu who writes round eyes, the strongest illusions that can be released can only be classified as A-level. The A-level illusion released by Tianyu's 3-hook Jade Writing Wheel can already be said to be the strongest illusion under the kaleidoscope. After possessing the 3-go Jade Writing Wheel Tianyu's strength has also made a qualitative leap. The only fly in the ointment, I'm afraid it needs to be cooled down for a day after using it 3 times. Tianyu put his own blood on the Eye of 3 hooks, and after completing the contract, he put away the Eye of 3 hooks. At this time, the system sounded again. Congratulations to the host's forging level, successfully upgraded to the intermediate forging level. Level up reward, 1 piece of virtual forging space. Tianyu looked at the changes in his system and was very curious for a while, so he asked the system, what is the virtual forging space? The virtual forging space is an independent piece in the space of the world where the host was originally located. The host can enter the virtual forging space to forge the ninja tool. When the host enters the virtual forging space, the time outside will be in a slow flow state. Tianyu closed his eyes, and immediately felt the sudden extra space in his mind, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in another place. In front of him are 3 different things. The first 2 things are very familiar to Tianyu, namely the forging table and the forging hammer. The white jade grounds forging table and forging hammer seem to be of very high quality, and they are much better than the set of forging tools he used before. But there is one thing left that Tianyu doesn't know. It looks like a very large machine. System, what is this? Tianyu asked. This is a fully automatic workbench. The host has a ninja tool with a forging proficiency of 100%, just throw the material into the workbench, and the interior of the workbench can automatically forge according to the host's forging memory. Well, what a high-end device. All of a sudden, it became a technology. Tianyu couldn't help but call the expert in his heart. With this fully automatic workbench, my forging time has been greatly saved. And with this forging table, Tianyu no longer has to forge in the small forging shed in the backyard of his home every time, but can enter his own forging space for forging anytime, anywhere. It's so convenient. Is this the benefit after upgrading to an intermediate blacksmith? Simply fantastic. 8-year-old Tianyu, the burden on his body, has reached a weight of 200 pounds. In the next half a year, Tianyu began to try to open the 8 gates of Dunjia. After several attempts, Tianyu found that his physical strength was finally able to adapt to the powerful impact of opening the 8-door Dunjia without causing any damage to his body. And in the past 6 months, Matekai has not been idle at all. In addition to instructing Tianyu Bayman Dunjia's practice, there are also quite a lot of tasks assigned to him in the village. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the manpower in the village was very short. And now is the time when Konoha is the weakest in terms of defense, so even an elite Junin like Matekai has a lot of tasks to do. Another half year has passed, Konoha finally stabilized, everything is running smoothly. At this time, Tianyu was also 1 year older, reaching the age of 9 years old. The weight on his body has also increased from the original 200 pounds to 300 pounds. According to the previous plan, he began to follow Metka to learn the trick of the Konoha whirlwind. In Konoha's training ground, the big whirlwind of Konoha, Tianyu raised the green chakra on his legs, wrapped his entire calf and feet in it, and then ruthlessly lifted it up to the tree trunk in front of him. Boom! A loud bang came. Sawdust was flying in the air, and one person was hugging the thick tree, but Tianyu kicked it twice from the middle and fell down. Matekai's eyes were full of shock, and his surprised mouth couldn't close. Tianyu, you are learning too fast, aren't you? It's so fast. Just practice this trick. Mikey couldn't help exclaiming. Maybe it has something to do with my persistent physical training before. In addition, I have practiced the Konoha whirlwind very well before, so at this time, I have already laid a solid foundation, whether it is the cohesion of chakra or the outbreak of taijutsu. Now that you learn it, you will feel that it is a matter of course. Not much effort was wasted. Matekai nodded, completely agreeing with what Tianyu had just said. In the learning of physical skills, the learning of tricks is not the most important. The most important thing is the practice of daily physical fitness and the foundation of physical skills. However, Matt K added to Tianyu, you don't have to be too modest. I have never seen anyone at your age achieve such a physical achievement. There is no doubt that you are a genius. Genius? The corner of Tianyu's mouth smiled, but he did not deny it. At this time, Mate Kai received a notice from Umbu to go to Hokage's office to hold a meeting of the ninja. In the training ground, Tianyu was the only one left, continuing his practice. Even when Mate Kai wasn't by his side, he didn't relax in the slightest. At this time, a small figure in a cheongsam walked towards the training ground where Tianyu was. Brother, all the way, Tian held his hands in the shape of a trumpet and shouted at him. Tianyu took a closer look, and it turned out to be his sister Tian, why are you here? Tian pursed his lips and said with an aggrieved expression, brother, don't you even forget what day is today? What is today, what day? This is probably a pretty fatal problem for all straight men like Tianyu, right? Tianyu scratched his head was empty for a while, and he couldn't think of anything. Your birthday? My birthday? Parents' birthdays, he asked one after another guessing. Tian's little head shook like a rattle, and said angrily, our 2 birthdays ended last month, and my parents' birthdays will not wait until winter. Your answer is too outrageous. Tianyu could only smile awkwardly, then what day is today? Sister, tell me directly. Tian put his hands on his hips, the 2 cute little tugs on their heads shook, and said in a milky voice, today is the spring festival. We agreed to go out for a walk together. Oh. Tianyu's face had a look of sudden realization. He hadn't paid any attention to festivals like the Haruai Matsuri before. In Konoha village, the spring festival can be regarded as a very lively festival. Some events or festivals will be held in Konoha village, and festival parades will also be held. There will also be many performances on the streets of Konoha. The villagers will put on beautiful kimonos and yukatas, go shopping, buy things, or enjoy the flowers in the garden. In the past, Tian and Tianyu had already participated several times. Activities that are always repeated, it is not interesting to participate in too many. At this time, the scenery in the wild is just right. When the cherry blossoms are in full bloom, he instantly had a proposal in his heart and said to Tian, why don't we call some people and have a barbecue picnic together? Barbecue picnic. Tian's eyes instantly brightened. He jumped up from the ground excitedly and shouted, that's great. I've been wanting to go out for a barbecue for a long time. Then we will divide the labor, you go to buy the ingredients, I will buy the cooking utensils and charcoal fire, and then we will call the friends we meet together, and finally gather by the river. How about it? Tianyu arranged this. Tian nodded immediately, no problem. I'll go buy the ingredients right now. After saying this, every day is like a windy girl, he quickly walked away in the distance, obviously looking forward to this picnic. And Tianyu also felt that the day he practiced every day was too boring, just like an ascetic. Occasionally, you really should take a break. Have a good time with your friends. So, Tianyu put away his training clothes, put on his Tianyu clothes, and walked towards the place where the charcoal fire was sold in the market. Unexpectedly, just after he bought the charcoal fire, he met an acquaintance. I saw Xiao Hinata wearing a white kimono yukata, with white magnolia flowers printed on it. It looks very plain and elegant, showing her ladylike demeanor everywhere. Tian Yajun, what a coincidence. Hinata actively greeted Tianyu. It's Hinata, what a coincidence. Tianyu smiled, you are very beautiful today, thank you. Hinata's face was immediately dyed with a layer of blush. He lowered his head shyly, not daring to meet Tianyu's gaze. What are you doing? Buying hairpins. Tianyu looked at Hinata's hands curiously, and found that she was holding several hairpins of different colors. Yeah, Hinata nodded. Then she mustered up courage in her heart, raised her head and asked Tianyu, Tianyajun, which one do you think looks good? Can you help me choose one? Okay. Tianyu glanced at the hairpins in her hand, then jumped out a pink cherry blossom hairpin, and said, I think this looks good. Hinata was surprised. Unexpectedly, Tianyajun chose the hairpin that she liked the most before. Does she have a relationship with Tianyuxin? Thinking of this, Hinata's face turned a little bit more ashamed. Boss, I want this hairpin. I'll pay. Tianyu took a step in front of Hinata. I paid the money, bought the hairpin, and said with a smile, today is the spring festival, so it's a gift from me. Come, I'll bring it to you. In the spring festival, there is a tradition of boys giving gifts to girls, which is a kind of tradition, so Tianyu naturally did not ask Hinata to buy this hairpin at this time. Besides, it's such a cute little loli as Hinata, who wouldn't want to buy a pretty and cute little hair clip to pin to the ends of her hair. Tianyu picked up the pink cherry blossom hairpin, then, very gently, he clamped it to Hinata's ear. This hairpin is really suitable for Hinata. Originally Hinata's character was very shy and cute, as soft and innocent as cherry blossoms. After she pinned this hairpin on her temples, she really became more agile and cute, and she couldn't help being lovable. Thank you Tianyajun. Hinata's voice was as faint as the chirping of mosquitoes. At this time, her face had already turned as red as cherry blossoms, and she was shy. Inside the spring festival, there has always been a tradition of boys giving girls gifts, but that is usually the case where the boy is expressing his love to the girl. But looking at Tianyajun's eyes, he should not know that there is such a meaning? Hinata couldn't help thinking in her heart, it would be nice if Tianyajun knew what this meant and gave him a gift, but it's good now. She's really happy to receive a gift from Tianyujun. Tianyujun, what are you doing? Hinata asked curiously when she saw that she was holding charcoal in her hand. Isn't it a spring festival today? I'm going to have a picnic and barbecue by the river with my sister. What are you doing now? If you're okay, you can come with me. Tianyu warmly invited. If there is a cute little loli like Hinata around, I'm afraid even the barbecue Tianyu is willing to eat 2 more bites. Hey, really? Hinata's eyes burst into curiosity. Can I participate too? Thinking of barbecue, Hinata couldn't hold back his expectations. Just thinking about this kind of thing would be very interesting. For a lady from a big family who stayed in the deep house all day long and had few people to play with, the picnic and barbecue had a fatal attraction to her. Of course, it's fun to have a lot of people when it comes to barbecues, Tianyu said with a smile, and my sister Tian Tian, you have met before, I believe you will get along very well. Hinata nodded. Sister Tian Tian is a very easy person to get along with. I like Sister Tian Tian very much. Tianyu takes the initiative. He took Hinata's hand and said, then you can go with me, we can buy some cooking utensils and go. Tianyujun actually pulled his hand. Suddenly there was a warm feeling in the little hand. Hinata's heart suddenly accelerated. It was as if a deer was about to jump out. Even breathing seems to have become a little difficult, and the brain is in a state of hypoxia and has lost the ability to think. Hinata is now full of thoughts. Tianyujun is holding hands with himself. Tianyujun is holding hands with himself. Tianyujun is holding hands with himself. Tianyu just held Hinata's hand and walked forward, unaware of the strangeness of Hinata behind him. It's no wonder that Tianyu didn't notice it for a while. The girls in the Naruto world are already a little more mature than the world in which he lived in his previous life. Even in peacetime now, I knew about love and liking when I was a few years old. But in the eyes of Tianyu, these girls are still just a bunch of little loli. Moreover, in his daily interactions with Tian Tian, he would often hold hands, hug, kiss foreheads, and the like, and fight. Tian Tian is a carefree girl who yearns for violence. No wonder he considers Tsunade his idol. So he didn't even think that his random holding of hands would have caused such a big shock to Hinata's heart that it almost made her faint. Hey, stop it. At this moment, a youthful shout suddenly came from a distance. Don't bully that girl anymore. Tianyu felt that the voice seemed to be coming from his side, so he was stunned for a moment. Bully girl? He doesn't have it? Isn't there only one Hinata by his side? So he frowned and looked at the person who had just shouted. The young man was wearing an orange-red sports suit and was sprinting towards him with all his strength. Isn't this Naruto? Heaven, big brother Tianyu, why are you? Naruto immediately recognized Tianyu, lowered his voice instantly, and asked shyly, scratching his head. Tianyu asked with a bit of doubt in his eyes, Naruto, how dare you shout at me? Bully girls. Naruto's face suddenly became a little more embarrassed, and he smiled foolishly. I didn't recognize you as big brother Tianyu. I thought someone else was bullying the girl, so I wanted to be righteous and brave. If I had recognized you as big brother Tianyu, I would definitely not have made such an oolong. Tianyu smiled and asked, then who do you think I'm bullying? Naruto pointed at Hinata and said, it's this girl. I think she's almost fainted, and she's still being dragged away by you. Tianyu. He was looking at Hinata. Sure enough, his face was red as if he had a high fever, and he looked really uncomfortable. He hurriedly asked, Hina, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell, or I'll take you to the hospital? Hinata shook his head and whispered, I'm fine, but Tianyujun suddenly took my hand. I may have fallen in love with the Emperor God. Hinata's mind unconsciously gave birth to such an idea. It was this thought that made her feel more shy, and her brain lost the ability to think. For parents in the school, she could hear Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino saying that they liked Suzuki, but Hinata never knew when she liked it. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino said that when they saw someone, they would blush and heartbeat, and they felt very sweet in their hearts, and their eyes would always fall on him and could not move their eyes away. Isn't this the same as her current situation? So, is Tianyujun the one he likes? Sorry. After Tianyu heard what Hinata said, it was only then that she realized that she had been holding her hand all the time, making her feel shy. He couldn't help laughing in his heart and said, Xiao Hintian's appearance is too cute. He couldn't help but make people want to bully her. Tianyu felt ashamed for the evil thoughts in his heart. Forget it, she's already like this, I can't tease her anymore. Tianyu let go of Hinata's hand, and turned to Naruto and asked, I'm going to the river for a picnic and barbecue, do you want to come with me? Barbecue? Doesn't that mean there is meat to eat? Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. For a child like him who eats instant noodles on a daily basis and occasionally eats ramen noodles, meat is a rare and delicious food. Big brother Tianyu, please take my younger brother with me. Naruto hugged Tianyu's thigh with a pleading expression. Tianyu was amused by Naruto, dragged him from the ground, and said, let's go, the cooking utensils are sold out, and it is estimated that Tian Tian is already waiting for us by the river. Naruto nodded cheerfully, for fear that Tianyu would go back and not take him to the barbecue. Hinata also nodded, but felt that the palm of his hand was empty, seems a little frustrated, seems to be regretting that he shouldn't have told Tien Yujun about holding hands just now. That was an opportunity that was not easy to hold hands with Tien Yujun soon. Tianyu took Naruto and Hinata to the agreed river. As expected, Tien had already sold out the ingredients and arrived by the river. And there are several familiar faces standing beside her. Naturally, Li Lok doesn't need to say more. The mobile sandbags plus free sparring around Tien, the full fans of Tianyu, must be the first to rush over when they hear this kind of barbecue picnic opportunity. What Tianyu didn't expect was that the young master of the Hyaga family, Hyaga Ningji, who always looked high and high in the school, was here too. Tien or Li Luo, is anyone familiar with him? At this time, Hinata, who was standing behind Tianyu, was obviously stunned for a moment, and then whispered, "Brother Ninkai, Miss Hinata, I didn't expect you to come back to a barbecue place like this. It really doesn't match your identity." Hinata Niji said coldly to Hinata. Tianyu also walked to Tien's side and asked in a low voice, "Is this what you invited?" Tien nodded and said helplessly, "Yeah, I met him on the street, and he asked me where you were, and said he wanted to challenge you. I disliked that he kept pestering me, so I brought him here, but the price is that all the ingredients for this barbecue were paid for by him." Tianyu's eyes twitched. "I couldn't help but groan in my heart, sister, you are really a mediocre little money saver. At a young age, I know the truth of wanting a dog to slaughter a big family." Very promising. The scene at that time became very embarrassing. Hinata Niji and Hinata cousins both had very unnatural expressions on their faces. After all, they were relatives who had a good relationship with them when they were young, but they became strangers because of the changes that happened later, and they hardly spoke for the next few years. At this time, they did not expect that they would meet here. Because of the death of his father, Hyaga Niji was brooding about the existence of Hinata and the existence of the clan. Hinata was related to the death of Niji's father, and felt guilty towards Niji. On the other hand, because of a guilty conscience, when she heard that brother Niji and Tien Yujun were going to fight before, she had been cheering for Tien Yujun in her heart. Later, after hearing that brother Ninkai was defeated in less than one move in the hands of Tien Yujun, she felt that brother Ninkai was also a little pitiful. For a while, the two of them stood there in silence, trying to ignore each other's existence. At this time, Naruto, the careless fool, suddenly said, "Hey, both of you have white eyes, are you two brothers and sisters?" The people present couldn't help but rolled their eyes in their hearts for a moment. Come on, both of them have the iconic white eyes of the Hinata clan. Is it hard to tell that they are brother and sister? It's really stupid to even ask such a thing. Moreover, the two brothers and sisters of the Hyaga clan are obviously very unhappy with this identity, and they don't want others to mention this kind of thing at all. Naruto, your reaction is so slow. There is simply no vision at all. Humph. Hyaga Niji snorted coldly with a sound. He still regarded this yellow-haired boy in an orange sports suit as an idiot and ignored him. On the other hand, Hinata has a milder personality. She and Naruto are classmates, so she can be regarded as acquaintance with him. And because of the existence of Tianyu, the mind of Hinata in the original book was changed, so at this time Hinata didn't have a crush on Naruto like in the original book, he was just an ordinary classmate to her. So at this time Hinata didn't have any shyness when facing Naruto, only the voice explained softly as always, "Yes, Naruto-kun, brother Niji is my cousin. We are all from the Hyaga clan." Ningji. Hearing this name, Naruto suddenly felt very familiar. He kept rubbing his chin with his hands, and kept thinking about his memories in his mind. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and he thought of something. He patted his thigh and shouted, "I'm ringing." He is the genius boy who was defeated by brother Tianyu with one move. As soon as these words came out, the air instantly became quiet. Hyaga Niji spat out a mouthful of old blood. The whole person's face was black as if it could drip ink. It was as if a wound in his heart that was about to heal was now being torn open. At this time, on the faces of others, they also showed strange expressions of different expressions. Hinata, Naruto-kun actually mentioned such a thing. Niji-san will be very sad. Tianyu, Naruto, you're literally dancing on Hyaga Niji's grave. Tien, brother, this new friend you met, you seem to be an idiot. Xiaoli, I didn't expect that there are idiots who can't see colors better than me. Tianyu, let him join us, so I'm not the dumbest. At this time, it was Tianyu who was full of black lines and stood up to break the deadlock. He walked to Naruto's side and introduced to the others, his name is Naruto, and he is Hinata's classmate. We will all be friends from now on. Everyone also nodded and introduced themselves. My name is Tianyu's younger sister. How are you, Naruto? My name is Li Luo. I am Tianyu's classmate. We will be friends in the future. I'm Hinata. We are classmates, but we haven't spoken to each other before, so I'll ask Naruto-kun for more advice in the future. Ningji, Alright, since everyone has known each other, let's start a picnic. There is still a lot of work to do. Let's take action, Tianyu said to them with a smile. Everyone nodded, and they all took action. The fire of the fire, the string of the string, the chop of the vegetable. When Tianyu was also preparing to act, Hyaga Niji walked towards him and said coldly, Tianyu, I want to challenge you. Let's fight together again, this time I will definitely defeat you. Now, Tianyu frowned. If you reject him, I'm afraid the whole brainless guy will not give up easily, and things will become more troublesome. So Tianyu said, it's okay to accept your challenge, but you have to make a bet. Niji asked curiously, what stake? Tianyu smiled and said, you won. If you do, I will give you the title of chief student and the title of genius boy. If you lose, you will do my work in a while. Niji hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay, I promise you. He can't let the lessons of his previous failures remain in his heart, otherwise this Tianyu will become a mountain in his life that can never be overcome. You won't fall down so easily. I will definitely defeat him. Just go. Tianyu walked into the distance. The battle requires a certain area and space, and Tianyu does not want to destroy today's barbecue. Boom boom in the distant forest, the sound of fighting was constantly heard. Guess, will my brother win, or will Hyaga Niji win? Tian asked everyone with a quirky expression, not afraid of big things. Naruto was the first to shout loudly, Big Brother Tianyu. Big Brother Tianyu must win. Hinata nodded slightly, although Brother Niji's talent is very good, I still think Tianyujun will win. Xiao Li also showed a very confident expression on his face at this time. He stretched out his index fingers on his left and right hands, crossed them on his chest, and analyzed 10 minutes. I think Tianyu will definitely end the battle within 10 minutes. Is it that fast? Naruto and Hinata both showed surprised expressions in their eyes. But Tian shook his head at this time, then stretched out 3 fingers and smiled mysteriously at the crowd. 3 minutes, it only takes 3 minutes, my brother can end the battle. This time, even Xiao Li was shocked. During this time, Niji Hyaga showed the truth in the ninja school. The power is also quite extraordinary. Besides, he has also collected information about Tianyu for a long time, and has some understanding of his tricks. This time it will definitely not be as careless as last time. How could it be solved in 3 minutes? Could it be the strength of Tianyu? Is it now so powerful that they can't imagine it? However, while they were hesitating, Tianyu and Ninkai have come out of the woods in the distance. Tianyu was the same as before, his clothes were not even stained with dust, while Hyaga Niji had a blue nose and a swollen face. The result of this duel is self-evident, everyone guessed it. It's just that they didn't expect. It's really like what Tian said, from the beginning to the present, the entire process of this duel is less than 3 minutes. How did you guess? Everyone looked at Tian. A mysterious smile appeared on Tian's face again, and he explained to everyone, because, my brother is hungry, so he wants to eat quickly. Boom dash. Everyone was slaughtered behind them with expressions of thunder on their faces. Is it because of this reason that the battle needs to be resolved within 3 minutes? If it wasn't for the battle before dinner, maybe Tianyu would choose to play a few more tricks with him, maybe this could help him build a little bit of confidence. But now, because Tianyu is in a hurry to eat, he will directly use the thunder version to quickly solve the battle, so the strength he shows will definitely be at the crushing level. Thinking of it this way, Hyaga Niji is too miserable, right? In the eyes they looked at Hyaga Niji, there was a bit of sympathy. According to the agreement between Tianyukian and Hyaga Niji, if he loses, he will have to cover all the work of Tianyu barbecue. At this time, Hyaga Niji, who had a bruised nose and a swollen face, actually started to work according to the previous agreement. Fire, cut meat, grill, sprinkle paint. Soon the scent spreads out. Tian, Xiao Li, Hinata, and Naruto all had a look of anticipation on their faces. After that, even Hyaga Niji, who had been cold all the time, can't help but feel a little hungry. If you only have this meat, it doesn't seem to be enough. Tian whispered softly. She didn't expect so many people to come over for this picnic, so the ingredients she bought before were simply not enough. Leave it to me to solve it. Tianyu said with a smile, then turned and walked towards the depths of the woods. Hey, big brother Tianyu, it's very dangerous over there. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help shouting loudly. Even if he was as naughty as him, he would not dare to break into the deep forest over there. I heard that there are many large beasts in that forest. However, Tianyu soon returned. He was dragging a big wild boar in his hand. It seemed to weigh 200 pounds. Tian, Xiao Li, Hinata, Naruto, and Niji couldn't help but stop the movements in their hands, opened their mouths wide, and watched Tianyu holding a wild boar even bigger than others in his hands and walking away from a distance. Came back. Brother, is this the wild boar you beat? Tian couldn't help swallowing, shocked. My God, brother, you are too amazing. Even such a big wild boar can be killed. Naruto Uzumaki praised with wide eyes. Heaven, Tianyujun, it's amazing. Hinata's eyes flickered with adoration. Ho 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 ho. Tianyu is really exercising his abilities all the time. Is this the real secret of Tianyu becoming stronger? Xiao Li analyzed with a serious look. Use the wild boar battle to exercise your actual combat ability? Maybe this is a new way of cultivation. This guy. Niji's eyes sank, and he couldn't help muttering. When the two of them fought just now, Hyagon Niji ran out of chakra, even if it hasn't fully recovered yet. But Tianyu not only defeated him quickly, now there is even time to hunt another wild boar. How terrifying is his current strength? Hyagon Niji's eyes were suddenly covered with a gray haze, his eyes were no longer as bright as before. He fell into deep confusion. Is it true that only people like Tianyu are called geniuses? The achievements that he was proud of were not worth mentioning in front of him at all. Own, totally a complete loser. Tianyu saw the feelings of loss and self-defeating in the eyes of Hyagon Niji, but he didn't say anything. He is a very arrogant and easygoing person. Some things, some ideas, must be changed after he has figured it out himself. No one else can help him. Let's go eat barbecue. What are you doing standing here dumbfounded? Tianyu patted Hyagon Niji's shoulder and then pushed him towards the direction of everyone's barbecue. How can there be so many reasons to think about? You are not active in cooking. I think you have a problem with your brain. Then Tianyu ignored Hinata Niji and went straight to the barbecue. Hinata Niji's gaze towards Tianyu was very complicated. In the end, there seemed to be a compromise in my heart, so I walked towards the barbecue and joined them. The aroma of barbecued meat is constantly wafting in the air. Tianyu and others couldn't wait for a long time. After the smell of the meat drifted in the air, several people immediately began to feast on it. Meat! Bring me another skewer of roasted wild boar. I want to. Hey, Niji, don't steal my flesh. Hey. Leave a few strings for Hinata and me. Be humble to us girls. Freshly baked pork with fat and lean meat, first come, first served, only 20 skewers. The sound of laughter, chasing and slapsticking gradually sounded by the river. After all, it's just some kids who haven't reached the age of 10. Although they are a bit precocious, although they have a strange understanding of the world, although they may have had all frictions in their previous lives. But at this moment, all through the woods, by the clear stream, it seemed that all that was left was the sound of this group of happy children laughing and laughing. The spring festival is over soon. This experience left Tianyu and the others in their hearts very happy memories. Their lives returned to their daily routine of going to ninja school and after-school practice. On this day, Mate Kai suddenly found Tianyu. What? Going out of the village to practice? Tianyu was surprised. Mate Kai nodded and said, yes, Tianya-jun, I think your strength has already surpassed the level of the students of the ninja school, but you can't graduate early now, and it is a waste of time to stay in the ninja school. Tianyu nodded secretly in his heart. The knowledge in the ninja school, he has indeed learned it long ago. Continuing to stay in the ninja school was indeed a waste of time for him, but this is the rule set by the 3 generations of Hokage himself. Tianyu also feels helpless. This is probably related to his previous life. Those college students who are trying to get a diploma are the same, right? But looking at what Matt K is saying now, it means, can I take a leave of absence from the ninja school and then follow him out of the village to practice? This is a rare opportunity. Tianyu's eyes lit up. Since he was born, he has been staying in Konoha village. Having never traveled to the world outside Konoha village, I was naturally very curious. Seeing that Tianyu was in a state of trance, Mate Kai asked hesitantly, what's the matter, Tianyu, don't you want to? Tianyu hurriedly shook his head and said, no, of course not. I was so surprised to hear the news just now, and I just lost my mind. Ha 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 ha. Mate Kai said cheerfully, laughing loudly, I knew Tianyu, you must want to meet the challenge just like me. This is our burning youth. Mr. Kai, shall we set off tomorrow? Tianyu asked curiously. He had long been looking forward to the so-called outing experience. Do not worry, Hokage-sama has just approved me to take you out to practice, so I hurried over to inform you of the good news. But before we go, there is still a lot to prepare. The expression on Medi's face became a little serious. Experience is not as simple as a child's spring outing. We must prepare enough dry food and water, as well as weapons and so on. Of course, I still have to pick up a few tasks as the content of our experience this time. Tianyu nodded. Indeed, they went out to experience this time, and I don't know how long it will take to return to Konoha. In this world, there are no means of transportation such as planes and high-speed rails. Basically, you have to walk on the road. Although ninjas have chakra blessings, which can increase the speed of the road, but in the face of many unknown dangers outside, they may face a fighting situation at any time. They must also maintain a relatively full level of chakra in their bodies to ensure that they can immediately enter combat mode. And before leaving Konoha, he also has a lot of preparations to do. After Mate Kai said everything to Tianyu, the two separated and began to make the most adequate preparations for their future outings. Departure time, just agreed in 3 days. In Tianyu's house, after Tianyu told his sister Tian Tian that he wanted to go out of the village, the little girl's reaction was really strong. What? Brother, you didn't take me with you when you went out of the village to practice. I'm still not your own sister. Tian Tian put his hands around his chest, and his little face turned into a steamed bun face. You are not strong enough now, it is very dangerous outside, and Teacher Kai and I don't have time to take care of you. Tianyu patted Tian Tian's head and said with a smile, during this period of time, you are improving your strength in the village, waiting for you. After graduating from ninja school, I'll take you out to play. But to compensate you, I'll give you something fun. What fun stuff? Tian Tian's curiosity was instantly hooked. Tian Yu smiled mysteriously. You will definitely like it. Really? Tian Tian is not a willful girl. I quickly got rid of the displeasure just now. After adjusting his mentality, he deliberately made a very arrogant look and said, if my brother really likes your things, then I don't care if you don't take me out of the village to experience. Well, my sister is the best. A satisfied smile appeared on Tian Yu's face. Then take Tian Tian to his room. He has already taken out some low-level ninja tools in his system space, thousands of 1-star level kunao, shuriken and other ninja tools, as well as dozens of 2-star level grass pheasant swords, sky feather clothes, light boots, and other things. Of course, there is one more important ring. Brother, what is this? For girls, what attracts her is beautiful clothes. So every day first what I saw was that very conspicuous Tian Yui. Wow, what a beautiful dress. Tian Tian's eyes were immediately attracted to this dress. Tian Yu had expected this scene for a long time. He pulled Tian Tian's hand, and randomly pierced one of her white fingers with Kyowu. It hurts every day, but there is no anger on his face. Brother, what are you doing? Take the blood from your fingertips and try it on this dress. Although Tianation's heart is full of doubts, but I still did as my brother said. And at the moment when she smeared the blood from her finger on her clothes, I saw a sudden flash of white light on the white Tian Yu coat, and Tian Tian suddenly felt that there seemed to be something in his mind. And the white Tian Yui had already appeared on Tian Tian's body automatically. Okay, so amazing. Tian Tian opened his mouth wide, and couldn't bear surprise in his eyes. I'm the owner of this dress? And I know all the functions of this dress. Oh my god. What's going on? Tian Yu explained with a smile, this dress is also a kind of ninja tool I made. You put blood on it and you sign a contract with the dress. Then there are the functions of the plot of this dress, which you should already know. Every day, my eyes are narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. He couldn't hide his inner joy at all, and said with a smile, brother, this is the gift you want to give me? I really like it. This dress is really beautiful. And there are so many unique features. At this time, Tian Tian seems to have made a decision. A breast that has not yet developed preserved, said loudly, I decided, I will wear this dress every day from now on. Silly girl. Tian Yu was amused by Tian Tian's never-before-seen appearance. She couldn't help rubbing her little head and said with a smile, it's not just this Tian Yu coat, there are other things, you also hurry over to see, guaranteed you will love it. Tian nodded vigorously, then start looking at the same things. Wow, these boots look good too. The pure white color has delicate dark lines. Wait, it actually speeds me up. It's amazing. This ring. There is actually a storage space. I don't know how much better it is than a weapon storage scroll. Wait, isn't this a grass pheasant sword? Brother, are you finally willing to give it to me? I've really been greedy for a long time. Tian Tian's mouth has long since opened up to the shape of an O, enough to fit an egg. The shock in her eyes was already self-evident. I really didn't expect that my brother has created so many amazing things. He is simply a genius. And now, he actually gave these things to himself. Tian Tian has completely fallen into a kind of crazy joy. It's like having obtained a huge treasure, and the whole person will be stunned by this happiness. My sister, I'm sure I must be my brother's sister. Tian Tian said with a serious face, if you don't have blood, you have to be a sister. Brother, please let me hold your thighs tightly and not let go. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. Or what else do you want to eat? I'll sell it to you? Brother, please be sure give me a chance to express myself. You little girl, what are you thinking about in your little head all day? Tian Yu was like Tian Tian's dog-legged appearance, makes me laugh and cry. I could only knock her out of my head, and continue to exhort, be serious, I'm explaining things to you. Yes, Tian Tian nodded immediately as if he had received a military order. Tian Yu cleared his throat and continued to cough. These things are all left to you by me. I guess they will be enough for you to use for a long time. These are Avatar Kunao, and Incarnation Kunao, and you've used them before. You have already understood the things like Tian Yui and Qingling boots. These are all made by me, and you should know all the functions. Tian Yu talked to Tian Tian for a long time. At this time, an idea suddenly appeared in Tianation's mind, so he couldn't help asking, brother, can these things be sold in our ninja shop? I's like a fortune fan, it's like and I can't stop bursting out. The price of a single kunao is enough to sell it for more than 3 times the price of ordinary kunao. And the things like Tian Yu clothes and light boots that my brother took out, if they are sold, they will definitely be popular in the whole village and become treasures that everyone is eager to buy. If all these ninja tools are sold, that's quite a fortune. It's more profitable than being a ninja on a mission. But this time, Tian Yu shook his head at her, sister, these things can't be sold yet, only you can use them. Tian Tian's eyes are full of doubts, but even if my brother has to go out for a long time, she can't use up so many ninja tools. Isn't it a waste to place these expensive ninja tools here? As if seeing through the confusion in Tian Tian's heart, Tianyu then explained every man is innocent, but he is guilty. If these things are known to people on a large scale, they will always easily lead to the calculations of people with bad intentions. We don't have a powerful ninja in our family, so Mr. Kai and I have to go out of the village to practice. If these ninja tools are sold openly, there will be troubles that you cannot handle. Besides, even my current strength is still far from enough. No wonder you have built so many ninja tools, but you never said you would sell them. The ability to understand every day is strong. Tianyu only roughly explained a few words, and she already knew the stakes. So she nodded and said, I see, brother. I will use these ninja tools to improve my strength, you can rest assured. Tianyu also smiled happily. Always, when I'm not at home, sister, you have to take good care of your parents, and you have to take on more things at home. I will often write back, and I will also write to you about interesting things I encountered during my practice. Don't worry, before the graduation exam, brother, and I will definitely be back. When I really said goodbye, Tian's eye circle suddenly turned red. She threw herself into Tianyu's arms at once, with a bit of crying coquettish. He said, brother, you have to take care of yourself outside. Moreover, you promised me that you will definitely come back before the graduation assessment. You must not lie to me. Tianyu smiled. When did I lie to you? After 3 years, Konoha calendar year 59, the land of waves on the border between the land of fire and the land of water, Tianyu and Mate Kai are on their way out for training. After 3 years, Tianyu has grown to 12 years old now, and he can be regarded as a half-year-old boy. And his appearance has also undergone some changes. The baby fat that was originally fleshy on the face has gradually faded away, the bones grow rapidly, not only the height has grown a lot, but even the facial features on the face have become a bit more angular and resolute. Compared with the original cuteness, it is a little more handsome. Walking down the street, Tianyu's appearance is enough to attract the attention of many girls. Look, there's a handsome guy there. Okay, so handsome. But he looks a little young, what a pity. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that others will say that you are an old cow eating young grass? I heard that the young handsome guys like you, the most charming and sexy sister, hate. Stop making fun of me. He. After all, he's a handsome and drooling little guy. Whisper after murmur, from behind Tianyu and Mate Kai. Both Mate Kai and Tianyu are strong ninjas, and their 5 senses are very keen, and naturally they can hear those whispering voices clearly. Tianyu had an indifferent expression. He has heard too much about being handsome, and he has long been used to it. But for Mate Kai, this is quite a blow. At this time, the expression on Mate Kai's face was like a corpse, showing a very stiff and ugly expression, and the whole person was deteriorating to the extreme. I was so depressed that I wanted to cry. Think of the elite joinin in his dignified Konoha village, the famous blue beast. The bodybuilding posture that has been trained all the year round, the perfect height of more than 1.8 meters, is at a good age suitable for love. Result: these women, no one even noticed him. The content of the discussion did not even mention him at all. Everyone's eyes fell on Tianyu beside him, and the content of the discussion was also him. Is he not as attractive as a 12-year-old? Mate Kai, who has come to a conclusion on this question. Immediately, I felt a blow to my heart. It was not until Matey and Tianyu walked out of the town and the voices of the whispers behind him completely disappeared, that Matey finally regained some vitality. Where are we going next? Tianyu asked him. The next mission should be coming soon. The efficiency of Konoha's recent mission release is really average, Mate Kai said with emotion. At this time, in front of Mate Kai and Tianyu, with a bang, a white fog rose. A small green turtle with a quest scroll tied behind its back appeared in front of the two of them. This is the psychic beast of the Mate Kai contract, the blue water turtle. In this regard, Tianyu has long been surprised. In the 3 years that Tianyu and Mate Kai have been practicing outside, they have never returned to Konoha, but they have always maintained a very close contact with Konoha. Most of the communication methods are through Mate Kai's psychic beasts to and from Konoha, helping them to continuously receive the tasks released by the village. The mission is here. The content of this mission is, protect Mr. Dasner and complete the bridge construction. Level, sea level. Mate Kai read the content of this mission to Tianyu again. Immediately, he sighed. This time the task is too simple. Before, the two of us were both performing B-level tasks. Now that I encounter such a C-level task again, I'm simply not interested at all. Even Mate Kai didn't think it was a challenging, boring task, that was really boring in comparison. However, Tianyu next to Mate Kai was stunned for a moment. Dasner? Isn't that the Land of Waves mission? In the original book, Kakashi took Naruto and his team to perform the first sea-level mission. How did he come to him now? It may be that his appearance changed some of the plots in the original work, so this task fell into his own hands by chance. It is obviously a sea-level task, but the real difficulty of the wheel has reached the height of A-level. Although Tianyu did not like a guy like Dasner who lied about his mission and concealed information, but he felt that this task was very challenging, because this mission will encounter the betrayal of the country of water. To die will not be cut again. He is a person Tianyu wants to fight, not only because of the strength of the opponent's elite Junin, but also because of the beheading sword in his hand. Tianyu wants to know, in the end, is his knife stronger, or his own knife is stronger? And here, the sound of the system releasing the task came from his ear. Task release: collect the blood of the beheading sword and the blood of the ice escape. Quest reward: Zanpakuto, blueprint of the Great Red Lotus Ice Rhinewan. As soon as this news appeared in Tianyu's mind, his breathing stopped for a second. Day by day what? Tianyu really rarely showed such surprise. Even if he had obtained a 6-star difficulty 6-path Immortal Ninja blueprint before, he had never been so surprised. Because the reward blueprint this time is Zanpakuto, the sword of the 10th Division Captain of the Shinigami, Hitsubi Atashiro. The Big Red Lotus Ice Wheel Pill has a wide attack range and additional ice and snow damage. Known as the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice category, Tianyu is moved. Let's go perform this mission. Tianyu shouted towards Mate Kai, full of fighting spirit and contented action. Matt K, don't you usually dislike the difficulty of B-level tasks? Why are you so excited about a C-level task at this time? Did I have a fever, or did he have a fever? Matt K felt that there must be something wrong between the two of them. In a tavern outside the country of waves, Mate Kai and Tianyu met Dazna, the client of this mission. It may be a year earlier than the time of the task in the original book, but Dazna at this time does not want to be as sloppy and frustrated as in the original book, looking like an alcoholic. But when he saw Tianyu, there was still a bit of distrust in his eyes. So, among the people who carried out this mission, you are the only one who is a ninja? Dazna asked with slanted eyes. Mate Kai treated the client and explained seriously, yes, but this one next to me is my disciple, and his strength is not much weaker than mine now. With the two of us here, it is enough to complete this task. Already? Huh? Dazner put on a very exaggerated expression on his face, and then laughed loudly. Matt, Mr. K, are you kidding me? How old is this kid? 10 or 11? If he really has that kind of strength, why is he not even a ninja now? Mr. Dazner, I'm 12 years old this year. Tianyu smiled. Cut, isn't that still a kid? Dazner said casually after taking a gulp of soju. And at the moment when his voice fell, the kilo in Tianyu's hand flashed in the air, and it was already on Dazna's neck. The tingling sensation is transmitted to the brain. A light pink trace immediately appeared on his neck. With an unchanging smile on Tianyu's face, he said, Mr. Dazna, if you still don't trust my strength, I can cut your throat right now. Madman. He is crazy. Still a very powerful lunatic. Although he was only 12 years old, Dazner did not dare to underestimate the strength of this child, because his eyes had already explained everything. It was a pair of murderous eyes. Dazner was instantly pale with fright, as if the blood was flowing backwards. The whole person was extremely frightened. He had no doubt in his heart that if he completely angered the person in front of him, he would really kill himself. I'm the client, you can't kill me. This violates the rules of your ninja's mission. Dazna shouted in horror. The smile on the corner of Tianyu's mouth became stronger, and he said slowly, as you can see, I am not a ninja yet, and you are not my nominal client. It doesn't matter if I kill you now. Are you still questioning my abilities? No, don't question, I believe in your ability. After swallowing a mouthful of water, Dazna said in a cold sweat. Is this what's so scary about ninjas? Even such a small child has the strength to kill himself at any time. There was a bit of awe in Dazna's eyes looking at Tianyu. Very good. Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he take back the kunao in his hands. In order to follow up unnecessary trouble, Tianyu felt that it was necessary to give this uncle a little deterrence in advance. Then let's go. Tianyu, Mate Kai and Dazner walked out of the tavern, head towards the country of Po, a small border country between the land of fire and the land of water. Since Dazna is an ordinary person, it is naturally impossible to rush the road in the way of the ninja before, and can only accompany Dazner to walk slowly. It will take almost 2 days from here to the land of waves. After Tianyu glanced at the map, he frowned. It's a bit of a waste to waste time on things like rushing on the road. On Tianyu's finger, there is a dark golden ring, an intermediate grade ring, a 5-star space weapon. Not only does it have a storage space of 100 square meters, it is much larger than the previous primary NA ring. And the biggest difference between this intermediate NA ring and the primary NA ring, in this ring, even living things can be stored. Of course, the current Tianyu, not to put Dazna in the ring and take him on the road. This appellation ring contains all the treasures that Tianyu has built over the years, and he will not let such an unknown person enter his appellation ring. Even Mate Kai is not very clear about the specific function of the ring in his hand. This is Tianyu's important secret. And now, he is from the ring he took out a slap-sized mechanical bird. What is this? Dazner's eyes were filled with curiosity. Mechanical bird, let's use this instead of hurrying, Tianyu said. So small? I can't even put 1 foot down, Dazner said in disbelief. Tianyu didn't explain it to him again. Instead, turn the mechanism on the mechanical bird. I saw that the mechanical bird, which was only the size of a palm, turned into a super large mechanical bird with a height of more than 2 meters and wings of more than 5 meters after several changes in body shape. Okay, so amazing. Dazner, an architect, there is also some understanding of machinery. He was immediately shocked by the precision design of this mechanical bird. and he couldn't help but secretly estimate the market value of this mechanical bird in his heart. 1 million too? No, 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 30 million taels, no, more than, at least more than 100 million. After this idea was born in my mind, Dazzner couldn't help but be shocked by the number. The price of 100 million is enough to equal the fiscal revenue of a small country like the Land of Waves for 5 years. How could this 12-year-old boy in front of him come up with such a thing? It's not an exaggeration to say that he is rich enough to rival the country. Tianyu didn't care about Dazzner's shock at all. This is a mechanical bird, but it is just a ninja tool forged from a 4-star forging blueprint. It is similar to the puppet bird of the red sand scorpion. Basically, it is only used for rushing, passing information, etc. Here in Tianyu, it's not a very important thing. Mate Kai was surprised when Tian Yugong just brought out all kinds of strange things, but after getting along for such a long time, he has long been taken aback by these things. When he saw Dazzner's performance, he couldn't help snickering in his heart. It seems that I am not the only one who has never seen the world at the beginning. It seems that everyone is the same as they have never seen the world. Hee, this shows that Tianyu is still very powerful, and has created so many powerful things. And a genius like Tianyu is his Mate Kai apprentice. When I think about this relationship, Matt K felt very proud. Let's go. Tianyu jumped on the back of the mechanical bird first, Medi nodded, and then he also carried Dazzner's collar and put it on the back of the mechanical bird he was carrying. The wings of the mechanical bird slide and fly forward, after getting off the ground and flying into the sky. Those trees, buildings, and people on the ground gradually became smaller in their eyes. After a few hours, Tianyu and the others landed on the border of the Land of Waves. The weather in the country of waves is not good. Because it is close to the sea, it belongs to an island country, so the rain is very dense. It's not raining now, but the clouds are dense, the fog rose again below, and the weather conditions were very unsuitable to continue flying. There are not many roads left, we can walk there in 2 hours, Tianyu said to them, and then put away the mechanical bird. Entering the territory of the country of waves, Dazzner is very familiar with the route here. Lead the way by him. Tianyu and Mate Kai were by his side, one from the left and one from the back. Now that they have entered the territory of the country of waves, according to the time, the Kez group has completely controlled the country of waves at this time, so they must be on guard. Just when the three of them walked over a large stagnant beach, Tianyu's eyes stayed on this stagnant beach for 2 seconds, and then moved away calmly. What a bunch of idiots. And just when the three of them walked through the pool of water and continued to move forward with their backs to the beach, a head suddenly popped out of it. Crash. First, the sound of chains spreading. On this quiet road, it was particularly harsh. A low, murderous voice came from behind. I saw 2 figures, and I don't know when they have appeared behind Tianyu. The chains in their hands were rushing towards Tianyu's body when they planned to trap him. A dazzling white light flashed through the air, accompanied by a crisp unsheathing sound, as if a meteor streaked through the sky. After Tianyu's 180-degree turn, the long knife slid past the 2 of them, and the knife chi disappeared in an instant. After Tianyu turned around completely, the long sword in his hand was already sheathed. The figures of the 2 assassins stood still. Puffed. After a few seconds, a large amount of blood spurted from the arteries in their necks. The blood like a fountain splattered all around. Even if it accidentally splashed on Tianyu's body, it quickly disappeared as if it was washed by rain. The eyes of the 2 of them were full of disbelief. Because they never thought that they would die at the hands of a 12-year-old boy, but they have no chance to regret. Anger was gradually stripped from their eyeballs. Their bodies fell backwards uncontrollably and turned into a corpse lying on the ground. Yet witnessing this lucrative and bloody scene, an ordinary person like Dazzner could not help but vomit beside him for a while. Tianyu, your fighting style is getting more and more violent. Mate Kai couldn't help but said while holding his forehead. Tianyu's mouth twitched with a slight smile. He said, I don't want to come up with a second move for things that can be solved with one move. Whatever you want. Mate Kai said speechlessly. Although the means are violent and bloody, it is indeed an efficient means of solving things. This kind of strong psychological quality is also one of the results of this time Mate Kai brought Tianyu out of the cultivation experience. Mate Kai is quite pampered by his proud disciple. For this kind of thing, he simply does it casually. Medi turned his gaze to Dazzner. Dazzner, who had vomited out all the food, did not dare to look directly at Mate Kai with his eyes dodging. Mate Kai took the initiative and said, Mr. Dazzner, you seem to have concealed a lot of information about this mission? Judging from the characteristics of these 2 corpses, although they are all wandering ninjas, they at least have the strength of Chinin. In the division of the task system of our Konoha village, as long as it includes fighting ninjas, the minimum is a B-level task. Why are you lying about the mission level? How do you know that they are coming for me? Dazzner, who was questioned, wanted to continue struggling, so he pointed at Tianyu and wanted to bring the contradiction of the topic to him. I just attacked him just now. Seeing that Dazzner refuses to admit it easily, so Matt K said very strongly, Mr. Dazzner, but if you won't admit it, then we'll have nothing to go on. As Konoha's ninjas, we have the right to terminate the mission if we find that the mission conflicts with the previous information. If you don't choose to tell us the truth, this is the end of our mission, so let's just separate it directly here, Mr. Dazner. Your subsequent life safety has nothing to do with our Konoha. Seeing such a tough attitude of Matt K., Dazner was silent, his complexion changed repeatedly. In the end, he finally sighed, lowered his head and said, I did hide something from you before. Afterwards, Dazner finally told the truth about the situation in the country. After learning the whole truth, Mate Kai was also caught in a dilemma for a while. In addition to the 2 betrayal and Shinin they just killed, they may even encounter other betrayal with the strength of Shangnan. This is not just a simple B-level task. In terms of the difficulty of the battle, it has even reached the level of an A-level mission. A-level tasks, even an elite ninja like Mate Kai has a very high mortality rate during the mission, which is enough to see how dangerous this level of mission is. Tianyu, what are your plans? Mate Kai asked Tianyu. Mr. Kai, let's continue the mission. In Tianyu's eyes, the light flickered slightly. Hearing this answer, Mate Kai's expression froze slightly. From Tianyu's eyes that were as dark as night, he seemed to see a trace of excitement. Mate Kai thought of Tianyu's current strength, even the ninjas of the Joshinen level have the power to fight, so he nodded and said, then let's continue this mission. Tianyu they set off again. Although they have now reached the territory of the country of waves, they still need to walk some distance from Dazner's home. Walking on the deserted forest path, the attitudes of Tianyu and Mate Kai were a little more serious than before. But it's not their style to sit still, not Mate Kai perception-type ninjas, so the investigation of the surrounding situation is that this matter falls to Tianyu. Tianyu from his own ring, he took out a small bag and dumped the contents on the ground. It looks like a small mouse-shaped toy, but it is only the size of a fingernail, and there are hundreds of them. Scouting Rat, 3-star weapon has a strong sensitivity to chakra and elemental powers. The information obtained by all the scout mice can be shared synchronously. These hundreds of scout mice can help Tianyu to collect all the nearby information in the shortest time, and form a detailed information network into his mind. With the help of scout rats, Tianyu's ability in reconnaissance, even compared to professional reconnaissance ninjas, it is not inferior at all. Mr. Akai, someone is coming. Tianyu quickly got the intelligence feedback from the scout mouse. Mate Kai trusted what Tianyu said, so he nodded and said, Tianyu, you protect Mr. Dazner. Immediately, a strong breath came. With Mate Kai's strength, he also felt the approaching breath of the opponent. Call out dash. An afterimage flashed through the woods. It landed on the trunk of a big tree in front of Tianyu and the others. It was a black-haired man with a large knife and a forward guard that had been scratched, and the lower half of his face and neck were wrapped in bandages. Tianyu recognized at a glance that this person was the Ghost Man, one of the 7 people in the current ninja swordsman, Dadai Zebazi. Oh, you don't even have any experience. Could it be that you have already discovered my existence? Dadai no longer cut out his own beheading sword, then focus on the only one on Mate Kai with a forward guard. Immediately, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Mate Kai's green sportswear outfit and the shape of the watermelon rind on his head are too conspicuous. Just a glance is enough to be impressive. He should be this time, the Konoha Blue Beast Mate Kai, who has become famous in the 5 major countries, right? The strength of the elite Jounin also has a very powerful taijutsu, and even those ninjas who were best at using taijutsu in the Land of Thunder also praised his strength quite a bit. However, according to the information obtained before Dadai Zabuze, it seems that Mate Kai isn't a ninja good at reconnaissance. Could it be the 12-year-old kid next to him? Immediately, if Dadai didn't cut it, he felt ridiculous for his naive idea. That kid is not even a ninja, how could he have such a strange idea? Dadai, who couldn't think of the answer to this question, decided not to cut it again, and decided not to worry about this problem anymore. Teach that old man to me, and I'll let you go. Dadai's eyes fixed on Dazna. Yoshi, there is another chance to fight. There was excitement in Mate Kai's eyes, and he didn't care what Dadai said again. The green figure flashed in the air and was already attacking him. The Konoha Whirlwind. The figure of Mate Kai appeared in the sky above the side of Dadai Zebuzan. The right leg, which was full of strength, slammed down on him fiercely. Dadai Zebusha frowned, obviously surprised by the speed and strength that Mate Kai showed. He hurriedly raised the decapitation knife in his hand, and then used the thick blade to resist the fierce blow from Mate Kai. Is it the blue beast of Konoha? Sure enough. Dadai said in a deep voice, but you are really unlucky when you meet me. Dadai's figure, which was no longer slashed, turned into a pool of water and fell to the ground. He used water to change his position and appeared on the ground in the distance. His hands formed a handprint on his chest, and a powerful chakra wave erupted from his body, and he shouted, Fog Hidden Technique. A thick fog filled the air instantly. It was originally only a cloudy day with thick clouds. At this time, it has completely turned into a foggy weather, and the line of sight is completely blocked. Tianyu, be careful. His target is Mr. Dazner. Mate Kai immediately reminded Tianyu. At this time, Tianyu had already pulled out the saber hanging from his waist and said softly, Don't worry, he came just right. Crack dash. A crisp unsheathing sound sounded. In the next second, the sound of clanging metal colliding with each other could be heard incessantly. Tianyu took a step forward and stood in front of Dazna. With only a sun blade, he easily resisted several rounds of Dadai's offensive. This kid has such strength. After several attempts, Dadai's eyes that didn't cut it were immediately attracted by Tianyu. Unexpectedly, although this kid did not wear a ninja forehead, his strength was quite good. Not only did he resist several rounds of his attacks unscathed just now, but even his missed ninjutsu seemed to have no effect on him. Is this kid the sensory ninja he suspected before? And what made Dadai Zabujian even more curious was the black knife in his hand that blocked his beheading sword. Dadai will not cut the sound again, he asked. Little devil, what kind of knife do you have in your hand? The whole body is dark, and even the blade is a black samurai sword. It seems to be made of a special mineral. Even Dadai, who is proficient in swordsmanship, has never seen or heard of it. This sword of mine is called the Sun Wheel Sword. The urge to fight constantly rose in Tianyu's eyes, and said loudly, I'll show you the true power of this knife. This Sun Wheel knife was made 4 years ago, and Tianyu used this knife continuously to appreciate the swordsmanship of the breath of water. The higher the rank of the weapon, the greater the general effect and ability. However, the lethality of weapons is not completely divided according to grade. Although this Sun Blade is only a 3-star rank weapon, the lethality it burst out is enough to compare with a 5-star rank weapon. Tianyu also went through 4 years of constant exploration and practice. I finally understood all the sword techniques of Breath of Water. Breath of Water, a type strikes tide. Tianyu shouted loudly, then he raised the dagger in his hand, and then tapped the ground against his toes, and the Dadai, who was moving backward and further away, did not cut it again, and swung it down with force. SHH, white knife light, sweeping blue water, incarnate into the sharpest blade, instantly cutting through the thick fog in front of him. A blue sword aura of 3 or 4 meters long, in which azure water splashes constantly surging, forming a monstrous wave, roaring towards the peach land without slashing. This sword energy spreads very fast, like a tsunami. It turned into a huge wave after another, in the direction of Dadai Zabuzwan. He slapped round after round. What are you kidding? This is also a sword technique. Dadai Zabuxiao pulled out the corners of his eyes violently, roaring in disbelief, and hurriedly raised the beheading sword in his hand, laying it in front of him, resisting the drowning sword chi. The azure blue sword energy in the shape of a water splash hit the blade of the beheading sword. A knife. 2 knives. 3 knives. Dadai's face became paler and paler, and at the tiger's mouth holding the beheading sword, it was split open by the powerful sword chi shock, and blood flowed from the wound. His arms, holding the beheading sword, trembled uncontrollably. The 4th slash came over. Tao de Boulet and Jean's face was finally pale and bloodless. The terrifying sword energy directly slashed the peach land, and even the people and the knife flew out. Dadai's figure that flew down without slashing shattered the trunk of a big tree, and had to continue to spread a few meters into the distance before the blue sword energy finally disappeared. A straight and smooth ravine, connecting Tianyu and Dadai, where they never fell, was 17 or 18 meters long. A total of 4 consecutive slashes. The next slash is always more lethal than the previous slash. When it comes to the 4th slash, the sword energy has an attack range of 17 or 8 meters. If you simply release ninjutsu of the same level, at least level A ninjutsu can achieve such lethality. It can be seen that the slashing power of Tianyu's Breath of Water Shizi type strikes tide, enough to make Dadai no longer terrified. To what extent? Although I have seen how superb Tianyu's swordsmanship is before, but every time I see it, I can't help but shock me. After the fog dissipated, Matt K naturally saw it, too. Just now, Tianyu used the sword technique to attack the scene where he would not cut it again. He couldn't help but exclaim, in addition to his unparalleled treasure-level sun knife, Tianyu's own understanding of swordsmanship has also reached a very terrifying level. Can cause such an exaggerated slash. Even the former Konoha Shirado Heitake Sakumo is just like that, right? It is really hard to imagine that this is the result of his self-study research. After one move, the peach land was blown away, and after not cutting it, Tianyu did not immediately pursue the victory, but glanced at the sun blade in his hand. In the final analysis, the sun blade is only a 3-star weapon, and now he has developed it to such an extent that it is enough to burst out with a strength that even the elite jonin finds terrifying. In the face of the beheading sword among the 7 people of Ninja, who are also famous in the 5 countries, Tianyu only felt that the sword in his hand was not worth mentioning in front of him. The tempering of swordsmanship, and the martial artist's understanding of swordsmanship, of course they are important things, but a good knife with high quality is also a powerful addition to the strength. Tianyu looked at the sun blade in his hand and couldn't help but said with emotion, 3-star rank sun knives are already strong to this point. Then after he obtained the blueprint of Zanpakuto and created a real Zanpakuto, how strong would he be? Think of this. Tianyu's heart became more and more anticipation. His gaze fell on the beheading sword in Dadai Zabushu's hand in the distance, then he injected chakra into the agile boots under his feet, his speed suddenly doubled, and he waved the sun blade in his hand. and then rushed towards Didai Zabuzwan. Didai is no longer in a panic. He knew that his knife skills were no match for the 12-year-old boy in front of him, so he directly threw his beheading sword aside, and put his hands on his chest and started to make a quick seal. At this time, the peach land is no longer cut, and the figure is very embarrassed. Although Didai's body is already very strong, but just now, he was directly hit by Tianyu's sword energy and hit a big tree. At this time, his internal injuries were not light at all. The bandage tied to the lower half of his face was wet with the coughed-up blood, and a bright red mark was printed. However, he did not lose the strength of the elite Jonin level, and the speed of the seal was still very fast. Even if it was a B-level advanced water escape ninjutsu, with 20 or 30 seals, he only completed it in 3 or 4 seconds. When Tianyu was about to reach his eyes, he shouted, "Water escape water Dragon Ball technique." He put the huge chakra in his body, injected into the surrounding water at any cost. The originally calm water surface suddenly surged with waves. Go! Didai didn't cut the water around him again, and a violent tornado blew up in an instant. A huge water dragon soared from it, and roared in the direction of Tianyu from behind Didai Zabuchuan. Breath of water 3 type flow and dance. A crisp low drink resounded in the air, a white afterimage flashed through the air, passing by the roaring water dragon. The body moves with the sword flows with the water. I saw that on the sun blade in Tianyu's hand. The original fierce sword energy instantly changed. Be soft, like a ribbon, it spirals continuously in the air, wrapping around the surging water dragon. Tianyume dances with water. Between the steps, he swung his sword and used this sword technique, Lulu dancing. Cut! With a low voice from Tianyu. The water dragon behind him was strangled into several segments in an instant, then it turned into a torrential rain, which fell from the sky one after another. After landing on the white feather coat on Tianyu's body, a light-colored luster continued to flow on it. A few seconds later, there were no traces of being wet by the rain on the clothes. Looking at the dark pupils so calm and deep, there was an unbelievable sense of fear in the heart of Didai Zabuchuan. What are you kidding me? How would I be afraid of a kid who doesn't even have a ninja forehead? Didai didn't dare to believe this. He is a mist ninja ghost who came out of the blood fog era of the mist ninja village. There are still people in this world who are enough to make him fear? Maybe it's because the kid's grade is too young. It may also be because the strength he displayed is too amazing. It is like a walking human-shaped tailed beast, which makes people have to fear. It seems to be to prove himself and deny the fear in his heart just now. Didai didn't cut his hands again and held the beheading sword, and then slashed in the direction of Tianyu. Go to hell! Didai Zabuzen used all his strength and shouted viciously. It's useless, you are not my opponent. Tianyu's mouth raised a faint smile, as if he had never slashed the truth from the very beginning. Li put his eyes on it. In front of my swordsmanship, everything will be eclipsed. Tianyu put the sword back in its sheath and assumed the posture of drawing the sword. On the light boots under his feet, blue chakra flows, constantly gathering on the solace of his feet. Breath of water, 1 type water slash. This is the most unpretentious trick in the breath of water. Tianyu's entire attention was focused on his own blade, and he wielded this powerful move. 4 or 5 years ago, Tianyu used this trick to force out the 8-door Dunjia of Meiji when he was fighting with Meiji. And after so many years of cultivation, Tianyu, whether it is his swordsmanship or his strength, has long been incomparable, and has undergone earth-shaking changes. Crack! At a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, Tianyu disappeared with the blue long sword in his hand. In the next second, he had already appeared 5 meters behind Didai Zabuzan. Behind him, the figure of Didai Zabuzi froze in place for a moment, with a dull expression on his face. The decapitation knife held high in his hand slid from his palm and fell to the ground, shattering in half. Puff dash! Didai knelt down to the ground without cutting both knees. A column of blood more than 1 meter high suddenly shot from the position in front of his chest. A knife mark half a meter long, from his left shoulder to his right leg, almost pierced through his entire body. Even the ribs have been cut off. Even Tsunade, who used the yin seal, would not be able to survive such a fatal injury. It's over, don't cut it again. Tianyu put away the sun blade in his hand. With his back facing the peach land, he said softly. And the guy hiding in the corner, aren't you ready to come out? After solving the peach land, Tianyu looked in the direction of a jungle in the distance. And there are enemies? Dazzner was startled when he heard the words, but he soon calmed down again. Just now, he saw this young man named Tianyu kill such a powerful ninja, which is enough to show how powerful his true strength is. I remembered the contempt I had for him in my heart when I first saw this young man. Dazzner's heart couldn't help but be afraid for a while. Fortunately, I didn't really anger this young man at the time, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't even know how to die. Hey, is there really someone? After Tianyu's reminder, Matt K., who was relatively nervous, immediately noticed the existence of another breath. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of them instantly. That is a beautiful young man with a gentler face than a woman. With a gentle and warm apology on his face, he pleaded with Tianyu very respectfully, "We give up this mission, your lord. Please allow me to take away the body of your lord." I am willing to agree to any conditions you have. Tianyu swept over Bai's face that was prettier than a woman, and nodded. You can take his body, but the beheading sword must remain. The expression on the face of the beautiful boy hesitated for a second, then he nodded and thanked very politely. Thank you, my lord. Then Bai walked in the direction of Tianyu. His eyes are very calm, his eyes are not wavered, and he doesn't seem to be afraid of whether Tianyu, who is the enemy, will go back on his word. Among those black pupils, Tianyu seemed to you can also see a trace of death. He doesn't seem to have any idea of revenge for did I Zabujian, or did he not dare to do it after seeing the strength of Tianyu? Or is he with a kind heart, after giving up this task, he is unwilling to kill people? Or is Didai's position in his heart extremely important, and at all costs, he can't let Mr. Zabujian expose his corpse to the wilderness? In this regard, Tianyu did not care at all. Tianyu didn't feel the killing intent from Bai's body, so he agreed to let him take away the corpse of Tao Dizeze. Only when Bai passed him by, Tianyu was beside Bai and whispered a few words in a low voice. Bai hesitated for a few seconds, then lowered his head and nodded softly to Tianyu. Yes, Lord Tianyu. Then Bai walked behind Tianyu, picked up Didai's uncut corpse, and disappeared in place. Tianyu picked up the beheading sword left on the ground and chose to submit the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Quest reward: Zanpakuto, blueprint of the Great Red Lotus Ice Rhinewan. After hearing the sound from the system, Tianyu was very satisfied, and when he obtained the information on the blueprint of Dohongli and Bingrenwan, there was a slight shock in his eyes. It turned out to be a 6-star blueprint. Tianyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Dohongli and Bingrenwan is worthy of being the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice type. He was certain in his heart that when this Zanpakuto was created, it would definitely become an artifact capable of shocking the entire world. Moreover, this is the first 6-star blueprint that Tianyu has obtained. In the past 4 years, although he has done many tasks released in the system, he has obtained the highest level. The drawings are only 5 stars. After these 4 years, his system interface has undergone very big changes. Host: Tianyu, age 12 years old, forging level intermediate, unlocked weapons 6-star weapon, Zanpakuto, Dohongli and Hingrinwan, 5-star weapons, intermediate NA ring, white mist sword, 10 needles of skyfire. 4-star weapons, mechanical bird, eye of 3 goose jade, 9 dragon pearl crown, 8 treasure yemming helmet. 3-star weapon, sun blade. 2-star weapon, Tianyui. 1-star weapon. After viewing the system panel, Tianyu temporarily put away the system panel. As a 6-star Zanpakuto, the materials required for forging are also very complex, with hundreds of types. Although Tianyu's collection ring has collected a lot of special materials and ores in the past few years, it is not enough to fully satisfy the hundreds of forging materials of Zanpakuto. There are several special minerals. It must be obtained in the territory of the Fire Nation. So he can only start forging this Zanpakuto after he has all the materials in place. Tianyu, your strength has become stronger again. Maidkai walked to Tianyu's side, he patted his shoulder and said very excitedly, sure enough, all the hard work you put in will pay off. I have witnessed all of your hard work in your practice and the rapid growth of your strength. This is an exciting youth. Haha, I'm sorry Teacher Kai, I robbed your opponent. Tianyu smiled. It's okay. Maidkai waved his fists a few times in place, and said as if he wanted to show off his skills. Our mission this time has not yet started. Didn't Dasna say that there is a bad guy named Cardo in the country of Wave? He. Just wait until this uncle arrives in the country of Wave and beat that guy to the ground. How much is the card? Tianyu couldn't help but smile. I am afraid that the next thing is to disappoint Teacher Akai. After a short ups and downs, Tianyu, Maidkai and Dasner set foot on the road leading to Dasner's house. They arrived at their destination in less than 2 hours. After accepting the gracious hospitality of Dasner's family, when Maidkai planned to show his skills to clean up the bad guy named Cardo, an exciting news, let Dasner's family, and even the people of the entire country of Waves, all excited. Cardo is dead. The villain who controls the country of Waves and does all kinds of evil, he was silently killed by a member of a mysterious organization in his office. After learning this news, Dasner couldn't believe it for a while. It wasn't until his daughter and his colleagues who built the bridge with him came to tell him the good news that he finally believed it. Without further ado, Dasner followed those architect colleagues out of the house. I don't know if it is to deal with the political affairs of the country of Waves, or to seize the time to build a bridge. After hearing the news, Maidkai had a disappointed expression on his face, and felt extremely bored like a deflated ball. Then the extremely bored Maidkai finally sensed something was wrong with his wild intuition. He stared at Tianyu's eyes. Exclaimed, I'll go, apprentice, you won't be behind the scenes, right? Tianyu put on a very innocent look and blinked. Mr. Akai, if you don't have any evidence, you can't slander me like that. Furthermore, if that guy Cardo is dead, there is no danger in the country of Waves, so our mission is basically over, right? After Mr. Dasner returns, explain to him that even if the task is completed, we can leave tomorrow. Maidkai scratched his head and said to Tianyu, no, he is deliberately changing the subject. Mate Kai suddenly reacted, and then he was even more suspicious of Tianyu in his heart. Although there is no evidence, he just thinks that Cardo's death must have something to do with his apprentice. Tianyu, you really and Cardo. Just when Matt K wanted to ask something else, Tianyu suddenly interrupted his questioning. Mr. Akai, didn't you forget that the day after tomorrow is my graduation exam? Ah, graduation exam, is it later? Matt Kai was taken aback, apparently completely forgetting this kind of thing. Sure enough, I had already guessed this. Tianyu's head was covered in black lines, and he couldn't help holding his forehead and sighed. We have to return to Konoha before the day after tomorrow. If we can't finish this task, I'm about to miss my graduation exam and be repeated. Ah, Mate Kai said with a guilty expression on his face. Then he raised his chest, patted his chest with his hand, and assured Tianyu, after handing over the task with Mr. Dasner, we will set off immediately. Don't worry, Tianyu, we will definitely be able to go back. Leaf Village, in the classroom of ninja school, a group of 11 or 12-year-old boys and girls gathered in groups of 3 or 5. There was an unbearable excitement on their faces, because today is the day of their graduation exam. After graduation today, we will all be ninjas. Our 3-body technique has been practiced for a long time, and this graduation assessment will definitely be no problem. Finally, I'm finally graduating. My dream is to become a Hokage, a little boy with a big nose shouted loudly. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter in the classroom. At this time, a Chunin teacher wearing a Konoha forehead guard and a green vest walked in. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Looking at these faces full of expectations, the Chunin exam was not very happy for a while. Classmates, after 6 years of study in the ninja school, now it's finally time to graduate. Today, you will usher in your graduation assessment. Please line up in an orderly manner, go to the designated classroom, and accept the assessment in turn. After Chunin-sensei said these words, the students in the classroom began to line up in long queues and walked out of the classroom one by one. Li Lok was also ready to get up to line up. At this time, he saw Tian Tian was still sitting in his seat, with a very depressed expression on his face. Tian Tian, are you worried about brother Tianyu because he hasn't come back yet? Tian Tian nodded. There is a bit of sadness between the eyebrows. Her little face pouted like an angry bun, and said angrily, hey, that bastard brother. Mingzi, when I communicated before, I told him that today is the day of the graduation assessment, so he must come back early. As a result, until now, I haven't seen him at all. Although he is angry, his face is full of worry about brother Tianyu's expression. Li Lok said with a smile, with brother Tianyu's strength, there must be no trouble that can't be solved. But I'm afraid he'll be late and miss today's graduation assessment. If he doesn't take the graduation assessment, he won't be able to graduate. Wouldn't he have to repeat another year in school? Tian Tian said with a worried face. At this moment, a voice came from the two of them, he'll be back for sure. Hyaga and Niji said with great certainty. Tian Tian and Li Luo were both stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Hyaga and Niji trusted Tianyu so much. After their barbecue before, because of Tianyu's connection, Tian Tian and Li Luo were both familiar with Ninkai. Although this guy always has a cold face, talking often makes people feel a little annoying, but all in all, he's still a bad-hearted guy. After getting along here, they can be regarded as friends. Ningji, how do you know? Li Lok just asked. Hyaga Niji looked very determined. With a mature chest, he said loudly, that guy is the man I regard as my opponent. I am sure he will never let me down. Today's graduation exam, I also believe he will come. After hearing what Hyaga Niji said, Tian Tian's complexion also softened a lot. He remembered what my brother said to me before. He promised himself that he would definitely come back before the graduation assessment, so he should trust him. Let's go to the exam too, Tian Tian said to Li Luo and Ninkai. In ninja school, graduation examinations are being conducted in an orderly manner. The content of this graduation examination is the avatar technique and the basic 3-body technique. Most of the students in the class were able to pass the examination, but only a small number of people really did not have the talent to become a ninja and failed the graduation exam. For students like Tian Tian, Li Luo, and Hyaga Niji, who usually get good grades, the avatar technique is of course a very simple thing, and the 3 of them have passed the assessment one after another. However, they still did not see Tianyu's figure. Time passed by every second. The number of students queuing for assessment became less and less until the last student in the queue also entered the assessment classroom. It's already evening. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the corridor of the classroom, stretching the shadow of the person. The 3 of them, Tian Tian Tian, who had passed the exam early on, stood in the corridor and did not leave, and there was no joy in passing the exam on their faces, because Tianyu has not yet appeared. Tian Tian, Li Luo, and Hyaga Niji all had very solemn expressions on their faces, and stood silent in the corridor. Brother, is he really unable to come today? Tian Tian said unwillingly. Who do you say can't come? A very sudden voice sounded in the corridor. Immediately in the narrow corridor, a violent hurricane suddenly rose, blowing Tian Tian, Xiao Li, and Ninkai. He couldn't help but put his hand in front of his face. After the hurricane disappeared, a man with thick eyebrows in green sportswear and a watermelon rind on his head appeared in front of them. Brother, brother. After being stunned for a second, Tian Tian finally reacted. Her brother, Tian Yu, he is finally back. Tian Tian slammed into Tian Yu's arms, with some crystal tears in the corners of his eyes. It was silently telling his longing for so long, and also the joy of their reunion after a long absence. I haven't seen you for 4 years. He is taller and more handsome. Brother, why did you come back? Tian Tian said with a hint of blame. Tian Yu spread his hands and said innocently, cough cough. You have to ask Teacher Akai about this. If I hadn't mentioned the graduation assessment, he would still be carrying out his tasks leisurely outside. Well, so, Mate Kai immediately scratched his head in embarrassment and changed the subject. Always, we should be back in time. Now that the time is running out, let Tian Yujin go to take the graduation exam. Only then did Tian Tian reluctantly let go of his brother. Although it's not enough, Tian Tian also knows that Tian Yu's graduation exam is more important. Just at this time, the last test taker was also finished. Okay, then I'll go in for the test. Tian Yu said to the crowd with a smile, and then set his eyes on Li Luk and Ninkai, and said with a smile, you two don't rush to leave, we will eat together after the assessment is over. Let's go to the barbecue, Mr. Akai treats you. Both Hayaga Niji and Li Lok nodded. Medi put his head in his hands and wailed, oh my god, why am I treating you again? Tian Yu looked directly at Mate Kai, and smiled softly. Mr. Kai, as a jonin, do you want us children who are not even ninjas to pay for it? Spreading it out will be annoying. It's a joke, Matt K. Disciple, won't your conscience hurt when you say this? If you are talking about wealth, I am afraid that 10 yourself are not your opponents, right? The commissions I earned from working hard for a few months of tasks have not cost as much as a piece of ore you just bought. You are so rich, and you still have to play tricks on things like inviting guests to dinner. Why is there a clear feeling of being arranged? For the first time, Matt K felt, it turns out that there is a downside to having an apprentice who is too smart. Because even if you are a master yourself, if you don't pay attention, you will be pitted. Okay, I'll treat you today. Mate Kai is also a very generous person. I don't really care about the money for this barbecue. Tian Yu entered the examination room, then I passed the exam with ease. After the exam, the 5 of them went to the barbecue restaurant together, and they were treated by Mate Kai. They all ate a lot. Even Tian Yu couldn't help but sigh. In the past few years, he and Mr. Kai have also gone to many places one after another. But when it comes to food, the barbecue and ramen in the village are the best. The Naruto food world will always drop God. After Tian Yu passed the graduation assessment of the ninja school, he got his own forehead guard with the Konoha logo. The 5 of them, according to the previous agreement, walk in the direction of the barbecue shop. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Tian Yu, who had been away from Konoha for 4 years, was filled with emotion for a while. Back to this familiar place again. Tian Yu couldn't help sighing in his heart. No wonder other big countries always covet the land of the Fire Nation. The weather conditions on the wheel, the planting conditions of crops, etc. Really only the land of fire is the most abundant and high-quality environment for human survival. After 4 years of experience, Tian Yu's understanding of the world has also matured a lot. Tian Yu, who is already 12 years old, the childishness that used to be on his face has gradually taken off. But what remains unchanged is his exquisite and perfect facial features. The sword eyebrows are open, the eyes are long and deep, the bridge of the nose is high, the pupils are black as ink, the corners of the resolute jawline are drawn in a perfect arc, and the long black hair is tied high on the top of the head. Matching it, he wore a feather coat with white dark stripes, a pair of silver-white boots on his feet, and a white jade crown on his head. The whole body is luxurious and graceful, his every move exudes a charming aura like a nobleman. At this time, Tian Yu was walking on the street of Konoha with 4 people, Mate Kai, Tian Tian, Li Luo, and Hayaga Niji, and walked towards the barbecue shop. What he didn't know was that his appearance had caused a huge uproar in Konoha village. Along the way, young girls kept their eyes on Tian Yu. Wow, that boy is so handsome. Oh my god, where did the handsome guy come from? He's too handsome, isn't he? Look, isn't the person next to him the young master ninja of the Hayaga clan? I didn't expect him to be eclipsed by the handsome guy. The voices of successive discussions and screams were not heard. Tian Yu also smiled and greeted all the villagers he knew that he had not seen for a long time. Yamanaka Ino, who was helping to take care of flowers at his flower shop, suddenly I heard the voices of the people outside talking, then she raised her head and saw the beautiful profile face on the road in the distance. Wow, good-looking little brother, he's my type. Yamanaka Ino's eyes lit up all of a sudden, holding his chin in his hands and looking like a nympho. Her amazed voice made Shikamaru and Dingji, who were helping in her flower shop, look over. Shikamaru said speechlessly, why, weren't you very interested in Suzuki before? How can Suzuki be compared to him? If I can be with this little brother, Suzuki will give Harano Sakura the wide forehead, Ino said with his hands on his hips, with a face full of indifference. Okay, it's really troublesome, huh? Shikamaru yawned boredly with a speechless expression on his face. No, I can't miss this opportunity to meet a handsome guy. Ino's eyes rolled around, then he picked up a basket of words and ran out. What did she go out for? Dinkai asked with a bewildered face, biting the potato chips in his hand. Shikamaru shook his head speechlessly. What else can I do? It must be a conversation. Handsome guy, do you want a bunch of flowers? Today our flower shop has a special promotion, and we can send you a bouquet of your favorite flowers for free. Yamanaka Ino's pale golden head swayed in the air, her face is like a flower, such a charming and bright smile. Then this bunch, Tianyu said. Yamanaka Ino was stunned for a moment. The bunch of flowers he picked happened to be Cosmos? My favorite flower is Cosmos, is this a coincidence? Can't you? Tianyu asked with a smile. At this time, Yamanaka Ino reacted from the daze, and she quickly said, yes, yes. Of course it is. She hurriedly handed the white Cosmos bouquet to Tianyu. How did you choose this bunch of flowers? Yamanaka Ino couldn't help asking. Tianyu smiled and said, because I think this kind of flower is very beautiful and has a good meaning. The words of Cosmos, the true heart of a girl. Yamanaka Ino's face flushed slightly. It's like, I feel like I was picked up by accident. Is your house from a flower shop? Tianyu asked, can I order flowers at your house and deliver them to my house every week? Sure. Yamanaka Ino said excitedly. She couldn't help but get excited. If this handsome guy ordered flowers, wouldn't that mean that she could get his home address? And there is still a chance to meet this little handsome guy again in the future. Oi, such an opportunity is really great. This is my home address. I hope to see your flowers every week in the future. Thank you, Miss Ino. Tianyu handed the note with his home address to Yamanaka Ino. In every gesture, there is grace and extravagance like that of a gentleman. Okay. Yamanaka Ino hurriedly clenched the note, like a treasure. It wasn't until Tianyu and the others were far away that Yamanaka Ino, who was standing there giggling, suddenly realized something. Wait, that handsome guy, he actually knows my name. Tianyu returned to Konoha and took the ninja school graduation exam, and successfully passed, got the Konoha for it. Everyone in Tianyu's family was very happy about these things. Especially Tianyu and Tiantian's parents. It is simply a state of overjoyed. Even every ninja who went to the home weapon store to buy ninja gear, Tianxiang couldn't help but tell others that his son and daughter have now become a ninja, how good things they are as brothers and sisters. The brows danced between the words, with a sense of pride that can't stop exuding. Tianyu and Tiantian were both deeply helpless about this. The parents finally looked so happy, but they didn't want to disappoint them, so they just let them go. Naruto and Hinata, naturally, he soon learned the news that Tianyu had returned to Konoha. In the early morning of the next day, Naruto even chose to skip class and went to Tianyu's house to look for him in high spirits. Big brother Tianyu, I heard you're back, right? Naruto shouted into the room with a loud voice. Early in the morning, Naruto, you are really full of energy. Tianyu came out of the room with a bit of sleepy eyes. In the years he has been practicing outside, he has never had such a good night's sleep. Sure enough, the bed is the most comfortable in the house. Big brother Tianyu, tell me quickly, what have you encountered while practicing outside in the past few years? Naruto asked excitedly, have you seen a person with 6 hands? Or 4? People with legs and 2 heads? Do those monsters eat people? Tianyu, what is this and what? Naruto, have you read too many comic books? But he had really seen people with 6 hands, people with 4 legs, and people with 2 heads. Do you want to hear the story on my journey? Tianyu asked Naruto with slanted eyes and a smile. Yeah. Naruto nodded his head very crisply. He was completely obedient like a puppy in front of Tianyu. If Irika, who was having a headache for him at this time, saw his obedient appearance, he would definitely be shocked that he couldn't even close his chin. Let me tell the story. It's not impossible. I have seen those monsters you just mentioned when I was practicing outside. There are many stories in my stomach. Tianyu deliberately whetted Naruto's appetite. Big brother Tianyu, tell me quickly, Naruto said with a worried expression on his face. It's okay to hear the story, but I have one request. Any request? According to my request, practice well, Tianyu said very seriously. Cultivation? Naruto was immediately dumbfounded. He didn't expect big brother Tianyu to make such a request to him as soon as he came back. Yes, but cultivation is really too difficult, and I still can't learn to clone. Technique. I can teach you, but the premise of what I teach you is, your attitude towards cultivation is serious enough, instead of giving up because of a little setback. Tianyu patted Naruto on the shoulder. With the appearance of a big brother, he said to him earnestly, Naruto, although now you have a friend like me by your side, but I believe that deep down in your heart, you also really want to change other villagers' views of you and gain their approval, don't you? Arrived at an empty training ground in Konoha. Very powerful ninjutsu? Big brother Tianyu, what exactly is the ninjutsu you want to give me? Is it more powerful than the 3-body technique? Naruto asked curiously. Of course, the 3-body technique is only the most basic ninjutsu, and it's just the basic course of the ninja school. Tianyu explained with a smile, the ninjutsu I'm going to give you today is an advanced version of the avatar technique, called the technique of shadow clone. Shadow clone technique? Naruto's mouth opened wide, as if an egg could be stuffed into it, he exclaimed, but I think the three-body technique is already very difficult. I haven't learned the most difficult avatar technique yet, the technique of shadow avatar. I can't even learn it. Naruto scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I have no confidence in the next ninjutsu learning. What are you afraid of? I'm still here, don't worry, you will definitely learn. Tianyu smiled and comforted him. I will teach you. The method is completely different from the method of the teacher in the ninja school. Tianyu took out a kunao, then injected his own chakra, and threw it forward. With a bang, white smoke rose, and 3 shadow clones immediately appeared in front of them. Look, this is how my shadow clone kunao is used. Tianyu handed the shadow clone in his hand to Naruto and said, come on, inject your chakra into kunao and do it the way I just did. Boom! After a puff of white smoke, the shadow clones of the 3 Naruto also appeared on the spot. This is the ninjutsu I unleashed? I have already learned this ninjutsu? Naruto asked incredulously with a face full of surprise. With an excited expression on his face, he almost jumped from the ground. Yeah, I can also release my shadow clone. It's not that simple. Tianyu was amused by Naruto's cheerful appearance and said, some can't bear to beat him confidence, but had to tell him the fact. Naruto, you just released this ninjutsu with the help of my kunao. Your ninjutsu learning has not officially started yet. Hey, is that so? Naruto scratched his head in confusion, and then smiled slyly. It turns out that it's because of Big Brother Tianyu that your kunao has such an effect. It's really a miraculous kunao. My family is in the ninja tool business. I'm also very interested in building ninja tools. The kunao in your hands is the result of my research. Tianyu said with a smile, if I study seriously, I can consider giving you this kunao. Really? Naruto immediately became excited. In his heart, he loved this unique kunao to death. Brother Tianyu, teach me quickly, I will definitely study hard. Okay. Tianyu nodded. The way to learn is also very simple. You have already used this kunao just now, and you should also experienced what it's like to cast a shadow clone. Naruto listened very carefully and nodded. Tianyu continued, well, next, I'll teach you how to make a seal. In the 4 years that Tianyu followed Meikai to practice abroad, in addition to basic taijutsu, Meikai also gave Tianyu some of the ninjutsu and taijutsu tricks he knew. Of course, Tianyu has also learned ninjutsu like shadow clones. When using the shadow clone transformed from the shadow clone kunao before, Tianyu's use of shadow clones has given him a lot of experience. And when he followed Meikai to formally learn the B-level ninjutsu, the shadow avatar, whether it is the speed of learning or the use of this ninjutsu, Tianyu can do more with less, and the learning speed is astonishingly fast. Even Meikai was surprised. At this time, Tianyu taught Naruto the method of learning ninjutsu he developed. Using methods to learn ninjutsu, even for Naruto, who felt a headache when he learned ninjutsu, he quickly found the practice tricks of shadow avatar. Brother, you really are here. In the distance, suddenly there was a girl's silver bell-like laughter. Tianyu and Naruto raised their heads at the same time. Then I saw Tian and Hinata, 2 girls holding hands and running from a distance. Brother, you mustn't have imagined it. Hinata rushed to ask me if you were back after school just now. Tian leaned to Tianyu's side and said into his ear, brother, you said that sister Hinata was convinced by your charm, so she fell in love with you. Tian's voice was not small, and Hinata, who was next to him, also heard these words, and his face immediately blushed, and it didn't stop until his ears were flushed. I'm just worried about Tianya-jun. Hinata whispered, his voice as thin as a mosquito. Hinata's eyes met Tianyu for half a second in mid-air, immediately moved to the side, did not dare to look directly at Tianyu. Then she saw Naruto, who was researching the technique of shadow avatar. Didn't Naruto-kun even know how to clone himself? How can you use a better level shadow clone technique? Hinata's little brain is very smart. He quickly thought that his shadow avatar technique was probably taught to him by Tianya-jun. If only I could be stronger too. Hinata suddenly had such a strong desire in her heart. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she suddenly had a kind of courage. She suddenly raised her head and asked Tianyu, Tianya-jun, can you also guide me in my practice? It is indeed a very rare thing for Hinata to make such a request. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but Tianyu was the first to react, nodded to her with a smile and said, if you want to learn, of course I can teach you. Really, is it really possible? After hearing his answer, Hinata suddenly became ecstatic. Certainly, I want to get stronger too. Although Hinata's tone was soft, but there was a bit of determination in his eyes, like flowers blooming on the edge of a cliff. At this moment, Tian, who saw some doorways on the side, couldn't help but covered his mouth and laughed. Then she pulled up Naruto next to her and walked towards another training ground. Hey, sister Tian, where are you taking me? Naruto shouted with a confused look. Oh, what an idiot, can't you even see the current situation? The two of us shouldn't bother my brother to personally guide Sister Hinata's practice, Tian Tian said in a very cheerful tone, then Pol Ming people go far. A few days have passed since the graduation assessment of the ninja school. Tianyu and the others went to the photo studio to take pictures of the archives, and then received a notice to go to the ninja school. When Tianyu and the others came to the ninja school together, the classroom was already full of shinobi. Most of the classmates tied their forehead guards on their foreheads. Tian Tian and Li Luo tied their forehead guards around their necks, while Tianyu tied the forehead guard on his left arm. Their faces were filled with longing for their ninja career in the future. But they obviously didn't know that the real test to become a ninja would be conducted after the class was divided. At this time, Shinin teacher walked into the classroom and said to them sincerely, "Congratulations. From today onwards, you are all ninjas on your own. However, since you are all still under the shinobi, you need to form a team of 3 and follow the guide to carry out the task together. Next, I start announcing groups." Hearing that it was a group of 3, the atmosphere in the classroom became lively. Everyone was looking around, wondering who they would be in a group with. Among the many sights, it was all concentrated on Tianyu's body. Although he hadn't come to the ninja school for a long time and disappeared from the sight of many classmates for 4 years, the scene where he defeated Niji Hayaga and became the head student of the class 4 years ago was still vivid in everyone's mind. Not to be forgotten. If we can be divided into a group with such a strong man, it means that the success rate of executing tasks in the future is guaranteed. Shinin teacher began to announce the grouping: Inyazuka Hajiki, Oil Girl Shido, Hayaga Tiankai, Tazaki, Teoki, Urano Ue. With the points the group is gradually defined, everyone's mood has changed a lot. The people who have succeeded and who want to be together are divided into a group of people with overjoyed faces. Being assigned to a group with hated people is full of displeasure. But they were late, never heard Tianyu's name. Finally, Shinin teacher read the group name of the last group. The next class will be the last class in our class, the 9th class. The members of the 9th class are Tian Tian, Li Luo, and Hayaga Niji. The moment the voice fell, in an instant, countless eyes fell on Tianyu's body. Tianyu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his name was not on the list for this class. So he immediately stood up from his seat and asked the head teacher, "Teacher, why isn't my name in this class?" The head teacher said, "Tianyu, what will happen after you? Hokage-sama has his own arrangements." Got this answer, Tianyu could only sit back and go back to his actions, waiting for the so-called arrangement. Time goes by minute, one class after another was picked up by their Shangnin instructor. There are fewer and fewer people left in the classroom. In the end, only Tianyu, Tian Tian, and Li Luo were left in the classroom. There are also Hinata Niji and the 4 of them. "Yo, boys, it's been a long wait." A vigorous voice resounded in the air, a green whirlwind appeared in the classroom, and the figure of Meikai appeared in front of them. At this time, he said apologetically, "Hey, I just dealt with some things at Hokage-sama's place, so it's a little late to come here." "Okay, members of the 9th class, we're going out." Posted. A wide smile appeared on Medi's face, a cross star gleamed on White Fang. "Mr. Kai, but brother." Tian Tian had a hesitant look on his face, she couldn't bear to leave her brother here alone. "Don't worry, Tian Tian, Hokage-sama has his own arrangements, you don't have to worry." Mate Kai comforted Tian Tian. "I'll be fine here alone, Tian Tian, you can follow Mr. Kai," Tianyu said with a smile. "Okay then." Tian Tian just nodded. The 3 of them followed Mat K out of the classroom. At this time, the classroom was extremely quiet. Only Tianyu was left to sit quietly in his seat. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He really wanted to know, what kind of medicine is sold in this gourd, the old thing of the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi. This time, I didn't make him wait. Not long after Mate Kai and their departure, an Umbu ninja with a cat mask on his face appeared in front of him in a flash. "Mr. Tianyu, Lord Hokage summoned him at Konoha Back Mountain." "I see." Tianyu nodded, then got up. The figure disappeared instantly. The ninja, who was Umbu, was stunned for a moment, and was amazed at the speed of his blinking technique. At this time, Tianyu had already jumped towards the mountain behind Konoha in the distance. The mountain behind the leaves, that is, behind Konoha Hokage Rock. There is a very large theater here. Then there is a vast forest. This is not an external training ground, and it is rarely open to the public, so few people come here. Of course, Hokage has the right to use this venue. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzaki wears 3 generations of Fire Shadow's white imperial robe, standing in the open space above Hokage Rock. The strong wind blew his robes away, fluttering in the air. Behind him, an Umbu ninja wearing an animal mask knelt down and worshipped behind him. On the left shoulder of his dark army uniform, he wears a special badge, which symbolizes his position as the current Dark Minister. At this point, the silence was broken. Sarutobi Hizen took the lead and asked Kakashi, "What do you think of my previous proposal?" Under the mask, Kakashi's low and cold voice came, and he replied respectfully, "Sorry, Hokage-sama, I still don't think that 12-year-old boy has the strength to become the captain of the Dark Army. 12-year-old grade is too young. What are those 12-year-olds doing now? Swinging, flying kites, playing house?" Go up the mountain to pick flowers, go down to the river to fish? Fighting for a girl, jealous for a boy? How could a child of this grade join Umbu? And what is more, Hokage-sama wants to directly promote him to the position of the Dark Army commander. Even in the era in which he lived, the war was raging. It was during the bloodiest and fiercest World War III when the war broke out, and even the terrifying era when even newly graduated Genians would be transported to the battlefield. Even if he is known as a genius boy, he graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, became the youngest Chunin in Konoha history at the age of 6, and became the youngest Jonin in Konoha at the age of 12. But at the time, he also does not have the strength to become the captain of the Dark Army. As the current minister of Umbu, Kakashi really can't accept that there is a 12-year-old kid among the captains of his assassination unit. And Lord Hokage, when I saw that young man's profile before, I didn't know that he was Mr. Tieng Xiang's son. It was not for this reason that I wanted to reject this boy from joining Umbu. Kakashi paused for a moment, then said more bluntly, as the minister of Umbu, I must ensure the execution of the Umbu ninja's mission, so in my eyes, I must speak with strength. Sarutobi Hizen smiled knowingly, nodded and said, of course I know that. At this time, he should almost be here. Who is coming? Kakashi looked suspicious but he didn't choose to ask. Anyway, he will know the answer soon. Lord Hokage, are you looking for me? A gust of wind blows in the air, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Hizen, Sarutobi and Kakashi. His long black hair was tied high, with a handsome face, a tall and slender figure. There is an indescribable grace in every gesture. If it weren't for the Konoha forward guard strapped to his arm, he would look like the noble son of some big family. And what surprised Kakashi even more was that, when this young man appeared in front of them just now, he used a teleportation technique. It was really hard for him to imagine that this was a grade B ninjutsu used by a 12-year-old boy. It seems that this little devil called Tianyu, it is indeed not as simple as the rumors say. However, Kakashi's thoughts did not change because of this. He still doesn't think that the 12-year-old boy in front of him has the ability to join Umbu, let alone become a captain of the Dark Army. Well, Tianyu, I have already understood your situation. Sarutobi Hizen turned around and asked Tianyu, with your current strength, it would be a waste of your time to join the ninja team. So I don't know if you are interested in joining Umbu? Dark part. Tianyu narrowed his eyes, then he shook his head and refused. Sorry, Hokage-sama, I'm not interested. Sarutobi Hizen and Kakashi were both stunned. Obviously they did not expect that Tianyu would give such an answer. Do you know what it means to be able to join Umbu? Kakashi couldn't help but asked in a cold voice, how many people have squeezed their heads and wanted to join Umbu without such a chance? Umbu is indeed one of the most popular of all Konoha's ninja positions. The selection requirements have always been very strict. Only the best and strongest ninjas have the opportunity to participate in the selection of Umbu ninjas. Only Umbu has always screened others. This is the first time someone has so outright refused to join Umbu. For ordinary ninjas, the significance of joining Umbu is indeed no trivial matter. Joining Umbu means that you are close to the power and political center in Konoha village. Umbu is the closest to Hokage among all ninjas, and the closest to the high-level power center of Konoha. Therefore, the ninjas of the major families are all squeezing their heads and trying to send their clansmen to Umbu. But for Tianyu, he slashed that old thing to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the dark and rotten political struggles in the village are completely uninteresting. Tianyu felt that if he added Umbu, it's a real waste of time. With this time, Tianyu is more willing to use it to forge ninja tools, practice to improve his strength, or join Umbu or something, afraid that people with broken heads will choose to join, right? Tianyu, don't make a decision in such a hurry. On Sarutobi Hizen's aged face, the wrinkles deepened. With a kind smile on the corner of his mouth, he said to Tianyu, having you join Umbu is not only an experience for yourself, but also allows you to better protect your family. If you join Umbu, you will be able to better understand the situation in the village, the country of fire and even the 5 great kingdoms. You can also receive dangerous information at the first time. The family members of Umbu ninjas are given priority to receive protection in emergencies. This is the natural advantage of Umbu ninjas. Of course, more than that, I can give you all the help within my ability. Sarutobi Hizen continued with a smile and said, didn't your family run a ninja shop? If you join Umbu, I can hand over all orders for ninja tools to your house. Intimidation and temptation. After hearing what Sarutobi Hizen said, such an idea suddenly appeared in Tianyu's mind. He couldn't help but scold it in his heart. Sarutobi Hizuchi, this old thing, is really not a fuel-efficient lamp. Because he did put forward a condition that was enough to make Tianyu's heart move. Sarutobi Hizen first threatened himself with the safety of his family, and let himself join Umbu to ensure the safety of his family. Then come up with an actual exchange of benefits. Tianyu the family's ninja tool shop, although it is now the largest ninja tool dealer in the village, but it has only been engaged in retail, such as the Umbu, the security department, the torture department, etc. The unified wholesale of ninja tools, which is the most profitable business, has always been run by the Sarutobi clan behind the scenes. Tianyu, who also has some understanding of the management of ninja tools, naturally knows that, the order that Sarutobi Razan had in his hand made a lot more money than ordinary retail. If you can get these orders, Tianyu's ninja shop is enough to double the size of the store, occupy the leader of the ninja tools in the entire Konoha village, and even further form a monopoly. Tianyu was very moved by this. He thought to himself, anyway, it's been 2 years since Hiruzen and Sarutobi cut that old thing. When Naruto and the others take the Chunin exam and the year they graduate, this old man will be killed by his apprentice Orochimaru. You don't have to stay under him for a long time. If you think about it this way, this deal is quite a bargain. That old thing, Tuanzang, is still bouncing around in the village, although it is almost impossible for him to set his sights on himself and his family, but if you become an Umbu ninja, it is also an extra layer of protection for the family. Thank you Hokage-sama for your guidance, I already understand. The person who knows the current affairs is Junja. Tianyu immediately put a smile on his face and said, I choose to join Umbu. Yes, not bad. Sarutobi Hizen nodded in satisfaction, then said to Kakashi, man, I'll leave it to you, and it's up to you to decide what to do after that. Lord Hokage. Kakashi wanted to say something else, but Sarutobi Hizen interrupted him directly and said directly, Kakashi, don't question my decision. After Tianyu joins Umbu, he will prove his strength. Kakashi was silent for a few seconds, and then he could only respectfully say, yes, Hokage-sama. In the evening, Tianyu came home. Tianyu, Tiantian, Father Tianxiang, and Mother Keiko, sitting at home together, eating a very hearty dinner. This is to celebrate Tiantian. Their class has passed the assessment of Meikai, and the 9th class has been officially established. Starting from tomorrow, the 3 of them are about to start their mission with Mat K. But for the situation on Tianyu's side, everyone still doesn't know what happened. At this time, Tianyu took the initiative to stand up. A very important decision was announced. Father, mother, sister, I'll be joining Umbu starting tomorrow. Pat. The chopsticks in Tian Xiang's hand, he slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, his entire body stunned. Mother Keiko's hands covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyes couldn't hide the shock. Tian's reaction was the most intense. She suddenly stood up from her seat, her mouth opened wide enough to stuff an egg, and she exclaimed, brother, what did you just say? Where are you going tomorrow? Is this reaction too strong? Are you so shocked to learn that you have joined Umbu? If they knew that they had rejected Hokage before, and that they had agreed to join Umbu after they knew that Hokage had offered to make concessions, wouldn't they be frightened silly? Tianyu could only repeat it again, I'm going to report to Umbu tomorrow. Snapped. Father Tianxiang suddenly stood up from his seat, he clapped the table with both hands, and then confirmed to Tianyu, son, you really didn't lie to us, did you? Are you really hired by Umbu? Tianyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he could only nod again. Of course, why am I lying to you? Tianxiang was surprised and happy. Surprisingly, Tianyu was only 12 years old this year. He had never heard of a ninja in the village who could join Umbu at such a young age. His son is likely to become the youngest ninja in the history of Umbu. Happy as the pair of children in their family not only became ninjas, moreover, his eldest son, at the age of 12, entered into such a powerful organization as Umbu. This incident is enough to show how powerful his son's talent and strength are. This is definitely a good thing that can be used to shine on the lintel. 10 years ago, in Konoha village, there is a young boy from a commoner family who rises up. With his powerful talent, he became a disciple of Lord Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. Later, he was quite accomplished in ninjutsu. With the ninjutsu he developed and improved, he shined in the Third World War and became a golden flash that frightened the enemy. This person is the later 4 generations of Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Although more than 10 years have passed since the year when the 4th Hokage died, however, in the hearts of Tianxiang and the older generation, the 4 generations of Hokage, who were magnificent, sunny and powerful, could not be forgotten. And now myself the son of, though also of commoner origin, but he has now shown his outstanding talent and powerful strength in ninjutsu, is that his own son, and there is the possibility of becoming Hokage in the future? Think of this, Tian Xiang's heart couldn't help but be excited. Tian, hurry up and tell you second master they are going. Tianxiang shouted. Tian was confused and said, tell me what? Of course, tell them that your brother has joined Umbu. Such a big event does not have to make relatives and friends happy. Oh yes, tell them they are closed this weekend and everyone is coming to eat at our house to celebrate it. Tian Xiang's face was rosy, he roared in high spirits as if he was a little drunk after drinking. Understood. Tian agreed, and then ran out in a hurry. Aunt Zhang, my brother has been elected to Umbu. My father invited you to come over for dinner on weekends. Uncle Tensuk, my brother has been elected to Umbu. You bring Aunt Ui to my house for dinner on weekends. Uncle Tian Zichuan, my brother. Outside the window, one after another came the joyful cries of every day. With Tianyu's current perception, he was still able to hear her shouts clearly within a few hundred meters of the neighbors. Tianyu couldn't help holding his forehead. He really did not expect that the mere fact of joining Umbu himself would make his family so excited. As for the fact that he once rejected Hokage, forget it, let's not talk about it. Tianyu decided not to give them more stimulation. In a short while, every day after notifying everyone, I ran back. And after running back every day, the threshold of his house began to have people coming in one after another. Oh, brother Tianxiang, congratulations! Congratulations! It is said that tiger fathers have no dog sons. Tianyu, this child is so good for you. Not only became a ninja, but also entered Umbu. It's amazing. Oh, brother Tianxiang, as soon as I heard that girl tell me Tian Tian, I really rushed over immediately. I didn't have any gifts ready in my hand for a while. The tempura I just fried at home. I brought some for you, you can let Tianyu taste it. Brother Tianxiang, my little boy Jiichiro is also arguing at home every day and wants to be a ninja. I don't know if your little brother Tianyu has time, can you give him a little guidance? Hey, with the friendship of our brothers, it's easy to say anything about the price, I will never be short of money. Tianyu saw more and more people coming to the house, Dad chatted more and more happily with his friends, and his mood became more and more high. Suddenly he felt bad. Just at this time, Tian Tian's eyes looked over and winked at him, so he and Tian Tian have a pair of eyes, and they immediately have a good understanding of each other, and at the same time choose to run away. Night. Tianyu was lying on his bed, in his hand, he was flipping through a document that Kakashi handed him to him today. Inside, there are some detailed introductions about Umbu, as well as basic knowledge and daily routines. In the text that follows, Tianyu's current Umbu ninja number is recorded, as well as the codename registration form. The first official contact with Umbu, Tianyu only discovered that Umbu was not his own previously imagined, only pure fighting and killing. There is still a lot to learn, for example, various secret codes of Umbu, and various means of information exchange, etc. Every qualified Umbu must go through a period of familiarity before he can be competent for Umbu's work. Of course, becoming an Umbu ninja does have many benefits. First of all the ninja tools needed for training can be provided for free, and the reward for performing tasks is higher than that of ordinary ninjas. Of course, if you cannot sacrifice in the task pension and so on are also other ordinary ninjas. Several times. The title of Umbu ninja civil servant is not for nothing, and the benefits are indeed very good. However, Tianyu doesn't care about these. One is that he is not short of forbearance tools, and the other is that he is not short of money. The second advantage is that you can browse the records in Konoha at will, including some confidential documents and materials in Konoha, as well as information about other countries or shinobi villages collected by Konoha intelligence ninjas. The ninjas in Umbu can read at will. Besides, the most important thing, it is the ninja of Umbu, who can enter a secret base in Konoha where ninjutsu scrolls are stored. They can even learn all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion at B level and below at will. This alone, even if Umbu's work is extremely busy and dangerous, there are still a lot of people who are eager to join it. It is precisely because of this that Tianyu, a ninja from a civilian background, has the opportunity to join Umbu, so it is so important. Because Class B ninjutsu is generally the elite ninja in the middle of the entire ninja world, it needs to use a Reborn to try to figure out the ninjutsu practice. Of course, it is also B-level ninjutsu, and there are also strong and weak points. A B-rank ninjutsu displayed by an ordinary jonin is completely different in lethality from a B-rank ninjutsu displayed by a Naruto-level ninja like Sarutobi Hizen. To a certain extent, it can be said that the level of ninjutsu and one's own strength are complementary in determining a person's actual combat ability, and the two are indispensable. My strength is good now, but the number of ninja tools I have exposed to others is not large. There are some ninja tools, and I also need a suitable reason to make them appear in front of the world. The base of this ninjutsu scroll, enough to be a good excuse for me. After reading the document, Tianyu murmured in his mouth. And learning more about ninjutsu may help me a lot to create my own ninja tools. Early the next morning, Tianyu put on the Umbu clothes she brought back the day before. After wearing his own fox face mask, he left the house. According to the location marked on the document, Tianyu walked to a hidden place in Konoha, and then entered the underground passage. Konoha's Umbu headquarters is a secret base under Konoha. Inside Konoha, there are more than a dozen branches of Umbu. In each branch, there are different ninja teams stationed. But what surprised Tianyu was that the location of the Umbu headquarters is almost directly below the Hokage building. Moreover, there are also passages connecting the Umbu headquarters and the Hokage building. Any order from Hinzaki Sarutobi can be easily and quickly delivered to the Umbu headquarters at any time. Into the dark part, Tianyu immediately felt a chilling air blowing towards his face. Since the Umbu is underground, the lights here are not bright, it is dim and gloomy. Here, from time to time, Umbu personnel wearing masks, wearing grey vests of Umbu, or wearing black cloaks hurried past him. Some people are a little curious about Tianyu and will take a look at him, while most people ignore him and walk past him directly. These people are the most elite ninjas in Konoha who have been killed countless times on the battlefield, and they basically have nothing else to do. Continuing to walk inside Umbu, at this time, a person walked in front of Tianyu and asked in a deep voice, "Mingyu?" Mingyu is the codename Tianyu set for himself in Umbu. "Yes, follow me." This Umbu ninja spoke very succinctly, and directly led Tianyu to start walking in the Umbu building. Over there, it's where tasks are posted and submitted. There is a place to receive supplies, materials, ninja tools, medicines, etc., all for free. Over there is where the scrolls of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion are stored, and you can consult them at will. He walked around Umbu with Tianyu, and then introduced several parts of Umbu and the corresponding responsibilities to Tianyu. At this time, Tianyu finally had a more detailed understanding of Umbu. Although he had read the original book before and had some understanding of the organization of Umbu, but the meticulousness on the wheel is definitely not as good as joining in person like this. Umbu is directly under Hokage, the elite troops in Konoha. It's Konoha's last line of defense, and the sharpest blade to kill any threat lurking in its cradle. Every Umbu member, at least above the strength of elite Chunin. At this time, that Umbu ninja, take Tianyu to the office of the Minister of Umbu. Master Minister, Mingyu has brought it here. Okay, you go down. In the office, only Kakashi and Tianyu were left. Mingyu, I have read your information before. According to my standards, students who graduated from ninja school like you would never be accepted under normal circumstances. Kakashi said coldly, although at the request of Hokage-sama, you joined Umbu and became a member of Umbu. But this does not mean that I recognize your strength. Tianyu's voice picked up, looking at Kakashi with a bit of curiosity in his eyes. Do I need your approval? Kakashi, who was choked for a while, immediately, I felt a little colder. The gaze that looked at Tianyu also became unfriendly. Although it is not clear about the specific strength of this guy Tianyu, but judging from his current performance, in terms of character, it is clear that he is not a thorn who is willing to obey orders. After Kakashi was silent for a few seconds, he said coldly, you don't need my approval, but you need to show enough strength to make other Umbu people recognize you. Today is your first day to report, haven't made any teams yet. Although Hokage-sama wanted me to directly appoint you as the captain of the Dark Army, but according to your information I have read before, I feel that with your current experience and strength, in my eyes, it is not good enough. Kakashi's words just finished, Tianyu's face hidden under the mask couldn't help but rolled his eyes. If there is no mask to cover it this time, Kakashi will be able to see his face now. Disdain. Please, Kakashi-san, if you didn't cut a peach field back then, you'd be able to open it in half. In the end, because of the excessive use of the writing wheel, I lay in bed for 3 months. And Dai will not cut that guy again. It was already killed by myself a few days ago. You guy, what right do you have to look down on me? However, he probably guessed the reason why Kakashi misunderstood his own strength. When he went out with Mate Kai before, he didn't even practice ninja forward guards, and he was not an official Konoha ninja at all. So the tasks he and Mate Kai performed together should be recorded on Mate Kai alone, right? I have seen the information in my portfolio before, and almost all of the content was orally written by Mate Kai himself, basically making him hype. Just Kakashi's attitude towards Mate Kai, shouldn't he believe a word of these situations? Tianyu glanced at Kakashi and asked, what conditions do I need to be able to become the captain of the Dark Army? The basic task mode of Umbu is to perform tasks in a team manner. The 4 Umbu ninjas are divided into a team, every squad has a captain. The captains are generally held by ninjas of the upper ninja and above. Then, every 10 squads are divided into a large unit. There are only 3 units in the entire Umbu now, namely the 1st Assassination Unit, the 2nd Assassination Unit, and the 3rd Assassination Unit. Those who can hold the position of leader of the Assassination Unit are at least at the level of Elite Junin, and some even master all-powerful forbidden techniques. If the 3 Umbu captains unite, even a ninja with the level of strength of the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi will be able to pose a great threat to him. And above the 3 assassination team leaders is the current minister of Umbu, Heite Kakashi. The entire operations system of Umbu is very perfect. Official Umbu members, a total of 121 people. Everyone is the elite and the best among the Konoha ninjas. For this Konoha, the number of Chunin and Jonin is of course very large, not only the 100 people in Umbu, but the existence of Umbu is one of the most important forces in Konoha's daily order maintenance. Such a huge number of elite ninjas, whether it was the largest Uchiha clan in the village, it is still the Hinata clan, the largest ninja clan in the village now. It is completely incomparable in terms of combat power. This is the fundamental strength of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi hidden who can control the entire Konoha. From guarding Hokage's safety, to patrolling the village, protecting Konoha, and going outside to perform various assassination missions. Of course, in the dark part, different levels have different powers. The Umbu members at the lowest level often do chores such as patrolling, sending letters, and passing messages. Not only is the work very busy, but it is also mechanized, which is a very boring job. After becoming the assassination captain, you can choose people from Umbu, set up your own team. After receiving the task, you can lead the team out of the village to carry out assassination activities. The time is relatively free and the pay is good. Hearing Tianyu's question, Kakashi frowned and said, I can give you a chance to try. If your strength is enough to be recognized, you can be directly promoted to Minister of Umbu. How to prove it? To fight with you? Tianyu asked casually, with a very relaxed tone. Oh, that's not necessary. Kakashi gave a cold voice, and couldn't help but feel that the boy in front of him was innocent. Even if this kid really has some talent in ninjutsu, it is absolutely impossible for him to stick to 3 moves in his own hands. You just need to pick a dark core commander at will and defeat him. Kakashi handed a list to Tianyu and continued, this is the list of captains who are not currently on a mission. You can choose one at will. Tianyu scanned everyone's code names, and then said, I will choose him, Tianzang. This ninja code name Tianzang, if nothing else, it should be the one in childhood, among the children who were implanted by Orochimaru with the cells of the first generation of Hokage, the only one who survived. Later, he inherited the first generation of would escape blood, and the ninja under the pseudonym Yua. The reason why Tianyu chose him is very simple. Among the tasks released by the system in my mind, there is exactly one task that needs to collect the chakra of the would escape attribute. This time, if you can fight against Yamato, it will be a good opportunity to collect would escape attribute chakra by yourself. But after the imperial government selected this person that day, Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and then said, his current position is not the captain of the Umbu squad, it is the captain of the 2nd assassination unit, whose strength is also at the elite level. Are you sure you want to challenge him? I'm sure. Well, since you want to challenge Tianzang, you only need to hold on to him for 5 minutes. Kakashi said so, and then ordered his subordinates to inform Tianzang to come here to see him. Tianyu's mouth twitched, a smile appeared on his face under the mask. 5 minutes? Should be enough for me. In a short while, a tall man with a mask on his face walked into Kakashi's office from elsewhere. Master Minister, are you looking for me? The man said in a thick voice. Yeah. Kakashi nodded. Tianzang, you don't have a mission right now? Help me do a strength test for this new kid. I really don't have a mission right now. Yamato replied respectfully, and then his eyes fell on Tianyu. He couldn't help scratching his head, and said with some embarrassment, Lord Minister, are you asking me to test this little guy's strength? Are you sure you're not kidding me? This little guy looks like he hasn't graduated from ninja school. Tianyu is full of black lines. Does he really look so small? Speaking of height, he is only 12 years old, and he has grown to about 1.7 meters now, right? Among his peers, he is already a head taller. He just joined Umbu today. He is indeed very young, only 12 years old. Lord Hokage personally ordered him to fall in, Kakashi said. Yamato exclaimed, 12 years old? Is Hokage-sama crazy? Our Umbu is not a place to play with children. Kakashi sighed silently, but did not refute Yamato's words, but said, since it is the order of Hokage-sama, we must implement it. I brought you here this time, just to let you test his strength, so I can help him arrange positions. Yamato nodded and said helplessly, okay, then I see. Then he looked at Tianyu, patted his shoulder. In a serious tone, he said, don't worry, I'll be careful with the test in a while. Just try your best to give full play to your strength. I'll check it out so that it won't hurt you. Tianyu's face has completely darkened. Hee, it seems that I am completely underestimated. This feeling really makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Tianyu coldly threw Yamato's hand off his shoulder and said coldly, unnecessary. Yamato frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. The 3 of them soon came to a training ground inside Umbu. Kakashi, the minister of Umbu, and Yamato, the captain of the 2nd assassination unit codenamed Tianzo, the 2 appeared on the training ground at the same time. It immediately attracted the attention of many Umbu ninjas. The minister and the captain have come to the training ground? It's rare. I heard that I came to test the strength of a new kid. The kid is only 12 years old, so he is really young. I heard that Lord Hokage personally dropped him into Umbu. Aren't children of this age generally just becoming genin? How did he get into Umbu? Could it be that he is a related household? Some Umbu ninjas around who didn't go out to perform their missions immediately turned their attention to Tianyu, their eyes full of curiosity and scrutiny. Many of them have a very disdainful attitude. They don't think it's worth noting that a 12-year-old kid can have it, and they don't know why Hokage-sama would put him in Umbu. And some people, I think that there must be a reason for the 3 generations of Hokage to do this. This kid may have hidden strength enough to shock them. After all, since ancient times, geniuses have mostly come from teenagers. Some old people who have been in Umbu for a few years still remember in their hearts that 4 or 5 years ago, the Uchiha family once produced a stunning and decisive genius ninja, and Uchiha Itachi who joined Umbu, later also became the initiator of the genocide of the Uchiha clan. Of course, now the name Uchiha Itachi, it has also become a taboo in the village and can no longer be mentioned. But this is enough to prove that age is not a measure of a person's strength. It turned out to be Tianzang, the captain of the 2nd assassination unit, who took the test himself. Now it's interesting. I don't think this kid is very simple. You see him now, doesn't he even feel a little stage fright? This kind of calmness is not something a 12-year-old boy can have. If this kid can really hold on for 5 minutes in the hands of Captain Tianzang, this matter is enough for him to take it out and blow the cows for a long time. The surrounding discussions are endless. Tianyu directly ignored these gazes. He followed Yamato, walked to the middle of the training ground, and adjusted his battle state. Let's start. Yamato said very succinctly, and then showed his aptitude for fighting. Tianyu nodded, then lowered his head, and with a flash of dark light in his hand, he put the weight-bearing sandbag at his ankle into the ring. Then the next second, he didn't mean to be sloppy at all, directly into the white whirlwind rushed in the direction of Yamato. Exciting Konoha Gangly whirlwind. The blue chakra covered the calf and the sole of the foot in an instant, the carrier let out a whistling sound, and Tianyu ruthlessly kicked Yamato's body. This blow, Tianyu used all his strength from the beginning, treating a ninja like Yamato who has reached the elite level. If you despise him, it is equivalent to killing him. Tianyu, who had already decided to show off his strength, naturally did not lose his hand. Not with the thought of wanting to kill directly, instead, he chose to go all out. Tianyu's full speed was deployed, causing a burst of exclamation in an instant. Even in the eyes of these Umbu ninjas, Tianyu's body almost turned into an afterimage, and it was impossible to capture the prepared figure at all. His speed at this time is higher than when he played against Gaara in the original Chunin exam. The speed of Xiao Li unloading the load was faster, almost reaching the speed after Xiao Li opened the first door. He started physical training at the age of 5, up to now, I have insisted on the achievements of cultivation for 7 years. The power and speed he burst out is absolutely amazing. The whole audience fell silent for a moment. They couldn't help but secretly question themselves in their hearts, can they achieve such a speed of action now? Then, they all came to a conclusion that made them sweaty and chills down their backs, they couldn't do it. The speed of the action on the wheel, they are the members of the Umbu, it's not as good as the 12-year-old kid in front of you. Okay, so fast. Well, if it wasn't for what I've seen, I can't believe this is the speed that a 12-year-old can achieve. Isn't this move Senior Akai's physique trick? This kid actually learned this move? What is his relationship with Senior Akai? It's really not easy for this kid to be personally selected by Hokage-sama to join Umbu. Not only the ninjas from Umbu who were watching the battle, even Kakashi, who was the assessor of this actual combat assessment, had an extremely surprised expression on his face. This kind of speed is completely comparable to the elite Jonin. To make a 12-year-old boy achieve such a terrifying level of physical skills, Kakashi can only think of one person in the whole Konoha, and that is his good friend, Makai. Although he knew it before, this kid went out to practice with Akai for a few years before, but he didn't expect that he even learned the trick of Akai's Konoha Gangly whirlwind. It seems that he has learned the true biography of Makai. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little sorry for his previous contempt for Tianyu. In the eyes of this competition, there is also a little more seriousness in seriousness. So fast. Yamato, who was in the middle of the training ground, was even more surprised by Tianyu's extraordinary speed. However, he has the strength of elite Jonin, and his reaction speed is also quite fast. At the moment when Tianyu kicked his right leg, the knot in his hand was just finished. Boom! A blast, Yamato's body was directly kicked into the air, but Kei turned into a wooden stake in an instant, burst open in the air, and turned into sawdust and flew out around. Substitute. Yamato performed a substitute technique, then his figure instantly appeared in the distance. The seal in the hand has been completed, and he shouted in his mouth, "Would done," silent killing and binding technique. The moment the voice fell, the originally flat ground on the training ground suddenly bulged and cracked. A sturdy tree trunk suddenly emerged from the ground, growing and extending rapidly, in the direction of Tianyu. He rushed over quickly. It's the captain's wooden ninjutsu. As soon as he came up, he used his wooden tunnel? It seems that the captain attaches great importance to this kid. To see the captain use the wooden dungeon that only the original Hokage masters can use, we are very happy today. There was an exclamation sound all around. But Tianyu was not surprised by this. Without even turning his head, he directly raised his elbows. He knocked on the tree trunk that was attacking him. Konoha Bad Rock rises. Click! At the moment when Tianyu's elbow collided with the flying tree trunk, cracks began to appear on the originally flat tree trunk, and slender cracks spread in all directions. Break! Tianyu shouted loudly. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions came. The trunk that connects Tianyu and Yamato, it actually exploded from the inside, and it exploded into several segments in an instant. It turned into countless pieces and flew around. What? A look of surprise appeared in Yamato's eyes. He didn't expect that the opponent would break the wooden dung he unleashed just by relying on the power of taijutsu. After seeing this scene, the expression on Yamato's face has become extremely solemn. It seems that he has indeed encountered a very difficult opponent today. The Mu-Dun released by himself using Mu-Dun ninjutsu encountered such a force as Tianyu. The amount type ninja is very restrained towards him. But Tianyu is not the kind of pure strength ninja, because the pure strength ninja is usually relatively bulky, and he can start looking for breakthrough points in terms of speed. But Tianyu has just shown his speed of action, and his speed is even higher than that of his elite. A very tough opponent. The face under the Yamato mask couldn't help frowning. Since the frontal confrontation is not an opponent, he can only choose another method to try to fight against him. Even Yamato himself didn't find out. At this moment, he has completely ignored Tianyu's strength. He completely regards the other party as a formidable opponent of his own. and needs him to find a way to overcome the enemy. What a troublesome opponent. In terms of physical skills, I am not his opponent. To avoid him fighting me in close quarters, it seems that I can only use this trick. See how you can catch it. Muttering in my heart, Yamato's hand seals again. Wudun, the Sea of Trees is born. This is a technique originally created by the first generation to respond to Senju Hashirama. It belongs to a kind of blood-based limit. Only Yamato, who also has the Wudun blood-based limit, can perform super ninjutsu. Yamato uses his chakra as the fountain of life. The seedlings of several trees broke out from the ground of the training ground. It grows almost at a speed that is visible to the naked eye, and almost in just a dozen seconds, the entire training ground has been turned into a huge forest. This is the ninjutsu of the first generation of adults. Oh my god. Captain Tianzang has even learned this ninjutsu trick. It's over, this trick has come out, that kid must be out of the game. This is the ninjutsu invented by the first generation of adults. Huge forest will feature film training. The training grounds are covered. Tianyu stood in the middle of the training ground, and there were rattans attacking him from different directions anytime, anywhere, pressing him step by step. Tianyu constantly changed his position, jumping in this dense jungle. The tree trunks and vines behind him are haunted, constantly attacking him from different directions. Whoosh! A long vine hole penetrated Tianyu's body. With a bang, Tianyu's body turned into a kunao and slipped from the air. Substitute. Yamato seems to have expected. He looked very calm, just input his chakra again, control 4 canes, and attack again towards Tianyu's position. Whoosh! The rattan stabbed Tianyu again. Yamato shook his head secretly. This is a clone technique. With a bang, Tianyu's clone disappeared again. With a smile on the corner of Yamato's mouth, he glanced up at the sky and opened his mouth slightly. Yamato frantically transported his chakra into these trees as a supply of nutrients for these trees. Then 10 canes as thick as wrists rose from the ground, blocking all his escape routes, winding towards Tianyu from different directions. This time, you can't hide anymore. Whizzing, Tianyu's wrists, ankles, thighs and arms, the rattans flying from different directions were entangled, and they could not escape. Then the rattan shrank suddenly and tied Tianyu's body to the tree trunk. Those vines quickly merged with the tree, embedding Tianyu's entire body in the trunk and completely binding him. I finally restrained him. Seeing that Tianyu's body was unable to move in front of him, Yamato raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Limited by his ninjutsu people, even a shadow-level powerhouse can't easily escape. The vines and trunks tied to him, it will continuously absorb chakra from the body of the bound person. Until the chakra in the bound person is absorbed, it will supply the bound person itself to the nourishment of the tree as nourishment. This is the real terrifying aspect of the Mudun Shueji boundary. Although the scope of supply of this trick that Yamato performed cannot be compared with that of the original Hokage-sama, it is already considered a very terrifying ultimate move at the level of the elite Jonin. Mingyu, surrender. 5 minutes have passed. Even if you surrender now, you have passed this test. Yamato stood in the distance and shouted loudly towards Tianyu. As he agreed before, so far, it didn't really hurt Tianyu. Of course, even so, the strength Tianyu showed in front of them was enough to gain their approval. Oh? Surrender. Although it is tied to the trunk in a posture of 5 flowers, however, there was no panic in Tianyu's eyes, and he was still relaxed. He didn't even try to struggle, just stood there quietly, as if he was the condescending king. In my dictionary, the word surrender has never been mentioned. Ha ha ha. Tianyu's unbridled laughter, constantly recalling an umbu, just the arrogance in this laughter, this courage in the face of danger, and after seeing his strength, it even made many people in Umbu have some respect for him. Yamato's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that I can only make you suffer a little bit. Yamato's hand clenched sharply, the tree trunks of the binder Tianyu shrank suddenly. Yamato decided to let these tree trunks absorb all the chakra in his body. He wants to see, if you don't even have chakra, can you surrender? But at this time, Tianyu in the distance, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He asked Yamato, Captain Tianzang, haven't you discovered anything strange yet? Yamato was stunned for a moment. Immediately, I sensed something was wrong. Wait a minute. Yamato's eyes widened suddenly, with an unbelievable look in his eyes. Because of those big tree trunks and canes he manipulated, not only did he not extract chakra from Mingyu's body, instead, the chakra in his body was sucked away by him through the trunk. Chakra drain rate, it was even faster than when he used ninjutsu before. How is this going? Yamato's face was instantly full of horror, looking at the young man in the distance as if looking at a monster. He asked loudly with a trembling mouth, how did you do it? Tianyu smiled and said nothing. How did you do it? Actually, he did nothing. The task of collecting Mudun chakra has been released in his system, but he has always put it on hold and has no chance to complete it, and now is his best chance to complete the task. He only needs to come into contact with the trees spawned by the wooden chakra. The system can automatically absorb the chakra in Yamato's body. Use it for yourself. So all the situation in front of you, it can only be said that Yamato fell into the trap set up by Tianyu from the very beginning. Tianyu will be bound by Yamato's rattan, not because he really has no way to escape, but just to find a better way to let the system automatically absorb the wooden chakra. Yamato, he was fooled. End of ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, collect wood done chakra. Quest reward, a chakra crystal stone forging blueprint. At this time, in the ears of Tianyu, the system beeps, Tianyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Finally, I can officially fight you. The wrong expression on Yamato's face has not disappeared, then he saw the next scene that shocked him. 8-door dungeon? Open the door? Open. Shut the door? Open. Life gate? Open. 3 roars came in succession, a violent green chakra burst out from Tianyu's body in an instant, releasing an astonishing amount of energy. Accompanied by the surging of this chakra, Tianyu's whole body is wrapped in this green chakra, his long black hair fluttered in the air. Whether it's Mate Kai or Xiao Li who used the 8 gates of Dunjia in the original book, when they open the 3rd gate, the capillaries in the body will rupture, the skin will be congested, and it will turn pink. But now Tianyu has opened the 3rd door in time, his face was still white, and apart from the momentum and chakra that had skyrocketed several times, there was no negative image change. This is what Tianyu has achieved in forging his physique over the years. Open to the 3-door state of the 8-door dungeon, for him, it is as easy to control as eating and drinking. This is something that even Mate Kai, who is a teacher, can't do at all. Tianyu's improvement of the 8 gates dungeon is also one of the things that Mate Kai is most proud of. And when Yuichi used the 8-door dungeon trick that day, the ninjas of the entire Umbu immediately boiled. Oh my god, it's Lord Kai's unique skill. This kid has even learned the 8 dungeon. This is too scary, isn't it? Isn't this kid only 12 years old? How did he learn this trick? This is a terrifying forbidden technique classified as S rank. And Kakashi, who was most familiar with Mate Kai, at this time, it was difficult to hide the shock in his eyes. Because Beiman Dunjia is a ninjutsu that can be classified as an S rank forbidden technique, there are not many people in the village who know about this ninjutsu, but Kakashi is not among them. Kakashi, who was regarded as a lifelong enemy by Mate Kai, has also fallen down on Kai's moves several times. Kakashi can be said to be very familiar with a forbidden technique. He never imagined that Mate Kai even taught him this trick. This guy, is he crazy? The damage to the body caused by this access control technique is quite large. No one was hurt. How many were hurt first? After a fight, lie down for 10 days and a half months. In severe cases, there may be permanent disability or even death. This little devil is only 12 years old this year. How could his body be able to withstand the damage caused by the 8 gates of Dunjia? No, not right. Kakashi suddenly shouted in his heart, because of this scene in front of me, and what he remembered when Mate Kai opened the 8 gates of Dunjia, there is a difference. Although Kakashi couldn't see his face because of the mask, but the skin on his hands did not turn red from congestion like Mate Kai did. And his current momentum seems to be easier to control? Is it your own delusion? This kid's mastery of the 8 gates of Dunjia is enough to surpass my Tiki? At this time, after opening the 8 gates of Dunjia, Tianyu, just a little bit of force, the trunks and vines that bound him, immediately, he broke off and fell off him. Seeing that the situation was not good at this time, Yamato immediately hid in the forest that he had just spawned with Mudun Chakra. Yamato is not lost as a captain with very rich combat experience. His mind is also clear. He knew that the time that Tianyu could maintain the 8 gates of Dunjia could not be long. The power increase of this explosive behavior is temporary after all. So as long as you delay this time, he still has the power to fight him. At this time, all the Umbu ninjas who were watching the battle couldn't help holding their breaths, watching the battle with full attention. At this time, they have completely forgotten, this is a strength test for a newcomer who has just entered Umbu. Instead, he regarded this battle as a very rare duel between 2 powerhouses. Who is more powerful? For this result, they are really looking forward to it. Step, step, step. Step by step, in Tianyu's hand, he held a wind attribute grass pheasant sword. He took his own steps forward, looking for Yamato's hidden figure. Chi, are you hiding? The corner of Tianyu's mouth evoked a sneer of disdain. Immediately, he raised the grass pheasant sword in his hand and slammed it towards the forest in front of him. Wind escape vacuum/dance. No need to seal, Tianyu is almost in an instant, from the grass pheasant sword, this powerful wind escape, which is comparable to the lethality of B-rank ninjutsu, was released. White light lit up, a translucent scythe emerged from the void, dropped to the ground, and then domineering slash from left to right. The wind blade created by Chakra roared, and the blue-white light flashed between the sky and the earth, followed by a deafening rumbling sound. From left to right, it covers almost half of the forest. After the blue-white light passed, countless trees made an unpleasant sound, and then gathered together. Boom! Boom! Trees fell one by one, and the entire dense forest collapsed. Tianyu held a grass pheasant sword, and when the 3 doors were opened, with just one blow, most of the forest in front of him was destroyed almost instantly. Such a terrifying wind escape ninjutsu made everyone present unexpectedly, and their eyes widened. However, the purpose of Tianyu's attack, just to find Yamato's hiding place. The field of vision has finally opened up, and I found you too. Tianyu's eyes calmly scanned the entire forest, and finally fell into the corner of the fallen tree in the distance. Yamato's body looked a little embarrassed with his robe torn. Damn, have you been discovered yet? Yamato's mouth was rough, and he began to want to continue the seal in his hand. What Yamato wanted to unleash was his strongest defensive ninjutsu Mu-dun wooden wall. But before the rows of wooden pillars rose from the ground, Tianyu had already moved before completely protecting Yamato's body. Injury door, open. Duman, open. Two loud shouts in succession, the momentum on Tianyu's body increased dozens of times again. His figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Its speed was so fast that it only left a faint afterimage in the air. He who opened the 8 gates to the 5 gates, at this moment, the body is like a feather, and it seems to be able to fly at any time. Like a swift arrow, with the sharpness enough to break the space, even the wind can't keep up with his speed. What is the ultimate in gymnastics? Blast the mountains and rivers with one punch, and the biggest ground with 1 foot. Or, in the 8-door mode, even Madara in the 6-path mode can't see the realm of the action clearly. Although Tianyu can't do that bottom yet, but at least his current taijutsu has reached the point where it is beyond the naked eye, and low-level ninjutsu cannot be traced. When his speed is so fast, he is enough to make the other party connect with the seal in no time. If no one else has time, what can threaten him? Call. The wind blew up. Tianyu's figure appeared beside Yamato like a ghost. As soon as I stepped down, it smashed the soil and stones on the ground of the trial site, causing a burst of dust to fly in an instant. Then he suddenly raised his right leg and kicked Yamato's stomach. Yamato hurriedly wanted to block, however, at that moment, his eyes widened. What a powerful force! Yamato's entire human body, uncontrollably, he was kicked into the air by Tianyu. It wasn't over yet. Tianyu slammed his feet on the ground, chasing Yamato flying in midair like sharp arrows, and then slammed into his thighs, arms, chest, back, etc. several hits. Finally, Tianyu suddenly jumped behind him. The bandage on Tianyu's wrist, I don't know when it has been loosened, towards Yamato, wrapped up in layers. What? Yamato's eyes were full of horror, but out of midair, he couldn't use strength, and he couldn't break free from the restraint of the bandage at all. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so scary. It's just utterly hopeless. Lily Lotus. The bandage in Tianyu's hand wrapped around Yamato's body. Both of them turned their heads to the ground and swooped down rapidly. They were all wrapped in green chakra, and they fell at an extremely terrifying speed, like a falling meteor, falling from the sky. Yamato's face has become completely pale. At this moment, he even felt the fear of death. Do not! Yamato roared with despair in his eyes. However, there is absolutely nothing that can be done. Just when the two were about to slam into the ground together, Tianyu changed the direction of his swooping, and with Yamato tied into a zongzi, he fell lightly to the ground. Captain Tianzang, you lost. A smile appeared on the face of Tianyu's mask, and said softly. Feeling that he was Yamato-kun who had been brought back from the brink of death, he slumped on the ground all of a sudden, and his heart was full of happiness for the rest of his life. Really, almost dying. Having personally experienced the Yamato of that move Lianhua, I have personally realized how terrifying that move is. The clothes on his back were already soaked in cold sweat, and the chakra in the body has long been consumed. I lost. A wry smile appeared on the face under the Yamato mask, then he said in a very weak tone. This moment, the whole training ground was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tianyu's body and fell into a sluggishness. There was unstoppable surprise and astonishment in their eyes, because this one just entered the dark part newbie. He actually defeated Tianzang Captain in front of them just now. Mingyu, is he really only 12 years old this year? This kind of strength is really terrifying. Having defeated Captain Yamato at such a young age, his future is simply limitless. When someone in the crowd said something like this, the Umbu ninjas in the audience fell silent again. Yes, the young man in front of him, only 12 years old. Such a bearing, such a posture, such a strength. He is truly a man of heaven, and even now he has the demeanor of a strong man. In the eyes of the Umbu people looking at Tianyu, there is already a little more admiration and admiration. At this time, Kakashi, the minister of Umbu in the distance, strode over. He said to his men, quickly call the ninja from the medical department. Everyone was stunned for a moment, so they quickly carried out the orders issued by the minister. Umbu was very close to the ninja hospital, and the ninjas from the medical department quickly arrived at Umbu. Which one is injured? Asked the ninja from the medical department. It's our Captain Tianzang who was injured, Umbu ninja said. But Kakashi stepped in front of the medical ninja first, pulling his arm, dragged him to the front of Tianyu. Tianzang collects all skin injuries. Don't worry, you should check this child's body first, Kakashi said eagerly. Yamato, minister, your attitude makes me too sad, doesn't it? How can I say that I am also the only 3 minister-level people in our Umbu? the capable generals under your command. Now that you're injured, you're not in a hurry? At this time, Tianyu was also stunned, and then took a half step back. He frowned and said, I'm not injured. What's the body for me to check? Kakashi completely ignored Tianyu's refusal, and he said sternly, it's alright, Mingyu. I know it's not easy for you to support yourself standing here now. You have already won this test, and your strength has been recognized by all of us, so you don't have to be brave anymore. Kakashi patted Tianyu on the shoulder and said in a sincere tone, what am I trying to do? Tianyu was suddenly full of question marks. Then, with a face full of tears and laughter, he said, I didn't try to be brave, I really didn't get hurt. Kakashi was unmoved by what Tianyu said, and said very seriously, you have even learned the 8 ways of Dunjia, don't you even know your physical condition? When Baemon Dunjia opens to the 4th injury door, it will cause damage to his body. It's just now that the 5th gate has been opened, and a powerful chakra burst out forcibly. The damage to the body is very serious. If you don't treat it in time, leaving those dark wounds in your body will affect your ninja career in the future. Tianyu spread out his hands helplessly, and said with an innocent expression on his face, but I opened the 8 doors to 5 doors, and I didn't cause any damage to my body, and I didn't feel any pain or any negative effects. Even if the 8-door Dunjia opens to 5. Wait, what did you say? Kakashi's tone paused, and then his face was full of expression. They all had a shocked expression of hell, and repeated the question, you mean, you have opened the 5th door, and it will not cause any damage to the body? I did not feel any pain or negative effects. Tianyu nodded. With a bit of distrust on Kakashi's face, he shook his head and denied, no, it's impossible. Even the Gaiakai, when he opens the 5th door, his whole body hurts because the capillaries are broken by chakra. Tianyu interrupted him and said with a chuckle, what Teacher Akai can't do doesn't mean I can't do it either. He looked at Kakashi with an expression of disbelief, and simply dragged the medical ninja to his side, rolled up his sleeves and said, then give me an examination. The medical ninja was very dedicated and helped Tianyu to conduct a comprehensive inspection. Then he gave the same answer as Tianyu had said before. His body really doesn't have any damage. The medical ninja nodded, then turned around and went to Yamato, who received some skin injuries. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, why, how is it possible? Tianyu explained with a smile, Lord Minister, you can believe it now, so far, I have opened 5 doors, and my body has no negative effects at all. You researched this yourself? Kakashi said in surprise, and couldn't help but look at Tianyu again in his heart. No, this is the result of my practice that I researched together with Teacher Akai. Tianyu shook his head and said sternly. Kakashi sighed deeply. Speaking to himself, he said, Akai told me about him before I accepted an apprentice with extraordinary talent. He was a rare genius in hundreds of years. At that time, I didn't believe it. With a wry smile on the corner of his mouth, he sighed, now it seems that he has indeed met a genius boy who is rare in 1,000 years. For this strength and character, let alone me, even my teacher, the 4 generations of Hokage, will be full of praise when he sees it, right? Kakashi couldn't help but feel a trace of remorse in his heart, and a trace of envy for Mate Kai. He regretted it because Tianyu's father, Mr. Tianxiong, I once said to myself that I hoped that I could give pointers to his son, but at that time, because Mr. Tianxiong was a commoner, pointing his son was a waste of his time, so he refused without hesitation. But he didn't think of it at all. This young man named Tianyu has such talent. He envied because his good friend Mate Kai became Tianyu's teacher. First of all, with such a powerful disciple, Mate Kai's own reputation and status will also be famous in the village. And Tianyu not only perfectly inherited the unique stun of Mate Kai, but he even improved the access control technique together with Mate Kai, reducing the damage to the body caused by this access control technique. Such a change may even be enough to make the 8-door Dunjia out of the scope of the forbidden technique, and become one without paying too much. A powerful ninjutsu can burst out in an instant. Kakashi can already predict in his heart, in the near future, Tianyu, this talented young man, surely at the right time, make the ninjutsu of the 8 doors Dunjia famous in the entire ninja world. Tianyu walked up to Kakashi, then asked, now, can I directly assume the position of the captain of the Umbu squad? Kakashi nodded and said, of course, if you turn to strength, your strength has completely surpassed the position of the captain of the Umbu squad. Even stronger than the strength of the 2nd Assassination Unit's captain, Tianzang, there are not many people who are stronger than you in the whole Umbu. However, in terms of experience in performing tasks, you are still lacking for the time being. So now, I can only accept you as the assassination team leader of the 3rd Assassination Unit. Are you satisfied with this result? Tianyu nodded indifferently. He said casually, can. Anyway, as long as you become the captain, he doesn't have to do those boring things like running errands, patrolling, etc. Instead, you can choose to receive missions such as assassination independently, and earn mission merits and commissions. Such a right, it's no different from a normal jounin. After Tianyu was promoted to become the 3rd squad leader with the wrong assassination, he did not immediately get busy. Umbu still needs some time to schedule, assign some Umbu staff to his subordinates, and only after forming a complete 4-person team can start the task. In this regard, Tianyu has no objection. And the fact that there is a guy named Mingyu in Umbu, the news quickly exploded among the major families in Konoha village. He just entered the dark part, it defeated the second assassination, the secret of the Captain Tianzang, and it spread like wildfire, spreading among the major families. First, the battle between Tianyu and Yamato is not a secret, so there is nothing at all a requirement to keep secrets. Second, the major families want their disciples to enter the Umbu, just to take advantage of the well-informed insight into the tense trend in the village, so that they can get first-hand accurate information. So, in the next few days, in the hands of Tianyu, I have received a lot of invitations from major families, and I want to maintain a good relationship with Tianyu. They all noticed, another talented boy is about to rise in Konoha village. Compared to Niji Hayaga, who was the most popular in the previous session of Shimonen, ninjas who came from civilians like Meiyu who can join Umbu are the best targets for them to win over. But for these things, Tianyu was not interested. A lot of invitations were thrown into the stove by him, the burning joy turned into a pile of ashes and jumped in the air. During this time, Tianyu told his father Tianxiang what Hokage-sama had given the weapon order to their family. Tianxiang was naturally overjoyed, his eyes lit up. This is a big business. If this business is done well, then they don't have to worry about business anymore after they're home. Even if you do nothing every day, there is also a lot of money in the store every day. After Tianxiang was overjoyed, Tianyu wants to improve his strength, or the idea of building a ninja tool, expressed strong support. He even waved his hand and said very generously that if Tianyu needed any ore or materials, even if he taught him, his father would definitely get it for him. It just so happened that Tianyu was busy collecting materials recently. After hearing my father's promise, I instantly became happy. Soon, Tianxiang regretted what he had just released. That big talk. Because of his precious eldest son, he immediately took out a small stack of scrolls full of words from the room and handed it to him. Why not a scroll, but a stack of scrolls? Because one scroll is simply not enough to write. When Asahi opened those scrolls, seeing the densely recorded materials above, he almost fainted as soon as his eyes darkened. And when he went out to buy with the list of those materials, he almost cried. In order to gather these materials, he actually spent most of their family's belongings. If it wasn't for the voice of Hokage-sama that Tianyu talked about, this purchase of materials would be enough to make Tianyu's family's weapons go bankrupt. However, although with full flesh pain, but he still helped Tianyu sell the materials with tears, and he was a full support for his son. Thanks, Dad. Looking at the materials full of several cars, and his father who looked haggard, Tianyu walked up to him with a big smile and gave him a big hug. Tianxiang was moved to tears. It's worth it, it's worth it. After collecting all the materials, Tianyu locked himself in the room alone. Every day, I followed Mr. Maitekai out of the village to perform tasks. My parents are also busy preparing for the big business that I have taken over from Hokage-sama. They are very busy. During this time, no one would bother him. So Tianyu also closed his eyes, started this stage of my practice. In his system, he recently obtained several high-quality blueprints, waiting for him to create them. Name: Chakra Crystal Stone Forging Drawings. Forging difficulty: skilled, disposable, can be used for storage. Chakra: after the crystalline stone is crushed, the chakra stored in it will be automatically absorbed. This time, when Tianyu was fighting Yamato last time, after completing the task that the system needs to absorb the wooden chakra, the blueprint that the system will reward, it turned out to be a crystal stone that can store chakra. The important role of chakra in combat is self-evident. Most ninjas will not be able to release ninjutsu it will due to their own chakra restrictions in battle, so the physique of the Whirlpool family like Naruto plus the chakra of the Nine Tails will become the protagonist's weapon. And after Tianyu had the crystal stone, don't worry about your chakra being consumed a lot by releasing ninjutsu. As long as you have enough of this crystalline stone to continuously replenish your chakra, you will have the ability to fight for a long time in battle. This is a good thing. Although the difficulty of forging is not high, it is only a third-order ninja tool. The types of materials required are not too many, only a dozen or so. But this crystalline stone is a one-time consumable. Tianyu thinks, I need a one-time make a lot of crystal stones as a backup. Then set a small target for forging first 100 crystal stones. Of course, with so many crystal stones, Tianyu does not need to spend time forging them one by one. At this time, when he upgraded from a junior blacksmith to a senior blacksmith, the benefits of the blacksmithing table rewarded by the system were revealed. He only needs to spend 2 or 3 hours, successfully forged a finished chakra crystal stone. The forging table can replicate his previous forging process, and he only needs to put in the corresponding materials in the follow-up, and the forging table can complete it automatically. A few hours later, Tianyu held a bright blue crystal nucleus in his hand. Forging is successful. 3-star difficulty chakra crystal stone forging. For the current Tianyu, there is no difficulty other than the time it takes. Looking at the blue sapphire-like crystal nucleus in his hand, Tianyu tried to inject his chakra into it. The crystalline stone itself has no chakra. It only has a function of storing chakra, similar to the function of a disposable power bank. Before using the crystalline stone, the user must first fill the crystalline stone with his own chakra before it can be used. Sure enough, it can store chakra. Tian Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Then I increased my chakra input. After the blue chakra is injected into the crystalline stone, it immediately turned into a dark cotton wool-like shape, filling the inside of the crystalline stone, making the color of the crystalline stone darker than before. The current chakra of Tianyu is due to age, so the amount of chakra is not very large. His current level of chakra is about the same as that of an ordinary jonin. If it is a ninjutsu that releases A-level lethality, it can only be released 3 times with reluctance. Therefore, in the battle, he used tricks like Beiman Dunjia. It's not entirely to enhance your own skill level, and it is to broaden his chakra volume. A large amount of chakra burst out in extreme time for him to use ninjutsu. And with this chakra crystal, Tianyu is confident, if I allow myself to fight Yamato again, he doesn't even need to open the 8 doors. Using your own ninja tools is enough to slash that guy. Tianyu will own his chakra. After pouring it into the crystal stone little by little, the color of the crystalline stone becomes deeper, like a sapphire. It wasn't until Tianyu's chakra was almost consumed that only 1/12 of it was left, and Tianyu finally felt that the chakra crystal in his hand was full. It can almost store the amount of chakra of a ninja at the upper ninja level. Tianyu felt a little surprise in his heart. He instantly thought of a ninjutsu, Tsunade's yin seal. The yin seal is to accumulate chakra on the forehead at ordinary times, and at the same time, a diamond-shaped mark will be formed on the forehead. When needed, unseal the seal through the unseal ninjutsu yin seal unlock, releasing a large amount of chakra. The yin seal is the premise for Tsunade to release the 2 forbidden medical ninjutsu techniques, creation regeneration and Baihao technique, and provides a large amount of chakra for these 2 forbidden techniques. Yin seal is an S-rank auxiliary ninjutsu, and the chakra crystal stone in Tianyu's hand obviously achieved the same effect as the yin seal with ease, and it is more convenient to use. Tianyu put this forged chakra crystal stone into the forging table, then, other materials needed for forging chakra crystals were put into it. Inside the forging table, imitating Tianyu's previous forging method, he began to automatically forge chakra crystals. And Tianyu was already sitting cross-legged aside, closing his eyes. He began to digest another forging blueprint in his heart. The blueprint of the Zanpakuto with 6-star difficulty, Dohongli and Hingren Meru. After he kept every detail in Tianyu's forging in mind, he suddenly opened his eyes, then he strode to the forging table and picked up his handhammer in. The flames were lit, and the forge turned red from the scorching heat. Tianyu had prepared the hundreds of forging materials one by one, and even recorded their corresponding numbers on each forging material. Number 1 Tianyan Profound Iron, number 2 Cryolite, number 3 Cloud Crystal Ore, number 4. If any businessman sees these materials used by Tianyu to forge, they must be screaming mad, because each of these materials is quite precious. There are even many precious items that cannot be calculated in money, enough to make people's eyes glitter with golden light and make their minds dizzy. Only Tianyu's father, a big businessman like Tianxiong, could gather all the materials that Tianyu needed in such a short period of time. There are even several materials in it. There is no sale on the market at all. You have to go to the black market to find it. Tianyu began to put these minerals into the forging table in the same way. The flames were swallowed, and the entire forging table was fiery red. It was burned into a solution-like substance at high temperature, emitting a bright light in the air. At the same time, Tianyu also injected his chakra into it. Wrap every different mineral in chakra, then it is drawn into a thread-like shape, and the same material solutions are intertwined in mid-air. As early as 4 years ago, Tianyu, after being promoted from a junior blacksmith to an intermediate blacksmith, his forging technology has completely surpassed the forging level in the Naruto world. Even Mifune, who is the most skilled and powerful in forging ninja tools in the country of iron, has the most craftsman spirit. I am afraid that the strength of forging technology is not enough. It can't be compared to Tianyu at all. But now, Tianyu is paying great attention to this Zanpakuto, which has to pump up 200% of his spiritual power. It can be completely divided into the realm of artifacts. I am afraid that there are only 6 ninja tools left in the Naruto world, which can be comparable to them. Drink! Tianyu shouted loudly, the hammer in his hand slammed down. His eyes were as calm as water, not disturbed by the waves, only the heavy hammer in his hand slammed down again and again. He drank a few more times in his mouth, and waved at several materials in the distance. The released chakra immediately wrapped the materials, flew towards him, landed on the forging table, and then melted into a solution at high temperature. Forged by heavy hammer, some impurities in the original minerals were removed one by one. The color of the mineral itself is completely covered, and after being extracted and calcined by the flame, it becomes a particularly crystal clear sky blue, which is as bright and moving as the crystal of the seabed. Such solutions keep coming together, entering the forged body of a long sword. It is like a sky blue brocade, and it is easy to reach the middle of the ice blue body without any hassle. This scene is really gorgeous, like a kind of wonder, with the process of continuously forging, burning, reattributing, and filling the blade body with one type of material after another. The prototype of the entire blade body has come out. The icy blue sword body shone with silvery white light, as if it came from the extreme northern realm of ice and snow. The corners of Tianyu's mouth twitched slightly. there is already a little impatient in my heart. Although Tianyu is the first time to forge a weapon with 6-star difficulty, but in terms of forging skills, it has already reached the level of perfection. The only thing that makes Tianyu feel the tricky part is probably the consumption of mental power during the forging process. Weapons with higher forging difficulty, the forging steps have also become more and more complicated. Like this Zanpakuto de Honglian Bing Lunwan, there are hundreds of forging materials, and the process of forging, quenching, and extraction involves thousands of steps. Every step must be perfect. Moreover, the entire forging process must be synthesized in one breath in order to forge the most perfect weapon. This requires a very high level of spiritual power for the blacksmith. With the strength of Tianyu now, when it was forged to the last critical moment, he felt dizzy, and the sharp pain of depletion of mental power spread from his mind. Give it to me. Tianyu must tighten his teeth. The heavy hammer in his hand slammed down, resisting the needle-like pain in his mind. Tianyu stuck to his forging table with split eyes, not allowing any mistakes. A burst of energy fluctuation suddenly came from the forging table. It is a terrible energy coming from the inside of the weapon. When this energy appears, it also means the device is complete. Hu Tianyu let out a sigh of relief. After concentrating on it, he suddenly relaxed, and the exhaustion all over his body poured into his mind like a tide. He didn't even have time to check the Zanpakuto he had successfully forged. Quickly withdrew from his spiritual space, then the whole person's eyes went black, fell directly on his bed, and fell asleep. When he wakes up, it's been 3 days. When he opened his eyes again, there was a vast expanse of white in front of him. The scene in front of him gradually became clear, and then did I realize that the white expanse just now turned out to be the ceiling. At this time, there is a drip on his right hand. As soon as he woke up, he was lying in the ninja hospital. How is this going? When Tianyu was in doubt in his heart, he heard a loud cry from the side, "Brother! Brother, he's awake." He was the first to rush over every day. He hugged him towards the hospital bed, and cried out in his mouth, "Brother, you are finally awake. Did you know that we are all worried to death?" Tianyu rolled his eyes. "I want to push the day off my body, holding me so tightly. Are you trying to strangle me?" "Murdered my brother." But Tianyu found out at this time that he couldn't do it at all. "I don't have any strength on my body, and I can't even push this little girl away." It was her mother Keiko who came over, pulled Tian away, and said softly, "Your brother just woke up and is relatively weak, don't hold him like that." Then she ordered to Tian in an orderly manner, Tian, come and bring a glass of water, then bring the prepared food. Your brother hasn't eaten for 3 days, so he must be hungry." Tian nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll go now." After drinking some water and eating some food, Tianyu felt that his body regained some strength. Tianyu, who understood his current physical condition, for a while, there was a bit of laughter. Unexpectedly, because he consumed too much mental power when forging the Zanpakuto, and caused a serious deficit of his mental power, he fell asleep in bed for 3 days. And the family members who do not know why, because they saw that he has not woken up. "I was so worried that I sent him directly to the ninja hospital." Although Tianyu had long felt that there was nothing wrong with his body, but it is excessive mental energy consumption. After a few days of sleep, you can recover. But at the request of family concerns, Tianyu still lay in the ninja hospital for 2 or 3 days, and he did not leave the hospital until the doctor checked him and ensured that he was in no serious condition. And the day after leaving the ninja hospital, Tianyu received a notification from Umbu. 3 members of Umbu have been added to his team. After their team is assembled, they can go on the mission. So, he changed into Umbu's clothes. After putting on his fox mask, he quickly came to the Umbu headquarters and met the 3 members of his Dark Army commander. Their code names are called Sunflower, Qing, and Island. 2 men and 1 woman, the standard of the Konoha ninja squad. Except for the one with the code name Sunflower, who is a female ninja, the 2 people with the code name Qing and Kaideo are both men. The 3 of them had just joined Umbu and were assigned to Tianyu's subordinates after passing the training camp. After the normal ninja was selected and entered into Umbu, there is a unified control and training process. Only the ninjas who pass the selection will truly enter the Umbu and become an official member of the Umbu. However, due to the special situation of Tianyu, it was directly recruited by Hokage-sama. Therefore, I did not participate in unified training. Instead, Kakashi, minister of Umbu, directly conducts the strength assessment. At this time, Umbu's stronghold, Sunflower, Qing and the island 3 people, seeing that he is a little shorter than himself, Captain Mingyu, who was only 12 years old, the scene at that time, in a moment of embarrassment. "Are you Captain Minjayu?" The girl codenamed Sunflower was the first to break through this embarrassment. "That's right." Tianyu nodded, and then said very succinctly, "Follow me." Sunflower, Qing and Hideo are all behind Tianyu. Then he took them to an open place in the Umbu stronghold and took off the mask on his face. Under the mask, there is a very handsome face with a bit of a green pheasant. Generally speaking, Umbu ninjas only perform tasks when he was required to wear a mask to hide his identity. And some Umbu ninjas are too lazy to take off their masks when they return to Umbu to hand over tasks. Over time, most ninjas wear masks in Umbu. However, Tianyu must have a preliminary understanding with them before leading them to perform the task, so he took off the mask on his face. Well, Sunflower quickly covered her mouth to keep herself from exclaiming, "Captain Mingyu is too handsome, right? Although I have heard some things about Mingyu and Umbu, and I also know that he is only 12 years old this year, but she really didn't think that Captain Mingyu was actually so handsome. Such a handsome and beautiful face, wearing a mask is such a pity." Sunflower couldn't help thinking like this in her heart. As the captain of this team, it is necessary for me to introduce myself first. My name is Tianyu, I am 12 years old this year, the code name in Umbu is Mingyu, and you will use this code name to call me in the future. I am good at ninjutsu, gymnastics and gymnastics ninja control gear. Later, when you introduce yourself, you should also explain the direction of ninjutsu you are good at, so that it will be more convenient for us to cooperate with each other in future battles. Although their captain is young, but the style of speaking and acting is unusually calm and imposing. At this moment, the three of them couldn't help but have such thoughts in their minds at the same time. Subsequently, Sunflower, Ching, and Kaijima took off the masks on their faces at the same time, revealing the youthful faces under the mask. The man codenamed Sea Island stood up first and said, "My name is Hinata Shinobi, I am 22 years old this year, and my code name is Sea Island." He is a ninja from the Hinata clan, with white eyes and good at jujitsu and reconnaissance. Then the man named Ching said, "My name is Yunuzuo, I am 20 years old this year, my code name is Ching, I came from the Oil Girl family, and I am good at manipulating bugs and investigating." In the end, it was the female ninja codenamed Sunflower who stood up. In a very soft voice, he said, "My name is Moonlight Quasi, I am 17 years old this year, my code name is Sunflower, I was born in the Moonlight clan, I have a blood-like boundary, I am also good at reconnaissance, and I am good at swordsmanship." He has some understanding of the Hyaga clan and the Oily Girl clan. As for the Moonlight clan, he didn't know much about the Moonlight Blast, except for the flickering tuberculosis ghost Moonlight Blast in the original book. "What's your relationship with Shangnan Moonlight Gale?" Tianyu asked casually. "Ha, Captain, you actually know my brother." The corner of Yue Guan Kuai's mouth curved, revealing two very cute little tiger teeth, and said with a smile, "I am Moonlight Blast's sister." It turned out that, Tianyu nodded secretly, didn't say anything. It doesn't matter who they are, anyway, in his squad, just obey his orders. Then Tianyu went to the mission department and received the mission. Because it is a newly established team, Umbu has stipulated that the first task performed by the team cannot exceed B level, so Tianyu can only receive a B level task scroll. Of course, in fact, he wanted to receive A level tasks even more. It seems that he can only put this idea aside for the time being. Everyone is a ninja with good strength. I will not give you time to cooperate and train. I think actual combat is the best way to run in. I have already received the task, so let's go now. There was a trace of calm and awe in Tianyu's eyes. The three of them, Sunflower, have long heard of Tianyu's strength. Not long ago, he had defeated Tianzang, the leader of the second assassination unit, so they didn't dare to be disrespectful or questioning this young captain at all. They lowered their heads in unison, and said in unison, "Yes, Captain." Tianyu, who recodes the mask, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the previous battle between him and Yamato was very effective. After letting everyone know of his strength, it really saved a lot of trouble. Before those people wanted to question themselves, they had to weigh whether their fists could defeat him. Just like the three members of his team now, he is very self-aware that he is definitely not the opponent of his Tianyu, so he does not dare to have any objection. Good, it seems that among the three people under his command, there is no such ignorant idiot. Tianyu was very satisfied with the staffing of this team. Judging from the personnel in this group, it is undoubtedly the high-level people in the village who have begun to notice him, so some good manpower resources are allocated to him. The Hyaga clan, the Oil Girl clan, and the Moonlight clan, all three are ninjas from big families, and they are all ninjas who are very good at reconnaissance. With the three of them, even if Tianyu didn't release the mechanical mouse, it was enough to detect the situation within a few kilometers. If you find that the situation is not right, you can also choose to lead the team to evacuate at the first time. Guarantee the survival rate of the entire team members. For other Umbu squads, it is an extravagant hope to deploy a perception ninja and improve the survival rate of the squad. In the end, good guy, Tianyu's team had 3 people for him. It seems that after Kakashi saw his strength, it was indeed a little more nurturing of his mind. Okay, all the food is ready. Now that the ninja gear is ready, let's go. Before leaving, Tianyu said to several of his subordinates, during the mission, you must be vigilant at all times, don't let anything affect your mentality. Keeping calm is the #1 priority of being an Umbu ninja. If your performance in this mission is not enough to satisfy me, just get out of my team, and there will be no waste in my team. Alright, let's go now. Unconsciously, Tianyu's body has a bit more powerful momentum of the superior. And after a few days, Tianyu brought his Umbu team to the land of soup. The spies Konoha placed in the land of soup have not received any normal return information for 3 months. Tianyu's task this time is to find out what the situation of the spies in Tang Siguo is. As the captain of before departure, Tianyu also did his homework. Like the spy of Tang Seguo in this mission, this kind of abnormal situation of returning information to the village, 9 times out of 10, this spy has an accident. The Kingdom of Soup is located not far to the east of the Kingdom of Fire. The country itself is weak, and it is much safer than traveling in other places. But Tianyu did not completely take this mission lightly. After carefully instructing the members of their team, they rushed directly to the secret base of the Tang dynasty and the spies on the street. On the edge of Yunokuni's famous hot spring town, in a wooden tavern, Tianyu took Sunflower, Ching and Heideo to a table and sat down, and soon a clerk came to greet them. "Have a hot spring egg," Tianyu said. "I want a hot spring egg with a liquid egg white and a solidified egg yolk." The clerk heard his story, with a convulsive smile on his face. "Guest, you are joking. Where is the egg yolk solidified in this hot spring egg, and the protein is liquid?" Tianyu was about to answer, but Ching on the side was the first to speak. "Let's go, it doesn't seem to be here." Tianyu grabbed him and motioned for Ching to sit down. Smiled to the clerk. "There is indeed such a hot spring egg, but not many people have seen it. You are young, so I don't blame you for not hearing about it. Can you please help me with your boss?" "Okay, wait a moment," the clerk replied and hurried to the store. "Get out of the depths. Hot spring egg, protein liquid, egg yolk solidified. This is the match code between Konoha and the spies lurking in Yuno country for a period of time. The connection place is near the Yunokuni Hot Spring Street. If you want a hot spring egg with a strange request, even if you find the wrong connection person, it will not attract the attention of the other party." The other party did not pick up the code, and getting up and leaving immediately would aggravate the other party's suspicion of them. "And the joint location is here. This is the place where you have the greatest chance to get in touch with the connector. Several customers." Sorry, we have never heard of hot spring eggs with liquid protein and ripe egg yolk in a while." A middle-aged man was led by the clerk to the Tianyu table. "Team, Tianyu, let's go. We came to the wrong store, let's change to another store." Hearing what the shopkeeper said, Sunflower couldn't help but stood up and wanted to leave. In front of him, the shopkeeper of this shop repeatedly bowed and apologized. Sorry, I neglected everyone." Tianyu's eyes flashed. "That's all, let's make hot spring eggs that you can make." After speaking, he once again appeased the dark troops and motioned them to sit down. Tianyu, he saw that the shopkeeper who was bowing again and again made a secret gesture, a gesture to meet the password. When signaling the team members to sit down, Tianyu also responded with a joint gesture to the boss. "A few guests, please wait." After a while, a normal hot spring egg was delivered. After eating, the shopkeeper of the store invited Tianyu and several people over, and said the words of the docking code between jokes. Tianyu also said the next code words during the gag. The owner of the shop is also one-on-one. Connector, found it. It's the store owner. After both parties confirmed their identities, the shop owner apologized to Tianyu. "Sorry, the wind has been too tight recently, and I have to be cautious." Tianyu frowned, and then asked, "Konoha has not received your normal report information for 3 months, what's going on?" Is such that the shop owner started to tell Tianyu and his party about their current situation. In recent days, a mysterious force has suddenly appeared in the country of Tang, and a very profitable casino has been opened in the country of Tang. Facing the mysterious casino that suddenly appeared, Konoha scouts also need to find out the origin of this casino. After going to the casino, when the scouts come back to the store, they can only order some food, but they no longer exchange information with them, let alone talk about any situation, and they are like strangers to the store owner. Problem occurs. The shop owner guessed that the spies were likely to be controlled by the mysterious casino people. After that, there were more and more strange customers in the store, all kinds of random gestures to him, and all kinds of unsuitable connection codes followed. During this process, occasionally 1 or 2 people accidentally said part of the code, and then, the rest of the code was all wrong. So the shop owner is cautious. When he saw the Tianius coming, he answered a code correctly, and he did not dare to relax his vigilance when he made the corresponding gesture. Going back and forth with Tianyu in a joking way, until the passwords are all correct, they can relax. Of course, there is another reason why the shop owner has not let up in the complicated connection passwords, that is the connection person Tianyu. Because Tianyu is too young, until all the passwords are answered correctly, he couldn't really be sure that Tianyu, who was still immature in front of him, was the connector. Mysterious forces, casino. Hearing the store owner's information, Tianyu pondered. What is the strength of our arrested person? Tianyu was referring to the spy. The shop owner immediately responded, he is currently an elite Chunin, but his strength is comparable to that of Chunin. Junin. Tianyu fell into thought again. Seeing Tianyu like this, Sunflower couldn't help but flash her big eyes and asked, "Captain, what are you thinking about?" "Team, Captain, he's the captain." The shop owner was stunned. Sunflower turned to look at the shop owner, and nodded naively, "Yes, he is the captain of our team." The store owner said, under the condition that all the passwords were matched, he accepted that Tianyu was an Umbu staff sent by Konoha to connect. Although the person who connected with him was Tianyu, the one who talked to him was Tianyu, but what happened to the captain? How can the young man in front of him be no more than 15 years old? So young. Dark Commander. The shop owner's eyes began to flicker, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back, isolating him from Tianyu and his group. He seemed to be contemplating something. Umbu's ninjas are all elites. As an Umbu staff, Sunflower has penetrated the shop owner's mind at once. Hi, boss, don't be afraid. We are really from Konoha, otherwise how could the passwords be all right? Although Captain Tianyu is only 12 years old, he is indeed our captain, so please rest assured that Captain Tianyu does have the strength of an elite jonin. Sunflower laughed. As members of Umbu, they are not only elites, and there will be some courses specially designed for them to observe each other's expressions and actions to analyze each other's thoughts. The shop owner was incoherent for a while before bowing to Tianyu. I'm sorry, Lord Tianyu, it's my fault to question your identity. Tianyu raised his head from his contemplation, to the shop owner with a smile. It's okay. Taking a deep breath, the shop owner made himself accept the fact that he was a 12-year-old Dark Army captain, and said, Lord Tianyu, what should we do now? Tianyu paused for a while, and threw out 3 options. 1. Hangdeo immediately broke into the mysterious casino and rescued our companions. 2nd, Susudazi, first sneak into the mysterious casino, find out the details of the casino, and then rescue our companions. 3. Make a move, return to Konoha, report the situation here to Lord Naruto, and then Lord Naruto decides to send personnel to contact the mysterious casino in the country of Soup. As soon as Tianyu finished speaking, he immediately exploded the pot. His Dark Army member Ching immediately rejected the 3rd option. How can you choose the 3rd option? We are the helpers sent by Konoha. How can we know that our companions are in dire straits and still not help? After hearing Tianyu's 3rd plan, Ching was very dissatisfied with Tianyu, and her words were filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if they were about to explode. Hideo also said, I also think the 3rd option is inappropriate. This option can be ignored. We can choose between the 1st and 2nd options. He also agrees with Ching's point of view, but does not want Ching to be so explosive. Sunflower didn't speak, but she stared at Tianyu intently. Umbu's rules are extremely strict. When Umbu is out in action, the rules and regulations are even more so. As the captain of the Dark Team, Tianyu's decision in this mission is higher than everyone else, and everyone in the Dark Team has to obey his orders. Inside the Yujiguo bistro, Tianyu looked at the people in front of him and sighed. Ching seems to have eaten dynamite, and is very dissatisfied with him. Tianyu is not angry with him. Did you do something wrong? Our task is to find out why the secret agents of Tang Siguo did not return information to the village normally, instead of rescuing their companions. As a ninja, especially Umbu ninja, don't you still know the task? Island, let's go. The angry Haru called out and told the islands and the Umbu team to leave together. In their opinion, Tianyu chose the 3rd option, one they were not optimistic about. Captain Tianyu, Seeing the 2 team members leave, Sunflower hurried to Tianyu's side to persuade him. Tianyu waved his hand. It's okay, they should have gone to the hotel. When we arrived at the land of Tang, it was already late. Tianyu had booked a room with them at a nearby hotel before leading the Umbu team to connect. As the shop owner said, the companion who was controlled by the mysterious casino has the combat power of the shinobi. Controlling a living jonin is much more difficult than beheading a jonin. Even if you want to take action against this casino, you can't act rashly. The power and strength of this casino will definitely not be weak. After speaking, Tianyu looked at the direction where Qinghe Island was leaving, and sighed. Young people really can't hold their breath. The shop owner was astonished. Aside, Sunflower is also dumbfounded. Captain, you are the youngest in our team. Shaking his head, Tianyu didn't answer Sunflower's words. He got up and walked outside the pub. The longer you stay here, the easier it will be to be exposed. Let's go back to the hotel to rest. Yes, Captain Tianyu. After obeying, Sunflower followed Tianyu back to the hotel. That night, Moonstar is rare. Tianyu was lying on the bed staring at the roof in a daze. He was still a little confused, to be honest. He really wanted to choose the 3rd option. Their mission on this trip was to find out why the spies didn't report information normally. Now, they're done. As for saving the spy, Tianyu's intuition told him not to get involved in these troublesome things. As a traveler, Tianyu is very clear about White Fang. If he didn't do it well, it was very likely that White Fang's previous result was his future. Aside from these special ninja tools, Tianyu has the power of elite ninja at the age of 12, and he took office as the captain of the Dark Army. When the news of him spreads, some people in Konoha will stare at his every move, and if he misses a little, they will bite him. Tianyu. This is definitely not an alarmist. Konoha really has such people. For example, Shinura Danzo. Tianyu really wanted to choose the third plan, and his reason also told him that he didn't want to get himself into trouble in the future, so it was absolutely fine to choose the third plan. But, born here, live here. In front of him is a Konoha ninja who did his best for the village and did not participate in any Konoha conspiracy. A dutiful fellow village ninja was controlled by the mysterious casino. Tianyu, still a little confused. He really doesn't know how to choose. Island. The bright moon hangs high. The Konoha Umbu ninja, codenamed Haru, crept to the outside of his companion's room and called softly. Clear, what are you doing with me this time? Island, pack up and go to that casino with me to save people. Ching, you don't obey the captain's orders, are you going to violate Umbu's rules? Are you crazy? The face of the island in the room was full of wonder. As Umbu ninjas, they know exactly what happens to those who violate Umbu's rules. Mild peeling skin, seriously, die. Ching, don't bring this up again, you hurry back, I'll pretend I haven't seen you before, and I don't know about it. Branches. With that said, the island closed its doors. Do not. Ching arrived at the door of the house, making it impossible for the island to shut him out. Island, listen to me. Ching, are you crazy? SHH, is quieter, don't wake them up. Kaideo looked left and right through the crack of the door, and when he saw that there was no abnormal noise, he lowered his voice and said to Ching, his companion, Ching, hurry back and stop talking to me about these things, I will not violate Umbu's rules. Island, don't worry, just listen to me. No, Ching, don't make the wrong mission. I won't be involved in this matter. I advise you not to act indiscriminately. This will lower the evaluation of our entire Umbu team. Don't you think that we will return to Konoha if we don't save people? Won't this lower the evaluation of everyone in our Umbu team? Island, you are also a family member, you should know. Like for those who are separated from their families, the support from their families is very poor. Now that we have come this far and become members of Umbu, it is all our own efforts. Think about it. We rescued people, and we not only completed the task, but also saved our companions. Returning to Konoha with such a result, with a good reputation, can't you still get support? The island was silent. The night wind was blowing, making the night even colder. The cool wind blew, and lifted the ends of Ching's hair at the door, and the caged bird spell on his forehead also added a mysterious atmosphere to the night. Okay, I'll go with you. In the end, the island gritted his teeth and made a decision. Captain Tianyu, dong dong dong. The hurried knock on the door sounded, making Tian Yuxing, who had finally put aside the problem and entered the dream, turned around. Is it a sunflower? What's wrong? Tianyu walked over and opened the door for Sunflower. As soon as the door opened, Sunflower gave Tianyu a big message. No, Captain Tianyu, Ching and the island are gone. Boom. Tianyu, who had just woken up from sleep, was startled and completely lost his sleepiness. Gone. They're not going to the casino, are they? Captain, I think so too. Sunflower responded anxiously. No, hurry. I haven't determined whether they went to the casino to save people. Let's go to the connection point to find out. They may also be there. After a brief exchange, Tianyu quickly walked out of the hotel with Sunflower and rushed to the tavern at the corner of Unokuni Hot Spring Street. After finding the shop owner who connected yesterday, Tianyu's face was embarrassed. The darkness he rules the team members, disobeyed his captain's decision and really broke into the casino. And more than that, before they broke in, they also visited the tavern to ask the owner of the tavern shop's strength, and wanted to invite him to help and break into the casino together to save people. Fortunately, the tavern owner refused, and the owner of the tavern also persuaded Ching and Hideo to turn back, but the two of them didn't listen at all and went straight to the casino. Captain, what do we do now? Enter the casino. Tianyu's words are very heavy at this moment. Mission is done. If he is beheaded or captured by the enemy due to the disobedience of the current two team members, he will also be found by those who have a heart to attack him when he returns to Konoha. By now, he also had to enter the casino to rescue people. For Tianyu, the only good news is, he doesn't have to worry about making that choice anymore. Okay, Captain, I'll go get the ninja gear now. Don't make a fuss, we enter the casino as guests. Sunflower was stunned. Tianyu also wanted to explain to Sunflower, Kinghe Island wants to save people, we are in the land of soup again. The two of them definitely won't lurch in the casino for a while before taking action, because the two of them are afraid that we will find them. Then they should be the first plan they chose to force their way in to save people. You don't even know how to evaluate the opponent's strength, you dare to force it, you are two fools. If I guess correctly, the good thing is that they are captured, and the bad thing is that they died together with the spy. The casino was forcibly broken into by the two of them yesterday, so they must be on guard. We have to find another way. Another way, how do we do it? Sunflower was confused, with a naive expression. Tianyu, you will know when the time comes. Put on plain clothes, don't make a big deal, let's go. After a while, Tianyu and Sunflower have changed into casual clothes, and came to the entrance of the casino according to the directions of the tavern shop owner. This casino is located in the center of Unokuni Hot Spring Street, and the building is also very lavish. As soon as he arrived here, Tianyu saw people coming and going in and out of the casino, and it seemed that business was very good. Many people entered the casino with great interest, and at the same time, many people walked out of the casino with their heads down. Out of 1,000, out of 1,000. You must be cheating in this casino, or I wouldn't have lost so thoroughly. Haven't stepped into the casino yet. I heard a loud noise coming from the casino. Get out, get me out. Don't play if you can't afford it. Why didn't you say we'd pay thousands when you won 2 days ago? Can we make you win even if we pay thousands? Get out of here now. Our casino doesn't welcome people like you. Between the words, 2 tall men kicked the man who kept shouting that the casino was out of 1,000 from the casino. Puff. The man was thrown out the door by 2 men in the casino and fell to the ground. I warn you, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. If you slander our casino again, things will be more than that simple. After saying harsh words, the 2 staff members of the casino looked at each other, then turned around and walked back to the casino. This happened at the entrance of the casino. Immediately, a group of people gathered around the man who was thrown to the ground eating melons. Tianyu didn't come here alively, it's none of his business. And, wanting to come to the casino to get rich overnight is also the man's fault. Come on, let's go in. Captain, that person. Tianyu shook his head. Don't pay attention to that person, this person should be an ordinary gambler, and I can't get any information from his mouth. As a member of Umbu, who was instilled with cold knowledge, Sunflower certainly didn't want to help the man who was thrown out of the casino and blamed himself. I just want to get some information about the casino from him. However, Tianyu felt that this person should have no information. Not quite right, at least when he was thrown out by the staff of the casino, Tianyu also obtained a piece of information. Tianyu felt a fairly strong chakra fluctuation in those 2 people. Those 2 people just now, at least the strength of Chinen started. The 2 people guarding the entrance of the casino, although there are also chakra fluctuations, are far below the strength of genin. In the chaotic world of Naruto, opening a casino. Usually, 2 strong men who can take out their hands are arranged to guard at the door. After all, there are many strong men in this world. Letting the strong guard is to tell the other party that we are also strong, don't stir up trouble. But this casino didn't do that. Not only did he not do it, but he did the opposite. Use the weak as a facade. Either the founder of this casino is stupid X, either this casino is showing its weakness, and after it enters the casino, it will be black and black. Combined with the information obtained before, the spy with the strength of Konoha Junin was caught alive and did not resist. This shop naturally ruled out the first possibility. This is a black shop. It's a restaurant that both black and white want to eat. This casino, the water is a little deep. Come on, let's go and go. Tianyu and Sunflower followed the crowd into the casino. As soon as you enter the door, there are countless noisy voices. Groups of people gathered in front of the gambling tables, all staring at the dice cup with red faces, as if pinning their hopes and dreams on it open. Big, big, big. After the dice cup is opened, some people are happy and some are worried, but both are shouting. Cough, cough. The pungent messy smell of cigarette smoke entered the nostrils, and the excited Sunflower couldn't help coughing. Are you all right? Tianyu asked, then he took out a white gauze from his arms and handed it to Sunflower. Tie this on to slow down the pungent smell. Cough, Tianyu, don't you feel pungent when you are young? After taking the white gauze, Sun Kui was surprised to see that Tianyu arrived without any discomfort. In this place, Sunflower directly called Tianyu by name. Of course, it was impossible for her to call Tianyu the captain in this crowd. I'm fine. After answering, he told Sunflower to follow him, not to act indiscriminately. Tianyu found a gaming table with few people and walked straight over. Come, bet, buy and leave. Gambling in casinos is very simple. Every table is a game of guessing points. 3 dice, guess the size. Of course, there are other ways to play, such as guessing the exact number, or guessing the number of 3 dice. Of course, the probability of having the same number of dice is low, so the payout rate will be many times higher. Tianyu walked to the gambling table and didn't place any bets, and led Li Kui to stay beside the gambling table, watching the table play a few words. Tianyu, we are. Sunflower was a little puzzled, she didn't know what their captain was doing. Sue, be quiet. Heavenly Drink stopped after Sunflower spoke up. She still stayed quietly beside the gaming table. After 2 more rounds of the game at the gambling table on this side, the staff who rolled the dice couldn't help but accosted Tianyu. Yo, this little brother, you've been watching my table for so long, why don't you come and play 2 games? I see your face, it must be the first time to come here to play, right? You haven't made a bet for a long time. You've been watching me for so long. Are you worried that our casino will do something like this? You have watched so many games here, and you have come to a conclusion. Our casino is not like other cat and dog casinos. One of the rules of our casino is to be fair and transparent, and we will never make mistakes. You can play with confidence. The staff member spoke to Tianyu wisely. Tianyu still smiled and waited. Okay, then I'll play. After all, Tianyu put a 2,000 tael bill on the top of the big and small pools. Open, open, go on, go. The dice cup has been shaken, and the gamblers on the side urged the staff who shook the dice to open the cup. Okay, let's go. The staff's hands move very quickly, and the dice cup is opened immediately. 445, big. Yo, good start, good luck little brother. The staff collected the money that was bet against Ziokai, and paid the correct guests one by one. When they arrived at Tianyu, they congratulated Tianyu. Alright, stop shouting, the next sentence should be opened. The game ended, and the person who lost the money was so annoyed that the man who shook the dice cup had to speak up to stop them. Ka, the dice in the dice cup shake, thump, the dice cup is given on the table by the staff. Come on, a new round has begun, don't mention the previous round. Bet quickly, buy and leave. Tianyu put the previous 2,000 taels of banknotes and the 2,000 taels won, a total of 4,000 taels of banknotes, on the top of the big and small pools again. Open the dice cup, 3, 5, 6, big. Tianyu won again. The dealer paid Tianyu 4,000 taels. The round ended again, and the staff congratulated Tianyu with red faces again. Good luck, little brother, you are going to make a fortune today. The staff who rolled the dice smiled and congratulated Tianyu, as if it was not Tianyu who won the money, but him. Another round opens, this time. Tianyu also bet the money he won, but this time, he is not betting on the big and small pools. Instead, he bet on the leopard pool with the same number of 3 dice, and it is still a point pool. Tianyu bet on 3 6 leopard point pools with a payout rate of up to 200 times. All in for 8,000. 200x payout ratio. If he wins, Tianyu will win 1.6 million taels of banknotes. He, little brother, I mean that you will make a fortune today, but are you a little impatient? The staff teased Tianyu, together with the guests at the gambling table on the side, they laughed together. Hurry up and open, do you still want people to send money to your store? Open. This time it must be small. It's been big a few times in a row, this time it must be small. Hurry up and open the cup. Urged by the guests, the staff who rolled the dice also smiled. Zing, open now. I'm coming. The staff danced again with both hands, so fast that the gamblers could not see clearly. The dice cup was quickly uncovered. Immediately, this table of gamblers was dumbfounded. The smile on the face of the dice rolling staff also solidified. 666, leopard, big. Looking at the points in the dice cup, Sunflower has a big mouth, and her face is full of incredible. She turned her head to look at Tianyu, her big eyes full of doubts. This chance just happened to be hit by the captain? This is too coincidental, right? 200 times the magnification. This little brother pressed 8,000 taels. If you bring the principal, it will be 1,608,000 taels. Hiss. Everyone at the gambling table sucked in a breath, and their eyes were all focused on Tianyu. Among them, there are also many malicious eyes looking at Tianyu up and down. It is obvious that these people have moved their minds. Cough. Everyone, our casino is different from other casinos. I advise everyone not to get distracted. The staff who rolled the dice still maintained a smile and advised the people at the gaming table, but his smiling face twitched from time to time. Subsequently, with a smile that was uglier than crying, the casino staff handed a large stack of banknotes to Tianyu. 2. Your funds can go to the second floor to play. The environment on the second floor is much better than this one, and the money you won won't be coveted. I suggest that you too can go to the second floor to play. The service quality on the second floor is much better than that on the first floor. Of course, the minimum wager on the second floor starts at 10,000 taels. You should consider it. Tianyu nodded. Take us to the second floor. Okay, wait a minute. After getting Tianyu's answer, the dice rolling staff didn't care about the gaming table, leaving other gamblers behind, and quickly asked someone to lead Tianyu to the casino on the second floor. Captain, this casino helps us intimidate people we notice and doesn't seem to it's too much like a place where black eats black. Could Kingi Island not be here? Taking advantage of no one around, Sunflower cautiously came to Tianyu's side and whispered. You said, could it be that there is a problem with the owner of the tavern shop that is connected to us? It is indeed possible. Tianyu also responded, however, this casino is not as honest as you think. The probability that Kingi Island will be accommodated by this casino is much higher. This casino. Keep quiet. Tianyu stopped Sunflower from continuing to question. Because the man who rolled the dice brought a clerk here. Are these two going to the second floor? Yes. You two, please come with me. Tianyu nodded, and followed the clerk to the second floor with Sunflower. As soon as I stepped out of the casino area on the second floor, what was ushered in was full of splendor. It is not only the gold on the gaming table that is golden, but also the decorations on the second floor. There was not much noise on the second floor. There is no pungent messy smoke smell, on the contrary, there is a faint fragrance floating in the air, which makes people relaxed and happy. Hello, welcome to our casino. A long and pretty female clerk received Tianyu with full etiquette. You can choose a gambling table to play at will. If you don't have enough cash, you can come to me to show valuable items to borrow. Of course, you can come to me if you have other needs. Having said that, the pretty female clerk gave Tianyu a seductive look. We don't need any services for now. After saying this, Tianyu ignored the reception on the second floor and walked with Sunflower to the casino on the second floor. Casino, dice, open a casino. People are there to make money, not give money away. It can be said that there is no casino in the world with clean hands and feet. The dice and dice cups of the casino are specially made, which can be specially made to allow the dice roll person to control the number of points as he wants. And Tianyu, just an expert in builds. Having huddled at home playing iron for several years, Tianyu is no stranger to these things. Although Tianyu was only 12 years old, but things created by Tianyu are not ordinary things. Lightweight shoes, Kusanagi sword, Hirin sword, and even ice wheel pill. These things can be said to be high-tech stuff, special dice. In front of these black technologies, it is not enough to see. Tianyu, who has built countless maverick tools, is like a senior mathematician, and the dice that can control the number of points is like asking Tianyu, an expert, 1 + 1 = how many? This is really hard to resist. So Tianyu watched a few games at the gaming table, and after listening to a few games, he understood the structure of the dice cup clearly. Forging knowledge leads the world to many. Tianyu, and even knows this dice cup better than the craftsman who made this special dice cup. So, Tianyu's deposit of 666 leopard points is not luck. Let's go, let's find a gaming table and have a look first. I don't know if the dice cup on the second floor is the same as the dice cup on the first floor. Tianyu intends to first identify the structure of the dice cup on the second floor before taking action. Hey, that person. While looking for the gaming table, Tianyu found someone. A man with blonde hair and double ponytails, with a pair of peerless big brothers. Ah, she is. Narukui is a member of Konoha Zumbu, and seeing this person's eldest brother, not only exclaimed. Tianyu hurriedly pulled a handful of sunflowers and gestured to her, don't make a sound, and don't act rashly. Let's go to that gaming table. It's really bad luck, I lost again. Mute, bring the money. I don't believe I can't win today. The voice of the golden double ponytail holding a pair of eldest brothers was full of unwillingness, and shouted to a black-haired black-clothed companion beside him. This man is none other, it's Tsunade Haim. Tsunade-sama, we have no money, you have all lost. What? Tsunade was surprised. No money? This is lost. After a short pause, Tsunade took out a ring with a large gemstone from his clothes and handed it to Mute. Go to the counter and mortgage this thing into money. Silence and panic. No way, Tsunade-sama. This is the emerald ring that Mito-sama passed on to you. Can't be, this thing really can't be. Seeing that Mute disagrees with life and death, Tsunade is not good to go his own way, smashed his mouth. Tsunade put the ring back, fumbled around again, and took out a bracelet. Then take this as a pawn. The Mute response is greater. Tsunade-sama, what are you thinking? This one can't be more. This is the treasure of the Thousand Hand clan that was given to you before the death of the second generation Hokage-sama. As soon as he walked to this gambling table, Tianyu, who heard these conversations, was speechless. Tsunade Haim, the princess of Konoha. These items of great significance to Konoha will be taken out and pawned. As expected of a woman called the Big Fat Sheep. It can't be that, it can't be that. These things are just some gadgets that the old guys gave them. They just don't think about it that much. These things are not that important. You are so annoying to Mute. Tsunade-sama, can. But, these things really don't work. Master Tsunade, I have some jewelry here that my mother left me before she died. I'll take these jewelry as a pawn. Don't pawn your things. Mute, Tsunade-ji, who did not feel bad about the cub selling her father, stopped Mute with a serious expression on her face. Those things on you are the items that cannot be pawned. I don't allow you to be. Saying this, Tsunade suddenly stood up. Forget it, don't play anymore, what a broken place. I'll never come here again. Mute, let's go. Master Tsunade. Silent Heart is full of warmth. She knew that her Tsunade-sama still wanted to play, but in order not to let her pawn the relic left by his mother, she gave up her plan to continue playing. Then, Mute also made a decision. Master Tsunade, I still have 20,000 taels here. This is the cost of our meals and accommodation during this time. Tsunade-ji's eyes lit up, and the previous discomfort was completely gone, and he snatched the money from Mute's hand. Get it now. Silence stunned. She really intends to give Tsunade money, but she only intends to give Tsunade 10,000 taels to get over her gambling addiction, and the remaining 10,000 taels. If you live a little bit, you can survive. 20,000 taels were taken by Tsunade together. Tsunade can be expected to win money, she'll just lose everything. This also means, for the next period of time, they were penniless, meals and accommodation, all gone. They are going to live on the streets. Tsunade, who once again had a principal of 20,000 taels, immediately bet 10,000 taels on the small pool of the gaming table. Open. 4, 5, 6, Shunzid, big. Konoha's princess Tsunade Heim, lost 10,000 taels again. Seeing the points of the dice cup, Tsunade gritted his teeth. She didn't even win a game today. In the last few sentences, she pressed the small one several times in a row, and the result was all large, including a leopard. She doesn't believe this evil anymore. Don't you open a little today? Tsunade reached out and grabbed the last 10,000 taels in his hand, and wanted to deposit the money on Koik again. A slightly immature voice sounded behind him, by the big one, this one will be bigger. Tsunade turned around and saw a boy who was not too tall, but was obviously too young standing beside her. The boy had deposited 100,000 taels of money on the big pond. Tsunade was a little puzzled, but ghosts and gods sent her 10,000 taels to the big pool. Bet and buy, ready to open the cup. The casino staff shouted and waved their hands over the dice cup. Hey! Tianyu sighed. He looked at Tsunade with a hint of pity in his eyes. To be frank, he previously told Tsunade to buy a big one, not because Tsunade was Konoha's princess, nor because he wanted to be close to Tsunade gloves. The scene with Tsunade and Mute just now, it's so miserable. Seeing the scene just now, Tianyu couldn't bear it. The dice were rolled and landed on the table. The number of points on each side of the dice is different, and the landing sound is also slightly different. Tianyu's ears are very easy to use, and he has the strength of elite Jonin. He can really hear the points of the dice cups like a TV series. 355, big. Can. Instructing after Tsunade decided to buy it, the staff of the casino moved their hands in the air, and the small movements were dazzling, which changed the number of points in the dice cup. Although the staff of the casino loudly shouted buy and leave, the subtle voice in the dice cup could not escape Tianyu's ears. The number in the dice cup became 222, leopard, small, open a casino. This shop must be trying to make money. And in the big and small pools on the gaming table, Koik bet more money. Even if Tianyu's 100,000 taels of money are added to the big pool, it is far less than the amount of the small pool. In this case, it is obvious that the one he shakes out is big. The store owner made money steadily, and also changed the number of points to small through small means, so that he lost money. Tsunade Heim's gambling luck, really? Tianyu looked at Tsunade with complicated eyes. In such a case, he can only attribute it to Tsunade's gambling luck. It's so mysterious it's unbelievable. Hey boy, why are you looking at me like that? Tsunade is no ordinary person. Feeling a gaze staring at her, she immediately became alert. Looking back, it was the boy who told her to buy a big one. The moment Tsunade became vigilant, she defined Tianyu as someone who was not good for her, and this man. He looked at her with a strange taste in his eyes. Big sister, your gambling luck is really bad enough. Huh? Tsunade was surprised. At this moment, Tianyu also made a small movement. The gaming table suddenly vibrated slightly. Open. 355, big. The voice of the casino staff who opened the cup was stunned. Strange, I obviously changed the points to be smaller, right? Why hasn't it changed? Could it be something wrong with the agency? Surprised the difference was fleeting, and the casino staff immediately returned to their normal posture to announce the result of the bet. Win, win, Mute, I finally won. Tsunade almost jumped up in excitement after seeing the points in the dice cup. Transfer, Mute, I have to win back all that I lost today. After winning, the funds held by Tsunade also only changed back to the number of 20,000 taels, but Tsunade was very excited, and put down his guard against Tianyu, who was staring at her with strange eyes. Because Tsunade only bought big after listening to this young man, and won this game. Do you still want to keep winning? You listen to me and I can make you win. Just as the casino staff were busy paying one by one, Tianyu, who was beside Tsunade, said this to her. Listen to you, Bao Win. Tsunade squinted his eyes and looked at Tianyu up and down. Boy, you are very loud. Tianyu smiled slightly, stood quietly, and did not continue to respond to Tsunade. The work efficiency of the casino staff is very high, and the next game of the gaming table starts soon. Click click, the dice are shaking in the dice cup. In a while, landed. Bet, buy and leave. The casino clerk was sweating profusely this time. He has opened 10 games in a row, he has been playing big, and he has been making money in the casino. This is not good. In order not to let other people gossip, even if the casino loses money, he has to shake it out. The voice fell, seeing the guests at the gaming table betting their gambling money on Ziokai, his heart bleeds. Especially in this game, the amount of money on the big pool is very small. Tianyu put 200,000 taels of money on Ziokai this time, and in Tsunade's ear, who was hesitant to bet, he whispered, Buy 222, leopard. Tsunade will be suspicious. She wanted to talk to this young man for a few words, but if you don't make a bet, this game will be opened. That's it. Tsunade gritted his teeth and put 10,000 taels into the pool of 222, leopard. Anyway, just after listening to this kid's words, I bet big and won 10,000 taels. This time I put 10,000 taels up. If I lose, I don't owe this kid a favor. The staff member who asked for the dice saw that someone bet on the leopard, and the leopard was counted accurately, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Inside the dice, he really set 3 leopards of 2, 10 times in a row, and now it's just an ordinary small. He felt that such a result would still leave a little doubt in the gambler's heart, so he set up a small pool of leopards. Someone was so lucky to bet on a leopard with this exact number, although he only bet 10,000 taels of the lowest chip, but that's 200 times the odds, paying 2 million taels, plus the huge amount of koik. Casino shopkeepers will blame him. He panicked, okay, ready to open the cup. Between the words, he made a small movement again, turning the 3 twos of the dice cup into 2 twos and 1 3. Open. The dice cup was opened, and the dice shakers were stupid. 2, 2, 2, 2, leopard, small. When he said this, his mouth trembled. Hit, Sir Tsunade, you made a bet. Mute on the side saw the result of dice cup and smiled happily, put his hands on Tsunade's shoulders, and swayed Tsunade frantically. Win, 1. 200 odds, I actually bet. Joy is too strong, causing Tsunade froze. After the results were announced, Tian Uki slowly followed Tsunade's words before the start. Bet with me and I'll let you win. On the contrary, the casino may trouble me later, you have to help me. If you don't agree, I won't force you. This game is 2 million taels. You should have won back what you lost before, so just stop and leave. Before telling Tsunade how to bet, it was not because Tianyu wanted to tie the big Buddha of Tsunade to his boat, but it was just too miserable to see Tsunade in mute. Help him win 2 million, benevolent and righteous. Helping Tsunade won. If Tianyu asked Tsunade directly to help, he would agree. But Tianyu didn't want to do this. Tsunade had no grievances with him, and Tianyu didn't want to kidnap others morally. After, it's up to Tsunade to choose. Tsunade responded to Tianyu. Tsunade's answer far exceeded Tianyu's expectations. I lost more than 2 million before. Hearing Tsunade's words, Tianyu was ashamed. More than 2 million. This bitch, she's such a loser. For a moment, Tianyu didn't know what to say to Kami Tsunade. You take me to win. If the casino troubles you, I will help you get this trouble done. Tsunade continued. After getting Tsunade's answer, Tianyu felt relieved. With Tsunade, the son and assistant, he was safer this time. Okay, bet the big and small pools in a while, don't bet too much, it will attract the attention of others. It is good. With the help of Tianyu, I won money. Knowing Tianyu's worries and Tianyu's mediation, Tsunade reluctantly trusted Tianyu. Today, it's time to win. And by big this time. There's a game open. Tianyu bet 200,000, and Tsunade also bet 200,000. Open. 336, big. By small this time. Open. 1 by 1, leopard, little. Game after game begins. Tianyu and Tsunade both won a big win. The dice shaker was stunned. His dice, the function of controlling the number of points, is sometimes not working. Is there a problem? In the middle of the game, the dice shaker apologized to the gaming table, saying that he worked too long and it was time to take a break. So a new dice shaker came on the field with another dice cup. The temporarily replaced dice roll player found after a few games that his specially made dice also failed. Tianyu and Tsunade are still a rainbow all the way. As the number of games in the game increased, the people at the gambling table also found that Tianyu and Tsunade were not lucky, so they followed them to bet. Under the leadership of Tianyu and Tsunade, these people also made a small profit. Casino. Naturally, you can't watch your money be taken away by gamblers. When the number of money won by Tianyu reaches an amazing number, casino can't sit still. You're out of luck. This is an accusation from a dice roll who secretly controls the number of dice. Come on, there's someone out there, arrest him. The dice roll man quit, and yelled at the gambling table to call 2 burly men in the casino to come over. It's him, this man is out of the world, go and arrest him. The man who shakes the dice refers to this day. The 2 burly men who came here had at least the strength of Chinin. The 2 looked at each other and walked towards Tianyu. Stop the old lady, boom. One share the turbulent chakra spewed out of Tsunade's body, and everyone around the shock dared not act rashly. Sister, wait, don't be so impulsive. Tianyu said from the side, signaling Tsunade to stop. Then he turned to look at the dice shaker. You can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. Tianyu, who was beaten upside down, did not panic at all, but instead the old god responded, the dice have always been in your hands. I haven't touched the dice. If you want to say that the old man should be the old man from your casino, the gambler wins money and is out of money. Your casino is so unreasonable. Tianyu turned to look at the gambling table and followed him to bet, and the gamblers who won the money talked about it. Everyone, we are all playing at this gambling table. We all know whether I have ever made any strange moves or made a fool of myself. Today I won money, but the casino store told me that it was a scam, and tomorrow you won. What will the store say? Tianyu began to sell panic to this group of gamblers. Yeah, we haven't touched the dice before. How can we get the old 1,000? That's right, can you only lose money but not win money in this casino? When you win money, you say that others are out of money. That casino plays like you. At first, the dice rollers accused Tianyu of leaving the old 1,000. They slipped far away, and none of them helped Tianyu, and they were afraid of trouble finding themselves. And after being panicked by Tianyu dealers, they all panicked. To know, the people at this gambling table have won a lot by betting with Tianyu. The casino is done cleaning up the queen. Is it time to clean up them? Panic spreads, for fear of trouble getting around them, they can't let Tianyu fall. Your casino is not a black shop, is it? Forget it. Well, next time I won't come here to play. A person's discourse power is limited, but a group of people's discourse power is terrifying. Almost all the gamblers at Tianyu's table are helping Tianyu, and they all stand in the gambler's position and declare that the casino is not. The adjacent gamblers saw that the gamblers in Tianyu were all scolding the casino. They also stopped gambling. There is no reason for everyone's confusion. They think that there may be a problem with this casino. 1 becomes a tree, 2 become a forest, 3 become a forest. That's what it says. Under the guise of gold, the 2 Chunin who were called by the dice roll did not dare to act rashly. Delusional. The reputation of the casino is ruined. But no one came to the casino to play. No one is playing, and their casinos have no income. Casinos naturally cannot afford to ignore this situation. Tianyu, who had received before, said that the front desk teller who said other services could also be provided rushed over. Everyone, please be quiet. Our casino believes in fairness and openness. We won't win money and slander everyone out of money. Please rest assured. After that, the man issued an order to the 2 Chunin in the casino. Pointing at the man who said that Tianyu was out of Lao Qian, he said, "Take him down to me and lock him up." After a few more sounds of appeasement, the scene was almost quieter. This guest, on behalf of our casino, I apologize to you. As the staff member said, he bowed to Tianyu. This dice holder slandered you, and we will punish this staff member. As for the trouble for you, our casino will make some compensation for you, said. This good-looking casino staffer spreads his hands to the remote room of the casino. Please go over and discuss in detail. Tianyu squinted his eyes and looked up and down the reception with him. Certainly, Tianyu is not looking at other people's bodies, nor is it greedy for other people's bodies. After all, compared with his body, who can compare to the big fat sheep with blonde hair and double ponytails next to him? Tianyu will not accept this person's words for the time being. Turning around and facing the group of gamblers, he said, "First, everyone, listen to me. I used to chat with people at the casino. If you don't see me coming out later, you don't see me appearing in this casino. Everyone knows what's going on, but I advise everyone to keep quiet. Don't wait for trouble to come to you." The receptionist twitched in the face. "The guests are joking. Our casino is not a black shop. How could you not come out? Guests, please." After speaking, she immediately signaled Tianyu to go to that remote house again. She was afraid that Tianyu would say something else and let the casino leave a bad impression on the guests' hearts. Tianyu turned to look at Tsunade and blinked. Meeting at a gambling table is fate. Can you accompany me for a walk? Of course. Tsunade Heim, who won the money, did not forget the agreement. She nodded and followed Tianyu to the remote room in the casino. As soon as you walk in, the fluctuation of chakra overflows. This is a parlor, and there are 4 people from the casino in this house. These 4 people, from the perspective of chakra fluctuations, they are all ninjas at the Jinin level. As soon as he entered the door, Sunflower, who was also behind Tianyu, took a defensive stance, ready to fight at any time. "Sunflower, don't be so nervous." Tianyu stretched out his hand to let Sunflower relax his guard, and in the eyes of Tsunade and the casino staff, he walked to a seat carelessly. "Sit down before. Let's get straight to the point. I'm from Konoha. Let go of our people. I'll leave immediately, and I won't make trouble for your casino again." The casino staff frowned. They didn't expect Tianyu to be so direct. Sunflower is also very surprised. Tsunade even raised his brows. "Wood, leaves, the kid who took her to win turned out to be Konoha. One of the 4 JA. Nin in the remote house exhaled a long breath. "You're really direct. I didn't really think about how to take your words for a while." "What's wrong?" Tianyu replied, "Your casino attracts a lot of money every day, right? If you don't agree to my conditions, I don't appear in front of the gamblers, or I advertise in front of the gamblers that your casino has a lot of money. What do you think will happen to your casino business?" Tianyu continued, "Such a big casino, do you still lose money for 3 Konoha people?" God's words. The atmosphere in the house was quiet. Especially the 4 jounin in the casino were squinting in this quiet and terrifying atmosphere. "A long time. Okay, I agree to your terms, but your money in the casino must be kept. This way." "No." Before that person could finish speaking, Tsunade ruthlessly rejected him. This is the money that my mother won by her ability, why should she keep it? When the old lady loses money, why don't you say to give the money back to the old lady? Sunflower looked at Tianyu eagerly, and wanted Tianyu to persuade Konoha's princess Tsunadeheim to take a step back. The safety of her companions is the most important thing. Tianyu understood the meaning of Sunflower, but he did not stop Tsunade, but agreed with Tsunade's approach. She's right, it's impossible to keep the money. The atmosphere in the house was tense. The people on both sides seemed to turn their faces at any time and shoot to leave each other behind. Both sides were dull again. Time is passing little by little in this tense situation. Sunflower panicked. Tsunadeheim looks like she doesn't believe the two of us are making gestures. There was only Tianyu, who stretched out his little finger and poked his ears with his fingernails, very comfortable. Tianyu was the only one in the audience who was not in tune. Okay, I promise your terms. People, you take it away. Money, you can take it with you too. I just ask, you can't make trouble in our casino. Join in the casino, said with a gloomy face. Call. He stopped picking his ears, stretched his little finger in front of him, and Tianyu blew his little finger. He said indifferently, don't worry, as long as our people are safe, we will not cause trouble. Bring people to him. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention one more thing. After getting the answer from the other party, Tianyu took another sentence. Do you seem to have any means to control people? Either the spy from before, or the two who broke in yesterday. You have to unlock the manipulator technique. The jounin in the casino was another meal. Then he gritted his teeth and said, okay, no problem. After doing this, Tianyu stopped talking, just sitting in the house waiting for them to bring people. You are from Konoha, you should know me, right? At this time, Tsunade went up to talk. No, of course I know you, Tsunade-sama. Compared with Tianyu's casualness, Sunflower responded to Tsunade with a general attitude towards her boss. Tsunade looks complicated. Did you recognize my identity? Help me win money or let me get on a condom to help you. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. Sunflower immediately apologized. She thought that Tianyu planned this. And Tianyu shook, shaking his head. No, it's not fake to recognize your identity, and to help you win money is not to take advantage of you. After you bet the leopard, I gave you the choice. Having said this, Tianyu stopped talking. Tsunade was puzzled for a long time. This is indeed the case. After thinking about it, Tsunade swept away the depression in his heart and smiled. Boy, you are good. After recognizing my identity, helping seniors without asking for anything in return, you are really good. Tianyu waved his hand. You misunderstood. Even if I wanted to help people, I wouldn't do it. Help you, not because you are Konoha's senior, but I think you are too miserable. I can't bear it. Tsunade. Tianyu said that it stopped here again. Tsunade wanted to break the casserole and asked to the end, and asked Tsunadeheim, one of the dignified Sunin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, why was it so miserable? Mute on the side frantically pulled Tsunade's sleeve, telling her not to ask. Mute feels that she is ashamed of herself. Tsunade-sama can't be ashamed. Dignified Tsunadeheim. Gambling almost went to the streets, no food to eat. Mute really doesn't want to hear those words. She couldn't let Tsunade humiliate herself. After a while, people from the casino, Ching and Hideo, walked in together with an unknown person. The unknown person should be Konoha's spies. Are you all right? Have they unlocked the means to control you? Tianyu spoke first. Unlocked, thank you for your rescue. The Konoha scout clasped his fists in thanks again and again. On the other hand, Ching and Sunflower lowered their heads and did not speak, violating the captain's decision, acting privately without saying hello, and was caught. In the end, they were rescued by their disobedient captain. King Hideo really had no face to face Tianyu. Guessed I'm mad, let's go. Tianyu did not embarrass Ching and Hideo, nor did he talk to them. After chatting a few words with the spy from Konoha, they left the casino. People were rescued. The formula is also unlocked. Tianyu didn't bother the casino anymore. When he walked out of the remote house, countless casino gamblers came up to ask Tianyu about the situation, and Tianyu fooled them one by one. Tianyu is not a saint. He has no meaning to tell these gamblers the inside story of this casino. These gamblers asked about Tianyu's situation, not because they were concerned about Tianyu, but they just wanted to get some favorable conditions from Tianyu's mouth. Leave the casino. Sunflower's name for Tianyu changed. Captain, are we heading back to Konoha now? The people were rescued without fighting, and the four jounin didn't dare to make a move in the home court of others. She admired Tianyu so much. Looking at Tianyu, there are little stars shining in the Sunflower's eyes. Tianyu nodded, turning his head to Konoha's spies. He instructed, you also come with us. Your identity has been exposed, and it is not suitable for you to stay in the country of soup. Okay, we should say goodbye too. Tsunade and Mute also bid farewell to Tianyu. Sir Tsunade, you're not going to go back on your word, are you? Tianyu suddenly said this to Tsunade. Tsunade was surprised. Boy, why did I go back on my word? Didn't you say before that if you win with you, will you help us settle the trouble? Tsunade, didn't you take care of this trouble yourself? How do you want me to settle it? Boy, aren't you trying to deceive me? Tianyu shook his head. He won about 10 million taels in the casino, and Tsunade was not bad. Not only did she turn over the capital and redeem the pawned items, she also won more than 3 million taels. We've won so much, the casino folks won't stop there. Besides, another point. After so many bets, against multiple dice shakers, the casino must have discovered one thing, and that is that Tianyu can control their special dice. This means that Tianyu has their lifeline under control. They wouldn't let Tianyu go so easily. But Tianyu is making too much noise in the casino. If Tianyu is not allowed to leave the casino, then the credibility of their casino will be completely lost in the eyes of gamblers. For the profit of the casino, they had no choice but to let Tianyu go first, so as not to lose their reputation. I also asked Tsunade-sama to walk with us for a while and take care of each other. Mute's little face was worried, and without waiting for Tsunade to reply, he agreed to Tianyu's idea. There are 4 jounin in that remote cabin of the casino. This will certainly not be the full strength of the casino, being targeted by the casino. If more people came against her and Tsunade was silent for a while. I also agree with Tianyu's idea of AA walking together for a while. The Umbu team led by Tianyu, the spies who were lurking in the country of Tang and belonged to Konoha, and Tsunade Mute formed a team of 7 people, and quickly set off towards Konoha. The stars hang in the sky, the night hangs high, the night wind gently blows the leaves, and there is a rustling sound. The fireflies fluttered their wings and flew slowly over the bushes, blending in with the entire environment, making it impossible for people to notice. One of the fireflies flew to Tianyu and the others, and landed on Qing's finger. After a while, Qing asked Tianyu, Captain Minjiao, I haven't found any traces of anyone tracking it yet, should I continue to investigate? Tianyu said lightly, continue to be vigilant, I am 100% sure that those people will catch up, we took so much money from them, and we also know their secrets, it is impossible for them to let us go so easily. He turned to look at the island again. Island, don't forget to use your white eyes to always observe whether there are traces of chakra activity around. Yes, Captain Minjiao. Hideo nodded. At this time, Tsunade, who was sitting not far away, took a light breath and made a sound of S. In her beautiful eyes, there was a bit of undisguised surprise. In this team, there are people from the Hyaga clan. The censor ninja who used fireflies to probe the surroundings just now should be a member of the Oil Girl family. A ninja of the Hinata clan, a ninja of the Oily Girl clan, both of them are perceptive ninjas. And the remaining female ninja doesn't know what kind of ability he has. In an Umbu team, there are actually 2 ninjas from a big family, and they are quite precious sensory ninjas, which is really strange. Tsunade narrowed his eyes slightly. The Konoha Assassination Unit was originally an organization created by her second grandfather, Chisato Tobirama. Tsunade is all too familiar with the organization's structure and daily behavior, and has dealt with them a lot before. The ninjas of Konoha Umbu have always regarded the value of force as the first priority. They usually do whatever it takes to carry out their mission. The most important thing to accomplish the task is strength. That's why Tsunade feels very strange that there are more than 2 sensory ninjas in this team. Of course, the strangest thing is that the captain of this Umbu team is only 12 years old. Such a team, is it really strong enough? Tsunade sighed inwardly, for the sake of being a Konoha ninja once. And that kid just won a lot of money for himself. If you really have something to help you, please help a little bit. Firewood burning, making a crackling sound. Tianyu sat cross-legged by the fire. I ate some dry food, drank some water to rehydrate, and then started closing my eyes and resting. Suddenly, a gray-black, a little mouse as long as a finger suddenly appeared in front of everyone and made a squeaking sound. Ah! What is this? With a scream, Sunflower was startled, jumping up from the ground suddenly. The body subconsciously hides in the direction of Tianyu. Kaideo was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously took out a kunao from the ninja bag and threw it in the direction of the mouse. However, to his surprise, his kunao swordsmanship has always been successful, was actually avoided by that little mouse very flexibly. Don't be afraid. Tianyu helped her shoulders, help her stabilize her figure, then explained, this is my mechanical mouse. It's not a real mouse that probes for me. Hakari, as Umbu ninjas, we must remain calm and clear-headed in any crisis situation. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm naturally afraid of mice. Sunflower murmured in a low voice, pulling the corner of Tianyu's clothes coquettishly, I'm sorry, Captain, I won't be so panicked next time. After she heard that it was not a real mouse, her emotion stabilized. Tianyu smiled silently, after all, she's just a little girl. Ninjas who can be selected to become full members of Umbu are generally baptized with blood and have famous names on their hands. But who would have thought that the little girl Sunflower, you are not afraid of killing people, but you are naturally afraid of mice. Mechanical mouse? Captain, this what is it for? Sunflower picked up the gray-black little mouse, held it in the palm of his hand, and looked at it carefully from left to right, his eyes full of curiosity. Tianyu said in a very flat tone, it's used to detect information, those people have already caught up. Impossible. Qing suddenly stood up from the ground, shook her head firmly and retorted, if someone approaches us, my bugs will definitely detect it as soon as possible. But now that there is no feedback to me, it means that there are no enemies nearby at all. The island also gave a low drink for the first time. White eyes open. The blood vessels at his temple burst out, and his eyesight suddenly increased several times. All the conditions within a kilometer radius fell into his line of sight. Captain, there is really no sign of anyone else's chakra around, and my eyes didn't detect any abnormality. Hideo asked in an uncertain tone. Captain, it won't be your machine. The mouse detective made a mistake. In the face of their doubts, Tianyu just smiled faintly, and then asked back, when did I say they were around us? What? Everyone was stunned. I don't know what he meant by that. Even Tsunade looked up curiously. At this time, Tianyu Ki said slowly, there are a lot of them, and they are lying in ambush 5 kilometers ahead of us. I know, it's Faishiquan. The spies who had been ambushed in the country of Yuno before Konoha were suddenly startled. No one knows the terrain better than them, he exclaimed. That's the only way for us to return to Konoha from Yuno country. They must be in there or waiting to ambush us there. Tianyu smiled and nodded. Both Kaideo and Qing were stunned for a moment. With a look of disbelief on his face, he looked at Tianyu. But Captain, Faishiquan is 5 kilometers away from here. How do you know? Suddenly, their tone weakened. The voice suddenly stopped at this moment, because they suddenly thought of one thing, a mechanical mouse. Is it the mechanical mouse that was shown in front of them just now? This thing can actually detect the chakra within 5 kilometers? After learning about this relationship, Sea Island and Qing, the two of them, suddenly felt a chill on their backs. Horrible, it's so scary. Can detect chakra fluctuations within a range of 5 kilometers? What kind of existence is this to a perception ninja? I am afraid it is only in their family. Only a ninja as powerful as the patriarch can have such a strong perception ability. Both of them were silent for a while. Their 12-year-old captain. It is much more terrifying than what they knew about him before. Let's go. Tianyu said to them indifferently. Now that we are ready on our only path, we really have to meet them for a while. Otherwise, these guys really thought we were soft persimmons being manipulated by others. In the dark night, the team led by Tianyu was rushing fast. A trail of black shadows swept across the jungle, jumping between the thick branches, leaving an afterimage in the air. It's almost here, everyone get ready for battle in pitch black in the dark of night, Tianyu whispered. Yes, Captain, Mingyu-sama. Several unanimous answers sounded in the air, except for the accompanying Tsunade and Mute. The remaining Konoha ninjas, including the few Konoha spies, were obedient to Tianyu's orders. I don't know when, the captain of the Dark Army, Tianyu, in this team, they have the dominance of absolute orders. Although neither Tsunade nor Mute said a word, they both silently prepared for battle. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, several air-breaking sounds rang out in the air. Thousands of kunai were fired in the direction where Tianyu and the others were at the same time. Everyone be careful, Hideo shouted, then he immediately assumed the posture of Bagwazang, blocking the front of the team. Bagwazang Hoshin. Bagwazang da Hoshin is a high-level physique secretly passed down by the Hinata clan. At the moment of being attacked, a large amount of soft fist chakra is released from the chakra acupoints in the body, and then it makes a circular rotation like a spinning top, which can rebound all physical attacks. This secret technique of the Hinata clan, coupled with its own rotation and the strong observation of white eyes, to a certain extent, this move to bring back to the sky is called absolute defense. Jingle jingle. Most of the kunai and shuriken attacks, they all collided with the semicircular chakra shield formed by the move that the island displayed, and the remaining small part of kunai was also knocked down in mid-air by Tianyu and their hands. A rain of kunai arrows swept down. Tianyu and the others didn't even have a single injured person. Attacks like kunai and shuriken, if it is a sneak attack when the attack is unprepared, in the face of people who are not strong, there is still a chance to succeed. But Tianyu and the others were already quite powerful, and after seeing these ambush long ago, this simple attack is simply not enough to pose a threat to them. At this time, his white eyes have been opened, and even in the dark, his eyesight is several times stronger than that of ordinary people. Why are there so many people? Hideo suddenly exclaimed loudly. Island, how many people are there? Hurry up and say it. Sunflower urged impatiently. Yes, the other party has a total of 5 people with quasi-junin strength. There are people who are particularly strong in the ninja. There are 15 people in total. The rest of the people are also above the strength of Chinin. There are about 70 or 80 people. Suddenly there was a sound of sucking cold air in the air. Hearing the situation reported by the island, everyone present except Tianyu frowned for a moment. 5 jounin, 15 special jounin, and 70 or 80 Chinin. Such a number of ninjas, is an ordinary casino the ninja strength that it can have? Although Hideo and Qing were caught when they went to the casino before, but the strength and number of ninjas exposed to them at that time were definitely not so terrifying. Such fighting power it has simply surpassed the military defense force of a small country. At this moment, even Tsunade realized that Tianyu's previous cautiousness was not due to his cowardice or incompetence, but the opponent they faced this time. It's really not easy. At this time, Tianyu's mouth burst into a smile. There are so many people, but they still look down on us. Among the group of people on the opposite side, the ones standing at the front are the 5 ninjas with the strength of the ninja. They formed a line, and the battlefield was in a row, blocking Tianyu and the others on the only way to return to the country of fire. Haha, do you think our casino's money is so easy to earn? One of them said in a deep voice, then he stretched out his index finger, pointed at Tianyu and continued, I advise you to hand over that kid to us, and then hand over all the money you won before. We may even kill you. You are daydreaming. Captain Minjio will never hand it over to you. Sunflower put her hands on her hips and scolded those people first. Haha, I don't know the little girl who is so high. The other J.A. Nin had a low voice, with a jija laughter coming out of his mouth. Today, we came here after a lot of preparation. Even if Tsunade, one of the Konoha-sunin, is there, we can't even think about getting out. The eyes under the sunflower mask are round, with a face full of dissatisfaction. He wanted to continue to scold back, but a hand pressed his shoulder. Captain. Sunflower bit her lower lip. There's no need to be quick-tempered. Whoosh! Tianyu raised his hand, the shuriken was shot directly. He said lightly, let's start fighting. Island, Ching, Sunflower, let me see the skills of the 3 of you. Yes, 3 unanimous voices of response, then the 3 of them rushed up in different directions. The island's best melee combat, the people of the Hyaga clan all use white eyes and soft fists as the main means of attack. His strength is also the strongest of the 3. The ninja with the strength of Chinin can hardly survive 10 rounds in his hands, and the ninja with the strength of the shinobi can only hold 100 moves in his hands. So as soon as he rushed to the opposite crowd and got the chance to get close, he quickly killed 3 or 4 ninjas one after another. Bagua Palm's soft fist. 64 palms of gossip. The blue chakra contained in the soft fist sounded in the air. One enemy after another was knocked away by his soft fist, and flew out like a broken kite. At this time, Ching on the side also joined the battle. As a member of the oily girl family, although the best thing is perception, the actual combat effectiveness is not weak at all. He did not rush into the crowd like an island. He is not good at close combat, so he chose to stand at a distance. Then he lifted up his 2 sleeves, hundreds of worms flew out of his sleeve, it became a piece of darkness, and a cloud-like thing floated in the air. Secret art sending bad bugs. Secret art insect tornado. The screams sounded one after another, those who are enveloped by the worms. Under the gnawing of the worms, it soon turned into a pile of white bones, and the scene looked very terrifying for a while. Compared with the white eyes of the island and the physical attack of the upper soft boxing, the secret technique of the oil girl family is more difficult to deal with the bad insects. Because the number of those worms is very large, ordinary gymnastics can't handle it at all. The island and the clear 2 people, one is good at taijutsu, the other is good at ninjutsu. 2 people cooperate with each other and deal with each other separately. Different types of ninjas work together perfectly. In a short time, more than 20 ninjas with Chunin strength were killed. Although Sunflower is a girl, her fighting power is also not weak. With a blood-penetrating bloodline, she pulled out the long knife behind her and immediately hit her figure in the air. Then he quietly appeared behind the enemy, displaying his own secret technique, secret sword Moonshadow. Konoharyu's swordsmanship, a dance of the 3 suns and moons. The heads of several enemies were chopped off by her like cutting vegetables. Don't look at her as a little girl who is afraid of mice, but she really doesn't even blink an eye when she kills people. Is this the strength of Umbu Ninja? Okay, so strong. Behind Tianyu, the Konoha spy who was rescued by Tianyu from the casino, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, with unstoppable surprise in his eyes, Tianyu did not speak. Umbu ninjas take killing as their daily task. The most important thing is to have enough power, and as Konoha spies, engaged in espionage, the most important thing is to disguise themselves and enhance self-protection capabilities. The difference in strength is, of course, very obvious. The 3 of them are all good. Mute was also on the side, holding the little pink pig and dolphin in his hand, and said with emotion. Mute now also possesses the strength of Joinin, but she mainly practices medical ninjutsu. In terms of combat power, there is also no way to compare with the professional ninjas of Umbu on the island. It's normal, Tsunade said very casually. In front of her strength is one of Konoha's 3 ninjas. These 3 Umbu ninjas are not enough to see. She could see at a glance that these 3 young people were just newcomers who had just joined Umbu. Although their strength was good, their combat experience was still far behind. As soon as I got up, I used all kinds of ninjutsu. Although the lethality is good, he killed more than a dozen enemies of the opponent in a blink of an eye. However, their own chakra consumption is not small. Now the number of enemies is as many as hundreds of people. Such reckless consumption of their own chakra will not be able to fight a protracted war at all. If at this time, they were fighting against an experienced guy from Umbu, if you can solve the enemy with 1 kunao, they will never use ninjutsu to waste extra chakra. The movements are clean and neat, without a trace of sloppiness. This is the style of Umbu's behavior. These 3 young people seem to be still a long way from reaching the level that Umbu ninja should really have. At this time, Tsunade's eyes fell on Tianyu. She looked him up and down, her eyes full of curiosity. From knowing this little guy to now, she has never seen him really make a move. However, being selected to enter Umbu at such a young age, and becoming the captain of that Umbu ninja, he must be pretty good, right? Hey, kid, why didn't you get up? Just watching your 3 subordinates face so many enemies underground? They can't last long with their strength. Tsunade reminded him kindly. Tianyu smiled, you found it too? With their fighting style, they won't last long. What is also called? I already found out, okay? Wait a minute, Tsunade was stunned for a moment. What does he mean by this? He has already discovered this matter. Tsunade after a few seconds, then he shouted uncontrollably, then why don't you hurry down and help, and stand here watching like an outsider? Aren't you afraid that some of your subordinates will die? Just watch them die at the hands of the enemy? You ninjas of Konoha, don't they all value companionship the most? Tsunade's question came out like a cannonball. At the end of her speech, she seemed to touch on something she didn't want to recall, and there was a bit of resentment and sarcasm in her tone. As the ninjas of Umbu, if they are not baptized with blood, they can't have a long memory. Only by letting the 3 of them suffer, can they use their bodies to remember what they should do next time they encounter this situation, instead of such a completely reckless battle. Tian Yu's tone was very calm, as if talking about a trivial thing, and, they won't die. Tsunade seems to be dissatisfied with this answer. The other party has 3 jounin. If they take action, at such a long distance, you won't even have time to rush over to save them. How dare you say they won't die? Tsunade frowned and continued to ask. With a bit of a smile in his eyes, Tianyu looked at Tsunade and said lightly, because if they die, it will make my captain seem incompetent to you. Just when Tsunade wanted to continue questioning him, at this time, there was a sudden scream of extremely sharp and frightening below. Tsunade's heart sank. A bad thought suddenly came to my mind. Oops, something must have happened on the battlefield below. Ah dash. A piercing scream pierced the sky. Tsunade's heart trembled suddenly, and then he subconsciously looked towards the battlefield below them. I saw a long knife with barbs pierce the shoulder blade of the ninja of the Oil Girl clan, codenamed Haru, then something bright red spewed out of it. That bright red color, yes. A sense of fear from the depths of the brain, suddenly, without warning, came to my mind. Tsunade's feet suddenly became weak. It became difficult to barely maintain oneself standing in place. Blood. Her pupils shrank sharply, her expression terrified. Master Tsunade. Mute hurried forward and covered Tsunade's eyes with his hands, then he took off his coat and put it on Tsunade. Is it hyperphobia? Tianyu glanced at Tsunade on the ground. It seems that Tsunade's fear of blood is more serious than he previously estimated. It is not only that after the body is contaminated with blood, it will completely lose the ability to move. Even just seeing the blood of others now has caused her to fall into a powerful fear. Master Minjayo, Master Tsunade, leave it to me to take care of it. Sorry for the fight below, we are temporarily unable to help you. Silently raised your head, said to Tianyu, but I'm a medical ninja. I also ask you to take action and bring your ninja to me, and I will treat him. It is good. Tianyu nodded. The situation on the battlefield below changed in an instant just now, because the 5 ninjas with quasi-jounin strength led by the enemy joined the battle. Itself they have the strength of the ninja, with the cooperation of the special jounin and shinin on the side, with the absolute defense power of Hoshin, and Sunflower, who is good at stealth and evasion, can barely cope with it, but Ching, who uses secret techniques to control bad insects to attack, is not so good. Taijutsu was not something he was good at in the first place. After barely manipulating the bugs to avoid a few sieges, he fell into a disadvantage. The man who pierced his shoulder blade with the barbed long sword was one of the other 5 jounin. Looks like it's time to go out on your own. Only a white afterimage remained in the air. The white cloak on Tianyu's body flew up in the air. In the next second, he had already rushed towards the battlefield below, blocking the shoulders of Ching. At the moment of landing, draw the sword, cut. The majestic chakra surged out. The long sword in Tianyu's hand slashed towards the ground. Boom. A dull thunder-like sound suddenly sounded, then came a clattering sound like a continuous thunder. The earth in front of those ninjas was instantly divided into 2 halves under Tianyu's sword. A huge crack appeared in an instant, continuously spread out to both sides. The cracks are expanding faster and faster, and the surrounding enemies are constantly evading and falling into the cracks. Ah, what is this? Help! Kawasaki-sama, help! Fearful screams came. No blood, no fighting, there are only a horrified face, turning around and trying to flee around. However, the surrounding area was shrouded in chakra, the ground trembled, and there was no way to escape this area. When the group of people in front of him, after all fell into the ground, the earth suddenly closed, leaving no gap. Tianyu takes his hand. The land in front of him was flat. It seems that the crack like the huge mouth of the abyss has never appeared before. How quickly this all happened. The joinin, whom they call Lord Kawasaki, he was just watching this scene helplessly, watching more than a dozen people under him being buried alive in the soil. In an instant, he didn't react at all. He didn't even have a chance to save him, and he was forced back a few meters by the crack caused by the sword chi just now. Team leader. I thought I was going to die, and my heart was full of despair and fear. But at this time, he seen Captain Mingyu take action. For a time, my heart was moved. Sunflower Island, both of you come here. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. The two of them immediately pulled away from the battlefield just now and came to Tianyu's side, but correspondingly, the number of scattered enemies on the battlefield where they were fighting separately also gathered at once. But in the face of Tianyu, who killed more than 10 of them when he shot just now, they were also very jealous of his strength for a while, and dared not rush up easily. The battlefield fell into a stalemate for a while. In the previous battle, the island killed one of the opponent's Jounin, for special Jounin, and 10 Junin. Qing killed the opponent's 2 special Jounin and 7 Chinin. Sunflower killed one of the other's special Jounin and 5 Chinin. Now on the battlefield, there are still 4 ninjas with the strength of Shangnin, 8 special Shangnin, and there are about 20 Chinin. How much chakra is left in your body? Tianyu asked. I still have a third. Island replied. I still have less than half of the chakra. Sunflower replied. You have only solved 1/3 of the enemies now, but your chakras are not much left. If I don't take action, what are you going to do in the next battle? Islands and Sunflowers, including the wounded Qing, all 3 were silent. As the captain of Tianyu, although not reprimanding them, but the questioning at this time made the 3 of them feel extremely uncomfortable. Because they know it in their hearts, if there is no Tianyu shot, the 3 of them will only face death. It's a big deal, just fight them. On the face under the island mask, there was a bit of dissatisfaction. Madness. Tianyu's tone suddenly became serious. A meaningless sacrifice, do you think you are honored? For a while, there was silence in the air again. Tianyu knew that the effect he wanted to achieve had been achieved. All that's left is to let these 3 people reflect on their own shortcomings in the battle before, and that's enough. This is what Tianyu, as their captain, can teach them. In actual combat, he has always been the best teacher to improve his strength. Okay, you take the injured Qing, go to Mute. Tianyu instructed the island and Sunflower. Mute is a medical ninja, she will help Qing deal with the wound. Yes. Sunflower immediately set up the injured Qing and supported his body take him to the side of the Mute to go. The island stood still reluctant to leave, his hands clenched into fists and clenched them tightly, as if trying to restrain some of his emotions. Captain, let me stay and fight with you, I want to prove my own strength. Need not. Tianyu coldly refused. I have seen your strength. If you continue to stay here, it will only hinder me from fighting. In the next battle, I only need me alone. The island was silent for a few seconds, then, after replying yes, he turned around and jumped in the direction of Mute. On the battlefield at this time, only Tianyu was left standing in front of them. At this moment, the joinin named Kawasuk stood up. Don't be afraid. Umbu's ninjas are just like that. Didn't we get hurt just now? Hey, as long as we all go together, we can kill the head of this Konoha Umbu and avenge our brothers. Besides, there is only such a kid left on the opposite side. Let's go together. At one command, those ninjas with special strengths of Jounin and Shinin, holding a kunao, a shuriken, or a short or long sword in his hand, they all rushed towards Tianyu's position. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Art fire escape, ho fireball. Lay done slash, various ninjutsu, from different directions, towards the overwhelming attack of Tianyu. Tianyu's figure was instantly engulfed by these ninjutsu of different colors. The Sunflowers standing in the distance, immediately tense, he shouted loudly in the direction of Tianyu, Captain Minjaya, be careful. And however, surrounded by a bunch of ninjutsu and explosions, a figure rushed out from inside. In the next second, Tianyu suddenly had a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. Draw the knife, swing it down. On the blade of the Taideo, at the moment when it was swung, a blue chakra like flowing water suddenly appeared, and the terrifying aura immediately diffused in the air. Immediately afterwards, Tianyu directly waved the sunwheel knife and slashed forward fiercely, breath of water 9-type, water droplets. Tianyu's steps, constantly changing in the air, the blue water flow is attached to the blade of the Tachi, turning into the sharpest water blade. Next second, a very powerful sword energy, it exploded from his blade. The stubble leaves on the tree that were cut by the water blade seemed to suddenly become straight in the mid-air where they fell. At this moment, countless leaves were suspended in the air, as if they had been frozen. A swirl of blue water suddenly appeared in the air, all the leaves were cut neatly from the middle, the earth-shaking terrifying power seems to be cut off by this invisible water blade. Terrifying blue water blade, the sword chi of the bearer facing the street, going surging in all directions. The enemies on the opposite side hurriedly avoided and fled in the distance. But the few people closest to Tianyu made a clicking sound all over their body, and there was a bloodline on their necks. Then the next second, their heads are separated from their bodies, the blood gushed out like a fountain from the arteries. The speed is faster, the strength is stronger, the ninjas who are enough to escape Tianyu's swordsmanship, at least have special skills. The strength of forbearance, at this time, their faces changed greatly, and they all felt a very terrifying azure sword energy rushing towards their bodies. In an instant, the pain hits his brain. There were many large and small wounds on their bodies. Under Tianyu's knife, he swept the audience in an instant, he directly killed more than a dozen other ninjas with Chunin strength. And the remaining enemies, at least they all use ninjas with special ninja strength, they also suffered some large and small injuries, and their bodies were painted, and their clothes were ragged and covered with blood. Although they were only skin wounds, they didn't hurt their lives, but it also had a big impact on their subsequent combat status. Enemies on the battlefield. In this moment, the Kung Fu has dropped by more than 20 people. All the enemies of Chunin strength, in the hands of Tian Yu, have been annihilated. Standing at a distance now, Sunflower and others, who were still extremely worried about Tian Yu's safety just now, immediately, a shocking expression appeared on his face. Although they have long known that Captain Minjaya's strength is good, they have never really seen him make a move before, but have only heard of him defeating Captain Tianzang. Only then did they realize that their Captain Mingyu is already extremely powerful. The enemy's weakest strength is also above Chunin, which in a village can be regarded as the backbone of the largest number. But in front of Captain Minjayo, he couldn't resist a single move. Under his one move, it is almost sweeping. How shocking and incredible this is. Captain Minjayo's age, but only 12 years old. Your captain, very strong. Even Mute, who was treating Qing's wounds on the side, after seeing this scene on the battlefield, I couldn't help but express this emotion. Tsunade at this time, still losing mobility due to hyperphobia, she sat aside in silent clothes, holding her knees in her hands. When she didn't look at the bloody battlefield over there, her emotions could be stabilized a little. And the ninjas from the casino at this time, they were also stunned for a moment, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Only then did they respond. The ninja of Konoha Umbu in front of them, although he looks younger than the previous ones, his strength is quite impressive. Listening to the names of the few people just now, this Umbu ninja codenamed Mingyu, is their captain? He became the captain of the Dark Army at a young age, and has such a powerful strength. When did such a character appear in Konoha? They stared at Tianyu, want to recognize the face hidden under his mask. What kind of person is it? And those who were slightly injured had a look of panic on their faces. They still didn't understand why this guy's swordsmanship was so strange. Quick! It's so fast! There is no knot, just a simple wave of the knife. It burst out with such terrifying power, it is simply incredible. However, after all, they all have the special strength of the ninja. They have been in the casino for so many years, but they have seen a lot of the world. So many of them united. Even if Tsunade, one of the Konoha Sunin, was there, they didn't feel afraid. The next moment, they all reacted quickly, and after suppressing the fear in their hearts, they did not dare to be careless in the face of the Heavenly Emperor. Water escape, water chaos. Water escape, water chaos. In an instant, those special shinobi immediately united, begin to make seals in unison, perform the same ninjutsu, and the ninjutsu displayed in an instant is linked together. It directly became a monstrous water wave, covering the sky and the sun, roaring and deafening, as if to devour the entire land. Water escape, great water chaos. The power of this move, although the amount of chakra in the original book is comparable to the power of the water escape from the dried persimmon ghost shark, which is comparable to the tailed beast, is enough to make people feel completely shocked. The terrifying monstrous wave swept through, it almost covered the sky on this side, burying the night together. Who are they? Mute suddenly exclaimed. After being with Tsunade for so many years, her knowledge and experience are incomparable to the newcomers who have just joined Umbu, such as Sea Island, Sunflower, and Haru. She sensed something was wrong almost immediately. These people who came to intercept them are definitely not as simple as thugs in a simple casino. Such a well-trained team, such a perfect cooperation, even ninjas with elite jounin strength will fall into their hands if they are not careful. Such a powerful fighting force, they are like a well-trained army. Such combat power is enough to destroy a small country overnight. See this scene. Sunflower, who wanted to cheer for Captain Minjaya's strength just now, suddenly started to worry again. Such an attack. Although the captain is outrageously strong, but can't resist it? The monstrous water and waves covered down, as if it could smooth everything. At this moment, Tianyu was facing the monstrous water waves, but he had no intention of avoiding it. Holding the scabbard of the sun blade with the backhand in one hand, he jumped up and jumped into the air. Then, it was suddenly cut out with another knife. Boom! At this moment, the whole earth trembled. With a knife, the blue swirling water flow attached to it seemed to be turned upside down. The terrifying sword energy erupted again. Stripes of blue sword energy as thin as an arm, incomparably sharp and awe-inspiring, spread in all directions. It seems that the whole space in front of you, they were all filled with this azure sword energy. Breath of water, a type of threat, tide of strike. Whoa! The monstrous water flow, under Tianyu's horizontal slash, it was almost destroyed by a single blow. Sky-high water waves, just under Nato-Yu's knife, it was cut in half abruptly, falling down from mid-air, turned into a downpour. And Tianyu still maintained the posture of knife. The water that filled the sky instantly collapsed in front of him. How shocking is this scene? After many years of practicing swordsmanship, Tianyu has already realized the terrifying level of this set of water-breathing swordsmanship rules. And his realm in swordsmanship, it is also 100 times more exquisite than the swordsmanship power used by Tanjiro Nikitin. Coupled with the ultimate swordsmanship that he displayed after integrating into chakra, it has completely surpassed the limitations of the world of ghost destruction. It has reached the ultimate power that is enough to destroy the world. The next moment, Tianyu took back the sun blade in his hand. The eyes under the mask are very cold. Looking at the remaining enemies ahead, Tianyu squatted down on one knee, put the weight on his legs into his own ring, and then mobilized his chakra and injected it into the light boots on his feet. An azure light, with a strange glow on his boots. Full speed. Next second, Tianyu directly crossed the water and rushed out. Under the full-speed explosion, Tianyu's body almost turned into an afterimage. Although the ninjas on the opposite side already possessed the strength of the special Jonin, they were horrified to find that they could not see Tianyu's movements. Going directly to a few special Sang people with horrified faces, Tianyu didn't say a word, and the sword in his hand swept away suddenly. Breath of water one type, slash across the water. Boom! A sword chi that was more than 3 meters long burst out, directly swept all the special Jounin of nearly a dozen people. Only 2 of them had time to perform the avatar technique, the others didn't even speak a word, and there was a hint of shock and disbelief in their eyes. It was cut into 2 pieces directly in the air by the icy sword energy. For a time, flesh and blood flew in the air, and corpses were everywhere. No, impossible. The water escape we released together was actually blocked by that guy. Could it be that he is a leader of the Konoha assassination unit? The remaining 4 Shangnin and a few special ones all had expressions of shock and horror on their faces. When they came, there were more than 50 people. They thought that the battle would be over soon. But I didn't expect to fight till now. There are less than 10 people who are still standing on the battlefield now. And Tianyu didn't have a word of superfluous nonsense. His figure flickered again, rushing directly to the rest of the people. He slashed again with a ruthless slash, and the azure water splashes washed away in the air, instantly cleaning the blood stained on the blade. Defend now. 2 done 2 Liubi. 2 done 2 Liubi. The remaining few people on the field, everyone's strength is quite good. Although they were amazed at the speed of Tianyu defying the sky, they felt a little overwhelmed. But it's not like those wastes, they were instantly killed without even the time to react. Watching Tianyu strike the sword again, almost without hesitation, they all performed the defensive ninjutsu of 2 done. At least they are the strengths of the special Jonin, and almost every one of them is proficient in more than 2 escaping techniques. Boom! The earth trembled, several earthen walls suddenly rose, then it condensed together, forming a 2 done ninjutsu that is almost comparable to the defensive power of the A-level ninjutsu Tulio City Wall. Like an indestructible giant city, in the middle of the battlefield. Boom! A sword chi slashed up, a deep notch appeared on the earth flow wall, but the main body is still motionless, and there is no swaying situation. Tianyu's sun will knife went in the direction of extreme sharpness and speed. Such a huge earth flow wall just restrained his knife skills. With such defensive power, can he finally block his sword chi? Fortunately, his knife was restrained by this move. Let's hurry up and escape. We must report the situation here to the adults. These Konoha Umbu's ninjas are much more powerful than we imagined, causing us to lose so many brothers. The people behind the Tulio wall finally breathed a sigh of relief. I intend to wait for the opportunity to leave this place and evacuate safely. Want to run? A smile suddenly appeared on Tianyu's mouth. Have I approved it? A white light flashed in his hand, and suddenly a huge black hammer appeared out of thin air. It was the hammer that Tianyu usually used to forge weapons, and this hammer was also one of the ninja tools he forged later. After injecting chakra, the power of swinging the awl can be multiplied tenfold. 10 times. What is this concept? Take Tianyu as an example. His physical fitness is very strong. Although he is only 12 years old this year, his body can bear a full weight of 1,000 pounds. If he swings an ordinary hammer to forge ore, enough to reach a pressure as strong as 2,000 pounds. But if he used this black hammer to forge ore, the pressure would be enough to reach more than 20,000 caddies. The countless hard ores that were difficult to forge in the past were all turned into a pile of powder under his black hammer, which was the easiest for him to use when forging ninja tools. A powerful weapon capable of smashing even steel. At this time, the heavenly royal wheel raises the black hammer. It was a hammer that smashed into the earth wall. 80. Tianyu shouted loudly with a bit of prank interest. 40 hammers, 80 hammers, everyone knows this shit. Click. Tianyu hit the wall with a hammer. The earth flow walls that were originally connected together were shaken by the shock. 80. Another awl wheeled up, the wall of the earth flow wall suddenly cracked, and the above appeared. There were countless dense cracks, and the entire earth wall was crumbling. 80. The third hammer smashed up, and the earth flow wall with dense cracks had already appeared. After the hammer fell, it shattered. The powerful force immediately swept across all directions and swept the audience, sweeping all those who had been hiding behind the earth flow wall and were waiting for an opportunity to escape. Puff. For a moment, under the huge shock wave force, everyone's body trembled violently, and they spit out a mouthful of blood. And the next moment, Tianyu pushed the light boots again, and rushed up at a very fast speed, almost destroying the dead, and it was another all. Boom! This time, without the defense of the earth wall, everyone present, no one can stop Tianyu's attack. Even a few of them reluctantly displayed their own life-saving secret techniques, but they were directly shattered by the savage and direct power that erupted from the hammer in Tianyu's hand, sweeping the audience. Unstoppable! Under this mighty force, cracks appeared in the earth, spreading in all directions. This is not the effect of any earth escape ninjutsu, but is shattered by the powerful force attached to the hammer. The pits on the ground caused by the water escape ninjutsu before, all instantly had a direction of flow, flowed into the cracks of the road, and disappeared. The bright red of the earth has become more like flowers blooming on the battlefield full of ruins. Below are countless corpses as waste, the flowers of hell that grow. So far, the enemy who came to ambush Tianyu this time has almost been wiped out here. Most of them were killed in the hands of Tianyu alone. The enemies killed by people are actually more than the 3 people Sunflower, Kaideo, and Ching have killed together before. This process is almost instantaneous. Tianyu completely swept the audience with the power of destroying the dry and rotten, and smashed them all here. Of course, in addition to Tianyu, there is one enemy left on the battlefield. It was the enemy who stabbed Haru in the first place, the joinin named Kawasuke. Among this group of people, he was also the strongest, and he was able to barely escape the last wave of Tianyu's black hammer just now, and he did not die on the spot like the others. But Rao is so, his internal organs also suffered a lot of internal injuries. Reluctantly supporting himself to stand in place has become a very difficult thing. "You, who are you?" he asked weakly. There was a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He didn't know how many times he had licked blood on the tip of a knife with his strength, but now, he was slaughtered in the hands of a kid? Me? A squad leader from Umbu. Tianyu smiled and said goodbye, with a look of indifference. However, he saw the unwillingness in the eyes of Kawasuke, and his answer did not seem to satisfy the other party. It's not good to go on the road with regret, so Tianyu walked up to him and whispered, "Perhaps, you may be interested in another title of mine, that is, the Black God of Death." You are. Kawasuke's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had had a nightmare. Suddenly, his face was pale and bloodless, and he almost stared out his eyes in horror. But what he said later, there is no chance to say it. Tianyu directly twisted his neck. Silence. The moment the battle is over, the entire battlefield fell into a moment of silence. Standing in the distance, the Sunflower, the Island, and Ching, mute, and the Konoha scout who have finished treating the wound, all 5 of them lost their ability to speak due to the trembling of the battle just now. They all fell into a kind of absent-minded sluggishness. After half an hour, Sunflower made a trembling voice, "Island, what did you see just now?" Hideo sighed. "I saw that the captain alone solved all those enemies." "You saw it too? That means everything I saw just now is true? Am I hallucinating or dreaming? The captain was really alone and killed everyone on the opposite side." Sunflower was shocked cries. The whole person's face is full of incredible. Ching smiled bitterly by the side. "We already knew that the captain's strength was good. How could someone who can defeat Tianzang Brigade be weak? It's just that we still didn't expect that the strength of the captain was so terrifying." The Island laughed helplessly and scolded, "Bah! I can't imagine killing me. I don't have that much imagination at all. Such a powerful force that I can't even imagine in my dreams, but I actually saw it just now. Until now, I feel like I was just dreaming. My God, our captain is too strong." Sunflower's tone is full of admiration. She has completely become a little fangirl of their Captain Mingyu. On the side, I watched the mute of this battle completely. Although I didn't speak all the time, I also had a very big feeling in my heart. Waves. In Konoha, when did such a genius ninja appear? And the silent eyes fell on Tianyu's body. She is very thoughtful. I noticed something very important, that is the ninja tool used by this young man just now, powerful swordsmanship, scary black hammer, and the very strange boots that boost his speed. Everything is absolutely not ordinary. Adds a lot to his own strength. Maybe it was because he had been with Mr. Tsunade for a long time, and when Mute saw these treasures, he immediately thought of the price. These things, if they were to be sold, but they are absolutely priceless treasures. What is the origin of this kid? He actually has so many precious ninja tools in his hands? Even the son of the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi Hiezan in the village, her classmate Sarutobi Asma in the ninja school, can't afford so many precious ninja tools, right? She felt more and more interested in this Umbu squad leader. How is Tsunade now? Can you overcome the hyperphobia? At this time, Tianyu walked to Mute's side and asked her. Lord Tsunade is all right, Mute replied subconsciously, and then she suddenly noticed something was wrong, and immediately reacted, "Hey, wait, how do you know about Master Tsunade's hyperphobia?" For things like hyperphobia, for Tsunade, but one of the biggest secrets, in this world, people who know her weakness can be counted on one hand. If some wicked people know about her weakness and take advantage of it, Tsunade-sama will be very dangerous. Silent moment worried. It was like that just now. Can you hide this kind of thing? Tianyu ignored Mute's worries and vigilance, walked straight to Tsunade's side, and asked, "Are you alright?" Tsunade's mood has basically stabilized. "Do you still have the ability to fight?" Tianyu asked. "Yes, but I can't see that thing, sorry." Tsunade's voice was a little soft, no longer the usual strong arrogance. She doesn't seem to have the demeanor of Tsunade Haim, one of the Konoha-sunin, and looks like an ordinary little girl next door. "What if you close your eyes and don't look?" Tianyu tentatively proposed this method. "If you close your eyes, it's okay, but if blood splashes on me, sorry, I'm still scared." Tsunade wrapped her arms around her knees. "The whole person is very vulnerable. Trust me, I won't let you touch blood." Tianyu patted Tsunade's shoulder, took out a white cloth, and covered her eyes. Her tone was a little more cautious. "In the next battle, I need your help." "The next fight?" Everyone present was so stunned. Didn't they just go through a battle just now? And he has successfully killed all the enemies, leaving no one alive. What's the next fight? Let their captain be so jealous, he is not enough to deal with it alone, and even ask for the help of Tsunade-sama? "Captain, what are you talking about?" Sunflower was outspoken and took the lead in asking Tianyu, "Didn't you kill all those enemies just now? What else? What fight? Even if an enemy really comes, the chakras of the island and I are almost recovered, and we can fight with you." "I can too. Although I suffered a little injury, it doesn't affect my control of the bad bugs." Ching also struggled and stood up from the ground. The tone of speech is very firm. After silently using medical ninjutsu to treat his wounds, he is basically fine now. "Do not." Tianyu shook his head at them, directly rejected their proposal just now. "The people who came to ambush us just now are just some small gangsters, and they are not the real mastermind behind the casino at all. The next battle is not something that people of your strength can participate in. My only order to you is to stay away from the battlefield and protect yourself." Tianyu narrowed his eyes. If he guessed correctly, he already knew who the man behind that casino was. Team leader. The island, Ching, and Sunflower were all covered. What kind of enemy is it that makes such a powerful captain so cautious? The three of them are Umbu ninjas, and they all have the strength of Shangnin. What kind of battle is it? And even they, who are Shangnin, don't have the strength to participate in it. A silver light flashed in Tianyu's hand. A silver-white longbow has appeared in his hand. Tracking bow, a longbow that automatically locks the opponent's position. Using chakra as an arrow is enough to cause a good lethality. "Time is running out, Tsunade. I don't want to explain too much to you." Tinayo took Tsunade's hand, used kunao pierced her finger, smear her blood on the tracking bow. "Ding! You have successfully signed a contract with the tracking bow and become the master of the tracking bow." In Tsunade's mind, such a voice suddenly sounded, which startled her. This is. However, Tsunade is also well informed, and quickly calmed down. She guessed that this might be similar to psychic ninjutsu, but it just turned the contracted beast into a weapon. She noticed in her mind, there seems to be some kind of connection with that bow and arrow. She was instantly familiar with the bow and arrow, as if it had become a part of her birth. Just when Tsunade wanted to ask more, in the woods in the distance, two figures in black robes with red auspicious cloud patterns came out. One of them had a mask on his face, only half of it, covering the area below his eyes. The other person, with a huge sickle on his back, has light gray hair, a big back, and is combed into the appearance of an adult. The two people were very abrupt, and they appeared on the battlefield below not far away. Under their feet the corpses of those casino men. There was no heartache or hatred on his face after losing his companion. Instead, he showed a mocking expression and scolded with a smile. "It's really a bunch of trash, even killing the other party alone. It seems that people with such strength can only be used as cannon fodder to kill the opponent's physical strength and chakra. See these two people, dressed like this." Tianyu knew that the answer he guessed before was correct. The man behind this casino, sure enough, it was the two of them, Koto and Phaeton. Jiaodu, one of the members of Xiao. The elite members of the original Takiyan village possess the secret technique Greeting Ground. It can steal the hearts of others by using chakra to manipulate the black tentacles released from the body. Including his own heart, up to 5 hearts can be stored in the body, and life expectancy can be extended by replacing hearts. Each heart can be turned into a black body monster formed by using land resentment, and its monster can use the technique of the original heart owner. The strength at this stage, the second movie level. Feijuan, one of the members of Xiao, the companion of Jiaodu. Originally a ninja from Tangian village in the country of Sichuan, he is bold, long-winded, and arrogant. He and Jiao are collectively known as the Undead Duo, and are dubbed Zombie Duo by the Ghost Shark. Hijuan mainly focuses on taijutsu attacks, and has the ability to be immortal, and can cause the opponent to take the same damage as himself through the curse. In the original book, he used his immortality to kill Asuma Saratobi, the elite jounin in Konoha. The two of them are now wearing trench coats with red auspicious clouds on a black background. Obviously, they are doing things for the Xiao organization. Tianyu guessed it well before. This so-called casino is just a disguise. In fact, it is a means of accumulating money that Kakuto is in charge and prepares funds for the Xiao organization outside. You are rumored to be very famous outside. You have been with the Konoha Blue Beast before, the one who is called the Black Death God? Jiaodu asked in a low voice towards Tianyu. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then their eyes fell on Tianyu, and there was a bit in their eyes. Confuse. Black Death God? Is this the code name given to them by Captain Minjio? Tianyu smiled lightly. Oh? I didn't expect you to hear my name? How did you recognize me? The corner said to himself, I was in the underground exchange and once heard a piece of such information. Be careful of the person who walks with the Konoha Blue Beast, the terrifying figure known as the Black God of Death. I heard that no one has really seen him, and does not know whether he is a man or a woman, fat or thin, an old man or a child. For all who saw him are dead, therefore, he has always been called the Black Death God in the outside world. Black Death God. It's a bit of a speechless code name. Every time I heard this code name, Tianyu felt ashamed and wanted to hold his forehead. It is because of the 8 gates Dunjia after his improvement. When the 6th door is opened, the chakra of the whole body will mutate into black and attach to him. Under the extreme speed, he is like a black ghost in the daytime, and it is enough to kill people in an instant. Over time, such a code name was added between the years when he and Meikai practiced outside. It's just this code. It's really a bit of a middle school. As a former black history, Tianyu actually doesn't really want to be mentioned. How did you recognize me? Tianyu asked helplessly. Jiaodu took out a pictorial from his arms. On it is painted the appearance of the sun blade that Tinaya used just now. A low voice came from under the hood and said, Black Death God, a bounty worth 100 million, so I have collected your information. Using a weapon called a sun knife, and the boots on your feet, the white feather coat on your body. So after I received the information from my subordinates, I confirmed your identity. I just didn't expect that your own grade is so young, and you are still a little devil. What made me even more unexpected is that you are actually the ninja of Konoha, or the captain of Konoha Umbu. Black God of Death, you really amaze me. With such an identity, your bounty is more than 100 million. In Jiaodu's eyes, greed burst out, looking at Tianyu's eyes, as if looking at a beloved prey. The end of the Warring States period, the initial period when the 5 great nations of the ninja world tried their best in Ninja Village, as the corner capital of the elite of Taki Ninja Village, he accepted and performed the task of going to Konoha to assassinate the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, throwing a kunai from 800 miles away. But under the attack of the first Hokage wouldn't escape, he suffered a nearly fatal blow, and finally managed to save his life and return to the village. However, what awaited him after returning was the crime and heavy punishment for failing the mission. This is very cruel to him who was blocking his life for the village, so with a strong hatred, he escaped from prison and took away the forbidden art that was regarded as a treasure by Taki Ninja Village. Earth resentment, then kill all the high-level superiors in the village and take their hearts. Since then, the Horns have only trusted money. He believes that only eternal money will not betray him, and he has been active in the ninja world with this belief. Jiaodu, what are you talking about with this kid? Kill these guys now. I can't wait to get their blood sacrificed to the evil god. Fei Juan couldn't help but urged. On the Tianyu side, the preparations for battle have already been made. He was beside Tsunade and whispered, that guy with a sickle in his hand who doesn't seem to have a high IQ, I'll leave it to you to deal with it. That guy's secret technique is to use the sickle to obtain the blood of others, and then he can use the spell to make others get the same damage as himself. Tsunade, it just so happens that you have a fear of blood in your body right now, so you can't see blood, so just keep fighting at a distance and use the tracking bow to deal with him. I'll come to help you after I've solved the corners. Hey, don't underestimate me. Tsunade snorted lightly. Although she was afraid of blood, she didn't want to be seen clearly by this kid. Blindfolded at this time, she basically felt no fear. She clenched the tracking bow tightly in her hand, and the sharp arrows condensed from green chakra were launched from her hand and shot in the direction of Fei Juan. Although Tsunade is blindfolded, but she also pinpointed exactly which, the guy who didn't look very smart, in Tianyu's mouth was. After Tsunade shot an arrow, immediately, he bit his finger and slapped it on the ground, the art of psychic. The huge slug clone descended out of thin air and instantly occupied one side of the battlefield. Tsunade stood on top of the slug with both feet, holding the tracking bow in his hand, and pounced in the direction of Fei Juan. Fei Juan held a giant sickle in his hand, and he was not afraid at all. Always belligerent, he also greeted him at the same time. As soon as the two played against each other, they fought in a daze, and in the blink of an eye, 100 moves had already been passed. And Tianyu on this side of the battlefield, the first to attack in the direction of Jiaodu, he doesn't know how long Tsunade, who suffers from hyperphobia, can last under Haidian's hands, so the battle between him and Kakuto must be resolved quickly. In Jiaodu's heart, he also wanted to quickly resolve this battle. A bounty of 100 million is enough to make him excited. 2 Dun Earth Spear. Ji Jianjiao stepped forward quickly, and suddenly punched out, and there was a hint of hard metal-like luster on the sallow skin on his body. This trick is to use the chakra flowing in the body to harden the surface of the skin, increase its defense to the limit, and at the same time enhance the destructive power of taijutsu attacks. It is a ninjutsu that combines attack and defense. At the same time of defense, it can also convert defense power into attack power, and turn the body into a mineral as hard as diamond, which can also damage the opponent. Is it an earth escape ninjutsu that hardens the body? Facing Kakuto, who was attacking him beside him, seeing the combination of powerful earth escape and superb physical skills displayed by this sub-shadow ninja in this anime, Tianyu's face suddenly became more interested. Exactly, I like hammering hard substances the most, so let's see if your skin is harder or my hammer is heavier. Boom. The moment the voice fell, Tianyu was holding the black hammer, unpretentious round the hammer. Without dodging or dodging, he directly met the fist that had been hardened with the use of the earth escape ninjutsu. Hammer and fist collide, there was an explosion in the air, the high-pitched screeching sound that comes from the collision of hard metal objects, an invisible ripple in the air spread instantly, and everyone present was extremely horrified. This hammer is weird. After the two collided, Jiaodu immediately felt a huge and majestic force, which rushed towards him like a tide. Even at the angle where the whole body was hardened by the earth escape ninjutsu, he suddenly felt a pain in his fist. How is it possible? The power of this kid. Jiaodu's eyes are full of incredible, because the power and strength that this young man just burst out in front of him is really quite terrifying. Are you surprised? I only use less than 30% of my power, don't you feel a little overwhelmed with such power? No. Your strength shouldn't be limited to this level, right? True Yin Yang Master Tianyu, with a somewhat mocking smile on his face, he said so to Jiaodu as expected. Tianyu's words immediately made Jiaodu annoyed and shouted loudly, "Humph! I don't know the brazen brat, but where did you get a few powerful ninja tools? You even dared to show it off in front of me." Black silk threads suddenly spread out from Jiaodu's body. His originally complete body suddenly became divided into 4 parts, like a doll torn apart by someone, and each joint was detached from the body, so a larger amount of black threads drilled out of his body. Ground resentment mode. In Tianyu's eyes, a little more cautious, as the treasure of Taki Ninja Village, the most powerful secret technique of Kakuto, countless people have died under this trick. Go! The horns made a loud sound, and countless black lines converged into 8 black lines that were as thick as an arm. Surrounded by Tianyu from different directions, hands, feet, arms, thighs, body, and the hammer in his hand, these black lines flying from all directions, instantly blocked all his hiding space, especially the hammer in his hand was wrapped around him, making him unable to move. What is this black line? The captain won't be in danger, right? Ching's face was pale, and she asked worriedly from the side. Don't worry too much, since Captain Minjio has already taken action, he must be sure in his heart, and we have to trust him. Hideo was very calm, he has been in contact with Tianyu for so long, now I have some understanding of this Captain Minjio. He usually wants to make sure that everything is ready before he makes a move, and he will definitely make his move only when he is sure. Since he had invited Tsunade-sama to help him before, that means that the current strength of the 3 of them is really not enough to be his helpers. They just follow the instructions of Captain Mingyu and protect themselves. Sunflower, aren't you worried about Captain Minjio? You are not in a hurry when he is bound by that strange enemy? Before, you were most concerned about the safety of the captain. Ching looked at Sunflower on the side, a little curious asked. Where am I? No, not right. Was there something wrong with my worry that our captain was injured? That's our Lord Minjio, Sunflower said arrogantly, then he paused, and asked hesitantly, do you think, this scene in front of you seems a little familiar, look familiar? It's the first time they've seen this with Blackwire. The enemy doesn't even know the origin and information of the other party, so how can they be familiar with the other party? Oh, I remember. Sunflower suddenly cried out in surprise. When Captain Minjio fought against Captain Tianzang before, he was also entangled by the vines born from Captain Tianzang's wooden ninjutsu. As soon as these words came out, Ching and Hideo were both stunned for a moment. They quickly understood the meaning of Sunflower's words. When Captain Minjio and Captain Tianzang were fighting, they were bound by his vines. It was wrapped around the vines, and not only did it not absorb the chakra in the body by the wooden ninjutsu of the leader of Tianzang, but he did not know how to absorb the chakra from the body of the leader of Tianzang. At that time, Captain Minjio was deliberately restrained by Captain Tianzang. They have all seen the speed of Captain Minjio. Under the full force of the explosion, it is impossible for those black lines to completely restrain him, because their speed cannot keep up with the speed of Captain Minjio. That means, is the current Captain Minjio deliberately bound by him? This time, why? The reason for it, only by being circled and circled by those black lines, Tianyu, who was wrapped in the shape of a big zongzi, knew in his heart. At this time, the sound of the system had already sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, devouring the tentacles quest reward, puppet silk thread forging blueprint ding. Quest release, obtain complete body resentment quest reward, puppet doll forging blueprint, After the previously posted task is completed, the department even released a new mission to him. The quest reward this time is the forging blueprint of the puppet doll. Although I don't know what exactly this thing is used for, however, the system rewards forging blueprints must be high-quality products. It seems that the top priority is to kill this guy Jiaoda first. Only by obtaining the grudge in his body can he complete the task issued by the system. Humph, kid, after being restrained by the weapon, are you completely powerless to fight? A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth under Jiaoda's mask, and he looked proudly at Tianyu, who was wrapped in grievances in front of him. However, in the next second, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. In the pupils whose corners were suddenly shrunk, a figure rushed out from the black line wrapped into a ball. The broken black line was scattered all over the ground in an instant, and almost in an instant, the figure had rushed to the front of Jiaodu, the big whirlwind of Konoha, secret art earth resentment. Jiaodu hurriedly spread out the black lines of resentment from other parts of the body, and resisted the direction of Tianyu's attack. However, when Tianyu's right leg immediately smashed into those grudges, his figure suddenly changed at an incredible angle in the air. He abruptly stopped the right leg that fell in the air, but instead a 180-degree reversal occurred all over his body, and he stretched out his claws and grabbed it towards Jiaoda's wrist. What? Kakuto's pupils shrank suddenly. Only at this time did he realize that the opponent's attack just now was just a feint. When he reacted and tried to avoid it, he realized that it was too late. At the moment when Seiji and Tanya clasped Jiaoda's wrist, his body fell to the ground, his body's center of gravity shifted, and his body rotated in midair with Jiaoda's arm as a radius. Just like when he usually rounds the hammer, at this time the horn everyone was thrown from the ground. At the same time, he raised his right foot again, towards the corner of the air in the middle of the heart and kicked it out. The big whirlwind of Konoha, boom. A dull crash sounded. Jiaoda had only heard of Konoha's Meikai physique, codenamed Blue Beast, which was very powerful, but he didn't expect that this little devil, codenamed the Black Death God, was so superbly powerful in physique. Unexpectedly, where his heart is on his chest, he was pierced directly by his kick, and his heart was shattered by kicking. There was a huge pain in the body, and the surface of the skin that had been hardened by the Earth Escape ninjutsu was now bursting like a broken porcelain. His whole body flew out from the ground, slammed hard on the rocky cliffs in the distance. For a time, countless sand and dust were stirred up on the entire battlefield. Great! That person was killed by Captain Mingyu. Standing far away from the battlefield, Sunflower, who saw the scene, immediately jumped up in surprise, with an undisguised joy on her face. However, a calm female voice next to her suppressed her joy. Don't be so happy so early, there is something strange about that person. Even if his heart was broken by Mingyu just now, he didn't die. The person who speaks is naturally the mute who was extremely proficient in medical ninjutsu. She also saw the scene just now, and instantly made a ready judgment on the situation on the battlefield. How is it possible? Sunflower's eyes widened instantly. With an unbelievable expression on her face, she asked back, how can someone whose heart is shattered still be alive? Mute what you just said. It was completely beyond her comprehension. End of cough cough cough. You're actually injured? It seems that I underestimated you, Konoha's kid. On the distant battlefield, an even more incredible scene happened to Sunflower. Jiaodu, whose heart was broken by Tanya's kick, flew out and fell to the ground. After an embarrassed cough, it really shook and stood up again from the ground. It's just the horny debris on his body at this time kept falling off. Under his half mask, there was a bit of surprise on his face that couldn't be concealed. From the early days of the establishment of the ninja village of the 5 kingdoms of the ninja world, it has been active on the world stage to the current Kakuto. The actual age is even older than the 3-generation Tukage 2-day scale Onoji, the most senior in the ninja world. In the long memory of Jiaodu, he has never been beaten by a ninja so young. When he was so embarrassed, he also kicked one of his heart. He stretched out his hand, touching the depression in his chest, the dark green eyes filled with the anger like ghost fire. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. Dig out your heart, Jiaodu roared angrily. Ah, want my heart? Just you. There was a little cynical chuckle from the boy in the air. Tianyu stood in front of Jiaodu with the sun blade in his hand, and said with a bit of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, you don't really think that you can live so long because of your own strength, right? Since you were the original, you didn't dare to assassinate the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and chose to run away. Then you should choose to continue to live on now, even more. Because it's not an existence you can provoke at will. Corner was stunned for a few seconds, his eyes were instantly filled with deeper anger, and a trace hidden in the depths of the pupils that no one has ever noticed, fear. You, what do you know? There was a little more trembling in Jiaodu's voice. The joints of his clenched fists turned white at this time, showing the great fluctuations in his heart at this time. The dusty past, those he had kept hidden for years, until now, no one should know the secret except him. At this time, it was revealed by a young man with such an easy sentence, revealing the scars that were hidden in the deepest part of his heart. That's right, he was once proud of the assassination of the first Hokage of Konoha. He was the only one who survived the assassination. Not because he is the strongest, but because in that operation, he stood the farthest from the battlefield. After projecting a kunao towards the Kinshaozujian, he saw his companions. After attacking the Kinshaozujian, all of them were solved one by the other party. He is afraid. He is afraid. So he chose to give up the assassination mission immediately, turn around and escape the battlefield. He is a waste who gave up his mission and abandoned his former companions because of his cowardice and fear of death. This is a spread out, enough to make him a shame in the ninja world. The murderous aura on Jiaoda suddenly became several times stronger, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes, staring at Tianyu fiercely. Coward, cowardice, greed, stupidity. Following me for greed for money is the stupidest mistake you've ever made in your life. Like a stroll in a garden, walking to Tianyu in front of Jiaodu, looking very embarrassed corner, his tone was flat as if he were stating a simple fact. At this time, he was just standing on the ground, but it's impressive enough. Hee. Are you teaching me a lesson? A face-to-face, was beaten so embarrassed by the other side, just being exposed to the secret deep in my heart. I heard Tianyu's domineering tone again. Jiaoda's face suddenly turned blue. He cursed loudly. You must know that when this uncle was in the ninja world, a kid like you was not born yet. In the next second, his strength exploded in full force, roaring and shouting, tentacle punch. Although a heart was broken by Tianyu's kick, however, due to the grievances of the land, this has little effect on Jiaoda's combat effectiveness. At this time, he decided to teach a lesson to this ignorant boy in front of him. Unleash the full power of earth resentment. At the moment when the voice fell, Zhao Du shot angrily and suddenly punched Tianyu from the air. A sharp black shadow flashed in the air. Jiaoda's wrist was broken directly from the seam, a large number of mysterious black tentacles emerged from the middle, and a heavy punch suddenly stretched out. The power is no less than that of Tsunade Fist, extremely destructive. It can knock down a wall with ease. This is the secret technique in the legend of Taki Ninja Village. Earth resentment. Is it real power? In the face of all the grievances in the corners of the eyes, suddenly stretched, the heavy punch that came from the air, Tianyu's face was very calm, and his dark eyes were as quiet as a deep mountain and an autumn lake. It looks disgusting. Make yourself inhuman and inhumane. Fortunately, the system released the task. You can directly recycle this kind of thing, otherwise, Tianyu will get if you have this thing, you will never implant it in your body. Although the grievances of the earth can indeed bring about a good increase in strength, as the treasure of Taki Ninja Village, using chakra to control the black blood vessel tentacles born in the body can become a ninjutsu suitable for long-distance attacks, but it uses tactics that overwhelm the opponent. Moreover, this black vascular tentacle can also capture the hearts of others, and together with chakra attracts the body, and can even use the different attributes of the heart to use chakra, making the horns an existence that is close to immortality. Moreover, this kind of grievance is extremely strange, and it is very difficult to deal with. Even if it is separated from the main body, it can freely move its tentacles like a living creature, and the length and shape can be changed at will to deal with all situations. In the state of complete body, Jiaoda will use his remaining 4 hearts. They are all hidden in the depths of resentful Yu's body, and it is impossible to be easily attacked by Tianyu. It can be said that the corner of the current situation, there are almost no dead spots. Just this strength is not enough to threaten me. A smile appeared on Tianyu's mouth, and then he whispered 8-door Dunjia. The first door, open the door, open. Second door, the closing door, open. The third gate, the gate of life, open. The fourth door, the injury door, open. After several low-pitched shouts, Tianyu directly opened the 8 doors to the fourth door, the injury door. The violent green chakra burst out from Tianyu's body in an instant, releasing extremely amazing energy. Hoo! The violent green chakra on Tianyu's body constantly ravages the surrounding air. Clearly visible air currents blow in all directions. And go. This kind of momentum is very domineering, loud and terrifying. Tianyu's current lethality is already very amazing. There was a flash of white light in his hand, and a dark brown leather glove appeared on his right hand. 4-star ninja gear, violent fist, wind attribute. Has a 300% crit chance and randomly triggers small wind ninjutsu. After wearing this furious glove, it is enough to strengthen Tianyu's current power by more than 3 times. Let his current combat power once again advance to a very terrifying realm. Bring it on. The moment the voice fell, Tianyu turned into a phantom. The grudge tentacles who were attacking were punched and met them head-on. With a punch, the gust of wind picked up. The violent airflow accompanied by Tianyu's fist blasted out, turning into dense small wind blades in an instant. These small sharp wind blades, under the control of Tianyu, condensed directly around his violent fist, wrapping his fist completely. Between lightning and flint, Tianyu's fist slammed into the opposite tentacle. Boom! After a deafening explosion, then the violent airflow swept away in all directions. Countless sand, gravel, dust were raised high, and the terrifying aftermath was like a small explosion. Tianyu's fist, with one punch, not only did the tentacles of Jiaoda smash into pieces, and he also rushed in the direction of those black lines, punching the body of Jiaoda with a punch. The terrifying power attached to Tianyu's fist instantly slammed into Jiaoda's body. Boom! In the smoke, Koto's body is like a kite with a broken string, flew out from the battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. In a puff of smoke, the corners in the distance coughed up blood and spat out some broken internal organs. In the blow just now, he was kicked by the opponent and shattered a heart. Jiaodu's eyes sank, murderous, awe-inspiring, the same physical technique as the Konoha Blue Beast. Hee, the information I collected before was only about your ninja equipment. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful strength in taijutsu, since you are such an extraordinary opponent. Then it seems necessary to let you see my true strength. Feeling the extraordinary strength of the young man in front of him, as well as the oppression brought by the ninja tools he controlled, as well as the powerful physique after he opened the 8-dun armor, I saw all the horns gritted their teeth, the huge chakra on the body erupted in large quantities. As the horns suddenly bent down, his grief suddenly bulged, as if some terrifying monster was about to emerge from his body, breaking the clothes on his back. At this time, the people watching the battle from a distance saw, Jiaodu's body was actually full of wounds sealed with black threads, just like a shoddy puppet, not a normal human being. He's a monster. Sunflower in the distance covered her mouth with her hands and couldn't help exclaiming. Witnessed with his own eyes that he was kicked again with a broken heart, and he was able to stand up from the ground like nothing else. Is this something normal humans can do? A normal person, how can there be 2 hearts in the body? In the blink of an eye, 3 monsters wearing masks suddenly sprang from Jiaodu's back. 1 blue face, 1 green face, and 1 red face. The 3 masked monsters are different from each other, but they are also composed of countless dark blood vessel tentacles, twisting and twisting behind Jiaodu. Sunflower is right. At this moment, Jiaodu's body has completely detached from the human form, and he can no longer be regarded as a pure human being. The joints of the limbs are all connected by black blood vessel tentacles, and the wide mouth spit out a bunch of black tentacles that are constantly twisting. Just looking at it is enough to make people shudder. 3 masks. There are still 3 kinds of ninjutsu that change the nature of chakra. Don't hesitate to expose all 3 of your hearts at once. Is this a decision to fight me to the death? Seeing the corners in front of me, the strongest force of earth resentment erupted. In addition to the 2 hearts that had been broken by him, he actually stimulated his remaining 3 hearts at the same time, releasing his full power. Tianyu narrowed his eyes. My heart also became cautious. Wind escape oppression. At this time, with the deep voice from Jiaodu's mouth, I saw the monster with the blue mask on his back, and instantly condensed a powerful wind attribute chakra in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a huge and constantly spreading storm ball blasted towards Tianyu in an instant, drowning his body. This super B-level wind escape ninjutsu, after the change in the nature of the Kaira wind attribute chakra, has reached the ultimate lethality. It is displayed by the masked monster, and the wind in the air is compressed into a high density and then formed into a super heavy storm bomb like a dragon whirlwind. Once it hits the target, it will explode in an instant, sweeping away all objects with the extreme ultra-high wind, and the formed storm vortex will carry out indiscriminate attacks in a wide range, causes massive damage to the target and its surroundings. I won't kill you so easily, cunning brat. If that's the case, it's boring. All over the body, countless pitch-black linear tentacles continue to spread. Looking at Tianyu, who was swallowed up by the powerful Feng Dun released by the Feng Dun mask in front of him, Jiaodu's tone was a little more playful. Kill it? How is it possible? With this kind of garbage ninjutsu, however, the voice of Jiaodu just fell. In front of the road where the entire ground was destroyed, a huge deep pit was formed, and Tianyu rushed out from the inside holding the sunwheel knife. This level of fighting, it's just a warm-up for me. I can't even break my barrier. This level of ninjutsu has no lethal power to me. Enchantment barrier. The flying dust slowly dissipated. In the pupils whose corners are slightly shrunk, I saw the young man in front of him holding a white crystal, standing on the spot with his hands behind his back. In front of him, a huge arc-shaped transparent barrier was propped up. For a long time, the enchantment stone he only used to shield others from seeing and hearing actually had a good defensive power. Its defense is enough to block all the damage of ninjutsu of B rank and below. The entire ground of the rear guard has been completely destroyed by the powerful wind escape ninjutsu released by the wind escape monster just now, but only the ground under Tianyu's feet is as intact as himself, and the mask on his face even has a trace of it. No scratches appeared. Che, nasty brat. What trouble? Seeing Tianyu and his own wind escape mask monster, under the attack of the released wind tunnel ninjutsu, they were all unscathed. And not yet I know when there is such a new one, which can release a ninja tool that is enough to defend a B-rank ninjutsu barrier. Jiaodu clenched his teeth, almost biting off the tentacles that came out of his mouth. For a while, he also felt a headache in his heart. This little devil. How many strange ninja tools do you have in your hands? In the battle, he has been controlling all kinds of strange ninja tools. It just makes my scalp feel numb. I must dig out your heart, and then take your body and the ninja tools in your hand to sell for money. In Jiaodu's eyes, there is unstoppable madness. In his emerald green pupils, there were red bloodshots all over him, and he was already furious with this little devil in front of him, and he wanted to kill him immediately to vent his anger. Wind Escape Oppression. In the mouth of the wind attribute monster mask of Jiaodu, the wind attribute chakra is condensed here, forming a huge wind escape chakra ball, but the action of Jiaodu did not end here. Lay done pseudo-darkness. A low voice sounded. I saw a monster with a thunderbolt mask on its back, immediately released a powerful thunder ninjutsu. A beam of incomparable thunder of Rulai shot out from the left towards Tianyu frantically, and the entire ground beneath his feet was cut open by this powerful power. Huo Dun head hard. Not only that, but a series of low voices sounded. At the same time as the thunderbolt ninjutsu was released, another fiery mask monster on Jiaoda's back spurted out a huge scorching fireball. The terrifying high temperatures seemed to be able to turn everything in front of him into ashes. With the blessing of Wind Dun Ninjutsu, the attack range of Fire Dun Ninjutsu instantly increased several times. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of red flames that can devour everything. The entire road to Konoha was covered. The huge momentum created by these three ninjutsu, even the side has already fought thousands of moves, Hydian and Tsunade, who couldn't tell the winner for a while. For a while, he couldn't help but stare at the situation from the corner of his eyes. Ha ha ha, the junk in the corners, 2 hearts have been kicked to pieces. I didn't expect him to have such a day, to be forced into such a desolate situation. It really made me laugh to death. Seeing his comrade lose in battle, not only did Feijuan not have the slightest worry in his eyes, but he laughed out loud, as if he had discovered something very interesting. Don't laugh at others, you will be the next one to end up here. Tsunade's apricot eyes were round, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. She raised the tracking bow in her hand, and another green chakrali arrow flew in the direction of the flying section. What a tough woman. Feijuan hurriedly raised his sickle to resist the flying arrow. When he fought against Tsunade before, he was attacked from a distance like her. Using the chakra arrows he shot as cover, and the wisps made him suffer in the battle. If you can't get the other party's blood all the time, you can't start the sacrifice of the evil god. He was also bothered for a while. His face became a little more annoyed, and he scolded loudly. If it weren't for this nasty broken vow, I already sacrificed you stinky woman to the evil god. Tsunade didn't talk nonsense with him, and manipulated the huge slug under his feet, and then rushed in the direction of Feijuan. The figures of the two men fought together again. It's hard to tell the winner for a while. 3 powerful ninjutsu above B rank. The wind ninjutsu is the wind pressure, the fire ninjutsu works hard, the thunder ninjutsu walks. These 3 different attributes of ninjutsu, no matter which one is taken out, is enough to kill a ninja with the strength of the ninja in an instant. At this time, Kakuto unleashes these 3 powerful ninjutsu at the same time. The chakras of the 3 attributes are intertwined in the air, forming a more powerful compound ninjutsu. There is a huge sea of fire on the ground. In an instant, this side of the world was all swallowed up and turned into a raging sea of fire. Above the head, blue and white arcs, constantly flickering, from different corners, they slashed down irregularly towards where Tianyu was, smashing deep pits one after another on the ground. An echoing ninjutsu that is enough to achieve S-rank lethality. With this trick, Jiaodu once defeated a strong man with shadow-level strength head-on. At this time, Jiaodu also had the confidence to let that kid die under his powerful ninjutsu. Compound ninja technique, flame thunder chaos. The hum of the vibrating air, the crackling of the flames, the clattering of thunderbolts from the sky, all kinds of sounds are intertwined in the air into a symphony-like existence, like thousands of cavalry roaring past them, rushing towards the people below. Excited flames rush to the sky, breaking through the darkness. It almost illuminates the world. In that huge torrent-like impact, there was no sound for a moment between heaven and earth. Such a scene is really too scary. So that the 5 people standing in the distance, including Sunflower, Ching, Hideo, Konoha Scout, and Mute, were completely dumbfounded. They finally knew why Captain Minjaya didn't let them participate in this battle before. At this, under such a powerful and terrifying ninjutsu, I am afraid that with their strength, they will be killed if they can't even hold on for one round. In such a scene, a word suddenly appeared in their minds. Hell. That's right, the so-called 18 layers of hell in the legend. I'm afraid that's not the case, right? The mountain of swords and the sea of fire. The sky is struck by thunder. There was a shudder in their hearts. Especially Ching and Hideo, knowing that the 2 people in front of them were wearing red auspicious cloud patterns on a black background. When he was the mastermind behind the previous casino, immediately, I couldn't stop sweating. There was a chill down my spine, cold sweat Linlin. Fortunately, when they broke into the casino before, they didn't meet these 2 people behind the scenes. Fortunately, their Captain Mingyu came to rescue them soon, so that they could get out of the casino safely. At this time, their hearts have long been remorseful. I couldn't help but secretly scolded myself in my heart for being extremely reckless. Facts have proved that Captain Mingyu's previous approach was the most correct. Breathing of water, the type of the second type endless life. An azure water stream, like a blue satin-like ribbon, floated around Tianyu. Tianyu reappeared, his sun will knife in his hand, the chakra in his body surged, and then he released his own knife technique. Breathing of water, the type of the second type endless life. Breathing of water, the type of the second type endless life. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. Looking up at the man who was rushing towards him, like a mountain of swords in a sea of fire, a powerful ninjutsu that seems to come from hell, a faint smile appeared on Tianyu's mouth. Isn't it high-level ninjutsu? Who will not? His sun blade can also burst out enough to resist this move's strength. Even in Ghost Extinguishing World, a move that has not been developed until the end of the plot, belongs to the Breath of Water. Tianyu has researched this sword technique to the extreme and created the 12th style that has never been shown in front of others. Live endlessly. In the sword technique of water breathing, the only trick that is not used to attack, on the battlefield, Xiao Du has completely lost sight of Tianyu, because it has been completely buried by the sea of fire that filled the sky just now. Ha, ha. Kaoru gasped heavily, and released 3 B-rank ninjutsu in succession, which still consumed a huge amount of chakra in his body. However, no one who was hit by this move in ninjutsu has been able to get out alive, not even a shadow-level powerhouse. But before this kid used a hammer, a glove, and an enchantment cover, the methods are really endless. Corner shook his head. No, can't call him a kid anymore. After all, he is a man known as the Black God of Death. He is indeed a man who can be regarded as an opponent by him. He can break 2 of his own hearts, which is enough to prove his strength. It's just a pity, under such lethal ninjutsu, his body was probably burned to the ground. Whether it was to exchange his body for money or to take his heart, it seemed impossible now. The corners sighed, some regrets, but no regrets. This kid has too many tricks. If he is given another chance to take action, I am afraid it will really pose a great threat to himself. So Zhao didn't dare to be careless, so he directly used the strongest ninjutsu move that he could unleash now. At all costs, he must be killed here. Kang! No violent explosions, no thunderous rumblings, yes, only like a knife cutting a bean, the rotten kind of light-flowing sound. If someone could see the sword technique that Tianyu was using at this time, they would definitely drop their jaw in shock. Because the world, no one has ever used a knife in this way. One after another, blue water flows around Tianyu, like the notes of music, and like the ribbons flying in the air, winding Tianyu's side layer by layer, and its regular direction, spinning round after round. It seems ordinary, but if you are attentive, you will find that every time the blue sword chi rotates, the flames and thunder and lightning surrounding him become weaker. That's right, the first and second style of the Breath of Water created by Tianyu, the only greeting that is not used for attack, has the powerful power to resolve some attacks. This is Tianyu's current swordsmanship in Breath of Water, the highest comprehension that can be attained. The highest good is like water, water conservancy, and all things without contention, but it can quietly moisten everything and make everything invisible. At this time, Xiaodu also suddenly noticed something was wrong. He released the sea of fire formed by the compound ninjutsu, which was enough to burn for 3 days and 3 nights on this battlefield. And it's only been a few minutes at this time. Those flames are getting smaller little by little at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this going? In the heart of Xiaodu, immediately there was a strong sense of crisis. At this time, the first ray of sunshine in the morning, piercing the thick clouds and shining on the ground, I don't know when, the dark night has quietly retreated, and on the top of the eastern mountain, a splendid colorful sky rises. The bright and somewhat dazzling sunlight fell on this rocky and ravaged battlefield. Wanlai is silent, not even the sound of birds chirping, only a young boy as clear and sweet sounded, "I'm not dead yet, sorry to disappoint you." The hellish scene just now disappeared suddenly, whether it was the huge sea of fire or the thunder in the sky, it disappeared at this moment, as if all the scenes that had just appeared were just an illusion. The boy wearing umbu clothes, the mask on his face did not show a trace of damage, and the whole person stood in front of Xiaodu intact. How is this possible? Xiaodu's body swayed, watching this scene in disbelief. On the face of the young man, there was a gentle smile that could be called genial, and he said as elegantly as a noble son, "Nothing is impossible, all-powerful ninjutsu will eventually have a way to crack. Your strength is indeed very strong, but there will always be someone stronger than you in this world." The corners looked at him almost frantically. A 12-year-old boy, he actually took over the most powerful killing move of the S-level lethality he just issued. When his eyes fell on the long knife in the boy's hand, his expression was startled. Knife technique. That's right. Tianyu nodded, who said swordsmanship can only be used for attack, not for defense. Tianyu has long known the importance of defensive ninjutsu, so Tianyu has been constantly making breakthroughs in this area and developing his own defensive ninjutsu in the process of practicing with Meikai. In the Naruto world, every defensive ninjutsu is famous. Gaara's empty sand wall, sandpaper armor, sand shield, Hinata clan's Hushin, Uchiha clan's offensive and defensive integrated Susanoo, the first Hokage's 5-fold Rashomon. Many of them are the existence of the so-called absolute defense. And this trick developed by Tianyu is unstoppable, which is his own absolute defense. Your strongest move is nothing more than that, right? Tianyu asked calmly. But the corner standing opposite him, but suddenly cold sweat Linlin, eyes cannot help but become deeper. At this moment, Xiaoda just mobilized the little chakra left in his body. When he was about to release his Thunderbolt ninjutsu again to attack, time seems to have stopped at this moment. Tianyu no longer intends to give him another chance to take action. Duman, open. Jingman, open. In the eyes that suddenly widened, I saw a touch of black that was approaching the extreme, reaching a speed that is almost invisible to the naked eye. It has already rushed towards him. In the terrified eyes of Jiaodu, Tianyu's double fists attacked very quickly in the air, the chakra attached to the fist rubbed against the air, and even reached a speed sufficient to create a flame. There was not even time to take a breath, and the black chakra scattered from the fist, scattered from the sky like black feathers, and rushed towards the corners on the ground like a machine gun. Night Phoenix, Tianyu shouted loudly. This trick is Tianyu borrowing from teacher Akai. After opening the sixth gate, used the physical skills that came out. However, after Tianyu opened the sixth door, the color of chakra changed a bit. It's not red like teacher Akai, but a black that looks even weirder. At this moment, Tianyu, it's like death is coming, enough to bring endless fear. Oops. At this time, the corner he felt the screeching sound of sudden restlessness in the air, and the hairs on his whole body exploded. Countless grievances spread out from the body, helping Jiao to greatly enhance his perception. At this time, he was keenly aware that the ninjutsu tried by the other party this time was really, extremely dangerous. When he wanted to get up to dodge again, he found that it was too late. All of his retreats have been blocked by the opponent's fist wrapped in black chakra. I didn't expect the opponent's speed to be so elusive. With his 3 masks, he can almost defend in all directions, but he can't escape. The next second, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, stomach, shoulders, arms, thighs. Countless fists, containing extremely powerful power. Jiao Du suddenly felt that he was stunned by the hammer. Under the heavy punch of the opponent, he was smashed into a pile of mud. Last blow, after opening the 6 gates, Tianyu, a dodge appeared beside him, and after Chakra's foot was attached, he stepped on his face fiercely. Boom! The head, which was connected by countless dark blood vessels in the corners, was instantly blasted out by Tianyu. The whole person flew out like a sword full of bowstrings. Along the way, it smashed more than a dozen large trees next to it in one breath, and dragged a long trajectory on the ground. Hateful. The corners of the cheeks and the body of Tianyu's feet, and finally struggled to get up from the ground. The heart of the original native ninjutsu chakra has long been destroyed by the opponent, and the horns without the protection of the native ninjutsu were immediately caused by this successive taijutsu. But he didn't even have time to stand firm, then the whole person stopped in mid-air, and all movements seemed to be slowed down. No, in other words, it wasn't that Jiaodu's movements were slowed down, but Tianyu's speed was speeding up again. Like a black light beam, it flashed through the air, as if to cut the positive space in half, instantly piercing through it. The lay-done mask on Jiaodu's back. Stab it. Before the corners can react, before discovering the fact that his heart had just been pierced by Tianyu, I saw that Tianyu punched him again, and suddenly another punch opened a big hole in his body. Crack, another heart, crushed by Tianyu's bare hands. Aha! Countless dark blood vessel tentacles were cut off by Tianyu. Even the firm-willed Kakito couldn't help but let out a roar. The rage of wanting to live burst out from the green eyes like a ghost fire, as fierce as a wounded beast. At this moment, Jiaodu, who had only one heart left, had completely lost the courage to continue fighting. In his mind at this moment, there is only one thought left: escape. He had to run away quickly, because of the opponent he faced, not a man at all, but a devil. It is a monster that is even more terrifying than his monster. Want to run? A smile appeared on Tianyu's mouth. It's like a hunter who is hunting, ravaging the prey he already has at his fingertips. Ended. You, who always advertised that you once fought with the god of Ninja World, are still running away like a bereaved dog. What's the use of living for so long? It's just a meaningless symbol that has been eliminated by the times. Tianyu's eyes were locked on Jiaodu, who was fleeing rapidly into the distance and wanted to leave this battlefield. In his hand, a grass pheasant's sword appeared. Then hold the hilt of the sword, as if throwing a hidden weapon, he threw the grass pheasant's sword in his hand fiercely forward. Change. While the grass pheasant's sword continued to shoot in the air, it was also constantly changing. 1 2 2 4 4 8. He stepped forward with his long sword, reflecting the cold light in the air, shrouding the whole world under the sword's edge. Cut. With a low voice from Tianyu, it seems that this space will be smashed by Tianyu's long sword. Boom. Countless earth, rocks and trees were smashed by the long sword flying from the sky, turning into dust and sawdust flying everywhere. Several smashing sounds rang out at the same time, and the sound was deafening. In the cold light of countless slashes, no matter how many resentful tentacles are on Jiaodu's body as a resistance, it will not help, and they will all be cut off. The tentacle that was protected by the grudge of the earth and the deepest part, at the same time, as the heart that contains the only hope for Kakito to survive, finally, under the turns of countless swords and arrows, pierced by a sword. Kodo, die. Ding. Earth grievance ontology has been detected. Do you want to absorb it? In Tianyu's mind, a sound from the system came. He nodded and said softly, absorb. Tianyu felt an invisible force seeping out of his body, towards the small black ball on the ground, which was being peeled off from Jiaodu's body and was about to escape. Squeak! The small black briquette seemed to make a sharp scream, then suddenly disappeared from the air. God knows, it is already absorbed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, absorb the grudges. System reward, puppet doll forging blueprint. In his mind, the sound of the system issuing rewards came. But Tianyu didn't have time to check the blueprint, because at this moment, he has more important things to do. This battle is not over yet. Tsunade. Tianyu's eyes are impressive, looking at another battlefield standing in the distance. Tsunade was still fighting with Haidian, and the two were tied. In terms of actual strength, Tsunade's combat effectiveness is actually stronger. But Tsunade has hyperphobia, so try to avoid fighting with him close to yourself, and in order not to see the blood, she was still blindfolded at this time, fighting only by her own perception. Tsunade's best physical skills were restricted, and his vision was restricted. So for a while, it can only be equal to Feijuan. The rest, leave it to me. Tianyu jumped on top of the slug's head, and came to Tsunade's side. The appearance of Tianyu made the two who were engrossed in the battle at this moment stunned. The battle is over on your side, Tsunade asked in surprise. You killed Jiaodu. Feijuan couldn't hide his surprise in his eyes. As Jiaodu's classmate, he knew how difficult an opponent he was. Tianyu did not speak. Since he can appear here, it has already explained everything. But Tsunade still shook his head and sighed. Let me come, you have just finished fighting, and the chakra in your body is running out, right? The kid I'm fighting against is called Haidian, but he's also quite a tough guy. Chakra? I don't lack this thing. The corner of Tianyu's mouth raised a confident smile, flicking his wrist in the air. A dark blue mineral crystal appeared in his hand. Throw in your mouth, bite into pieces. In an instant, blue light circulates in the air. In Tsunade, Haidian, and the surprised gazes of several perceiving ninjas in the distance, there was not much chakra left in Tianyu's body. Like a rising tide, filled up quickly. An hour later, the sun blade in Tianyu's hand flashed, cut off Feijuan's head from his body. After Tianyu already knew about Feijuan's sacrifice to the evil god, he mainly prevented him from obtaining his own blood, and there was nothing to be afraid of except for the evil god ceremony. Dealing with him is much easier than dealing with that guy just now. Damn kid. After Feijuan's head fell to the ground, he was still cursing incessantly, chattering like a shrew. This guy, what's going on? Sunflower and the others came from a distance and looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment, unable to hide their shock in their eyes. The man just now had 5 hearts and had to be killed 5 times before he would truly die, which surprised them quite a bit. I didn't expect this person in front of me to be even more strange, and even his head fell off. He's not dead yet, he's still talking. It's a kind of evil mysticism, with the body of immortality. Tianyu explained simply. It's so weird. Facing Feijuan, who had been separated from the dead body, Sunflower walked into Feijuan's head curiously, and then stared carefully left and right. Wait, be careful. At this moment, beside Feijuan's head, a huge pitcher plant suddenly rose and was released from the ground. A half-black, half-white figure appeared in the pitcher plant. Whoosh whoosh. Several kunao shot in different directions. Tsunade and the others were caught off guard and quickly stepped aside to avoid them. However, Sunflower, who was closest to the flying section, has no time to avoid it. At this time, between the lightning and Flint, on the contrary, Tianyu reacted the fastest, jumping to Sunflower's side at once. With a few clangs, all those flying kunao were knocked down. However, in a time less than a second, but he has given him the chance, Heiju immediately put Feijuan's head in his arms, then he dived in the direction of Feijuan's corpse at a very high speed. Don't think about it. The long sword in Tianyu's hand, in an instant, he was on the only road that Heiju wanted to touch Feijuan's corpse. Click! Heiju and Baiju immediately stopped their footsteps and had to change their body shape. But even so, most of the green leaves of the pitcher plant, along with most of Baiju's body, were cut off by Tianyu with one sword. And just as Tianyu was preparing to pursue the victory, when capturing the members of the Akatsuki organization, Baiju and Heiju saw that this sneak attack had failed. Immediately gave up the idea of stealing Feijuan's body before, and didn't have any nostalgia. Before Tianyu started again, he dived directly into the ground and escaped. As soon as Feijuan sneaked into the bottom, a few people behind Tianyu immediately wanted to catch up. However, Tianyu stopped them and shouted loudly, "Stop chasing, Captain, There is a saying that poor thieves do not chase, and this is what we are facing now." Tianyu explained. If the enemy can be cut down and killed, Tianyu will certainly not let the enemy go. Absolutely. Xiao Organization. Xiao Organization is not a simple block, and absolutely, especially Heiju, its methods are unpredictable. He might not be able to catch up, and he might even provoke other members of the Akatsuki organization to come. With chakra crystals, Tianyu does not lack chakra. But against Pain, who has the Eye of Reincarnation, Tianyu is also difficult to resist. Clean up the battlefield, take the enemy's body with us, and let's return to Konoha. God has issued an order, incredibly majestic. Yes, Captain Minjiu. Sunflower replied in a loud voice. Ching and Hideo on the side did not dare to disobey Tianyu's order this time, and followed Sunflower to clean up Jiaodu's body. Boy, yes. Tsunade looked at Tianyu with gleaming eyes and said aloud, such combat power. I'm afraid it's stronger than me. At the end of the battle, Tianyu adjusted his state in an instant, just like usual. Tsunade-sama is joking. If there is no help from Tsunade-sama in this battle, our Umbu team will explain it here. What Tianyu said was not a scene. With his current strength, with a pair of 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, very difficult. Ha ha ha, you little bastard can talk. Tsunade laughed loudly, and then handed the bow on his body to Tianyu. Here, this thing is back to you. Tianyu smiled. He didn't reach for the tracking bow. This bow is given to Tsunade-sama as a thank you gift for your help. Tsunade shook his head and rejected Tianyu's proposal. How is this possible? One thing is one thing. Shooting to help you, this is the reward for helping me win money at the casino. This bow is not in our agreement. While speaking, Tsunade took 2 steps forward and handed the bow back to Tianyu. This tracking bow is naturally a very good bow, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is an artifact. Good things are naturally what everyone wants, and Tsunade is no exception. But she still held back her heart and returned the tracking bow to Tianyu. Winning a little money in the casino is not equal to this hard battle. This bow is an additional reward, and it's here for you. Sir Tsunade, don't push me. It would be hypocritical to reprimand it anymore. Tianyu smiled. Well, since you said so, I will accept it. Tsunade also responded generously. Tsunade asked again, are you going back to Konoha? Tianyu nodded. Okay, let me act with you. It is not good for Tsunade to part ways with Tianyu after getting the tracking bow as a gift from Tianyu. So Ganghan decided to escort Tianyu all the way back to Konoha, and if there is another battle in the middle, she can help out and return the bow. I haven't been back to Konoha for many years, just in time to see how Konoha is doing now. Tianyu did not refuse Tsunade's request. Soon, the Umbu team cleaned up the corpse of Kakuto. Tianyu and his party rushed to Konoha again. After 2 days, Konoha, Naruto office. Tianyu, it's really hard for you this time. Sarutobi Hyazan praised Tianyu in front of him with great sigh. This is what I should do, Hokage-sama. Hearing Tianyu's return, he carefully read the written return on record several times. After a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed and said, I will upgrade this quest to an A-level quest. Tianyu, don't make a mistake when you go to collect the quest reward. You have received a B-level quest. Old man, are you too stingy, mentioning about A-level missions? I'll ask you, can a normal S-rank mission be dangerous for this mission? The voice of dissatisfaction resounded through the Hokage office. In the face of Naruto, it is disrespectful. Under normal circumstances, a bunch of other Umbu ninjas lurking in the dark have already subdued the people who exited. But now, Naruto's office has no Umbu ninjas in action. After all, the person who said this was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the Princess Tsunade Heim of Konoha. They don't dare to make trouble with Tsunade. And, okay, then mention S-class. Got slapped by Tsunade. Sarutobi Hyazan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This is just a trivial matter for Sarutobi Hyazan, and it can also sell the face of Tianyu and Tsunade at the same time. Why not do this kind of thing? Thank you, Hokage-sama. Tianyu responded unhurriedly. Okay Tianyu, if you have nothing to do, you can go down first. The old man and Tsunade haven't seen each other for many years, so our teachers and students can have a good reminiscence. Yes, Hokage-sama. Tianyu didn't want to stay in the Hokage office for a long time, so he left the Hokage office. As for what idea Sarutobi Hyazan had in his heart, it had nothing to do with him anyway. He didn't care at all. I haven't seen this girl Tian Tian for a long time, and I don't know how far this little girl has cultivated. Go back and have a look. Thinking of Tian Tian, a knowing smile appeared at the corner of Tianyu's mouth. I've been away from home for so long, and when I go back, I don't know what this girl is worried about. It is estimated that he will become a follower, sticking to his side for a few days before giving up. Team leader, Captain Minjayu. As soon as they came out, they met Sunflower, Haru, and Sea Island from the Umbu team. The compatriots we rescued in the country of Soup have already seen Lord Naruto, and Lord Naruto has assigned him to other positions. When Ching and Hideo heard the words, they lowered their heads and couldn't look into each other's eyes. They are ashamed of Tianyu and have no face to see Tianyu. Go and collect the task bonus, and then go home and have a good rest for a while. Kindness. Sunflower responded first. This mission, if it wasn't for Captain Minjayu, she might have died this time. This mission is too dangerous. And I saw an enemy with 5 hearts, and an enemy who didn't die after beheading. Sunflower's worldview is about to collapse. She really needs to rest for a while and adjust her mentality. Captain Minjayu, can I come to see you occasionally during the vacation? Tianyu raised his brows. He really didn't expect Sunflower to say such a thing. Sure. Tianyu Bao replied quickly with a smile. Team, Captain. Ching and Hideo came to Tianyu hesitantly, but they still did not dare to raise their heads completely. What's the matter? Is something wrong? As soon as the words came out, Tianyu was taken aback. He knew what King Hideo was looking for him. During the period of the Land of Soup, King He Island, as a member of the Umbu, did not obey the orders of the captain of the Dark Army and acted privately, almost making the entire team unable to return to Konoha. No captain would have any good feelings for such a subordinate in such a matter. And Tianyu just saw Hokage report on this mission. King He Island has a heart hanging up. Don't worry, I didn't speak ill of you to Hokage-sama. I reported the process of this mission to Hokage-sama objectively, and also told Hokage-sama that you are also thinking of Konoha's compatriots. Lord Hokage is there. Ching said hesitantly. Tianyu shook his head. Lord Hokage didn't mention you. Okay, after this mission, everyone is tired, hurry back and rest. After saying that, Tianyu turned around and left. From behind, there was the excited voice of King He Island after the catastrophe. We are still in Umbu. Thank you, Lord Tianyu. Tianyu didn't speak, and went straight to the reward receiving office to receive the resources for this mission reward, and walked towards his home. King He Island is still too naive. Although Tianyu did not give them small shoes, although the spies lurking in the land of Tang also spoke for them, but, as an old conspirator Hiruzen Sarutobi, do you think he really likes this kind of ninja who ignores the overall situation, violates the orders of the superiors, and acts privately? Sarutobi Hizen will definitely deal with Harawahima, but not now. And this disposition can't be stated explicitly. Umbu. Haru and Kojima will definitely not be able to stay any longer, not just Umbu, other in Konoha for a good position in the center. Sarutobi Hizen will not arrange it for them. Analyzing the situation of the enemy and ourselves without thinking, disobeying the orders of the superior, and privately colluding with others to act against the superior's order, making the situation more serious for one's own side. Such people, how could Sarutobi Hizen reuse them? Shook his head, Tianyu threw all these troublesome thoughts out of his mind. Well, do you want to bring a present for Tian Tian? Tianyu hummed a little tune and walked towards her house happily with brisk footsteps. Naruto office, Sarutobi Hizen looked at Tsunade who was a little impatient with a smile on his face. Tsunade, come back, don't leave silently. Old man, I said it before, I just came back to see. Tsunade immediately had a showdown with Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'm definitely going to leave, don't think about letting me stay, you can't keep it. Tsunade, the third Hokage, are getting old, and maybe I will be gone that day. Sarutobi Hizen is not discouraged either, rode slowly. There is no one in Konoha who can hold the position of the fifth Hokage. It just so happens that you're back, Tsunade, you can't run away. Tsunade immediately shook his head. It's not right, I'm not right. Whoever loves to be this Hokage will be, anyway, I'm not right. Tsunade, Konoha is your grandpa and second grandfather built it together. Do you have the heart to watch Konoha go into decline? Old man, I said I have to leave, don't use these crooked minds. Tsunade said firmly, if you say these words again, believe it or not, I will leave now. Seeing Tsunade's appearance that he would rather be a broken piece of jade than a complete tile, Hiruzen Sarutobi twitched his cheeks. Naruto. This is the highest position of Konoha, in the entire ninja world, he is also the top #1 person. Tsunade, can you please stop being so disgusting? Okay, don't talk about it, I won't talk about this anymore. Finished. Sarutobi Hizen immediately changed his face, a very serious face. Tsunade, Tianyu is with you on this mission. Please tell me the details again. Tsunade raised his eyebrows. What is there to say? Didn't Tianyu report to you? That's right, old man. Didn't you just say that the fifth Hokage has no choice? What do you think about that kid Tianyu? I think he's pretty good. It's okay to be human and strong, the only fly in the ointment is that you are too young. But it's alright, old man, your body is tough, and you can still work for many years. When you are dead, Tianyu was in his prime at that time. Tsunade's eyes shone brightly. The more she said, she also felt that Tianyu was the best successor of the 5 generations Hokage. Looking at Tsunade, who was getting more and more excited, Hizen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. The enemy, you really didn't kill it? Of course not. Tsunade stopped speaking, and stared at Sarutobi Hizen in disbelief. Old man, don't you believe that Tianyu is so strong? He's an Umbu ninja. You won't tell me that you still don't know his strength? You still have to ask me such a question. He has shown strength before, and he has never reached such a height. Shaking his head, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a long breath. This time the opponent, that is the corner of the capital. People of the same era as the first Hokage, although not as good as the first Hokage, but he is also corner. When Sarutobi Hizen was still a little devil, he was already a famous person. Lived for so many years, 5 hearts, in addition to the secret treasure of Taki Ninja Village. To be honest, Hiruzen Sarutobi was facing Kakakuto, and he didn't dare to say that this Hokage could win. But Tianyu brought back the head of Jiaodu in this mission. This really exceeded his previous estimate of the kid's strength. Even in front of him just now, the kid had already reported the specific process of this incident to him, and he still felt unbelievable in his heart. Tsunade, are you sure you didn't help Tianyu deal with Jiaodu together? Where am I free? You don't know my current situation, and you don't know why I left Konoha in the first place. When Tianyu fought Jiaodu again, I was facing Jiaodu's comrade. It was a monster whose head wouldn't die. I couldn't protect myself. Sarutobi Hiyazaki. Tianyu, this god. Before Sarutobi Hizen thought more, Tsunade on the side was unhappy. Known as the Tsunade of Princess Konoha, although she has been away from Konoha for many years, this is still the Konoha she is familiar with. That's why her princess-like temper comes up as soon as she says it. Hey, old man, Tianyu has done a great job this time, you can't do some small things to him. For such a talented person, even if you don't treat him as Hokage's successor, you will be promoted anyway. Captain Umbu, tisk. Tsunade smacked his lips in disgust. This position is a piece of shit. When trouble comes, don't you still have to rush up like cannon fodder? Tsunade got the tracking bow sent by Tianyu before, and liked this ninja tool very much. Tsunade owed this kid a favor. And Tsunade liked the way this kid behaved before. At first glance, he is a very smart kid, and his strength is quite good. So Tsunade brought it up at this time. What are you thinking? How could I count against Konoha's people? As Hokage, you have to be suspicious of everyone. But you are so optimistic about Tianyu, that's all, then I won't try his loyalty. Immediately, Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth and smiled. Let's not talk about the successor of Hokage, but promotion. Kindness. Tianyu has indeed made a great contribution this time, and he really deserves a promotion. There is also something Sarutobi didn't say, because of lack of information. According to Tianyu and Tsunade, the two of them were wearing uniforms, windbreakers with red auspicious clouds on a black background. It's like a powerful figure. An unknown force. 5 hearts, beheaded without death. A very strange force. And this force can absorb characters like Jiaodu. This force should not be underestimated. It seems that more people are sent to inquire about the information. Rain Country, Xiao Organization Base, Yahiko, who was controlled by Uzumaki Nagato, stared at a pair of mind-blowing reincarnation eyes, and looked at the head of Feijuan that he brought back. His voice was a little low. Black Death God. Konoha really can't be underestimated. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh, beside Yahiko, sheets of white paper gathered together, forming a rare beauty. Xiao Nand Pain, what do you want to do? Does that even need to be said? The Xiao organization has not yet started to act, and some companions have been killed. If we don't deal with the people who killed our companions, how can we, who have not taken action so far, make the members of the Xiao organization feel at ease? Xiao Nan, go collect information on this black god of death, and let me know as soon as you have any news. I see. Xionin replied coldly, then turned into scraps of paper and flew away. Konoha, Black Death God. In the dark place, a masked man muttered these words in a low voice, then tilted his head, as if thinking about something new. Xiao organizes to live on the ground. Yahiko looked at Haidian with only the head left, and didn't know what to say for a while. Sighed, can you recover by yourself? The horns are dead, but no one can help Feijuan sew up the body. This cannot. Only the flying section of the head is also extremely depressing. Akatsuki is based on the ground, silent. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Even with the eyes of reincarnation, Yahiko can't have the ability to restore Haidian's body like Kakuto. The eyes of reincarnation are not omnipotent. Reincarnation eye does have a very anti-sky trick. The art of reincarnation, this is a powerful forbidden technique that can bring back many dead people who have been turned into powder, but the price is that the life of the messenger will be absorbed. For a flying segment, pain, no, Uzumaki Nagato will definitely not use such tricks. And it's embarrassing to use. The art of reincarnation is the art of bringing the dead back to life. Although Feijuan has only one head, but he is still alive. The art of reincarnation, it doesn't work for this special guy like Feijuan, let me try. At this moment, Obito walked out with a mask and a low voice. I have a way to get him back. Feijuan, who only had his head left, was surprised when he saw the person coming. Hooligan. Yahiko was silent for a while, and then introduced to Haidian. A Fei is just his pseudonym. His true identity is Madara, Uchiha Madara. Fiden, Madara's identity is only known to me, and now there is one more you. After a pause, Yahiko continued, don't let me hear rumors of Madara Uchiha talking outside. Only the flying section of the head can still make a normal expression. Just like by Feijuan's mouth opened wide in shock by this news, the whole person, no, the whole head was stunned. Spot, spot. Spot, Uchiha Madara. Haidian was brought into the pit by Yahiko. To be precise, he was brought into the pit by Uzumaki Nagato. Really recognized Uchiha Obito with a mask in front of him, Uchiha Madara. Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense. Recalling Yahiko's last threatening remark, Haidian responded immediately. He is immortal, but he was also afraid of pain. Pain's eyes are the eyes of the 6 Path Immortals. There are ancient rumors that the 6 Path Immortals have a seal technique to raise their hands to create the moon. He is afraid that Pain will also use him to make a little moon. Uchiha Obito pretended to be Madara. When he came to Feijuan's head, he walked around Feijuan's head a few times, and then he lifted Feijuan's head. I'll take the flying section with me, go! Pain. Pretending to be Yahiko, he borrowed Yahiko's corpse from Uzumaki Nagato, and responded to Uchiha Obito, who was wearing a mask and pretended to be Uchiha Madara. Ah, that's right, Uchiha Obito stopped. I heard a very interesting thing from you just now. Black God of Death, Kanaha. The Akatsuki organization cannot be exposed at this stage, so leave this to me too. Pain frowned. Madara Uchiha. Even Madara Uchiha can't make people die silently, right? Well, Uzumaki Nagato still thinks Uchiha Obito is Uchiha Madara. Watching Pain pause, a dull sound came out of his mouth. Uchiha Obito saw through Pain's mind. Uzumaki Nagato, who had been obsessed with the death of his companion, naturally couldn't bear to see his companion in the Akatsuki organization he created without success. Obito said, I don't need to shoot. Did you forget that there is a partner in Konoha who worked with us a few years ago? Let him help out. On the streets of Konoha, Tianyu, who walked out of Hokage's office after another trip to Umbu, after handing over all the contents of this mission, of course, the report he submitted surprised Kakashi, who was the minister of Umbu at this time. To be able to fight against a strong man like Kakuto, is Tianyu's strength actually so strong? It's growing too fast, isn't it? Or is it that he has never exploded his full strength before? These two possibilities, no matter which one is in reality, it's enough to make you feel terrified. Minister, if nothing happens, in the next period of time, I will not take up the task and go on vacation, Tianyu said to Kakashi. Yeah, Kakashi nodded. Tianyu turned around and was about to leave Umbu. However, just as he was about to leave, he seemed to suddenly think of something, then he turned around and looked at Kakashi with a very serious look. Kakashi felt a little more nervous. Hastily asked, what, is there anything else you didn't mention in the mission report you submitted earlier? Or any other information about the group that wears red clouds on a black background? No matter what kind of information, it is very important to the current Konoha, the mysterious organization that is hidden under the darkness and unknown. There are actually two monsters, Jiaodu and Feijuan, who are already close to the shadow level strength. The existence of this organization is a considerable threat to Konoha, so Kakashi, as the minister of Umbu, does not dare to be sloppy. No. Tianyu shook his head, then he asked earnestly, I just want to know, during the time I'm on vacation, is there still a base salary for Umbu? Kakashi was obviously startled. After a few seconds, I realized what the other party was asking. He let out a long sigh of relief, resting his forehead speechlessly, and said helplessly, yes, you don't have to worry about this. The normal Umbu borrowed scrolls and received ninja tools and other benefits, right? He asked again. Have. Kakashi has black lines all over his head. Isn't your family rich? He even cares so much about the basic salary and the benefits of Umbu members. With that serious expression just now, Kakashi thought he was going to tell him some important information, which really shocked him. After listening to Kakashi's words, a very satisfied smile appeared on Tianyu's face. Okay, then I can rest assured to go on vacation, Mr. Minister, goodbye. After speaking, Tianyu turned around and walked away. Die laughing. No matter how rich the family is, he also has to care about his salary. This is Tianyu's very clear consciousness as a migrant worker. And Kakashi behind him, the expression on his face suddenly became very complicated. Taking off Umbu's clothes, Tianyu put on the white round neck robe that he often wears, leisurely strolled towards the direction of the home. In the next period of time, it's a very relaxing holiday for Tianyu. This is also a very rare leisure time. After Tianyu submitted the task before, he received a lot of commission. Originally it was only a B-level task, and the commission was only about 3 million. However, this mission, when the situation came out, not only did he encounter the ambush of the Shangnan level team, but also encountered powerful enemies such as Jiaodu and Feijuan. With the help of Tsunade, the mission level has also been upgraded from the original B level to an S level mission. The rewards that Tianyu and his team received were as much as 50 million. According to the company distribution problem of the Umbu team, each team member can get a 10% commission. As the team leader, Tianyu can get the remaining 70% of the commission. That is exactly 35 million taels. It is worth the price of the head of Asma, the son of the 3 generations of Hokage, the elite of Konoha Sarutobi in Konoha village. This kind of remuneration is quite high among the task remuneration of the entire village. It has to be said that ninjas are indeed a very rich profession. Of course, when he issued commissions, except for Sunflowers, Ching, the 2 people from the island, both blushing and wanting to refuse the commission for this mission, because in the process of this mission, they really didn't help much, and they also caused a lot of trouble to the captain. If it weren't for the presence of the Heavenly Emperor, they would probably have died outside this time. However, Tianyu let them accept it. They all risk their lives to make money as ninjas. Let's do everything according to the rules in Umbu, to save trouble. Therefore, Ching and Hideo could only accept it. At this time, Kali remitted a huge sum of money to Tianyu, and it was the first time that he had so much money in his pocket. Although he was not short of money before, he only had a few 100,000 taels of living expenses at most, and he was still a little far from the word Kiwachwo. Moreover, this money is the first commission Tianyu got for the first time he performed the mission, still very memorable. So Tianyu decided, use the money to buy some gifts for your family. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Tianyu started a very local buying behavior. The first is a gift from my father. My father likes to drink the most. Tianyu went to the medicine hotel opened by the Nara family. Customer, what do you want to see? Our family mainly sells deer blood wine, which is very nourishing, and the effect is very good. Our deer blood wine is very famous in the whole country of fire. Ninjas drink it to nourish the body and repair dark wounds, and ordinary people drink it to strengthen their body and prolong their life. With just one glass of wine a day, you can live to 99. The clerk introduced it to Tianyu very enthusiastically. Tianyu nodded. The deer blood wine of the Nara family is indeed very famous, and he has heard of it before. Then give me a hit. How much? How much? The clerk was dumbfounded. A dozen. A dozen is 12, a full 12 bottles of deer blood wine. The weight of a bottle is about 1 pound, and 12 bottles are 12 pounds. This makes the clerk, who usually sells by 1 cup or 2, stupid for a while. Yes, swipe the card. Tianyu nodded. Good, good, good. A consumption that is enough to reach several million makes the clerk immediately excited. This is a big client. His mouth grinned to the bottom of his ears, his face was full of smiles, and then he started to get busy. Not only has it handled the highest membership level for Tianyu, and after getting a pretty good discount, there are also services such as door-to-door delivery. After Tianyu left his address, they started arranging people right away. Deliver goods. After selling my father's gift, Tianyu began to buy gifts for his mother. According to my mother, I like jewelry the most. After Tianyu bought a very expensive ruby and diamond necklace in the jewelry store, he also became a senior member of that jewelry store. In the end, it's my sister's gift every day. What Tian likes most is studying weapons and wearing cheongsam. Weapons are something, I can give her some novel things. However, this is not a full gift. Tianyu went to a tailor's shop and ordered several sets of very beautiful cheongsam for her. Of course, he also knows that his sister is also a snacker. On the streets of Konoha, he bought a lot of cakes and snacks. Tempura, sushi, silkfish, octopus balls, sashimi, snow crab. After leaving the address, let them take them to their home in a while. After all these things are done, Tianyu held a lot of gifts in his hands. There were several people behind him, all of them carrying the things that Tianyu had sold, and they wanted to deliver them to his house. A group of 7 or 8 people, walking on the road, it caught the attention of the villagers. Such a big purchase is properly done in the style of a rich child, a son and a young master. That's it, and Tianyu dies and the others. When you get to your door, he was suddenly stunned in place, with a look of bewilderment. This is an expression that Tianyu rarely makes, but at this time he is really confused, looking around from left and right. It is true that there are streets that he is familiar with, and he has not gone to the wrong place. But, why are you here? But it's not his previous home. At this time, Tianyu, he stared at the completely different door in front of him, dumbfounded. A very strange idea popped up in his mind. Is it? His family moved in secretly, but didn't tell him? Wouldn't it be so pitiful, would it? He is obviously the son of the family. Just when Tianyu was standing at the gate, feeling a little overwhelmed for a while, squeak sound, the door before him opened, a familiar face stuck its head out. With obvious excitement on his face, he shouted loudly, "Brother, are you back? Younger sister." See this familiar face, Tianyu's heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, under Tian's pull, he walked into this completely unfamiliar yard. Is this still our home? I even suspected that I had gone to the wrong place just now. Covering his mouth every day, his laughter is as sweet as a silver bell. Of course this is our house, brother. Who told you to go out on this mission for so long? You can't even find your home when you come back. If I hadn't heard the movement outside in the yard, I don't know how long you'd be standing there foolishly. Tianyu scratched his head a little helplessly. How is this completely different from before? With a sly smile on Tian's face, with a quirky expression, he explained, it's because my father rebuilt our house and yard. She stretched out her hand and pointed to the distance, the very artistically constructed small bridge and flowing water courtyard. There was even a pond covered with water lily leaves, which looked very poetic. My father bought a few plots of land next to our house this time. Straight home, the original area of the house has been expanded several times, reaching the area of the previous square meter. What you see now, these are only part of the front yard, and the backyard at the back of our house. There is still a lot of it. Tianyu nodded. Then I followed Tian and walked around the house. Now his house is indeed much bigger than before. He not only rebuilt the original house, but also redesigned the courtyard and garden. Of course, the family did not forget to upgrade the small forging house in his original backyard. In a room of about 20 square meters, in addition to the forging table, a lot of ores and materials that Tianyu often use are neatly listed on the shelf. Although the current Tianyu is almost unsuitable for such a forging table, almost all of his ninja tools are forged in his own system space. But the family's thoughtful care and careful preparation, it still made him feel very moved. By the way, sister, when I come back this time, I also brought you a gift. Tianyu stretched out his hand with a smile, put his arms around Tian Tian's neck, and laughed loudly. Go and see, do you have anything you like? Wow, all of a sudden, my eyes light up. Gifts or something. What little girl wouldn't like it? A lot of delicious food. And I like them all. Wow, I can eat enough today. Pick up a small cake at once every day. He bit it hard. There was a happy expression on his face, although these foods can be bought by themselves every day, but this time is different. This is what my brother bought for her. If you eat it every day, it will feel much better than what you usually buy yourself. Disaster Deo, is this the brother control? It doesn't matter, anyway, my brother is the best brother in the world. By the way, Tian Tian, in addition to these food, I have one more thing for you. Tianyu flicked his hand, and then took out something from the ring, a wad of white thread. Puppet thread. This is Tianyu on the way back, according to the cartography rewarded by the system, a 4-star weapon forged. Although this thing looks a little inconspicuous, it is like a ball of white fishing line. If it is not condensed into a ball, it is almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. It is made of a special kind of celestial silk. It can be attached to chakra, and under the control of chakra, it can be freely transformed into any shape, which can be used to control weapons. In addition, the biggest advantage of this puppet silk thread, it is invulnerable to swords and guns, to water and fire. Even with Tianyu's swordsmanship, sharp pheasant sword, it is even difficult to cut off this kind of puppet silk thread. After trying, Tianyu, who discovered this matter, had a surprise in his eyes. No wonder it will become a weapon with a 4-star forging difficulty. Sure enough, the performance is extremely superior. However, due to the extremely rare celestial silk used to forge this weapon, he just bought a small ball of celestial silk by accident in a small village when he was training outside with Matt K. Even with the forging technology that Tianyu has already achieved a 100% success rate, he has only created 2 puppet threads. Now, he gave one of the puppet silk threads to his sister Tian Tian. His own strength was already quite good. In the entire ninja world, it can be regarded as having some self-defense ability. Even against an opponent as powerful as the 5 Shadows, he still has the power to fight. Even if he loses in the end, he will definitely have enough life-saving means to escape. So this kind of puppet silk thread is the icing on the cake for Tianyu. But for his sister Tian Tian, it was like giving help in the snow. After experimenting with the use of the puppet silk thread, a surprised expression immediately appeared on Tian Tian's face. There was a stream of light in her eyes, and she looked very excited, with an undisguised surprise on her face. Brother, is this something you made too? Tian Tian was happily a little incoherent. Are you really going to give me this ninja tool? I really like it. This thing is really very important to me. Tianyu looked at Tian Tian curiously. It's just a puppet thread, why is it so important to her? Tian Tian and Tianyu always have a good heart, she explained directly. Brother, I recently followed Teacher Akai on a mission out of the village, and then I met some wandering ninjas, and one of them was strong enough to reach the level of elite Chunin. During the fight with him, I discovered that some problems. Ninjutsu encountered some bottlenecks. Aren't you hurt? Tianyu asked worriedly. Compared with the strength of Tian Tian, Tianyu is more worried about the safety of his sister's life. No, Mr. Akai protected us very well. Tian Tian shook his head and explained, he thinks that me, Xiao Li, and Niji, now we can try to challenge the ninja of this strength, so let us try it out. If we find that we are in danger, if it is dangerous, Teacher Akai will take action in time. Tianyu nodded. This is Mr. Akai's consistent teaching style. When he went out to travel with Teacher Akai before, he also accepted the experience like this. However, he would not interfere too much with any opponent he felt that Tianyu could face alone, and he was very relieved to leave it to Tianyu to face it alone. It is because of the way he taught. In those few years, his strength has improved so rapidly. Tian Tian's expression suddenly became a little lonely, and then continued, but in that battle, whether it's Niji, who uses soft fists and white eyes, or Xiao Li, who only focuses on physical training, their performance in actual combat is much better than mine. On the contrary, my manipulation of the ninja tools has the least impact on that person, and is the slowest to kill the opponent. The other party is a ninja who is very good at wind escape ninjutsu, and he is very restrained to me. It was only because of the blessings that you gave me, brother, that I managed to kill that enemy. If I only used the ninjutsu methods of ninjutsu I developed by myself, such as the double rising dragon, the equipment, and the bound meteor, under the interference of the wind escape ninjutsu, it is impossible to hit the enemy at all. Maybe Mr. Akai discovered my weakness. This person with the wind attribute was chosen for me as my opponent. Although after the battle, Mr. Akai also praised my performance in the battle, but I was not happy. Brother, I still want to become stronger, as strong as you. I think when someone mentions me, it's not just the identity of Tianyu's sister, but it can be said that she is also a powerful female ninja. Like Tsunade-sama. These words of the day, it made Tianyu, who was a big brother, stunned for a moment, because Tian Tian has been performing well in terms of strength. When he was in the ninja school, although his grades were not as good as that of Hyaga Niji, he he was always able to hold on to Xiao Li steadily every time he fought. Over time, she became Xiao Li's big sister. Such an achievement has always made Tian Tian feel very proud. However, just recently, Tianyu was busy performing tasks in Umbu, and didn't pay much attention to Tian Tian. Some changes have taken place in the body of the younger sister, and her performance and physical skills has become inferior to Xiao Li. How is this going? Suddenly, he thought of something, then the expression on his face suddenly became a little weird. He said awkwardly, "During that fight, were you on your period?" I was stunned every day. She didn't expect that her brother even guessed this? Then, her face quickly became flushed, and she lowered her head shyly, and said in a weak voice, "It is as expected." Tianyu secretly sighed in his heart. It has been a few months since Tianyu and the others graduated. The new year is coming soon, ushering in the 60 years of graduation from the original work, and Tianyu and Tian Tian will soon be in their 13-year-old grades. 13 years old, for a girl, is the most beautiful cardamom age. Of course, it is also the age where their bodies develop the fastest and their physical characteristics change the most. Although every day in this regard, there has always been a mother to guide him, but my mother is not a ninja after all. When encountering such a situation, a time doesn't know what to do either. Every day during the menstrual period, there is no way to do too violent physical exercises. To a large extent, this limits Tianation's strength. This is why the group of female ninjas, an important reason why the proportion is not high in the overall number of ninjas. Tianyu knew why she gave her the manipulation thread, why she was so surprised, because this kind of thing can not only make up for some of her shortcomings in physical skills at certain times, and at the same time, it can also perfectly deal with the Wind-done ninjutsu that restrains her the most. It can be counted as killing two birds with one stone. But that's all. Is it really enough? After thinking for a moment, Tianyu said to Tian Tian, "Sister, go out with me tomorrow, and I'll take you to a place." Tian Tian nodded obediently, without asking too much. Of course, she was 100% assured of her brother. Night, the father and mother who came back from business also returned home. They were of course very happy with the gifts Tianyu bought them. When Tianyu asked about rebuilding the house, his father Tianxiong laughed and said, "This is all thanks to Tianyu. If he hadn't won the order for those weapons in the hands of Hokage-sama before, I'm afraid their previous savings are not enough to renovate the house, profit from that order, but it is much larger than what they had estimated before." During this time, his father Tianxiong made a lot of money and became the biggest weapons dealer in the entire Konoha village. And the wealth of Tianyu's family now has reached a rather astonishing level. Even compared to those big families, in terms of financial resources, it is also quite good. In the evening of the second day, Tianyu took Tian Tian, and the two went out. They went to a slightly farther block, which was very different from where Tianyu usually went shopping. It can be said that the lights are feasting and neon is flashing. Even if it is not completely dark at this time, the street is already brightly lit, and various neon lights are flashing in the air. Izakaya, custom shop, casino. There was laughter and laughter everywhere, and some drunks, with jugs in their hands, shaky walked out of the tavern, shouting loudly. There are also some very revealing beauties, with long hair scattered and a tight skirt covering the important parts of the body. The hot body stood on the street to attract customers, causing many drunkards to be distracted. And standing at the door of this block, Tian Tian stared at Tianyu with a strange expression on his face, as if he knew his brother for the first time. He looked as cautious as an enemy. "Say, when did you learn badly?" Tian Tian asked with a gritted expression on his face. "Bad learning? How can I learn badly?" Tianyu spread his hands innocently. "You have to come to this kind of place. You brought me along, and you said you didn't study badly. Humph. Is this the place where serious people should come? When I get home, I'll tell my mother to go." Every day, pouting angrily, with an expression on his face that he was going to go back and complain, he turned around and left. "Wait a minute." Tianyu took Tian Tian's arm and said helplessly, "It's the first time I've come to this kind of place, and I'm not here to let you play these things, but to bring you to meet someone." He silently thought to himself, "If I could see that scene every day. I'm afraid that the idle image she has always had in her mind for a while will soon collapse, right?" Tianyu takes Tian Tian, two people walk through the alley, go down the street. Of course, in order to let the reluctant Tian Tian follow him into this brightly lit area, Tianyu bought her favorite fish balls from the stall at the entrance of the alley. Agreed to walk in with Tianyu. And just after the two of them walked a few hundred meters away, at the corner of a fork in the alley, there is a small door with a curtain hanging on it. On the door is a big word gambling. Some noises could be heard faintly inside. "Ha ha ha, I must slaughter her today. Get rich. Get rich." Master Tsunade has finally returned to Konoha for so many years, so she can't make a fortune on her? And the recent shot by Master Tsunade is quite generous. "Are you all ready?" "Don't worry, it's already ready, just wait for the big fat sheep to take the bait." Tianyu stood outside the curtain of the casino, with a speechless expression on his face. After sighing, he walked towards the casino. In fact, Tianyu doesn't like gambling. In other words, in the process of his research on ninja tools, these small tricks of the casino have been thoroughly studied for a long time. In any game of chess and cards, sieve cups, etc., his skills can beat the whole world, and there is no possibility of losing. Therefore, he will feel that gambling is very boring. What's more, he doesn't short of money. Performing tasks is just because you want to improve your strength through actual combat, and enjoy the thrill of licking blood with the tip of a knife. If he hadn't been looking for Tsunade, he wouldn't have come to such a place. The once-grown Chi and Xiao clan has now disappeared. If there is another place in Konoha where Tsunade can be found, then there is only the largest casino in Konoha here. Opening the curtain, Tianyu pulled Tian Tian and walked in. Tian Tian was the first time to come to this kind of place, so he looked very nervous. Some were afraid and hid most of his body behind Tianyu, looking very well behaved. Inside the casino, there are large rooms with tatami mats. There were already a lot of people sitting in each room, and the tables were crowded. Different cluttered noises came from different rooms. Ha ha ha, this time I won again. Damn it, I made a wrong bet again. No, I must make this money back today. Today's luck is really unlucky. Alas. What's wrong with you? Tianyu and Tian Tian just walked into the casino. A middle-aged man who looked a little fierce walked towards them, looking like the owner of this casino. We don't accept spectators here. Buy a ticket if you want to see it, or get out. This is a relatively high-end casino. Even if you don't gamble, you still have basic tickets to consume, which can screen out many people who lack financial resources to a certain extent. 2 tickets. Tianyu took out the purse from his arms and shook it in front of him. Don't worry, we're here to gamble. And the owner of the casino looked at Tianyu and Tian Tian again, and they seemed to be only 12 or 13 years old. It's really rare to come to the casino to gamble at such a big age. If it is an ordinary 12 or 13-year-old child, it will be driven away directly. However, both of them were wearing ninja suits and Konoha's forward guards. It was the words of the ninjas in the village. After the casino owner turned his head and instructed the waiter next to him, he immediately handled the tickets for the two of them. After paying a fee, Tianyu and Tian Tian walked towards the small rooms in the casino one by one. Finally, at the door of a room, he heard the familiar voice. Hey, you bastards, just wait to lose today. I must earn back all the money I lost before. The woman's unhappy voice rang out. The few guests who were playing next to her hurriedly smiled at her. Although they all regard Tsunade as a big fat sheep, they will not ignore Tsunade's identity in the village because of this. That is, Tsunade's gambling products are better. If you lose, you won't take anger, and you will pay back the money you borrow. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to gamble with Tsunade. Lord Tsunade, look at what you said. One of them said with a flattering smile, let's play this thing. It's not just for fun. The little money you lose, you only need to perform a task. Come back, and you're not the one who can't afford to lose. But then again, winning or losing is all about luck. Don't think that we are united to deceive you. That's right, Tsunade-sama, we are also old acquaintances, even when I was playing cards with the first generation of adults. Wait, he also loses more and wins less. Don't take the words that are circulating outside. An elderly man said with a smile. He was a frequent visitor to the casino, and he even used the money earned from his poker skills to support his family. Tsunade-sama has lost several games in a row these days, and it's time to win again. Alright. Tsunade impatiently planned their compliments. With a rather domineering gesture, he waved his hand. Don't talk about those useless, let's start playing. It's not that I can't afford to lose, mother. Okay. Tsunade-sama, what are we playing today? Or bridge, row? Tsunade simply nodded. Immediately, he took it into his arms and took out a large amount of banknotes. After a rough count, he went to the table in front of him, very informal. With Tsunade's strength, no one dared to use irregular means to beat her mind. Tsunade only returned to Konoha for a few days. She and Mute have not returned to Konoha for a long time. So after the two of them returned to Konoha, Mute went back to the Kato family to have a look first. In the casino at this time, there was only Tsunade alone. With no one restraining her, Tsunade gambled even more generously. The dealer picks up the bridge cards and starts shuffling. Others also began to pay, and the amount they played was quite large. The one with the least also took out tens of thousands of taels of silver. Tsunade took out the most, at least a few 100,000 taels, of which there were 3 banknotes with a denomination of 100,000 taels. This is. Saw the one in the green robe, a beautiful woman with long golden hair tied into 2 low ponytails. Tianatian's mouth widened into an O shape, with unstoppable surprise in his eyes. The appearance of this person, she had seen in the scroll of Konoha information. This person is not the idol she has always admired and yearned for most since she was a child, Mrs. Tsunade Heim. My goodness. It's really her. It turned out to be exactly the same as the portrait on the scroll. Even though more than 10 years have passed since the time on the portrait, her appearance has not changed at all. The body is still so hot, and the face is still so beautiful. This is the real Tsunade Heim-sama. Brother, did you see it? I'm not dreaming, I seem to see. Tian Tian was already incoherent with excitement, shaking Tian Yu's arm desperately, unable to hide his inner excitement. Yes, this woman is indeed Tsunade. Tian Yu nodded and said to her, I brought you here this time just to see her. The surprised expression on Tianatian's face is even more. Looking at Tian Yu's expression, there is also a little more admiration. No way, brother, you even know Tsunade-sama. You're too good, aren't you? Tian Yu smiled and said nothing. How far did he know Tsunade? Not only did he know him, he also had a pretty good relationship with Tsunade. Tian Yu didn't rush to tell Tsunade to talk about things, but stood silently on the side, taking Tian Tian as a bystander, watching Tsunade play a few games. As predicted, Tsunade, the attribute of losing every gamble, I haven't won any money in the few games I've played. This time, it's not like last time, it's the people from the casino who are secretly doing things. This casino is a casino in Konoha village, has been operating for many years, and the model is still quite formal. And Tsunade lost money this time, it was purely because she was a stinky hand. Tian Yu watched Tsunade playing cards, and his teeth hurt. Obviously it is a good hand, but it can also be played sloppy. This woman. Will you play bridge? The word people's food addiction is big, it's you, right? Okay, Tsunade, stop playing, you've already lost a lot of money just now. I really couldn't bear to watch Tsunade continue to lose. Tian Yu, and finally couldn't help but talk on the side. Tsunade, who had lost several games in a row and lost hundreds of thousands of taels, was already very depressed. Unexpectedly, at this time, she actually heard Tian Yu's voice. Tsunade's face suddenly became excited. Huh? Tian Yu, why are you here? I'm here to find you to trouble you with something. Come on, come and help me play a few games. I lost a lot of money just now, and I'm depressed. Tsunade suddenly pulled Tian Yu to his side. He wrapped his arms around Tian Yu's neck, looking very intimate. I came to you for business. Tian Yu was speechless. Ha ha ha, it's business to help me win money. Don't worry, as long as you help me win money, everything you have will be covered by me. Tsunade laughed heartily. The appearance of Tian Yu swept away her depression just now. Really? Tian Yu raised his eyebrows, and suddenly became interested. Of course. What I say counts. Tsunade immediately puffed out his proud chest. So, Tian Yu achieved the position on the gambling table. Tsunade just now. Who is this kid? Why have we never met? Several other poker gamblers saw Tian Yu, at the age of 12 or 13, with a jade crown and spring breeze, with clear eyes and beautiful eyes. He is only a half-year-old child, and he looks like a teenager. At first glance, he looks like an unskilled son in a big family. He, this is my younger brother. Tsunade said with a grin, sitting next to Tian Yu. Let my younger brother play a few games for me, I will pay the money, are you okay? Can. Several people nodded. Anyway, Tsunade-sama paid the money, so they didn't have to worry about the kid's lack of money. With such a young face who is not familiar with the world at first glance, it is not easy for them to win his money. Anyway, as long as you can make money. The game resumed. I'll sit in the village first, little brother, just follow us to play. The old man who looked older took out the stack of bridge cards. Others started betting, and Tian Yu also made Tsunade lose only the last 50,000 taels, and pressed them all at once. There were snickering laughter all around. There must be someone who is laughing at him behind his back and has a lot of stupid money. Tian Tian glared fiercely at those who were laughing at his brother, and then looked nervously at his brother at the gambling table, feeling a little worried in his heart. She had never seen her brother play cards before. Re-deal on the table. When watching the battle before, Tian Yu has already grasped this kind of bridge game very thoroughly. The rules of the game are very simple: shuffle, deal, match, compare, and finally, compare points. Others only compare their cards with the dealer, and the dealer wins more than half of the cards of the same size. As time flows, on the table of Tian Yu and the others, the bridge game was in full swing. At the beginning, everyone still had wins and losses, basically evenly divided. After a few rounds of dealers, the situation on the gambling table began to change a lot. The money on the imperial table, 50,000 taels became 100,000 taels, 100,000 taels became 200,000 taels, 200,000 taels became 400,000 taels, 400,000 taels became 800,000 taels, 800,000 taels became 1.6 million taels. In just half an hour, the silver bills were already piled up on Tian Yu's table, gambling against the sky. The old man has said to Tian Yu more than once, little brother, you are so lucky, and so on. Of course, when he said this, if the smile on his face was uglier than crying, Tian Yu might think that the other party was really congratulating him. But is this really gambling? Of course not. Although the casino management is very strict, but for real gamblers, out of 1,000 is the inevitable result. Tian Yu doesn't have any psychological pressure for things like making 1,000, because every one of the people present has made an old 1,000. In other words, as long as they want to make a big bet, they will definitely make 1,000 gambling. In fact, there is no real open and honest gambling, because gambling is 1,000 skills. The peak duel of gambling masters is actually a duel of thousands of skills. From this point of view, both sides have 1,000, and the duel is also very fair. Just in comparison, Tianyu's methods are more sophisticated than theirs. So after a few rounds, Tianyu never lost again. After Tianyu won 1.6 million, several people on the scene suddenly couldn't sit still, their faces turned pale, and they began to give others a subtle wink. Another big game. At this time there was people shouted. Others were also waiting for such an opportunity to turn around in one fell swoop, so they all agreed. Tianyu also had no objection to this, and then pressed all the money on his desk. If Tianyu's card is particularly bad this time, he will lose all. Shuffle, deal. The room fell into a brief silence, and everyone picked up their cards and started matching cards. Yeah, there was a sudden exclamation, and the old man sitting opposite Tianyu suddenly burst into laughter, and the laughing beard trembled. With his well-matched cards, his eyes swept across the crowd, he laughed and showed his card on the table, proudly saying, "Ha ha ha, 9 o'clock in the sky. The biggest card. Ha 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 ha, it seems that I am the biggest winner tonight." Others don't care about how many cards he got this round, because he is not the dealer in this round, Tianyu is. Everyone has to compare cards with the dealer. If the old man wins, he also wins the dealer's money. Ha ha ha, little brother, hurry up and give the money, the old man said with a very proud smile on his face. Cough, that. Tianyu coughed lightly, and then hung the cards in his hand on the table. I'm sorry, I am also at 9 o'clock in the sky, and the dealer is mostly at half o'clock. All, kill. There was an eerie silence in the casino. The expression of the old man immediately stiffened in place, and the expressions on the faces of the others suddenly became very ugly. 9 o'clock in the sky, kill. Once the dealer gets this kind of card, there is no need to look at other people's cards. The dealer has a slight advantage, and it is impossible to lose within the rules. After this round was killed, Tianyu's capital has doubled again, reaching as much as 3.2 million. No, don't play anymore, I am out of money. I'm sorry, I don't have any money anymore. The gamblers at this table left the table with pale faces, because the money on their table had already entered the pocket of Tianyu, and the person who lost the most in this game was the old man opposite Tianyu who lost the most. You're kidding. You must be out of luck. The old man suddenly stood up emotionally, pointed at Tianyu and cursed loudly. You need to pay attention to evidence when you speak. Which I did. You see that I'm out of the old 1,000. Tianyu narrowed his eyes, revealing a very dangerous aura. That's right. Are you planning to be strong? Tsunade also stood up and said at the right time. The old man wanted to continue to say something, but the person next to him stopped him in time. Although they don't know Tianyu, Princess Tsunade standing beside Tianyu is not so easy to provoke. Usually they win Tsunade's money, but this kid won it all back today, so they can only silently plant it. The old man could only turn green. His expression was as ugly as swallowing a fly, but due to the order of Tsunade in the casino, he didn't dare to say a word. Damn! After Tianyu, Tsunade and others left the casino, he finally couldn't help roaring loudly, and then got up and kicked the table next to the price with tea, his eyes flickering with a wicked light. Ha ha ha, the sound of a woman laughing loudly resounded in the street. Looks very happy and wanton. Tsunade stretched out his hand and patted Tianyu's shoulder, almost bending over with laughter, tears welling up in his eyes. Tianyu said, really so happy. Of course. Tsunade's face, showing very excited. Did you not see that old man Zhang Chuan? The expression on his face is like eating shit, his whole body is green. Ha ha ha, I have known that old thing for so long, it's the first time I've seen him slumped. Hey, are you familiar with him? Tianyu asked casually. Yeah, I used to play poker together a lot, that old guy is really good at poker. Tsunade nodded and said, his name is Shimura Zhang Chuan, he is the elder of the Shimura clan, and he was my second grandfather when he was young. Subordinate. Tianyu is full of black lines, playing cards with you, is there anyone who is not good? A person like you who is sure to lose every gamble can't be the standard for measuring other people's poker skills, right? But to Tianyu's surprise, but I didn't expect that the old man to be the elder of the Shimura clan? This level of identity is indeed a bit complicated. Tianyu's eyes flickered in the light. I seem to be thinking about what to write. And beside Tianyu, the younger sister who followed him, Tian, I finally recovered from seeing my idol just now, and finally calmed down, but what happened later made her whole person magical. Tsunade-sama, whom she admired the most since she was a child, actually a gambler? Or a gambler with poor poker skills? This is completely different from the great Tsunade Haim-sama she imagined. Is this the collapsed house my brother told him before? There are collapsed houses every year, take a closer look, today is my home? For a time, the expression on Tian's face also became complicated. Tianyu, why don't you wander the ninja world with me? Don't stay in Konoha. Suddenly, Tsunade said to Tianyu with shining eyes. Do not row. Before Tianyu could open his mouth to refuse, Tian took the lead in rejecting Tsunade's idea. My brother finally joined Umbu, how could he leave Konoha? Seeing the little girl speak, Tsunade cut. What's so good about Konoha? And there is only a secret captain, although he is about to be promoted to the secret captain. What's so rare? Forward. Tian and Tianyu were both dumbfounded. Sub-Commander, Tianyu asked cautiously. Oh, it hasn't been officially conveyed yet, Tsunade muttered. Didn't the last mission mention the S-level difficulty for you? After you left, I chatted with old Sarutobi for a while, and he decided to promote you. It should be some time before this order will be officially released. Tianyu nodded. He said softly to Tsunade, thank you. He guessed. He probably had Tsunade as an assistant behind his promotion this time. Tsunade didn't hide it, and replied to Tianyu generously, you're welcome. If you really want to thank me, you follow me when I leave Konoha. With you, I won't be afraid to lose money in the casino, Tsunade added with glowing eyes. Tianyu's cheeks twitched slightly, forget it. Tian is still sluggish on the side. Captain of the Dark Part. S-Class Mission. Suddenly, Tian came back to his senses, and roared at Tianyu in disbelief, brother, why did you run to perform the S-level mission? Didn't you tell me before that it was a B-level mission? Although Tian is young and has not officially graduated from the ninja school, she also knows what the S-rank mission means. Tian, who knew the danger of the S-class mission, expressed his anger. As a brother and sister, she is really afraid of losing Tianyu, the elder brother. Okay, don't be angry every day, I'm fine. Tianyu coaxed Tian for a while, but still had no effect. It's getting late. The three of them walked away on the streets of Konoha. When he came to his home, Tianyu said goodbye to Tsunade. Master Tsunade, I'll take Tian home first. Kindness. Is there anything else, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade suddenly came with a sudden revelation. Tianyu, why don't I stay at your house for a few days? Rao Shishinyu couldn't help but be surprised by Tsunade's remarks. Welcome. No, Tian Vinian, who was sulking, dismissed Tsunade's dangerous speech again. She looked at Tsunade up and down with bad eyes, and she felt that the rumored Master Tsunade might have ulterior motives for her brother. Tian, don't make trouble. Tianyu reached out and patted Tianation's head, then turned to Tsunade and said Tianation's words, please don't pay attention to Mr. Tsunade, she is just a little devil. Tsunade-sama wants to come to my house for a while, this is my honor. This way please. Tianyu stretched out his hand and motioned Tsunade to go to the convenience of his house. Tsunade also nodded, didn't mind Tianation's words, and walked forward on his own. Brother, what do you want to say every day? But Tianyu shook his head. Tian, you think too much. Of course Tianyu knows what Tian is thinking, but how is this possible? What bad thoughts can the big fat sheep have? She just knows that the next step is to get the moon. Well, she just wants to lose money in the casino, can find Tianyu at any time, and pull Tianyu as a helper to find a place. Master Tsunade, do you want to call Mute to my house for a while? Tsunade hesitated. Although she went out with me to travel in the ninja world when she was young, she also has some friends in Konoha. Forget it, don't call her, let her chat with someone she used to know in Konoha these days. After speaking, Tsunade whispered again, if she knew I was going to the casino in Konoha, she would yell at me. The gods are ashamed. Is this the real reason behind the relationship? Master Tsunade, this is my home. After a few steps, several people arrived at Tianyu's house. Hey, your family is big. Tsunade, isn't it the mansion you bought with the money your kid won at the casino? Every day is full of black lines. The legendary Sunin, Tsunade Heim, who changed the ninja system and made medical ninjas flourish. The image in Tianation's heart completely collapsed. My family is the biggest ninja shop in Konoha. How can I make a fortune on my brother's gambling? Tian said with some dissatisfaction. Tsunade glanced at Tianyu in surprise. This guy. Silently, he is still a rich second generation. Tianyu smiled. Master Tsunade, please. The three entered the house one after another. As soon as he entered the house, Tianyu's parents heard the sound. Tianyu, where did you take Tian so late? Hey, this is. Seeing Tsunade, the second old man was a little surprised. Tianyu brought back the woman. This woman is beautiful, but isn't the age gap between Tianyu and Tianyu a little big? Looking at the eyes of his parents looking at Tsunade's hands, Tianyu's forehead black lines appear. Where do you all want to go? This is a friend of mine, a very good friend. She will stay at our house for a few days. After a little stunned, Tianyu still felt that it would be better not to let his parents know Tsunade's identity. His parents were originally Konoha's duty-bound ninja businessmen. Although they were deeply involved with ninjas, Tianyu felt that it would be better not to let them go too deep into the ninja's circle of influence. Follow me. Before Tsunade could say hello to Tianyu's parents, Tianyu hurriedly pulled Tsunade into a house. This is. Tianyu's father looked at Tianyu's mother with complicated questions in his eyes. Tianyu, the relationship with this girl doesn't seem to be easy. Damn it, you said we. The age gap between Tianyu and that girl seems to be a bit big. The head of the house, I think it's still up to Tianyu. Tianyu hasn't been close to that girl since he was a child, and now he has finally brought one home, so let's not do things that make Tianyu unhappy. This, that, well, you're right. Tianyu's parents were communicating in the complicated hearts of old father and mother, but an inopportune and tender voice interrupted them. it is every day. Hey, where are you all going? Very unhappy every day. Although she was on the road, when she heard that Tsunade Haim was going to live in her house, she had a bad premonition, but seeing the parents agree, Tian Tian's little brother-controlled soul can't hold it anymore. She has to change her parents' minds. My brother won't be with her, that person just now is Tsunade-sama. The two of them don't possibly together. What, Tsunade? That Tsunade Haim and the Sunin. Tianyu's parents were shocked, but they still couldn't believe it, and continued to ask Tiandeo. Princess Tsunade of the Thousand Hands, the granddaughter of the first Hokage-sama, Tsunade Haim. Tianyu's parents are asking questions around Tianation's ears, and Tian only feels that his head is about to explode. Can you speak slowly? Don't be so anxious. Yes, it's the Tsunade you think. That woman is Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, the Princess Tsunade of the Qianshao clan, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage-sama. Tsunade-sama actually came to their house as a guest, and they want to stay at home for a few days. The impact is really too big. It made Tianyu's parents stunned in place, unable to speak for a long time. Tsunade Haim is a legendary figure who was active in World War II. She is several times older than her brother, so it is impossible for her and her brother to be together. Hey, are you listening to me, Dad? Mom? After saying this, Tian saw that her parents didn't respond, and she realized that her parents were standing there, so she stepped forward and shook her parents' arms very much. I'm listening. Tsunade-sama is here. Tsunade-sama is visiting my house. Wife, go and cook some more dishes to entertain Tsunade-sama. Master, it takes a long time to cook. Don't make Tsunade-sama wait for a long time. Let's go to the restaurant and buy it back. Yes, you are right. I will go now. You're in charge. Hurry up. I'm going to tidy up the room now. Ouch, this is why is the house so messy. The two hurried, one ran out, hurriedly tidying up a room that was not messy in the house. Dad, Mom, did you listen to me? Crashes every day. The point of what she said was not that Tsunade-sama came to their house as a guest. Listen and listen. The mother, who was cleaning the house, did not stop her work, but replied to Tianation's words perfunctory. Tian, don't be idle, come and help me clean up the house together. A legendary figure like Tsunade-sama has come to our house as a guest, we have to clean up the room and entertain others, day by day. In the room, Tianyu told Tsunade what she thought and did not want her parents to be involved in the ninja world too deeply, and asked Tsunade to cooperate with him, not to reveal her true identity. Tsunade knew it in his chest, once active in the battlefield, wandering in the ninja world. Tsunade is no stranger to Tianyu's concern. She understood Tianyu's concerns very well, and said that she would cooperate with Tianyu to conceal her identity. Tsunade immediately arranged a pseudonym and identity for herself, and the remnants of the Qianshao clan thousands come to win. According to Tsunade, her pseudonym is very particular. As for what it is that Tianyu didn't listen to, it's too clear. Tsunade said that if she strictly follows this principle, she will win money next time at the casino. Tianyu's cheeks twitched. He really. My dear Tsunade-sama, don't you know how your title of Big Fat Sheep has spread to the entire ninja world? If metaphysics is really useful, do you still have the title of Big Fat Sheep? After Tsunade was fully prepared, Tianyu and Tsunade left the room twice. To live in Tianyu's house, Tsunade, a guest, can't help but greet Tianyu's family, right? Result. As soon as he clicked, Tianyu saw his parents pop, and the two fireworks in his hands exploded. Welcomed Tsunade-sama as a guest. Colorful strips sprayed down from the sky. Tianyu is stupid, Tsunade was also stupid. What's going on? I can't come up with the metaphysical alias of 8,000 hands to win. How to win money tomorrow. This is Tsunade's inner thoughts. And Tianyu. He saw the table full of dishes, and Tian, who had a bulging face and turned his head as if he was sulking. He understood. With hands on the forehead, Tianyu sighed. How to forget Tian? When the old horse stumbled, it was Tianyu. But Tianyu is not old anymore, how could he forget this one? Master Tsunade, please. Tsunade's identity was exposed, and Tianyu had no choice but to accept this fact. Sir Tsunade, sit here. Tianyu's parents hurriedly signaled that Tsunade should be the main seat. After all, where is Tsunade's identity? It is proper etiquette to let such a person sit in the main seat. Tsunade smiled generously. It's not suitable for my guest to sit in the main seat, I'll just sit there. Tsunade went straight to find a seat and sat down. How can this be done, Tsunade-sama? Please take your seat. Tianyu's parents hurriedly said. Take her as an ordinary guest. Okay, just sit and prepare to eat, I'm hungry. Tianyu made an excuse to be hungry, and pushed his parents to sit on the main seat. Alright, get ready for dinner. Tianyu folded his hands together and started to move his chopsticks after chanting. The banquet officially begins. During the meal, Tianyu's parents and Tsunade chatted a lot politely. Tsunade noticed that Tianyu's parents were somewhat restrained, so he showed a careless appearance, letting Tianyu's parents gradually let go of their restraints during the banquet. I ate this meal for more than 2 hours. Mom, help Dad back to rest. Turning his head to look at Tsunade, who was also drunk, Tianyu shook his head. I brought Tsunade-sama to the room to rest. This meal, Tsunade and Tianyu's father both drank too much. Okay. Tianyu's mother was also a little dazed. In the case of the legendary Sunin being a Haka, she also happily drank a few glasses. Remember what we said just now, don't talk about Tsunade-sama's visit to our house. Remember, I remember. After chatting again, Tianyu's parents helped each other back to the room, and Tianyu also helped Tsunade, whose face was flushed and his loose clothes were somewhat scattered, to return to the guest room. Tian mumbled a few words in a low voice, and then began to clean up the mess on the dinner table. Parents are drunk. The dishes, tables, and chairs had to be cleaned by her. In the room, Tianyu took a lot of effort to help the drunk Tsunade to the bed. In front of this proud figure, loose clothes can't stop his elegance at all. The smooth and tender skin with red in the fairness is exposed. The mountain rises, ready to come out. Tianyu shook his head, but he was very patient, and he was a little shaken under the impact of such a picture. Put the outline throwing his hand on the bed, he hurriedly left the room. He is not a hypocrite who takes advantage of the dangers of others, and would rather be a villain than a hypocrite. Kindness. After going out of Tsunade's room, Tianyu took a few breaths, and he had to calm down. What? Brother, what's wrong with you? Just in time, Tian, who was cleaning up the mess, passed by and saw Tianyu's gaffe. No, it's fine, I'm going back to my room to rest. Step, quick footsteps sounded in this wooden corridor. Tianyu's mood has not yet calmed down. By the way, you should rest early after you pack up every day. Before entering his room, Tianyu did not forget to instruct his sister. I see. After replying one sentence every day, a small face became worried. Brother, he's not right. The next day, Tsunade went out early in the morning. Tianyu guessed that Tsunade ran to the casino as a gift for the rich boy without even thinking about it. And Tianyu, as a ninja of Konoha, he got a rare vacation, and he didn't want to go out to play and rest. Early this morning, Tianyu got up and went straight to the forging room. On the way to this mission, he got the puppet doll drawings, he had to fiddle with it. Suddenly it was noon. Tianyu's parents rushed into Tianyu's exclusive forging room in a hurry. Tianyu, I heard Tian say that you performed an S-level mission last time. Mother looked worried. And my father. He clenched his fists tightly, and seemed very nervous, but his face was very serious. Tianyu, I heard that you were going to be promoted to the captain of Umbu. Tianyu stopped his work, looking at smiling. The second old man comforted, Mom and Dad, what I encountered was a good S-level mission, but you misunderstood. This girl every day, really. I'm not going to perform an S-level mission, it's a B-level mission. I didn't lie to you when I told you the B-level mission before the last mission. It's just that there were some mistakes in the middle of this mission, and more things happened. After returning to the village, Hokage judged this mission as an S-level mission. As for Captain Umbu, this is what Tsunade-sama told me last night, otherwise I wouldn't know about it. After Tianyu explained, Tianyu's father said to his mother, I'll just say, Tianyu is a measured person, how could he be in a mess? Now Tianyu is the captain of the Umbu division, don't delay Tianyu with the kindness of women. After speaking, the father was silent for a while. Say yes again softly. Tianyu, we don't ask you to do anything. We will support you whatever you want, but, you can be more careful in the future. Although we don't understand the powerful ninja world, but if you have any difficulties, don't hold it in your heart, you can tell me and your mother, we'll try our best to help you. Tianyu's heart warmed. I see, thank you father. Thank you mother. Don't worry, I don't have any ambitions, I won't mess around, and I won't take the initiative to accept dangerous people. The position of the captain of the Umbu, and that S-rank mission, it's really just a coincidence. After reassuring the second old man, Tianyu chatted with them for a while. After the parents left, Tianyu started forging again. It's night time. The big fat sheep with a proud golden single ponytail came to Tianyu's forging room. Tianyu, help me. The grandchildren of the casino, they must be out of thousands. It's nothing more than 1,000. They also mocked the old lady. I smashed their shop in a fit of rage, but the old man Sarabi ran over to stop it, mediated. Although I smashed their store, I still can't stand it. Tianyu sighed, he knows it. The big fat sheep lives at his house and will definitely find him to go to the casino. How much did you lose? 1 million taels. 12 million too. Tianyu, he's definitely out of that casino. Heh. Tianyu chuckled softly. It's not that Tianyu doesn't believe Tsunade, casinos make money. It's a very common thing to make money. To say that there is a casino that can't get rid of the old 1,000, Tianyu finds it strange. Okay, I'll accompany you to walk and lie down, just go for it. Tianyu wanted to reject Tsunade, and wanted to tell Tsunade to quit gambling, telling her that gambling was not a good thing. But Tsunade's hidden gamble, is it really that good? Mute has been with Tsunade for decades, and this time Tsunade gambled on the side to persuade Tsunade, but didn't persuade him. Wanting Tsunade to quit gambling is not something that happens overnight. To be honest, Tianyu wanted to reject Tsunade and let Tsunade suffer a big loss in gambling, and Tianyu came forward to help her wake up. Tsunade smashed other stores. It seems that these people really touched Tsunade's reverse scale. In this case, Tianyu would not be able to help. That night, a man and a woman were walking on the quiet street of Konoha. The blonde girl was in a very good mood, and her hearty laughter resounded through the street at every turn. Tsunade felt relieved. Tianyu helped her find the place again. Not only did he win back the previous principal of 10 million taels, but he also won an extra 20 million taels of money. Although the huge sum of 20 million taels won was not distributed to Tsunade, but Tsunade is still very happy, because the casino that made her very uncomfortable was defeated by Tianyu. Tianyu, it's all thanks to you this time. Not only did I get my money back, but I also won the casino. You said, how should I repay your favor? Moonstar is rare. Tsunade blinked her watery eyes and looked at Tianyu, with a special taste. No, you have nothing to repay me. Tianyu responded indifferently. Oh, boy, I can't repay your kindness with my dignified Tsunade. Tsunade's tone changed. Tianyu felt bad, and immediately blurted out, then ask Master Tsunade to guide my sister's practice. Your sister. Tsunade paused. She remembered that Tian who was a little bit mean to her. 10 million this time, twice before adding. Tsunade muttered a few words, then nodded. Fine, I promise. Tianyu's mouth twitched. As for what? Do you even count all the money you helped her win back? Is it so difficult to guide a little ghost to practice? When he got home, Tianyu got into the forging room again, and it was at a critical moment in the production of Earth Resentment. He wanted to quickly try to make Earth resentful you. Next day, it has been bright for a long time, but Tianyu hasn't gotten up yet. Last night, the forging ground complained that you was too late, and Tianyu didn't sleep until it was dawn. Before he slept for a long time, he was woken up by Tian. Elder brother, did you ask me to worship Tsunade as my teacher? No, I don't want it. When I got up from the bed in a daze, I heard a lot of noise every day. Apprentice, wait, I'm slow. Sitting up from the bed, Tianyu paused for 2 minutes before he remembered. Last night, he told Tsunade that if he wanted to repay him, he would guide him to practice every day, apprenticeship. Forward, Tsunade misunderstood. Tianyu could not laugh or cry. No wonder she was so preoccupied with the calculations last night, so that's what happened. Understand the situation, Tianyu. I said to Tian, it's a good thing that Tsunade-sama agreed to accept you as a disciple. Why are you still not happy? Every day with a small mouth. After a long while, he spoke slowly, full of grievances. I don't want to be a gambler in the future. What does being a gambler have to do with taking Tsunade as a teacher? Tianyu wondered. I went to the casino with you that day. I heard someone call her big fat sheep, saying that she perfectly inherited the gambling secrets and gambling luck of 3 generations of Hokage-sama. If I take her as my teacher, she will infect me with this habit. I don't want to be such a useless adult. Rumor, this is a rumor, don't believe this rumor. Tianyu was not laughing and stretched out his hand to pat Tian's little head. At the same time, he also felt, the people in this casino are really stingy. I dare to say such words, and I am not afraid of causing trouble for myself. Everyone's habits are developed by themselves. You don't want to be a gambler, others can't control you, not to mention, contagious. A child is still a child. The small changes in Naruto world are precocious, but their knowledge is inevitably not comprehensive. Yes, but Tian still pouted. Tianyu didn't know Tian's careful thoughts. Every day, from downstairs, the voice of Lang of Tianyu's father was heard. Step, the sound of heavy footsteps approached Tian. Come down quickly. Master Tsunade wants to accept you as a disciple. This is a great deed. Why did you come to Tianyu? Tian still hesitates. Tianyu's father chased after him. Come down. How many people want to worship Tsunade-sama's door without success? Go. You won't suffer by worshipping Tsunade-sama as your teacher. Tianyu also persuaded Tian. Then, I hope Tsunade-heim's gambling addiction won't spread to me. How do you talk? I want to call Master Tsunade. Tianyu's father scolded Tian. Oh, no, you have to call Master Tsunade in the future. After talking, Tianyu's father took Tian downstairs to pay his respects. In the room, Tianyu just smiled. I was woken up every day. Although I only slept for 3 or 4 hours, I had almost rested. After getting up to wash, Tianyu was ready to go to the forging room. Kindness, Tsunade apprentice. This is not a gamble to help you win money, or a favor that can be measured by money. Tianyu wanted to create another item for Tsunade. He wanted to make Tsunade a friend, and it was okay to help each other. But the value of the two helping each other and giving back to each other was too valuable, which would be detrimental to the friendship between the two. Well, build what? As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Tian bowing to Tsunade, who was sitting in the upper seat and serving tea. In the ceremony of apprenticeship. This is not like the ninja school. After graduation, he is assigned a ninja mentor. What is performed every day is the apprenticeship ceremony in the true traditional sense, which has been handed down from the Warring States period. Very strict, this is what Tianyu's parents asked Tian to do. Tian, who was serving tea to Tsunade, still pouted, as if he was not very happy. Tsunade reached out his hand to find the teacup, and took a symbolic sip. From today onwards, you are my disciple of Tsunade Heim, and you will call me teacher from now on. Yes. Ha ha ha. Seeing Tian's aggrieved appearance, Tsunade didn't feel any unhappiness, but instead laughed out loud mock-up. Look at how I'll keep you in good order. Follow me. Domineeringly stood up from the chair, Tsunade walked out. Where to? Tian asked. Since I'm your teacher now, I'm naturally responsible for you. Before I want to guide you, go to the training ground and let me see your strength. Tsunade strode out and left without looking back. And Tian just paused, then followed Tsunade out. When Tianyu's parents saw that their daughter Tian had officially apprenticed at Tsunade, both of them were overjoyed. Tianyu also chatted with their parents for a while before heading into the forging room. After 2 hours, Konoha No. 1 training ground, sweat profusely every day, haki kicked rough, and the dozens of training targets in front of Tian are all covered with kunao, shuriken and other ninja tools. Is that all there is to it? Tsunade frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with Tianation's performance. She thought that with such a perverted brother Tianyu, Tian would be very evil, but everyday performance, not bad either. Too rarely can you come out on top at ninja school. However, it is still too far from Tianyu. Seeing Tsunade's dissatisfied appearance, Tian snorted arrogantly. She is now Tsunade's disciple, you can't refute the teacher, and you still understand it every day. Tsunade, bring her to the training ground and start training directly. In 2 hours, every day that Tsunade is forced by him, he has never stopped. A high-intensity trial, and a 2-hour high-intensity trial. If Tian can make no mistakes, he is already a top-ranked figure in Konoha, but Tsunade is still not satisfied. Tian was dissatisfied with Tsunade, the teacher. Get out of the way. I want to use this training ground. In the distance, a dog-like ninja who was a few years older than Tian walked arrogantly and domineeringly. See this man? Tianxia frowned tightly together. All the dissatisfaction with Tsunade disappeared, replaced by dissatisfaction with the dog-like guy. Teacher, let's go. Called Tsunade every day. Go. Where are you going? The trial isn't over yet. Don't try to cheat and play tricks. If you want to keep up with your brother's footsteps, you can continue the training for me. Tsunade responded unceremoniously. Tian took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then explained to Tsunade. Teacher, it's not that I'm cheating. That person is from the Shinura clan. Every time he comes over, he requisitions the training ground. If we don't leave, he will trouble us. Ah, Tsunade sneered. Requisition No. 1 training ground for public use. Could this Konoha belong to his family? Just stay here and continue training, I'll see how he troubles us. And Tsunade got angry. Although Tian didn't want to do this, the teacher's order was hard to violate. She bit the bullet and stayed on the training ground to continue the trial that Tsunade gave her. Kindness, why hasn't anyone left over there? Seeing that young Master Ben is here, why don't you just retreat and leave the training ground to young Master Ben? Go. You guys are going to teach him a lesson and teach them a lesson. The person who speaks is young, but his temperament is extremely arrogant and domineering. But he gave orders, and the men who brought him to protect him did not move. Although Tsunade has left Konoha for more than 10 years, there are many people who know Tsunade. Some of the Shinura clan's guards recognized Tsunade Heim. Master. This subordinate dare not move, and his subordinates can't beat him. Before the boy from the Shinura clan asked any questions, his subordinates explained. Master, you'd better not provoke that person, you can't afford to provoke him. That's Tsunade Heim, the granddaughter of the first-generation Hokage-sama, the princess of the Thousand Hand clan, and the direct disciple of the third-generation Hokage-sama. The teenagers of the Shinura clan looked as embarrassed as pig livers. He wanted to say something and do something to regain his face as the young master of the Shinura clan, but the servant who guarded him was right. Tsunade Heim. He really can't be bothered, never mind. In the end, he had no choice but to say in a gloomy voice, the training ground is still so empty, and it's not bad for them. Leave them alone, we train us. Yes, master. The Shinura clan and their group started their training journey in a daze. Although there are many of them, the most important thing is to train for the young master of the Shinura clan, but the space occupied is not small. Training targets, ninja tools, and imaginary enemies. To be honest, it took up most of the training ground, but it had no effect. Tian, target number 1 and number 3 are also participating in the training. Tsunade-sensei, do it. Yes, Tsunade and Tenten's training range has also increased. Their training ground conflicted with the place occupied by the Nashi village clan, but because of Tsunade's face, they didn't dare to do anything. Never mind, it's not a big place anyway. The young master of the Shimura clan thought so. But not long after, Tsunade gave another order. Target number 4 and number 6 are also added. Tsunade and Tian have a wider range of training. SHHHHH Kunyu broke the air, flying around the number 1 training ground. A swarthy light flew past the eyes of the young master of the Shimura clan. It was Tianation's Kunao. Almost hurt him. This time, the young master of the Shimura clan was angry. Hey, you don't have eyes. Do you know if there is someone training here? Tsunade Haim? What if it was Tsunade Haim? If I hadn't stopped just now, master, I'm afraid. His life almost went wrong, he couldn't bear it anymore. At this time, Tian stopped in training, and she was a little overwhelmed. She has won the teachings of Tianyu. Tian is not a reckless man. If she can, she really doesn't want to cause this trouble. Tian, did I tell you to stop? The trial failed. Just because of your current state, you will never be able to catch up with your brother Tianyu's footsteps for the rest of your life. Tsunade angrily scolded Tiandeo. Tian shrugged, but didn't respond. Okay, you can say whatever you like. Even if you say that I can't even compete with the students of the ninja school, I will not refute it. Throwing Kunao. It was thrown every day under the strong pressure of Tsunade, and it was also forced by Tsunade, who almost injured the young master of the Shimura clan. Now it has caused the dissatisfaction of the young master of the Shimura clan. If he doesn't stop every day, the so-called young master of the Shimura clan will hate her. You must know that the Shimura family has a lot of power in Konoha. I don't want to let a giant remember to wear small shoes for himself every day. After Tsunade reprimanded Tian, he turned around and confronted the young master Shimura, who almost lost his life. What's the matter? Kid, is there anything you want to tell me? Tsunade, who finished fighting Tian, his delicate face was full of anger at this moment, as if he was very dissatisfied with Tian. Forward. This and that. Seeing Tsunade's anger, the guardians of the Shimura clan did not dare to take half a step forward. The young master of the Shimura clan instantly persuaded. We're training here, you guys shoot so far. Throwing Kunao is very dangerous. After thinking about it for a long time, the arrogant and domineering young master Shimura had no choice but to say this. This is Konoha's public training ground. I love how to train and how to train. On the other hand, Tsunade, at this moment, she is domineering. Rebuke me. Could it be that this training ground was opened by your family? Tsunade squinted his eyes, and a dangerous aura made the Shimura clan's guardians abandon their young master and take a few steps back. Tsunade Haim, that's a legendary figure active in World War II. That is the character who fought with the demigods and Hanzos and won the title of Sunin. Tsunade at this moment exudes the same atmosphere as when he was on the battlefield, extremely majestic and extremely dangerous. It is impossible for the guardians of the Shimura clan to not notice the slightest difference. This, of course, it's not from my house. But it's a public training ground, a training ground that everyone uses together. At least you're a little polite. The domineering young master Shimura, who occupied the number 1 training ground before everyone gave way to the training ground, said, oppressive rule? Hearing Shimura-sama say that, Tsunade smiled. This is rage and laughter. Okay, then I'll be polite. Tsunade didn't bother Master Shimura, just walked leisurely to the target in the center of the training ground. Then may I use this target? Shimura young master was stunned. He didn't know what Tsunade intended, but he saw his guardian retreating step by step as he approached. Facing Tsunade's question, he nodded dully, of course. Tsunade laughed and shook his shoulders. I haven't been to the training ground for a long time. Tian, stay away. Tian, who is at least 10 meters away from Tsunade, is a little confused. The distance between us is not close, right? Tsunade-sensei, what are you doing? Tian was a little puzzled, but she still obeyed Tsunade-sensei's orders, and she took a few steps back as she did. Not enough, go further. Tian, who didn't know what Tsunade was doing, simply ran to the edge of the training ground. I heard Tsunade tell her disciples to step back every day, so far back. The wise Shimura defender retreated earlier than every day, and Mr. Shimura is still a little confused. Even if he was stunned, he knew that he should retreat. But before he took a few steps, he heard Tsunade shouting loudly behind him. Be optimistic about Tian, this is the first trick I want to teach you. What? The huge chakra surged and gathered on Tsunade's right hand. With his right fist clenched, Tsunade slammed into the center of the training ground number 1, boom. When the training target meets Tsunade's fist, it will shatter when touched. Then Tsunade's fist slammed hard on the ground, and a dull sound spread throughout Konoha. Rumbling every day, I only feel that the ground under my feet is shaking violently. Click, ka. The ground of the number 1 training ground was cracked inch by inch. One after another terrifying cracks covered the entire training ground like spider webs. Every day my eyes shine. He stared at Tsunade intently, his eyes full of admiration. Punched down, the huge training ground was smashed. This is Tsunade Haim in her heart. This is Sunin. This is the granddaughter of the first Hokage-sama whom Konoha is proud of. This is the princess of the 1,000 hands. The most important thing, this person is her teacher every day. Forget it, today's trial ends here. Tian, let's go back. Standing in the center of the cracked spider web, Tsunade cut a roar, called Tian in disapproval, and walked to Tianyu's house without looking back. Yes, Tsunade-sensei, Tian replied excitedly with little stars in his eyes. After that, Tian was like a little follower, walking behind Tsunade. Training Ground 1, in the cracked earth, save me, save me. The arrogant and domineering young master of the Shimura family fell into a narrow pit. After waiting for a while, the guardian sent by the Shimura clan by his side slowly arrived late. Master, are you alright? Master, I'll save you now. Tianyu's house, Tsunade sat on the tatami in the living room. She frowned slightly, and it seemed that she was in a bad mood. The people of the Shimura clan are really proud of occupying the public training ground. It has been developed for so many years. Konoha is not even at the time it was before. In the living room, Tsunade is in a bad mood. Although she left Konoha for more than 10 years, but the Konoha created by her own grandfather, Kishao Hajime, is her root. Seeing that there is such a thing in Konoha, Tsunade is really sad. Why worry? Only do Kong. Tsunade, who was in the living room of Tianyu's house, picked up the wineglass in front of him and drank it. Gudong. As soon as Tsunade put down the glass, he heard the gurgling sound of ginseng wine. Tian was squatting aside to add wine to Tsunade. Why are you staying here with me? Why don't you go to practice? Tian smiled. I am your disciple, and taking care of the teacher is what a disciple should do. Seeing Tsunade, who looked like a gambler in the casino, Tian's sense of Tsunade collapsed. But seeing Tsunade smashing the huge training ground with one punch, Tsunade G, who looks like a great Sunin in her heart every day, is back. Tsunade-sensei said before that he wanted to teach me that trick. Until I learn, hey, happy every day. My brother asked Tsunade-sensei to accept me as a disciple, which is great. Where do I need you to take care of this half-year-old little devil? Tsunade shook his head. I have something to do in a while. You can cultivate yourself. Paused every day. Confirmed, she said. Teacher, after you. No, are you going to go to a casino? What are you thinking? Tsunade gently tapped Tianation's little head. It's business. Someone will take me to see old Sarabi in a while. Not long after the voice fell, then I saw a shadow appear in front of Tsunade. Master Tsunade, Master Hokage, please. Confused every day. Tsunade-sensei, so divine? As expected, is this the legendary Sunin? Tsunade nodded at Umbu. I'll go right away, you go back first. This. Umbu was a little uncertain to pay attention. Tsunade said solemnly, what? Could it be that you are still forcibly tying me over there? After saying that, Tsunade stirred up a chakra. I dare not, of course my subordinates dare not. Then go away quickly. Yes, Umbu Ninja who got this mask turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of Tsunade in Tenten. And Tsunade. Then he picked up the glass in front of him and drank it. She smashed the huge training ground with one punch, which would make Konoha one less public place to use. With such a big incident, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, will naturally find the master of Tsunade. Tsunade knew this. At this time, Sarutobi Hizen has sent someone to summon Tsunade. Tsunade did not act with the Umbu Ninja, but also scolded the Umbu Ninja. It was not Tsunade's willfulness. This is Tsunade on purpose pretend. A mere family disciple, without any serious matter and no compensation, has to requisition the training ground that has been open to the Konoha masses since the beginning of Konoha. This incident illustrates a problem. That is the current Konoha, and it is far from being the Konoha of that time. After so many years of development, Konoha has developed worse and worse, more and more problems. Tsunade must ask Sarutobi Hizen for an explanation. As a disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hizen, Tsunade naturally couldn't blame his teacher. But Tsunade's identity is not easy. From the name of her own 3 ninjas, she is qualified to ask Sarutobi Hizen when she sees such a thing, not to mention that she is still the princess of the Senju family who founded Konoha, not to mention that she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. With every identity of Tsunade, he can't just watch Konoha rot. Sarutobi Hizen summons. Tsunade has to go. Tsunade is not going to apologize to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but she wants to apologize to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tian, add wine. Is teacher. After drinking 3 glasses in a row, Tsunade signaled to stop adding wine every day. Standing up, Tsunade was ready to head towards the Hokage building. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade was ready to question her teacher Sarutobi Hizen. Call. With a long sigh, before leaving, Tsunade turned his head to Tian and said something very serious. I want to catch up with Tianyu. You have to work very hard. Otherwise, forget it, let's not talk about this. I'm leaving. Tian. Cultivation yourself well, your age is not the time to be wasted behind. Tian nodded vigorously. I see, teacher. Tsunade went to Hokage's office and didn't return to Tianyu's house until midnight. As for what happened in Hokage's office, no one knows except Sarutobi Hizen and Tsunade. Tian. It's rare that I didn't ask Tsunade about this topic. I've been working hard all day today, every day. and Tianyu is still soaking in the forging room. The next day, discussions about the legendary Sunin, Tsunade smashed the #1 training ground with one punch are all over Konoha. Tian is not at home today. She had assembled with her ninja team early this morning. They have an E-class mission to help farmers hoe their fields. Tian, I heard that you are worshipping Tsunade-sama as your teacher in the fields. A Niji Hayaga with long black hair wearing Konoha shinobi's forehead on his forehead suddenly asked. What? How did you know? I was accepted as a disciple by Tsunade-sensei yesterday. Hayaga Ningji pouted. You made such a fuss at the #1 training ground yesterday, and Konoha has already spread the word. Master Tsunade really smashed the training ground with one punch, Hinata Niji asked. Yes, Tian nodded. Tsunade-sensei is amazing. Really, one punch. Aside, Hayaga Niji clenched his fist. As a member of the Hayaga clan, he also has the seal technique of a caged bird on his forehead. Hayaga Niji really wanted to break through this bondage. As long as the Hayaga clan splits up, there is no one who doesn't want to break the restrictions on caged birds. Break out. In other words, Hayaga Niji must at least have the strength comparable to that of the head of Hayaga's family. The Hayaga clan is now the largest clan in Konoha, and the Hayaga Hizu, who is the head of the Hayaga clan, is not weak. In Hayaga Niji's view, maybe Hayaga Hizu's strength is even similar to Tsunade Haim, one of the three ninjas. And Tsunade, one punch can shatter Konoha's training ground. This powerful strength made Hayaga Niji feel suffocated. Wow, Tsunade-sama is so strong. Are the other two of the three ninjas as strong as Tsunade-sama? Oh. It's burning up. This is youth. Aside, Xiao Li, who has a watermelon rind hairstyle on his head, has an inexplicable flame burning in his eyes. I will work hard to reach the level of Tsunade-sama as soon as possible. Today's training around Konoha's handstand run, at another 100 laps, day by day. Well said, Li. Another green watermelon head appears here land. He gave a thumbs up to the small green-skinned watermelon head, revealing his white teeth. Work hard and sweat, this is youth. One big and one small, two green-skinned watermelon heads were bathed in the rising sun, running to each other with tears and hugging each other tightly. Sigh. Tian sighed. She was no longer surprised by this. It started again, and I don't know how long it will take for the two of them to return to normal. Tian, how did you come to join Master Tsunade? On the side, Hayaga Ningji paused for a while, and suddenly asked Xiang Tian. There is a strong guide. He must be able to improve a lot. Hayaga Niji also wanted to have a strong teacher to guide him, not a hot-blooded idiot who only shouted youth in his mouth. This. Every day is a little stunned. He also told Hayaga Niji, my brother asked the teacher who just accepted me to accept me as a disciple. Your brother? Tianyu. Hayaga Niji was a little stunned. He didn't know how Baiyu was connected with Tsunade, one of the three ninjas. What? Big brother Tianyu. The little green-skinned watermelon Headley Lock on the side really abandoned Mate Kai's swimming gun, and rushed to Tian with stars in his eyes. Is Big brother Tianyu back? I haven't seen Big brother Tianyu for a long time. Tian nodded calmly, in response to Li's question. After so long, I can't understand why Li is so passionate. Cough. Mate Kai, who was abandoned by Li, was very embarrassed for a while. Yes, Tianyu is back, and there is still a vacation period. He should be tinkering with something in their forging room in the past few days. Tianyu is amazing. I heard that he completed an extremely dangerous S-level mission this time. The flame called blood in Li Locke's eyes was even more boiling. And Niji Hayaga. He clenched his fists even tighter, and the gap between him and Tianyu is really getting bigger and bigger. Every day. Li's voice was very excited. After the mission is over, can I go to your house to find Big brother Tianyu? Don't you want to train after the mission? It will be dark when you finish training. How did you get here? Xiao Li was in a tangle, training. Big brother Tianyu. Well, Rock Lee vacillated between the two. At this time, Matt K stood up. His big white teeth were exposed again. Plum. You can go to Tian's house to see Tianyu and ask Tianyu to guide you in your training. That way you don't have to worry about it. Yes. After being understood by Mate Kai, Xiao Li's eyes burst into dazzling light. As expected of Mr. Kai, what he thinks is that he is more thoughtful than us. You never thought that Tianyu was busy and didn't have time to guide you. Is it training or people are simply not willing to guide you? Hayaga Ninkai snorted coldly and poured cold water on Xiao Li. This. Xiao Li will be in a tangle again, and the big green watermelon head stood up again. Don't worry, Li. Tianyu is not such a stingy person. Even if he has something in his hands, he will let go of his things to guide you. Mr. Kai, but, will this cause trouble for Big brother Tianyu? No, Li. After responding to Li Locke, Kai also looked up at the sky. I haven't seen Tianyu for a long time. When the mission is over, our team will go to Tianation's house to find Tianyu. Sunset West Hills, the afterglow of the setting sun dyes the leaves into a golden color. Tianyu is still fiddling with puppet dolls in his forging room. Well, the things for Tsunade have already been made, and I will find another opportunity to give them to her later. Although he stayed at home and didn't chat with Tsunade, Tanya knew that Tsunade was in a bad mood. Since Tsunade went to the Hokage building yesterday, Tsunade seemed to be in a bad mood all along. Although Tsunade didn't show his unhappiness too much, he was discovered by Tianyu after all. How did you find out? Count yesterday, add today. It's been 2 days. Did you see Tsunade Heim going to the casino? So the gods are broken set, Tsunade is not in a good mood. As for what, Tianyu didn't know and didn't ask. Tsunade accepts Tian Tian as a disciple, which is a kindness to Tianyu, and Tianyu will naturally not care if Tsunade is in trouble. Why didn't Tianyu ask Tsunade if he encountered any difficulties? This is in Konoha. Is there anything she can't handle in Konoha? Ding ding, dong dong. In the forging room, the sound of hammers hitting metal could be heard incessantly. I'm back. At the door of Tianyu's house, the door opened, Tian Tian's energetic voice sounded, but no one responded to her. Tianyu was immersed in the forging room, and the ninja shop also needed someone to look after him. Tian Tian and Tianyu's parents were not at home at this time. My brother should be in the forging room. You go to the living room and sit for a while. I'll call him. The forging room is an important place for Tianyu. Although Xiaoli and Meikai are not outsiders, it is best not to let them step into Tianyu's forging room, which is still very clear to Tian Tian. Hey, brother. Tian Tian didn't go into the forging room, just called Tianyu loudly at the door. Ms. Meidi, Xiaoli, and Niji are here to find you. Hey, can you hear me? At this time, the rhythmic ding and dang sound in the forging room paused for a while. I see. You go and accompany them first, and I'll come after I finish the work in hand. Tianyu in the forging room responded, usually at home, he will not always enter his forging space. Occasionally, he still uses the blacksmith that his parents helped him re-expand to forge ninjutsu. Otherwise, it would always be a little strange to always take out so many ninja tools out of thin air. Moreover, this new forging room, it is also a kind of support from his parents. Forging in the new forging room by myself can also make parents feel very comfortable. Every day at this time, I did not forget to ask you remember to take a shower and come back later. You spent another day in the forge, your clothes must be dirty, just leave the dirty clothes in the laundry room, and I'll wash them for you later. Okay, I got it. After Tianyu finished speaking, the rhythmic metal tapping sound in the forging room sounded again. Tianyu began to fiddle with the work in his hands again. After half an hour, Tianyu put the forging work to an end, and went to take a shower. After throwing the dirty clothes in the laundry room, put on a clean clothes and walked to the living room. Yo, hello everyone. Mr. Kai has been gone for a long time, and so are Xiaoli and Ninkai. Tianyu smiled and greeted the members of Tian Tian's ninja team. Among them, he has the deepest friendship with Matt K. Xiaoli is fine too. As for Ninkai, why came to his house to find him, Tianyu was a little confused. He thought about it, but he didn't mention it, and greeted everyone with a polite smile. Tianyu, you've grown taller again. Mate Kai looked at Tianyu up and down and said with a laugh. Big brother Tianyu, long time no see. Xiaoli responded excitedly. Among them, Niji Hayaga, who was the least familiar with Tianyu, nodded, long time no see. Big brother Tianyu, I heard from teacher Kai that you just returned from an S-level mission and are on vacation. Xiaoli was blunt, and directly spoke out the thoughts in his heart. How is it, brother Tianyu, is the S-level task difficult? How do you feel after completing the S-level task? S-level tasks are quite difficult. Don't underestimate the danger of S-level tasks. Tianyu warned Xiaoli. Xiaoli is still young, and children are most likely to blindly create wrong values. Therefore, Tianyu's serious warning to Xiaoli about the S-level mission is no joke. Then, Tianyu smiled. Goodbye after a long time, there is no need to be so serious. I was lucky in this mission. It was only by the mutual help of the members of the Umbu team that I could barely complete this S-level mission. Really? Big brother Tianyu is just a fluke. S-level missions are so dangerous. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Li, don't listen to Tianyu's nonsense. What kind of fluke is he? He is Dark, the captain of the squad. Their Umbu squad is the strongest. Kate Kai, as a joinin, directly exposed Tianyu's lie. He said to Xiaoli Li, Tianyu is already so strong, don't lose to him. You have to train hard and try to run around Konoha upside down 500 laps every day, so that you can catch up with Tianyu. I'm optimistic about you, Li. Yes. Teacher Akai. Xiaoli immediately felt as if he had heard the military order, and his body instantly stretched straight. Captain Umbu, is Tianyu already strong enough? Hayaga Niji was startled, and accidentally revealed the surprise in her heart. Ha ha ha, yes. Mate Kai laughed and added again, the captain of the Umbu team must have the strength of the ninja to sit in this position, in addition to the identity of Umbu. Tianyu's treatment in Konoha is almost the same as mine. Hayaga Ningji was startled. He knew that Tianyu was strong, but Tianyu was so strong, he couldn't believe it. Mr. Akai is joking. How can I sit on an equal footing with Mr. Akai? Tianyu laughed. He will never forget the bond between Mate Kai and his teachers and students. Mr. Akai, Xiao Li, and Hayaga Niji, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You guys wait here a moment, I'll go out and buy some good dishes, let's have a good chat. Say get up with Tianyu, when guests come to the house, he can't let them sit. In particular, there is also Mate Kai who has given him a mountain of gratitude and taught him the 8 dungeons. Ha ha ha, no need, Tianyu, we're not here to eat. Xiao Li and I haven't seen you for a long time. Let's come and see you. By the way, Xiao Li wants you to give pointers to his cultivation. Mr. Akai, Li Lok was a little embarrassed, he was still afraid that he would cause trouble to big brother Tianyu. Tianyu smiled, okay. Before Xiao Li said anything, Tianyu agreed. It just so happens that I can see how Xiao Li's cultivation is going. Then let's go now. After a while, Tianyu said, go to the number 1 training ground. As soon as the words came out, Mate Kai, Xiao Li, and Niji Hayaga didn't speak, while Tian Tian bowed his head silently. What's the matter? The number 1 training ground is unavailable now. Xiao Li answered Tianyu silently, and added, the number 1 training ground was smashed by Tian Tian and Master Tsunade yesterday. Forward. Hearing this, Tianyu turned to look at Tian Tian. Tian Tian had already lowered his head, avoiding Tianyu's sight. Never mind my business. I persuaded Tsunade-sensei, she insisted on doing that. Tian Tian muttered with his head down. Then let's go to the number 2 training field. Ninja School's graduation exam room is approaching. The number 2 and number 3 training grounds were occupied by a large number of Ninja School students who were about to graduate from the Ninja School today. Niji Hayaga, who was on the side, added. Then this. Tianyu didn't know where to go. Let's go to the Forest of Death outside Konoha, there is no one to disturb it, it is a good place to practice. Mate Kai once again gave an opinion. Hey, Hayaga Niji stood up abruptly, there are many wild creatures in the Forest of Death. Where is it very dangerous? It's alright, let's go to the Forest of Death. Tianyu said with a smile, finalizing the venue for this training. Danger? Under the care of the 2 elites, Tianyu and Mate Kai, join in, what can go wrong with Tian Tian and Xiao Li? Yeah, listen to big brother Tianyu. Li Lok, who was promised by Tianyu to guide him in his practice, was excited and disregarded the danger that Niji Hayaga said. And every day, she is Tianyu's sister, how can she not trust her brother? She naturally obeys Tianyu. Among the 5 people, only Hayaga Niji was incompatible with them. It seems that Niji Hayaga is not a member of the Mate Kai ninja team, Tinaya was a member of this ninja team. Okay, then let's go. Shout out. The group, together with the somewhat reluctant Niji Hayaga, headed towards the Forest of Death. The Konoha Whirlwind. The big whirlwind of Konoha. Death stands deep. Li, who was wearing a green tight-fitting suit, exerted his physical skills with all his might and attacked Tianyu. And Tianyu moved his hands very easily and resolved Li Lok's attack. It was Tianyu's idea to let Xiao Li attack him. To understand a person's strength, to fight against it, is the clearest and most intuitive way. Deep in the Forest of Death, Xiao Li Zhan is hardy. Kai, who was on the side, saw that Xiao Li's strength was progressing well, and nodded with satisfaction. Every day is boring in teasing the insects on the ground. Hayaga Niji. His white eyes stared at Tianyu's every move. He managed to defuse Xiao Li's attack so easily. If he was against Xiao Li, he couldn't do it. When the guidance battle between Xiao Li and Tianyu was going on very well, Hayaga Niji stood up out of time and said, Tianyu, can I also ask you for advice? Can you fight me? In battle, Tianyu raised his hand again to defuse Li Lok's attack. He turned to look at Ninkai, of course, but you have to wait until Xiao Li and I are done. Hayaga Niji, although Tianyu is not familiar with him, he is also a member of Mr. Akai's team, and he came to visit him at his house with Mate Kai, Xiao Li, and Tian Tian. Of course, Tianyu couldn't refuse. But primary and secondary Ken must be clear. Xiao Li is in front and guides Xiao Li. Tianyu will try his best to give practical solutions. Hayaga Niji, well, it won't be too sloppy. The sky is getting darker, it's too late. If there is still Niji Hayaga, time is not rich. After all this, Tianyu planned to invite Mate Kai and his party to have a light meal. Teacher Akai and Li Lok specially came to him, specially to visit him. Tianyu naturally wanted to receive Mate Kai and Xiao Li warmly. This is the proper etiquette between teachers, students, and friends. Little Li, it's not too early today, come up with your real skills. Yes, big brother Tianyu. Xiao Li and Tianyu separated a few meters, and then removed the weight he had been wearing on his body from the leggings. Bah! The weight was dropped on the ground, and there were 2 loud noises. Dust splashed and filled the Forest of Death. This, Little Li is carrying such a heavy load. Hayaga Niji's shocked mouth opened wide, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Is this still the tail of the crane in his eyes? Big brother Tianyu, be careful. Xiao Li said in an excited voice. Tianyu nodded, and then Li Luo's figure moved. He is attacking. Whoosh! Xiao Li's attack speed is comparable to the speed of Kunao's flight, which is dizzyingly fast. Seeing Xiao Li's figure suddenly appearing from the east, and then appearing from the west after a while, Hayaga Ningri's white eyes didn't stop. down in half a second. So fast. Almost to the point where he can barely keep up with him from a side-by-side perspective. Xiao Li actually hides it. A drop of sweat seeped out from Hyaga Niji's forehead. To meet Xiao Li, even if he has learned to return to the sky, it seems that he can't win, right? With Xiao Li's extremely fast continuous attack frequency, he could defend once in the sky, but not for a while, unless he has been using Hushin non-stop. But he doesn't have enough chakra for Niji, so he is not allowed to do this. Hyaga Niji clenched her fists even tighter. As the former head of the ninja school, he couldn't even beat Li Lok at the tail of the crane. Decadent, he is so decadent. With the convenient white eyes, Hyaga Niji also discovered one thing, Tianyu. After Xiao Li's speed went up a few layers, he still stood in place in the face of Xiao Li's frequent and extremely fast attacks, and resolved Xiao Li's attack without taking a step. Tianyu, how strong is this guy? Not bad. Tianyu, who was fighting against Li Lok, praised Xiao Li. You have enough stamina for such frequent attacks, but the speed doesn't fade away. Xiao Li, it seems that your weight can be mentioned again. During the battle, Tianyu put forward a suggestion from Xiao Li Shiyu saying, yes, big brother Tianyu. Hearing Tianyu's words, Xiao Li's figure stopped. That's right, Bayman Dun-A. Teacher Akai taught it to you, right? Tianyu suddenly asked. Xiao Li nodded. Have you learned? I learned. How many doors can you open? Now, barely able to get to the fourth door. Tianyu nodded and said, then you go to the second door first, let me see. What? Xiao Li was surprised. Tianyu asked in confusion, what's wrong? Haven't you practiced yet? No. There is nothing wrong with the cultivation of the 8 gates of Dunjia, brother Tianyu, don't worry. Only. Xiao Li was a little confused. Tianyu asked, just? This move is what I kept for Niji. Hyaga Niji? Xiao Li still has a whole card. After he unloads the load, I can't beat Xiao Li. He still has trump cards, and is he still ready to deal with him? Hyaga Niji wanted to scold her mother. Ha, Li, it's okay. Tianyu asks you to use it as you please. Medi, who was beside him, laughed loudly. Upon receiving Meikai's signal, Xiao Li also nodded. Big brother Tianyu, be careful. 8-door Dunjia, open. Open the door, open it. Shut the door, open it. In an instant, Li Lok opened 2 doors in a row, and a large number of chakras rose from him. For a while, Xiao Li's speed has been raised several levels again. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sound of fists and feet touching, Hyaga Niji's eyes could barely keep up. On Xiao Li's action. And Tianyu. Although Xiao Li is stubborn, he has to take it seriously after opening the 8 gates of Dunjia. Tianyu concentrated. After a while, Tianyu saw that Xiao Li's physical condition did not have any adverse reactions, so he said, Xiao Li, open the 3rd door. Yes, big brother Tianyu. Life gate, open. Once again, the chakra on Li Lok rose like a fire. Xiao Li is faster. Another level. Hyaga Niji can only occasionally capture Xiao Li's figure. After opening the 3 doors, Li Lok was extremely powerful. Just relying on pure physical skills, Tianyu is still a bit difficult. For example, he can no longer resolve Xiao Li's moves by standing still like before. Well, the 3rd gate is also very stable. Little Li, I'll take a look at the 4th door. It is good. With an order, Xiao Li listened to Tianyu's words and suddenly opened the 4th door. Injury door, open. The chakra of Xiao Li's body doubled again. With the blessing of a lot of chakra, Xiao Li's speed is faster. Hyaga Niji's white eyes can only capture the afterimage of Xiao Li. To this, Hyaga Niji's paralyzed face twitched several times. He has something MMP wants to say. Hyaga Niji, how can I be so talented, let you, Li Luo, keep such a hand and prepare such a big move for me? And little Li, stop. Deep in the forest of death, Tianyu stopped Xiao Li's attack and motioned for him to stop the Bayman Dunjia estate. Li Lok stopped in response. A few meters away from Tianyu, the 8-door Dunjia estate was lifted, and Xiao Li was panting heavily due to the intense exhaustion that surged from the bottom of his heart. Open the 4th door, your chakra control is unstable, and your body has not fit the huge amount of chakra. Well, the 4th door, you can open the 5th door if you exercise more. You have to practice your body more, otherwise, if you force open the 5th door, your body will be overwhelmed. The amount of chakra is overwhelming. Xiao Li nodded, I see, thank you big brother Tianyu. Tianyu also grinned, Xiao Li, you have made great progress, not bad. Let's end today. Remember that unless you encounter a deadly battle, you must not forcibly open the 5th gate. After all, Tianyu warned again. Xiao Li nodded heavily, I will listen carefully to what big brother Tianyu has to say. So far, Li Lok's guidance practice ended. Then Tianyu turned his head, Ningkai, come on, it's your turn. Seeing Xiao Li so violently Hyaga Niji, he is still sluggish now. To him? Hyaga Niji subconsciously shook her head, no, I'll wait until the next time to ask you for advice. You just weren't. Tianyu was a little puzzled. No, I know what happened to Niji Hayaga. When Tianyu was fighting against Xiaoli just now, he jumped out and said that he also wanted to ask Tianyu for guidance. Why did you change your mind in such a short time? Tianyu was a little puzzled, but he didn't force Niji either. Practice versus battle. It's good for others. Hinata Niji was not familiar with Tianyu, and Tianyu promised him that it was entirely out of Meitkai's face. Now he gives up his own benefits. Tianyu is worse than less. Well, it's not dark yet, there's still more time. I'll treat everyone to a light meal. Niji Hayaga suddenly withdrew from the guiding battle, and the time was not much, this time. Well, I can find a better restaurant and let Mr. Akai have 2 drinks outside. Cough cough. Since Niji won't come, then I'll come. Aside, Meikai suddenly stood up and said to Tianyu, seeing you and Xiaoli have such a bloody battle, I'm also on fire. Tianyu, we haven't played against each other for a long time, let me see what your strength is now. This. Meitkai's words bored Tianyu, playing with Mat K. This is not what I thought before. It happens that there is no one in this forest of death, you can let go. Come on, Tianyu. You're not going to reject me, are you? Mikey is surprised added a sentence. Reject Meikai. To be honest, Tianyu really thought about it. But Meikai is his teacher, the teacher Akai, who taught him the 8 ways of Dunjia, and is so kind to him. Naturally, Tianyu couldn't smother Mr. Akai's happiness. Well, okay. Anyway, there is no one in the forest of death. Come on, teacher Akai. But it's getting late, we have to go have a meal in a while, and directly use 80% of our strength. After all, Tianyu directly opened the 8-door Dunjia, and the overwhelming chakra spewed out of him. Massive chakra surges, and the wind caused by the wind makes the treetops in the death forest sway greatly. Hayaga Niji was blown away by the violent wind and almost fell to the ground. Tianyu, he, so strong, Hinata Niji stammered. Intuitively seeing the condensed massive chakras as if they were substantial, the power of Tianyu has completely exceeded his worldview. 80%. 8 achievements are so strong. Hayaga Niji was a little dumbfounded. At the same time, Meikai also laughed out loud, and immediately opened the 8 gates of Dunjia. Chakra, which was much more concentrated than Tianyu's, was condensed to the point of being transformed into essence, and also spewed out of his body. Hayaga Niji was stunned again. He just looks like a hot-blooded idiot egg, Mr. Matey, who talks about the word youth every day in his mouth. The strength is also extremely powerful. Tianyu, I won't let go. Teacher Akai, you can rest assured. After Meikai and Tianyu said to each other, the two moved their hands and scuffled together. The strength of Tianyu and Meikai, there is no doubt about it. Both of them are existences at the elite level, and these two, both opened the 8 doors of Dunjia. This moment, Hayaga Niji's worldview completely collapsed. The speed of Meikai and Tianyu was very fast. The fast Niji Hayaga couldn't even see the afterimage. All I could hear was a dull bang in the air. This is the collision between the two fists and fists. Although the main force was on the other side, Tianyu and Meikai were too powerful, and the little aftermath of the battle that overflowed. Both smashed the towering trees beside them inch by inch. The powerful fist pressure stirred up the sky and the earth. The strong wind blew Lilac and Hayaga Niji away from the center of their battle. And, the strong wind blew off the wastes of some of the surrounding trees. Trees smashed, trunks broken. Death Meikai and Tianyu didn't intend to toss the forest of death, but to make the forest of death devastated. Is this the strength of Tianyu and Mr. Matey? See the tornado destroy the parking, cough cough. Seeing that the death forest was turned into a wasteland by the aftermath of the battle between the two, Hayaga Niji. Only then did he know how strong a ninja can be. After half an hour, the wind in the forest of death ceases. Meikai and Tianyu walked out of the center of the battle one after another. Ha ha ha, this battle is really refreshing. Tianyu, your kid has become a lot stronger. After the intoxication, Meikai was in a very happy mood. No matter how strong it is, it can't compare to Teacher Akai. Tianyu replied very modestly and politely. The teacher is surpassed by the disciple. There is rarely a sense of sadness that the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves. Tianyu didn't want such a cheerful Meikai to become melancholy. Stop it. Meikai gave Tianyu a rare white look. Don't I know what's going on with your kid? Is this your best effort? You didn't even take out those ninja tools you built. That stuff is your main force. Even if you want to deceive me, at least go for it. What, isn't this full strength? Hayaga Niji was completely stunned. This earth-shattering strength isn't even full strength? And, Mr. Kai seems to say, the main force of Tianyu, the main force is elsewhere. If Tianyu takes out all his strength, how strong is Tianyu? Tianyu, how strong is he? Mr. Akai, Xiaoli, and Niji, don't go back in a hurry, I'll treat everyone to a meal. After the battle is over, people turn. Tianyu preemptively invited everyone to dine together. Ha ha ha, okay. Meikai has always been a direct person, and has a very good relationship with Tianyu, so he will not be polite to Tianyu. It's very late, most restaurants are closing, or I'll go to your house to eat. It just so happens that I can have 2 drinks, and I'll rest at your house for the night when I'm drunk. Mate Kai really doesn't treat himself as an outsider. Tianyu is also happy. Okay, if Xiaoli and Ning are too lazy to go back, they can also stay at my house. Tianyu's house has been renovated, it is over 1,000 square meters in size. Naturally, it can live with a few people from Mate Kai. Xiaoli is also the same as Mate Kai, a person who has his guts to the end, and he doesn't have so many twists and turns. Big brother Tianyu, really? Okay, then I'm staying at big brother Tianyu's house today. And Niji Hayaga. He is a clan disciple of the Hinata clan, and he has relatively many etiquette rules. And Niji Hayaga has something to do when she wants to come. Of course he wouldn't stay in someone else's house. Even before today, Hayaga Niji wouldn't even go to Tianyu's house for dinner at this time. I have seen the power of Tianyu and Mate Kai. He still couldn't refuse to dine with these 2 powerhouses who had collapsed his worldview. On the way home, passing by some restaurants that haven't closed yet, Tianyu ordered a few dishes and packed them home. Arrived home, a group of people happily held a small banquet together. Ha ha ha, this wine is really strong. Come, Tianyu, accompany me, have a drink, or I'll be alone drinking. How lonely it is. In Tianyu's house, in the banquet hall, Mate Kai was slightly drunk and in a very good mood. With that drunken red face, he persuaded Tianyu to raise a glass with him. On the field, except for Mate Kai, no one is an adult. Kindness. Although Tianyu is also underage, in Mate Kai's eyes, Tianyu is no longer a child. No, Mr. Akai, I'm still a child. Is it appropriate for you to persuade me to drink like this? Tianyu vetoed. As a craftsman, drinking too much will cause the craftsman's nerves to be paralyzed. After a long time, the body will feel slightly numb, which is not good for forging. Especially Tianyu, which requires high-tech drawings from the forging system. Those things require ultra-high precision. If there is a slight difference, that is the result of 1,000 miles away. Of course, this does not mean that Tianyu can't drink. He also has a few drinks every now and then, which won't affect his body. But, Midi, drink with Akai sensei, Menzi, who drank the wine that he fell asleep when he drank it. Akai sensei would kill Tianyu, so Tianyu simply used the excuse of children to shirk. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Mate Kai and Xiaoli enjoyed their meal very much, and Xiaoli, his face was also glowing red. Mate Kai saw that it was impossible to get drunk, so he asked Xiaoli to accompany him to drink. Hayaga Niji also mustered up her courage and asked Tianyu, senior, can I ask how you became so strong in such a short period of time? Can you teach me this secret? Hayaga Niji and Tianyu are not familiar with each other, so I ask. The words are obviously presumptuous, but Tianyu didn't blame him. He smiled and said, if you want to become stronger, it's easy. You learn from Xiaoli, and if you practice more, you will naturally become stronger. Hayaga Niji frowned. Obviously he was not satisfied with Tianyu's answer. Heaven has a great responsibility for the people of this country, and they must first suffer their will, labor their muscles and bones, and starve their bodies and skin. Tianyu read out a famous sentence from a previous life. Hayaga Niji was startled in her heart, and carefully savored Tianyu's words. The sky has come to do great things for the people. Do-ren. Niji Hayaga does have a big job. He is dissatisfied that the people who are separated by Hayaga will be planted with caged birds by the Zong family. He wants to overthrow this system of the Hinata clan. Isn't this a big job? Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Hayaga Ningji thanked Tianyu respectfully. After a while, Niji Hayaga said to the already drunk Mate Kai, teacher, I also want to learn the 8 ways of Dunjia. Can teacher Kai teach it to me? At this time, Mat Kai was already drunk. Hearing had decreased, and he didn't notice that Hayaga Niji was talking to him. Mr. Kai. Hayaga Niji spoke again. This trick won't teach you. Tianyu answered Hayaga Niji for Mate Kai. Why? The Beiman Dunjia technique. It's a forbidden technique, and it's not a good way to say it. The Beiman Dunjia is a forbidden technique that is considered to be overdrawn at the cost of vitality. I'm not afraid. Hayaga Niji hurriedly replied. It's not a question of whether you're afraid or not, it's that you simply can't bear the backlash from the 8-sect Dunjia. Then Xiao Li. Tianyu rolled his eyes angrily. Xiao Li maintains high-intensity exercise every day, and his physical fitness is already very strong, so he is able to use the 8 armors. Hayaga Niji lowered her head to think for a moment and said, is that so? But I can also exercise. Tianyu chuckled softly. Let me tell you this, Konoha, aside from me and Mr. Meidi, Xiao Li should be the most physically fit person in Konoha. Paused a little, Tianyu added, even Lord Hokage may not be as strong as Xiao Li. Hayaga Niji was stunned. He thought that it was eccentric that Mat Kai only taught Xiao Li not to him, turn out to be Little Li. Hayaga Niji whispered in a low voice. Yo, looking at your posture, are you ready to drink all night? At this time, a crisp royal sister's voice sounded from the door. A blonde with a huge body and an explosive body stood at the door and appeared in everyone's field of vision. Tsunade-sama. Mate Kai wakes up at once. As a ninja from an earlier era, Mate Kai has great respect for Tsunade, one of the three ninjas. Tsunade-sama, why are you here? Mate Kai immediately gave Tsunade a subordinate salute and asked. You are. Tsunade frowned. She didn't seem to know this person very well. He's my teacher, Mate Kai. Tianyu introduced Tsunade. Oh, your teacher? Tsunade looked up and down at Mate Kai, and then explained to him, why am I here? I will live in Tianyu's house during my time in Konoha. Well, this answer is okay, bar? Mate Kai's mouth opened wide in shock, revealing his white teeth. At the same time, he looked at Tianyu in disbelief. This kid has such a good relationship with Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama, are you looking for me for something? Tianyu ignored Mate Kai, and turned to Tsunade instead. Tsunade glanced at Mate Kai. Mate Kai said immediately, let's avoid it. Forget it, don't avoid it, it's not a big deal. Tsunade nodded, I was going to talk to you after you got together, but looking at your posture, I was going to drink all night, so I came to you. Tianyu tilted his head and listened quietly. The transfer order over there has just come down, and your current position has officially been transferred to the captain of the Umbu division. Old Sarutobi also asked me to inform you, let you, a promising graduate of the ninja school, go back to the ninja school, cheer up the younger generation, and encourage the new generation of Konoha. A.N. Umbu. Captain. Matt K. was startled again. Umbu squad leader. He can still say that he is on an equal footing with Tian Yuping, but the captain of the dark department. This position in the village is even higher than that of Meiji, who is a jounin. Although it is said that status does not mean strength, but at this age, with such strength, he also entered the corps of Umbu in Konoha, and served as the captain of Umbu. This disciple of his, Tianyu, is really too promising. How long did it take to surpass him as a teacher? It's just that the blue is better than the blue, huh? Matt K. was a little emotional. But more in my heart is my blessing to my excellent disciple. Tianyu, congratulations. Xiao Li, wow, big brother Tianyu, you are amazing. Hayaga Niji, congratulations. Okay, the matter has been communicated to you, you drink slowly, I'm going back to sleep. As for Tsunade, after she notified Tianyu of the news, she said goodbye to everyone. Brother, didn't you hear me? Brother, why don't you get up? Tian walked into Tianyu's room. Then she saw her brother sleeping soundly on the bed with his back up and down. Then Tian suddenly felt something in his heart, then she crept up to Tianyu's side, seeing his brother lying on the bed, half of his face was exposed. It looked angular, his skin was fair, and his eyelashes were black and long like a fan. Tisk, brother, he is really, the longer he is, the more handsome he is. Tian couldn't help thinking in his heart that if he wants to find a boyfriend in the future, he must be a little more handsome than her brother, right? Otherwise, I grew up with my brother like this since I was a child, and I have accepted the daily baptism of my brother's prosperous beauty. I am afraid that I can't accept people who are not good enough. Wait, but if you think about it this way, so far, it seems that she has never seen someone more handsome than her brother. Even for Niji Hayaga, who was hailed as the school brass of their current class, she felt that her appearance was just average, and she was much worse than her brother. OMG. Cover your face with your hands every day. I am amazed in my heart. I will not be able to marry for the rest of my life because my brother has improved my vision, right? If this is the case, my brother must be responsible. But change your mind, if I really don't marry anyone in my life, if I live with my brother like this, it seems to be pretty good. It doesn't matter even if my brother finds a sister-in-law for herself, she will definitely get along well with her. Sister-in-law's words. She feels that the Hayaga clan's that eldest young lady Hinata is not bad. Born into a big family and the daughter of the patriarch, although the status is very noble, but there is absolutely no character that looks down on people, even if he is a bit more approachable than the person who split up the family, Hayaga Niji. She is simply the perfect sister-in-law candidate in her mind. As for her Tsunade master, although the strength is very powerful, although the figure is very turbulent, although the appearance is very resistant, however, she is old and violent. No, absolutely not. As for the other blonde girl who sends flowers every week, he looks good and has a cheerful personality, but he always looks like a nympho. Put her in the assessment area first. Just when Tian was in a trance, a face suddenly enlarged in front of her. Tian was suddenly startled, and his body couldn't help falling backwards. On the contrary, the person on the opposite side is quick-witted. He grabbed her at once. Brother, why are you scaring me? Tian couldn't help saying after seeing that the person in front of him was his brother. I still want to ask you. Tianyu frowned and said, you little girl, you didn't sleep in your room early in the morning, ran to sit by my bed, and giggled here. What are you trying to do? Giggle? How can I? Tian quickly reached out and touched his face, only then did I realize that I was really giggling now. This is so embarrassing. She would never say that she was considering the candidate for her future sister-in-law, that, of course I came to you for a business purpose. Tian's eyes flowed, and he immediately found the topic of the transfer. She came to her brother's room early in the morning. Of course she had serious business. "What's up, brother? You won't forget, Lord Hokage asked you to give a speech to the new graduates today as an outstanding graduate," Tian said with a surprised expression. "Hey, is there such a thing?" Tianyu's face was even more surprised. With a speechless expression on Tian's face, "Brother, have you really forgotten such an important thing? This is an opportunity that many people dream of. Every day I can't help but hold my forehead." She found that her brother was really strange. It may seem careless, but in fact it can notice a lot of details that others don't even notice. Obviously, as a representative of outstanding students, going to the ninja school to give a speech is an opportunity that many people dream of, enough to make them excited to sleep all night, but it doesn't seem to be worth mentioning here at all, and if he hadn't reminded himself, he would have even forgotten about it. And it was worth cheering for the whole family for a week before, celebrating my brother's entry into Umbu, and the promotion to become the captain of Umbu this time. It seems that my brother didn't take it to heart at all. However, my brother can pay attention to other people's thoughts every time, and then use his own way to help them make some changes. For example, when I saw Xiaoli for the first time, the encouragement to his inferiority complex. When I saw Niji for the first time, I suppressed his proud temper. System, when I saw Hinata for the first time, I paid attention to her sensitive emotions. It is far more delicate and mature than his peers. Yes, Tsunade seems to have told me such a thing yesterday. Tianyu nodded, then got up from the bed. "Thank you for reminding me, otherwise I really forgot about it." Tianyu got up, washed, changed into clean clothes, said goodbye to Tian, and went out the door. But he didn't go directly to the ninja school. Instead, he turned a corner and walked to an apartment complex. This kind of apartment complex made of large reinforced concrete looks much more modern, and it is somewhat similar to the buildings of Tianyu's previous life. However, compared with the single-family house of Tianyu's family, the rent or house price of this kind of apartment house is quite low. Generally, people living in this area are not rich. Tianyu walked to the second floor of one of the buildings and knocked on one of the doors. "Big brother Tianyu? Why are you here?" Naruto's surprised voice came. When he opened the door, he was holding a bowl of hot instant noodles in his hand. "You eat this in the morning?" Tianyu frowned unconsciously. "Didn't I lend you some money before? Why not prepare a nutritious breakfast? The money I lent you is for you to spend, and I'm not in a hurry to ask you to pay it back. And today is the day of your graduation exam. You don't eat something good? You don't worry about having a stomach ache during your graduation exam?" The Naruto in the original work was originally because the cost of living was tight. So in order to save money, I often eat instant noodles and drink the expired milk caused his stomach to be very bad at that time, and he often had diarrhea. This phenomenon will only improve after he becomes tolerant and can earn commissions. Tianyu has long wanted to change the living conditions of some Naruto, but Naruto is still very self-respecting, and it is okay to treat occasional guests, but he directly gives Naruto living expenses, but Naruto is resolutely unwilling to accept it. Even if he lived a tight life, he was unwilling to accept alms from others, and he was very optimistic that instant noodles were delicious. Tianyu knew that this was a very fragile self-esteem that Naruto had been hiding under that carefree appearance. So he didn't force Naruto to accept it. Instead, in a different way, in the name of borrowing money, let Naruto take the money, just wait for Naruto to become tolerant in the future, perform tasks, and earn commissions before returning it to him. Of course, Tianyu did not mention anything about interest. This way, Naruto nodded and chose to accept. In fact, Naruto is indeed very short of this money. With this amount of money, he can not only improve his meals and enhance his nutrition, but also buy some basic training equipment to increase the intensity of his practice. Naruto is also very appreciative of big brother Tianyu's kindness. Although he didn't say it, he had already made up his mind in his heart. When you become a ninja in the future, after being able to perform tasks and earn commissions independently, not only do I have to return the money to big brother Tianyu with interest, but I also invite him to eat the best ramen in Konoha. 20 bowls to eat. After hearing what Tianyu just asked, Naruto's heart couldn't help but be moved. If there is one person in the village who cares so much about him, it must be his big brother Tianyu. So he hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, brother Tianyu, come in and see, I bought a lot of bread and milk in the refrigerator. This time it's not expired. I ate instant noodles this morning and added an egg to myself, to bless me for passing this exam." It's not like that kind of talk. Eating noodles can go smoothly. After listening to Naruto's explanation, Tianyu's face really improved a lot. Then hurry up and eat. After eating, let's go to the ninja school together. What? Naruto's face was full of surprise. Without thinking in the brain, blurt out the debut, "Brother Tianyu, why did you go to the ninja school? Have you changed your career to become a ninja teacher?" Tianyu, "Naruto, why are you so imaginative? I'm only 13 years old this year, okay, what kind of ninja school teacher should I be?" He explained, "Isn't your graduation exam today? As an outstanding graduate of the previous year, Naruto asked me to give a speech at the ninja school. Alas, it's really a troublesome thing." Wow. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Tianyu, are you the kind of person who stands at the front of the podium and then looks like a fire? Kage-sama hypnotized us into a long speech like when he went to the ninja school before? Tianyu's face is full of black lines. Naruto, should I say that your description of the past is appropriate, or is it too real? But, this Matera it is indeed a similar quality. He nodded. Handsome. Naruto suddenly stood up from his seat, with an excited expression on his face. I didn't expect that Big Brother Tianyu can stand in front of everyone like Hokage and give a speech. It's so handsome. Big Brother Tianyu, you are worthy of my idol. Handsome? I just heard your description. I can't hear the meaning of being handsome in your description at all. I'm done eating. Naruto finished his breakfast quickly, then he and Tianyu went out together and walked in the direction of the ninja school. On the way, there are many people who frequently cast their eyes. Most of the eyes fell on Tianyu. In the past few days, Tsunade-sama's return to the village has already spread like wildfire, and everyone in the village knows about it. At the same time, there is a surprising news. In just a few days, it spread throughout the village. The eldest son of the Tengxiang family, the owner of the ninja tool shop, Tianyu, was promoted to the captain of Konoha Anbi at the age of 13. This news is really amazing. Although dark, most of the information about the members of the ministry is classified as a secret matter in the village, and it is expressly prohibited from leaking information. However, some of the best in Umbu will still be known to the outside world by their original names or code names. For example, in Heite Kakashi, regardless of his origin or his strength, even before he joined Umbu, he was already famous. Therefore, the fact that he is now serving as an Umbu minister in the village can be regarded as an open secret. Of course, when Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha family joined Umbu, that incident also shocked the whole Konoha. After that, this is Tianyu's promotion. Before Tianyu joined Umbu and became a member of Umbu, although it also caused some sensations in the village, those sensations were limited to some information circulating in the major ninja families. They were keenly aware that there seemed to be a talented young man who was about to rise up in the village. And this time Tianyu was promoted to the captain of Umbu. The light of the news spread. Even the ordinary villagers in the village have heard a little, because the speed of his promotion, whether it is age or time, is really amazing. He at least has the strength of an elite jounin. 13 years old, elite shangnin, what is this concept? Not long ago, he even brought back the corpse of Kakito who fought against the first Hokage-sama. His presence, enough for many people in the village to notice him. Wow, you're really as young as the rumors say. Yeah, after all, he's only 13 years old. I didn't expect to be quite handsome. Now I don't know how many father-in-laws in the village have been eyeing him. Ha 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 ha. It makes sense. Brother, you reminded me. My daughter is with him once. I have to let my daughter find a chance to deal with him well. And many of them, his eyes also noticed Naruto standing beside Tianyu. A whispering voice gradually spread. Hey, why is Lord Tianyu with that fox demon? Yes, why do they seem to have a good relationship? Isn't Lord Tianyu afraid that the fox demon will destroy our village? Is it because Lord Tianyu is very powerful, so he has the confidence to protect our village? Does that mean that we don't have to be afraid of the fox demon? Although Naruto has friends like Tianyu, Tian, AA and Xiaoli, his childhood was not as lonely as in the original book, but his condition in the village has not improved. Those ignorant villagers still regarded him as a fox demon, full of fear and hatred for him, and regarded him as a monster. But because of the existence of Tianyu, many people seem to be less afraid of Naruto. They look directly at the boy in the orange sports suit, who seemed to be just an ordinary child. So what have they been afraid of? Some people had a confused look on their faces. At this time, a beautiful woman with fluttering hair came out of the crowd and stood in front of Tianyu and Naruto. Sister Icarus? Naruto asked in surprise. Naruto, I heard that you are going to take the graduation exam today. With a very sweet smile on the face of the Calamus, he took out a card from his pocket. This is a free coupon for our ramen. There are 6 in total. I wish you all the best today after the exam. Bring your friends to our house to eat ramen together. Naruto's face turned red all of a sudden. His nose was sore and his eyes were a little wet. He was so moved that he wanted to cry on the spot. However, he is so old, and he is about to become a ninja on his own. He is not the kind of crying kid. With a very bright smile on his face, he said carelessly, thank you, Sister Calamus. I will definitely work hard. Come on. After saying that, Ayam also blinked at Tianyu before turning around and leaving. Tianyu just stood there smiling and said nothing. Of course he wouldn't admit that this was actually arranged by him. Inside the ninja school, today, Tianyoi, as an excellent graduate, was given a speech in advance. So many students already knew about it. Haruno Sakura looked at Suzuki not far away with a face full of nympho, with saliva in her mouth. Wow, Suzuki-kun really looks so handsome every day. I must defeat Ino and become Suzuki's girlfriend. Humph, I'm the only woman worthy of Suzuki. I thought so in my heart. Haruno Sakura suddenly realized. During this time, it seems that Ino has never appeared by Suzuki's side. Could it be that she retreated and gave up Suzuki because she knew she couldn't compare to herself? Haruno Sakura's gaze fell not far away, Ino, sitting between Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Koji. Then she was surprised to find, this woman Ino, she's actually wearing makeup. OMG. She drew so beautifully today. Originally, Ino's temperament was very unique. The whole person is as brilliant as a cosmos. After putting on makeup today, the whole person is exquisite like a doll, very sexy. Although Haruno Sakura is reluctant to admit it, but I also realize that today's Ino has completely compared her. She immediately stood up from her seat, walked in front of Ino, and declared her sovereignty aggressively. Ino, it's useless even if you wear makeup, Suzuki will love you. What? Ino looked up in confusion. It took a moment to realize that she had a falling out with Sakura because of Suzuki. So she smiled brightly, and the light in her eyes flowed. Don't worry, I won't rob Suzuki from you, I already have my own male god. Sakura was stunned for a few seconds, and couldn't help but blurt out her debut. The person who can make you give up Suzuki. Is he more handsome than Suzuki? Ino smiled and said, of course. He is not only more handsome than Suzuki, but also stronger than Suzuki, and his personality is more gentle than Suzuki. He is simply the ideal and perfect male god in my mind. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but took a half step back. With an unbelievable look on his face, he shook his head and said in denial, impossible, how could anyone be more handsome than Suzuki? Ino didn't bother to explain more to her, and said perfunctorily, whether you believe it or not, what I said is the truth. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I haven't finished my makeup yet. My male god is coming to our class to give a speech today, and I must appear in front of him in the most beautiful image. Shikamaru leaned on the chair and said helplessly to Dinkai next to him, women are really troublesome. That guy called Tianya really suffers, don't you think, Dinkai? Dinkai kept eliminating the potato chips in his pocket, and said vaguely, well, Tianyu and Naruto, two people. We went to the ninja school together. When they got to the classroom, there are already many people in the classroom. Tianyu also saw that among the 12 Xiaoqian Kanaha, several other people he has not been in contact with, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Inazukaya, and Oil Girl Shino, etc. Naruto naturally returned to his seat. Tianyu, on the other hand, went directly to the office and went to the head teacher, Irika Ueno. Soon, Irika Ueno came to the classroom and said to the many students in the classroom, classmates, today is the day of your graduation exam. As long as you pass the exam, you will be a real ninja. Of course, before your assessment, we also invited your outstanding graduates from the previous session, Lord Tianyu. Although he is only 1 year older than you, he has already held the position of captain in Umbu. He is a very powerful ninja. Next, let him give you a speech and share his own experience. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There was a thunderous applause from below. The classmates in the class are full of curiosity about the legendary Lord Tianyu. Several students even stretched their necks to look outside the classroom. And at the moment Tianyu walked in, the air suddenly became quiet for a few seconds, as if time had frozen here. Afterwards, there were a few voices of sucking in the cold air. In Tianyu's eyes, he saw a stunned and surprised face. Good, so handsome. Haruno Sakura couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes couldn't stop showing shock. At this moment, she finally believed what Ino said to her just now. That's right, the person in front of him is more handsome than Suzuki. No wonder Ino changed his mind. Do not. No, I only have Suzuki-kun in my heart. Haruno Sakura didn't want to admit it, and at that moment, her will was shaken a little bit. Tianyu stood on the podium, and then gave a very moving speech. He shared some of the experiences and insights he gained in the practice of Ninja Deo. The students below immediately had a look of longing on their faces. They were all excited and excited. They could not wait to become real ninjas and fight the enemy on the battlefield. After his speech was over, crash, a wave of applause. After a full tens of seconds, it slowly stopped. In Irika Ueno's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little more respect, and said with emotion, as expected of Lord Tianyu, just 10 minutes of speech can make such a big change in the momentum of these students. Even if it is now asking them to go immediately on the battlefield, I am afraid that these students will not have any hesitation. Even if the blood is broken, they will rush up immediately. Such a strong and inspiring temperament in the entire village, he has only seen it in the 3 generations of Hokage. Suzuki's eyes have also been on Tianyu's body. He didn't care about being handsome like Haruno Sakura did, but he heard that Tianyu, who is only 13 years old, has become the captain of Umbu. At such an age and such strength, he can be regarded as a real genius. Even the man back then couldn't do it to such an extent. At this time, he heard a very noisy Naruto next to him showing off to others carelessly. He. Have you seen it this time? He is my big brother Tianyu. What's up? Is he as powerful as I said before? Suzuki couldn't help but said coldly, what are you proud of? It's him, not you. Humph. Suzuki. My eldest brother is so good, can't I be proud of it? You have the ability to have such a great eldest brother. Naruto jumped on the table and glared at Suzuki. Shut up. The tail of the crane. Suzuki glared at him fiercely after being poked in pain. Then at this moment, Shikamaru, who was sitting in front, suddenly leaned back and touched Naruto's butt. So, the most classic scene in the original book is reproduced in the classroom. Kiss. And seeing this scene, Tianyu suddenly felt that his eyes were going to be blinded. Although I have seen this scene in the original book, it is not the same as his current close encounter. It really is kind of exciting. What dash? Naruto and Sasuke both shouted at the same time, then quickly separated from their original positions. The two began to vomit wildly in different directions, and they even had to spit out the overnight meal from last night before giving up. The entire classroom suddenly became chaotic. The girls in the class headed by Sakura all screamed, even more exaggerated than Naruto and Sasuke. How could this be? This is Sasuke-kun's first kiss. The sound of crying and screaming came, whether it was Irika, Tianyu, or the other boys in the class. They all showed helpless expressions on their faces. Although Tianyu's appearance just now surprised many people and made many girls look at him secretly, but Sasuke benefits from the excellent genes of the Uchiha family, and looks as handsome as in the original book, and there are still many fans in the class. Naruto. As a result, Naruto became the public enemy of the girls in the class. Beat him fiercely. Inside the classroom, the other students were the same as Tianyu and the others when they graduated. After lining up, enter the classroom one by one and accept the graduation assessment. Next, Yamanaka Ino. Irika called from the entrance of the examination room. Yamanaka Ino walked into the classroom in a lawful manner, made a mark on his chest with his hands, and with a sound of bang, he transformed into a person exactly like himself. Very good, pass, Irika said with a smile. Next, Hinata secretly glanced in the direction of Tianyu at this time. Tianyu smiled kindly at her and said softly, "Don't be nervous, just play normally, I believe in your strength." Thank you. Hinata's voice was weak and flies. With a bit of crimson on her face, she immediately turned her head to the side shyly, buried her head low, and kept pointing at her index finger. Walk into the examination room. What a lovely cute girl, Tianyu couldn't help thinking about it. After a while, Hinata came out of the classroom. Tianyu-jun, I passed the assessment. Thank you. Hinata whispered her thanks again. It's amazing, Hinata. Tianyu patted her head with a smile. Hinata's face turned even redder. She stood in front of Tianyu, as if she wanted to say something, but it seemed she never had the courage to say it. At this time, a figure rushed in front of Tianyu. This is the bruised Naruto who was beaten by the group just now. He cried aloud, "Wow! Big brother Tianyu, what should I do? I'm fine, nervous. What are you afraid of?" Tianyu said amusingly, "According to what I taught you before, didn't you already learn? Will you be using a clone?" Naruto nodded. Next, Naruto Uzumaki. After hearing Irika call his name, Naruto immediately gathered his courage and entered the examination room. Then shortly after, a very loud voice came from the classroom. "Uzumaki Naruto, unqualified." Ha! In the eyes of Tianyu, they couldn't help but flash a bit of surprise. It shouldn't be. Under his guidance, Naruto can already master a part of his chakra proficiently. It should not be difficult for him to perform the avatar technique. At this moment, the classroom door opened. At this time, Naruto walked from inside. No, it should be said that he rushed out. Ming. Tianyu just wanted to ask something, but Naruto seemed to ignore him, leaping past him at an astonishingly fast speed. Almost, soon, 2 meters away, he'll be there soon. Naruto's body suddenly stiffened in the air for a few seconds. He stood dumbfounded only half a meter away from the bathroom, and the expression on his face was even uglier than crying. Heaven, big brother Tianyu. Tianyu has fully understood what just happened. He could only stretch out his hand to support his forehead, sigh helplessly, and nodded, "I see." After half an hour, Tianyu took a clean suit and handed it to Naruto, who was hiding in the bathroom. After 2 hours, go to the bath. After taking a shower in the room and changing his clothes, Naruto sat on the bench in the school with Tianyu. At this time, the loss on Naruto's face gradually emerged. "I'm sorry, big brother Tianyu, I screwed everything up." Naruto lowered his head and said, "Did not pass the graduation examination." Naruto's first reaction was to be annoyed that he had failed big brother Tianyu's expectations for him, and that he, who had not even passed the graduation examination of the ninja school, was embarrassed for such an excellent and powerful big brother Tianyu. "So the real reason for your failure in the assessment is..." Although he had already guessed it in his heart, he couldn't help but ask. I have diarrhea," Naruto said hesitantly, with an obvious grievance on his face, then finally couldn't help crying in front of Tianyu. "Wow. I really shouldn't eat instant noodles in the morning. It must be the problem with that bowl of instant noodles, otherwise how could I suddenly have diarrhea today? I was in a cold sweat in the exam room, and I couldn't extract a little chakra. Woo-hoo, damn instant noodles. I will never eat it again." Tianyu. Only then did he realize that he had made a mistake. Although with his help, Naruto's current strength is far stronger than when he graduated in the original work. He originally thought that Naruto could easily graduate from ninja school with his own strength. But he forgot one thing: this kid is Naruto, who is known as the unexpected #1 in the original book. It's obviously a trivial thing, there will also be accidents because of his strange brain circuits and unexpected personality. As a result, he is the same as in the original. Did not pass the graduation examination. It looks like something is destined to happen. Tianyu thought in his heart, then he told some things in Naruto's ear. Later, Tianyu received a notice from Umbu and summoned him to accept the task in Hokage's office. So, after Tianyu went home and changed into Umbu's clothes, it turned into a black shadow and jumped towards the 3 generations of Hokage's office under Hokage Rock. Naruto, on the other hand, was sitting alone on the swing at the school gate. Boredom swaying, he seemed to be thinking about something. Sir Naruto. At this moment, suddenly a voice came, a figure stood in front of him. Naruto raised his head and found that standing in front of him was the school teacher Mizuki. At this time, he was looking at himself with a small face. Teacher Mizuki. Naruto responded. There was obvious surprise on his face. He was not surprised why Mr. Shuima suddenly found him at this time. Instead, he was surprised that Mr. Mizuki really found himself at this time, just as Brother Tianyu said. Is that the same as what Big Brother Tianyu said? I graduated from ninja school, there is hope. After Tianyu came out of Hokage's office, just walked towards the house, just walked in the door, he heard quarrels coming from the house. Don't drink it secretly. This is the tea I made for my brother. If you drink it secretly, you will finish it. Tian's hands on his hips, she kept the teapot she used to make tea firmly behind her. What does it matter? Tianyu didn't drink it before, what's the point of drinking less? Besides, little girl, I'm still your teacher, do you understand? Do you understand the word respect for teachers and respect for teachers? If you have all the good things, shouldn't you give them to me to drink first? Tsunade's face was full of disapproval, and he said to Tian carelessly, don't. Tian was unmoved. You don't even know how to taste tea. It's a waste to give you tea that I have fried for a few hours. Cut, if it weren't for the fact that the tea you fried tasted really good, otherwise I wouldn't drink this bland leaf water. Tsunade rolled his eyes and complained, if it wasn't for that guy from your brother, who threatened me with kicking me out of here if I got drunk again, otherwise, I have already gone to the pub to drink, who will stare at your senship. When talking about wine, Tsunade obviously stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and the action looked a bit sexy. I haven't had a drink for a few days. She was really thirsty in her heart. It smells so good, sniff. Tsunade's nose twitched a few times. Then she closed her eyes as if she had been hooked out of her soul. Eyes, the whole person seems to be intoxicated, focusing all the senses on his sense of smell, and then walks in the direction where the fragrance floats. Boom! Tsunade felt a squeeze on his chest. Seems like something was installed suddenly? Tsunade opened his eyes, then I saw Tianyu's handsome face. There was a moment of silence in the air for a few seconds, then Tsunade took a half step back, 2 faces, with a bit of embarrassment, standing not far behind every day. Seeing this scene, I gritted my teeth in anger. Master Tsunade, this old witch, must have done it on purpose just now. She really has an idea for her brother. Humph, she really wants the old cow to eat the tender grass. You walk without opening your eyes. It was Tianyu who broke the awkward atmosphere first. With a bit of weirdness in his tone, he said, if you walk like this next time, I'll lie on the ground and defraud your medical bills. After all, Tsunade was someone who had seen the world, and soon regained his composure. She straightened the arrogant turbulence in front of her, with a bit of arrogance in her eyebrows. A big man, can he still be hurt by me? It is a blessing for you to be bumped by me. Humph, you didn't suffer anyway. Tianyu's brows twitched. Does it make sense for you to hold a chest and hurt someone? Cough cough. Tsunade couldn't help blushing at this time. Then quickly changed the subject. I was a little obsessed just now because I smelled the aroma of wine. Say, did your kid come back from buying wine? Tianyu raised his hand. He was holding 2 bottles of good soju in his hand. You're good boy. Guess I want a drink. I haven't been out for a drink recently, but I'm so greedy. Come on, come in, and have a few drinks with me. Tsunade put his arms around Tianyu, and the 2 brothers were about to walk into the house with a good appearance elder brother. Tian called in dissatisfaction from the side. She fried the sencha for several hours with her own hands, and her brother didn't drink it. How could he just go and drink with Tsunade? Tianyu glanced at Tian Angel. Tian, who was originally dissatisfied, immediately calmed down. Without absolute trust and obedience, it is absolutely impossible to achieve such a level. Tianyu walked over to Tian with a smile, put the 2 bottles of shaku in his hand aside, then picked up a cup of sencha and tasted it carefully. Tasty, it is really hard work to be able to taste it every day. The taste of tea boiled with mountain spring water is different, and it has a different kind of sweetness. At this moment, Tianyuki smiled faintly towards Tsunade. Tsunade, don't worry, now is not the time to drink. Huh? Tsunade asked with his head full, and he blurted out, how long will it take to drink? Of course. Tianyuan smiled and said, when you are in different moods, your drinking experience is different. Tsunade nodded. She quite agrees with Tianyu's point of view. It is precisely because Tianyu has some unique insights into wine that Tsunade likes drinking with Tianyu very much. These days, she has been living in Tianyu's house. She is again for the master of the day. After getting along for a while, she became familiar with the brothers and sisters Tian Tian and Tianyu. The more familiar she is, the more she likes this pair of siblings. Tianyu, of course, need not say more. He is a handsome young man with strong strength. Although he is still very young, he is always thoughtful and mature like an adult. And what his sister said every day, in fact, it's almost like an ordinary little girl. However, Tsunade agreed to accept Tian Tian as a disciple, not all because of Tianyu's face. Contact during this time, she felt that this little girl, Tian Tian, was very much to her taste. Serious, hardworking, frank, sincere, and likes to speak out. Tian Tian and Tsunade, who bicker and quarrel with each other every day, have also formed a strange master-disciple relationship. Although Tian Tian is always very rude to Tsunade, but in fact, in the aspect of ninjutsu learning, he is very serious and respects Tsunade very much. Then, when will you be able to drink? Tsunade raised his eyebrows and asked Tianyu curiously. Of course, when you're happy. A bright smile appeared on Tianyu's face. Tonight, there is something very interesting. If you have nothing to do, come and help me. I promise, this scene will be very interesting. Tsunade's face, with a thoughtful look, after a few seconds, she tentatively guessed, is it about the nine-tailed kid? Although Tsunade has not been in Konoha for many years, however, she is still the owner of a very high political sensitivity. She is worthy of being the granddaughter of the first Hokage. She grew up in the Konoha political circle since she was a child. Something that can involve Tenyato, who is the captain of the Umbu division. If it wasn't for the invasion of enemy ninjas, then I'm afraid it must have involved something as important as Kyuubi. Guessing this aspect is not difficult for Tsunade. Tianyu nodded, with a mysterious smile on his face. However, it's not as simple as the nine tails. By the way, I'll tell you the specific things later. Didn't I promise you before that I'll give you a gift? Let's see if the weapon I made for you is suitable. In Tianyu's hand, a white light flashed, then a delicate and small box appeared in his palm. Box. Tsunade's tone was filled with unstoppable surprise, although she has seen many kinds of very strange ninja tools used by Tianyu before, but Tsunade was a little surprised when he actually took out a box. This thing can also be used as a weapon? Do you want me to throw it out and smash the enemy to death in battle? Can't you see? Is this a box? I thought it was a gift after all. In order to look more solemn, Tianyu, that's why I found an exquisite small box to put it in. Unexpectedly, Tsunade misunderstood that this box was a gift for her. Never mind, next time, give up the packaging yourself. Exquisite gifts or something, that doesn't exist at all. With black lines all over his head, Tianyu said helplessly to Tsunade, the weapon is in the box. Tsunade opened the box. Inside are 18 golden metal feathers. This is a weapon? It doesn't look as reliable as the box just now. At least I can throw that box as a hidden weapon and smash the enemy to death. What use can this metal feather do? Said strangely. Tianyu smiled without saying a word, just quietly took out something like a leather glove, put the 18 golden feathers in the inner layer of the leather glove, and then put the leather glove on Tsunade's left hand. What is this? The confusion in Tsunade's eyes became heavier. She had never seen a person who could use a feather as a weapon, which seemed so weird. Try it. Tianyu smiled and held Tsunade's wrist. He waved his left hand towards the open space in front of her, and swung it forward in the air. A base-colored feather chain appeared in Tsunade's hand. She hardly used any strength, so she easily put a wooden stake 5 meters away from her. It was cut neatly in half. So sharp. Is this a whip? Ha! Is there a flow of chakra on this? Is this whip still attached to my chakra? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. It's more than a whip. Tianyu said with a smile, then the hand holding Tsunade's wrist shook again. The feather chain was broken down into 18 golden feathers, and flew out like a dart, instantly shooting through several empty wooden boxes 10 meters away in the yard. And in Tsunade's extremely surprised eyes, suddenly, those feathers like a boomerang in mid-air, after turning more than half a circle, it actually flew back again, reformed the feather chain and returned it to Tsunade's hands. This is a chakra thread. Isn't this a trick that only ninjas with puppet skills can use? I can actually use it. In Tsunade's eyes, with an unbelievable look, looking at Tianyu's eyes, he was also a little surprised. Because of this weapon, it looks so weird. Well, I was in the original material, added metal material that can attach chakra. In theory, when you inject your own chakra into this weapon, it will automatically form chakra threads in this weapon, and control the 18 metal feathers into a feather chain. Tianyu explained with a smile. My goodness, Tsunade couldn't help but exclaimed, how did you come up with such an exquisite design? I've never seen anyone else use such a strange weapon. How did you come up with it? Of course, it's the drawings given by the system. Although this feather chain is very delicate and unpredictable, in the battle, you can often rely on your own strange transformation to cause unexpected attack effects to the enemy, making the opponent hard to guard against. However, there are already a lot of hidden weapons on Tianyu, and this weapon is very sharp in terms of sharpness, but it cannot be regarded as top-notch in terms of overall lethality. To Tianyu, it can only be regarded as a mediocre weapon. But in Tsunade's hands, it means a lot to her. Tianyu gave this feather chain as a gift to Tsunade. There is another very important reason. He did not explain directly to Tsunade, instead, I chose to let Tsunade actually operate it. From his cage in the yard, let out a white rabbit that is usually used for experiments. The moment the white rabbit was released from the cage, it hurriedly ran into the distance. Try to condense the chakra formed by your chakra scalpel and attach it to this feather chain. Tianyu looked at Tsunade and said, kindness. Tsunade had some doubts in his eyes, however, she still followed what Tianyu just said. The chakra scalpel that condensed his own green chakra was attached to this feather chain. The feather chain was thrown out by Tsunade. The golden feathers seemed to be locked in their tracks. From different directions, it flew in the direction where the rabbit fled in the distance. Stab it. There seemed to be several invisible threads in the air, swiped through the space beside the white rabbit in midair. The rabbit was fixed in midair like a string doll, and the whole body was twitching slightly. After 3 seconds, the rabbit was cut into pieces in an instant: head, forelegs, back, tail. Every joint flew out in a different direction, fell to the ground in the distance, and the rabbit lost its breath of life in a blink of an eye. What? Tian Tian was so frightened that he quickly covered his eyes. It's not that she hasn't seen murder before, but she tortured and killed a little rabbit in such a cruel way. It still feels cruel every day. And Tsunade had a premonition that all of this was going to happen a second before the rabbit was split in 4. So she also closed her eyes in advance. She also has a fear of blood. Even seeing the blood of a rabbit can make you feel scared. Open your eyes, trust me, you won't be afraid. Tianyu patted Tsunade's shoulder with a smile at this time, with a fascinating magic in his tone. Although Tsunade is afraid of blood, but she still opened her eyes as Tianyu said. Then, in her beautiful eyes, the pupils shrank suddenly, and her eyes widened inconceivably. There is no blood. The dead rabbit just now, although split in 4, was cut into several pieces like a torn doll, and scattered on the ground. Tsunade originally thought that causing such a cruel effect, the blood of that rabbit will definitely splash around in the air, and even spray itself on itself, but everything in front of her was completely different from what she had imagined. Where the rabbit was cut off, there are only a few traces of bright red, but there is no large amount of blood gushing out at all. This is completely inconsistent with Tsunade's previous cognition. What did she do just now to achieve such an effect with this weapon? As if seeing the doubt in Tsunade's eyes, Tianyu explained to her with a smile, the biggest advantage of this weapon is only one, and that is sharpness. Very sharp. Your operation is still very unfamiliar, so the resulting cutting effect is relatively rough. And as you use the chakra scalpel ninjutsu, and you get better and better with this feather chain, when you face the enemy, the cutting effect will be better. More and more refined. After your practice, you throw a chain out to cut. The best effect is that after half a minute, the enemy's head will fall from the neck. At that time, you already had time to leave the battle scene, so naturally you won't see any blood stains. In Tianyu's eyes, with a bit of pride, looking at the feather chain that he made with his own hands, he asked Tsunade, how about it? I made this one for you myself, a weapon that can not only avoid your fear of blood, but also enhance your combat effectiveness. Do you like it or not? Like. Tsunade lowered his head, the bangs on both sides of the forehead hang down, blocking her eyes. People can't see her face clearly, but Tian carefully noticed that on her master Tsunade's slender jade fingers like green onions, the nails penetrated deep into the flesh. She seemed to be trying her best to control her emotions. Tsunade turned around quickly. He raised his head and strode towards the house where he lived in the distance, leaving Tianyu and Tian in the courtyard with their backs. I like this gift very much. Tonight's good show, be sure to call me. He, Tsunade exclaimed loudly, then he walked into his room without looking back. In the corner of Tianyu and Tian, which cannot be seen, a drop of crystal tears fell from the air. Tsunade's mouth always had a smile that she didn't even notice. Cut. She is Princess Tsunade, one of the 3 dignified Konoha. She doesn't want anyone to find out. I couldn't hold back for a while. I was moved to cry by that little devil in Tianyu. At the same time, Konoha village, the base of the Shimura clan, with a sound of bang, a table in front of Shimura Danzo was instantly turned into powder under his palm. Now, the current Shimura Danzo was in a state of extreme anger. That guy Sarabi, I really don't care less and less about me. Did he think that the root organization in my hands was dissolved, and everything could be as he wished? For so many years, if I hadn't been protecting Konoha's safety from behind, maybe his Hokage would have been killed long ago. At this time, an old man entered the house. The person who dared to walk in when Shimura Danzo, the head of the Shimura clan, was furious. Must be a very virtuous person in the clan. This old man is Shimura Zhangquan, the great elder of the Shimura clan, who once lost completely to Tianyu in the casino. In terms of relationship, he is still the uncle of Danzo. He glanced at the sawdust on the ground, then looked at Danzo and asked, Danzo, what happened? I heard the people say that after you came back from the Hokage office, you were so angry. Danzo's face was as gloomy as water, and he roared angrily, that bastard Sarutobi didn't listen to my advice and insisted on taking this opportunity to let that fox demon boy read the seal scroll? What if the fox demon goes berserk again? What if the forbidden technique in the seal was really learned by him? He actually told me that he believed in that fox demon boy? Is he just crazy? What? Shimura Igawa's pupils shrank. Did he really say that? Can I still lie to you? Shimura Danzo's face became even more ugly, and his voice was gloomy. Before me he proposed to see the sealed scroll, but he refused every time, but now he actually showed it to a 12-year-old kid. Can he still understand? Besides, what did he say that he sent Umbu's ninjas to ensure that everything will be safe tonight? If the nine tails really go wild, what's the use of an Umbu? Our whole village must be buried with him. There was silence in the air for a few seconds, then, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the first elder Zhang Chuan, and he pondered, Danzo, since the sealed scroll will fall into the hands of that fox demon kid tonight, does that mean that we also have a chance? Zhang Chuan's words were not finished. Shimura Danzo has already grasped the essence of his words. His tone rose suddenly. You mean, we also sent people to grab the seal scroll? The forces are mixed tonight. This is an excellent opportunity for us to approach the sealed scroll. Whether the sealed scroll falls into the hands of the fox demon kid or Mizuki, it is not a threat to us at all. But, speaking of excitement, Danzo's eyes suddenly dimmed a bit. Umbu under Sarutobi will also be involved, which is really a big trouble for us. If I still have root organizations, I can still compete with them. But since the root was ordered to be disbanded, the manpower I currently have, I'm afraid it's not enough. I'm here to support you. At this time, the elder Zhangchuan stood up resolutely. Over the years, with the money I have also raised a lot of ninjas under my command. This time, I will allocate all of them to you to help you compete for the seal scroll today. Really? Tuanzang's eyes lit up, the heart was beating unstoppably. If I can get the seal scroll, my strength will definitely go to a higher level, and I will have the capital to compete with Sarutobi Hizen for the position of Hokage. At that time, the status of our Shimura clan in the village will surely rise with the tide. Great elder, you are so far-sighted. Tuanzang Patriarch, don't be too happy first. Lending you manpower is not a problem, but I have a request. Elder, please speak. You are going to take advantage of the chaos tonight and help me kill someone. Zhang Chuan's eyes showed a fierce light. Cutting off people's wealth is like killing one's parents. Zhang Chuan's hatred for this person, in the previous confrontations, it has become inseparable. Who? Danzo asked curiously. I've checked it out. This person is the current brigade of the 2nd Assassination Unit in Umbu, codenamed Mingyu, and his real name is called Tianyu. Late at night, a bright moon hangs high in the sky. In the silent forest, there is a figure running through and through. This person is Naruto in orange sportswear. Behind him is a huge scroll, which is the Book of Seals that he easily stole. At this time, in Hokage's office, 3 generations of adults, it's not good. The Book of Seals was stolen by Naruto. When Ichinen was patrolling the village, he noticed the movement of the Book of Seals, so he hurried to the Hokage office to report the matter to Hokage-sama. Well, I see. The 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hizen just silently picked up the cigarette pouch in his hand and took a puff. Then he looked at Naruto, whose crystal ball was running all the way, with a very calm expression, as if there were not too many surprises. Sure enough, this child was still bewitched by Mizuki to steal the Book of Seals. 3 generations sighed silently. 3 generations, please order us to hunt down Naruto. Such a serious matter must not be regarded as a prank. His behavior is already within the category of betrayal, said the ninja indignantly. It's enough to send 20 people each from the Chunin army and the Genin army. Go and bring Naruto back, be careful not to hurt him, just get back the Book of Seals. The 3 generations of pipes exhaled a puff of white smoke and said slowly, why? The 3rd generation of adults? Just stealing the Book of Seals is enough to put him in prison. The ninja said suspiciously. I have my own arrangements for this matter. Sarutobi Hizen closed his eyes and stopped talking. Yes, 3 generations of adults. That ninja quits. Then, according to the order of the 3rd generation, gather a group of Chunin, including Irika, Mizuki, etc., together with the other genin, they began to search for Naruto Uzumaki in the forest. And after that ninja resigned, Sande slowly opened his eyes and looked at Naruto in the crystal ball. Naruto has found a secluded place in the forest, hiding behind a big tree and starting to read the Book of Seals. Sarutobi Hizen sat in the office and muttered to himself, Minato, I'm sorry, I can only do it so far. I hope Naruto can learn a multi-shadow avatar technique. It's not worth the risk I'm taking. Give him this opportunity to learn. And what Sarutobi Hizen didn't notice, at this time, Naruto in the crystal ball only glanced at the ninjutsu of the multi-shadow avatar at the front. It didn't stop for an extra second. His eyes were already on the next ninjutsu. In his mouth, still talking to himself, the technique of multiple shadows? Is such a simple ninjutsu written in the seal scroll? This ninjutsu brother Tianyu has already been handed over to me. It's really not difficult at all. I can't waste my time now. I have to take a look next. Darkness technique? Illusion technique? Causes visual blocking effect? Big Brother Tianyu seems to have some kind of ninja tool that can produce the same effect as this ninjutsu, and it seems to be a little more powerful than this illusion. And I don't like learning illusions either. Next. Flying Thunder God's technique? It seems to have something to do with the ninja used. This seems to be good. By the way, the ninjutsu that Big Brother Tianyu mentioned before seems to be the name, right? Well, then I will wholeheartedly memorize this ninjutsu. After I get it, I will copy it to Big Brother Tianyu, and he will definitely praise me. After flipping the scroll for a long time, Naruto finally found the ninjutsu called Flying Thunder God's Jutsu. Then I started racking my brains to want the above record about this ninjutsu, and memorized it all without a word. Although usually in the ninja school, endorsement is a very painful thing for Naruto, but after all, this was something that Big Brother Tianyu personally instructed, so Naruto was extra conscious. So now, even with this very complicated Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto's efficiency is surprisingly astonishing. In the forest, Naruto is concentratingly carrying the contents of the sealed scroll. Suddenly, he noticed the moonlight in front of him, and was shrouded in a shadow, blocking his sight. Naruto, what are you doing here? Iruka suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, gasping for breath, and asked loudly, Iruka-sensei, why are you here? I'm learning ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Iruka-sensei, can I graduate from the ninja school if I really practice it? Naruto said excitedly. The Book of Seals? Graduation? Iruka was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, you mean, Mizuki told you all this? Yes, Mr. Mizuki told me. The method of graduation and the location of the book were all told by Mr. Mizuki. Naruto said with a look of innocence and carelessness. According to Brother Tianyu's instructions, as long as he provides teacher Shuimu, everything will be fine, right? Even Iruka was deceived by Naruto's always carefree appearance, but he didn't realize that this kid actually has a dark side. If Tianyu was there at this time, I'm afraid I can't help but give Naruto's acting a thumbs up. At this time, after listening to Naruto's words, Iruka's face changed greatly. Sudden, the sound of the shuriken breaking through the sky came from behind Iruka. Iruka exclaimed loudly, no, it's Mizuki. Naruto, let's go. At this time, Iruka resolutely stood in front of Naruto and endured all shuriken attacks. Iruka-sensei. Naruto was full of anger. Iruka, just for such a nine-tailed monster, do you think it's worth it? He killed your parents. In fact, you hate him as much as I do? Mizuki smiled. No, he's not a monster. That guy, in my heart, he is my most diligent and best student. Iruka pulled out the shuriken in his body and gritted his teeth. Everything is as happened in the original, although Iruka's parents died in the nine-tailed cholera, but Iruka did not hold this hatred on Naruto like the others in the village. Instead, he has always regarded Naruto as his excellent student, and believes that he will be able to become a Hokage-like existence in the future. Although Naruto has long been in the mouth of Tianyu and heard the complete process of this matter, but at this time, he heard with his own ears what Iruka-sensei was revealing to his face. I am still very moved. Unexpectedly, in addition to Big Brother Tianyu, Iruka teacher has been caring about him all the time. So, Naruto, who was burning with fighting spirit, not only did he rescue Mr. Iruka, but he also performed the multi-shadow avatar technique, beating Shuima violently and beating him half to death. On the fire shadow rock not far away, Tianyu, who stood on the Hokage rock statues of all dynasties, followed by dozens of Umbu ninjas neatly dressed in Umbu clothes and wearing animal masks on their faces. This is the second Konoha assassination unit that Tianyu is currently in charge of. And the original Konoha second assassination squad leader Amazura was promoted to the current Dark Squad leader. The reason, of course, is because of Kakashi, the minister of Umbu. I took the initiative to apply with the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Rizan, and led the graduates to serve as instructors. Although Naruto did not pass the graduation exam, he will definitely graduate from the ninja school under Sarutobi Hizen's arrangement. As the son of Minato-sensei, Kakashi must apply to become his instructor. Moreover, in the scheduled group, there is the only survivor of that clan in the village, the Uchiha clan. In the debt to Obito, and the origin of the writing wheel, in the whole village, only he can serve as Uchiha Sasuke's guide. In this regard, Sarutobi Hizen of course also readily agreed. At this time, Tianyu, as the leader of Konoha's second assassination unit, led the ninjas under him to perform tonight's task. Captain, everything is going according to plan. The nine-tailed boy's mood is very stable, and it seems that there should be no risk of runaway. Captain Minjayo, can we go back? I still have an assassination mission to complete, but I have no time to stay here and watch this warm and touching drama. That's right, there's been a lot of assassinations outside, and seeing this scene for a while really gives me goosebumps all over my body. Tianyu squinted his eyes, glancing at the person behind him, then he slowly narrowed his eyes and said, "What's the hurry? Did I bring you here? Do you think it's true? Like the mission that Hokage-sama ordered, monitor Naruto to prevent the Nine Tails from running wild? No, isn't it?" Umbu Ninja asked stutteringly. The task that Hokage-sama gave us is indeed this. Tianyu raised his eyebrows and said with a chuckle, "If the Nine Tails really go wild, who will you deal with?" The civet cat? Or the flying fish? With your strength, it's almost as good as filling the gap between the teeth of the nine tails. This. Under the masks of Umbu ninjas, they all sucked in a breath of cold air between their teeth. I remember a few years ago, when the nine-tailed cholera, those seniors who were stronger than them were all killed in just one encounter with nine tails. Their current strength is really not enough to see. Think of this, under their masks, they were all blushing. Then, Captain, why are we running here in the middle of the night to blow the cold wind? As the captain of the Umbu team, Yu Yuzian, codenamed Purple, summoned her courage and asked Tianyu. Tianyu raised his chin and signaled to everyone, "Look down, they're already here." Everyone was stunned. He quickly looked towards the forest below. At this time, the perception team in charge of perception in Umbu suddenly said loudly, "Report Captain. 200 meters to the southeast. An unknown team of 4 people is found, rapidly approaching the target mission Naruto Uzumaki. Report Captain. 250 meters to the northeast. An unknown team of 4 people is found, rapidly approaching the target mission Naruto Uzumaki. Report Captain. Southwest 300 meters in the direction. Found an unknown team of 4 people, rapidly approaching the target mission Naruto Uzumaki. Enemy attack?" Sensing the moment when the ninja reported the news, the ninjas of Umbu became nervous one after another. "Captain Minjayo, let me lead the team to the southeast to intercept the enemy." "Captain Minjayo, I apply to lead the team and go to the northeast to intercept the enemy." "Then I will apply to lead the team, go to the southwest, and intercept the enemy." Captains of Umbu, they took the initiative to apply to Tianyu to fight and intercept the enemy. At this moment, Tianyu raised his right hand calmly, signaling his men to be quiet and obey his orders. With a faint smile on his lips, he said, "Don't worry, let's see what these people are going to do first." Hear this? The ninjas of Umbu all showed their doubtful eyes. The enemy has taken the initiative to move towards their target this time, Naruto Uzumaki, and the siege has passed. Why is the captain still not in a hurry? According to their previous way of handling, shouldn't they attack immediately and kill those enemy plans in the cradle after defeating them, and then quickly take them to the torture department for interrogation? Sitting still and waiting for death has never been the style of Umbu's behavior. Tianyu did not intend to explain to them, he's not in a hurry, because he already knew who the enemy was. If you don't let the other party show a little bit, how can he grab the other party's handle? Is there a saying that doesn't say that? The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. And you, who are you? In this forest, a ninja with Chunin strength, I received a notification from Hokage-sama tonight. He was transferred to perform a mission, looking for a kid named Uzumaki Naruto in the village, and retrieved the stolen book of seals. Although I don't know such an important thing, why did Lord Naruto only send him a ninja with Chunin strength to perform this task? But he knew the kid named Uzumaki Naruto. He's a kid who didn't even graduate from ninja school. I think this should just be a simple search mission, right? Just when he thought about it, he suddenly found that he was surrounded by a few ninjas wearing masks and wearing black clothes. Aware of the other's iniquity, he immediately asked the other party loudly, "Who are you? You dare to be in the village?" His words are not finished yet. Boom, sounded. He was knocked unconscious by the masked men and fell to the ground. It's really stupid to smell such an idiot's question. One of them sneered and walked into the Chunin, who fell to the ground with kunao in hand. It's enough to knock him unconscious, it can't hurt his life. The adults have told us to keep a low profile, our goal is the sealed book. Another said. The person holding the kunao seemed to stop his steps reluctantly and put away the kunao. After that, he said lightly, "I know." Then, these masked people, and jumped to another place in the forest, stuns another ninja with Chunin strength and falls to the ground. Lord Minjayo. The Chunin and Genin teams sent by Naruto to search Uzumaki Naruto have all been knocked out by the opponent. Are we still not taking action? The captain of the Umbu team finally couldn't hold back and asked Tianyu. With a bit of anxiety in his tone, he said, before Tianyu could speak, "Since this evening, I have been standing by the captain's side." A ninja with a cat face mask that they had never seen before, with a bad tone, he directly scolded his head and covered his face. "What are you asking? Didn't you hear the commander's order just now? Follow the orders of your superiors, is the first rule of Umbu ninja you don't remember? Now even the leader's orders dare to question? Do you still want to hang out in the dark? If you don't want to stay, just get away from me immediately, and stand here to be an eyesore, and people will get angry when they look at them. I really don't know how you people were selected into Umbu. It's really a generation is worse than a generation." The scolded ninja was suddenly speechless. He had been in Umbu for several years, and now he is the captain of the Umbu team, for this 13-year-old, who has become the new captain of Umbu and his immediate boss. This Mingyu was a little unconvinced. He was scolded in public like this, knowing that he was wrong. The old face under the mask suddenly turned red, feeling ashamed in his heart. He was so embarrassed that he even wanted to find a hole to hide. The eyes of the other Umbu ninjas instantly focused on the person who was scolding just now, and the eyes under the mask showed confusion. This man, who is he? Several Umbu squad leaders exchanged glances, then they found the same confusion as themselves in each other's eyes. "Not from my squad, not from my squad either, that." Who is this person? When you come up, you dare to point at an Umbu squad leader level person and yell, "It's too sturdy, isn't it? Ahem, she's my new recruit." Tianyu explained in a timely manner. Everyone's faces showed a look of sudden realization, and they suddenly understood why the female guard dared to be so domineering. It turned out that she was a connected household who joined Umbu because of the relationship with Captain Min Jio. Almost. Tianyu whispered to Tsunade, "If she causes any more trouble, I'm afraid her identity will be exposed immediately." Tsunade had made an agreement with him before, just to join in the fun and be a thug. After all, Tsunade has been away from Konoha for many years, and his involvement in this kind of thing is even related to the Nine Tails. This was somewhat inconvenient for her. "Okay, got it." Tsunade's hard voice suddenly softened. At this time, it seems to be a bit more obedient. After shutting up obediently, he stood quietly behind Tianyu, and her actions aggravated the affirmation of her connected household status in the hearts of the Umbu members of Tianyu's subordinates. "What's the situation down there now?" At this moment, Tianyu suddenly asked the perception ninja behind him. The perception ninja immediately report to Lord Minjio, "They have stunned Irika and Naruto, and took the Book of Seals, and are now fleeing in the direction of 7 o'clock in the southwest direction." "Well, I see." Tianyu nodded, then he glanced at the people behind him condescendingly, and ordered, "Everyone obeys." "Yes. Follow my escort immediately, head to the southwest, clear the enemy, and take back the sealed book." Everyone was stunned for a moment. Under the raised masks, unbelievable colors appeared in his eyes. With a look of unbelievable astonishment, he went back and forth between Captain Mingyu and the guard. This must be more than just a relationship, right? This is definitely a naked pie transaction." And Tsunade was obviously stunned for a moment. She had no idea at all. At this time, Tianyu actually let himself bring Umbu to snatch the sealed book? "What about you? Why are you going?" Tsunade asked. Tianyu stretched out his hand. The little mouse that had always been gray lay quietly in his palm. In the dark night, if Tsunade hadn't already understood, it is impossible to see that this is the most exquisite mechanical mouse that has been made. Every time Tsunade saw the powerful perception of such a ninja tool, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Although she already has the tracking bow and feather chain that Tianyu gave her, but every time she sees Tianyu taking out all kinds of ninja tools, she can't help but be greedy. Every piece is a priceless good thing in the market. At this time, Tianyu has already received the information passed back to him by the mechanical mouse. Things were a little different from what he had expected before. So much so that he now has to temporarily adjust his battle plan and give Tsunade the task of leading the recapture of the Book of Seals to complete. "I'll leave it to you here. I have a few other things to do. I'll explain it to you later." Tianyu turned around, jumped, and went away at a high speed towards the distance. Before everyone could react, he had turned into a shadow and disappeared into the distance. In the midair where no one can see, there was a sneer at the corner of Tianyu's mouth, with mockery in his eyes. "It's really interesting, these people. You want to steal your home while I'm not around." In the dark night, the three ninjas with good strength, who could not tell their identity with masks, were quickly approaching Tianyu's home. "Is it this way?" "Yes, hurry up, Danzo-sama told us to be fast." Whoosh whoosh, the shadows quickly jumped over the roof of Konoha Commercial Street. Their destination is Tianyu's home. They are the remnants of the Root Ninja, the direct subordinates of Danzo. Tonight, the order they received was to arrest two ordinary people who were not ninjas, the owner of the ninja shop, Tianyu's parents. This night was destined to be an eventful night. Tonight's Konoha, destined to be restless. Shhhhhh, the sound of breaking the sky came. In this dark night, a few kunao glowing with cold light, with a chilling intent, he attacked the three Genbu Junin. No, enemy attack. Although it is a mysterious night, the dark kunao is difficult to detect under the shroud of this dark night, but as a jounin, the ninja at the root can still judge what the situation is from this subtle sound of breaking the air. With a sound of ding, the leading ninja at the root knocked out the kunao who came from the attack. Turning his head, he wanted to tell his companions to be careful. Puff, the Kyowu, who had been deflected by him, turned around and mercilessly stabbed him on the shoulder. What's going on? The root is a little frightened. He clearly missed the Kyowu that attacked him. How come? At the same time, the two companions beside him also let out a dull muffled sound from their throats one after another. His companion was also stabbed by kunao. It's weird, be careful. The three root ninjas huddled back to back quickly, and the three of them patrolled each other, checking for the next move of their attackers. Yo, are the ninjas at the root so powerless in the face of such a situation? A slightly childish voice rang in their ears. The root ninjas' nerves are tense and extremely vigilant. He. Hearty laughter sounded in the ears of the root ninja, and then a figure appeared in front of them. The young man looked very casual, and he didn't even make preparations for the three of them. I don't take the initiative to show up, can't you even sense where I am? People at the root are really trash. The boy shook his head and sighed. It seems that they are very disappointed with them and the root ninja. Seeing the appearance of the enemy, the three Nebuchadnezzar did not take any action for a while. As hunters, they seem to have become prey. The kunao just now was really weird. And this young man is too imposing, facing the three of them taking the initiative to come out. There is no defensive action yet, they shouldn't move. I don't know what you are talking about. Why did you hurt people? Oh, don't you know? The young man laughed, a little crazy. If you want to take action against my family, you have to be conscious of it. The voice just fell, an extremely powerful chakra erupted from the boy. The breath of water, the shape of wood, the rain of dry days. The figure of the young man appeared in front of them in an instant, and the azure blue sword light shone, Zhang cool and warm water drops splash. The Jonin at the root hurriedly used the telekinesis technique to spread a distance. He reached out and wiped away the cool, warm water droplets that had splashed onto his face earlier. Take a look in front of your eyes, his hand, blood red. The liquid and body that had been splashed on his face earlier were not only water droplets, but also the blood of his classmates. The leader of the mission operation, the Genbu Junin, was a little scared. Because he saw that one of the root ninjas who had been defending back to back with him earlier did not dodge. The Genujinin who didn't dodge fell to the ground, but his head fell a few meters away. Take a deep breath. The leading one, Nebukun Jin, made his tone less agitated. Your Excellency misunderstood. We have no grievances with you, and we don't even know you. How can we do anything to your family? At this moment, the Nebuchadnezzar made a choice. You can't be hard, you have to endure it first. Team, Captain, me, we. Another root ninja wants to say something. As soon as he stammered and opened his mouth, he was given a stern look by the leader's root, Joinin, beckoning him to stop. Have no enmity with me? The boy smiled again. Are the people at the root so hypocritical now? The young man swung his hand violently, and the sun blade in his hand smashed the little warm liquid that was stained on the sword body. Everyone is from Konoha. I will give you a chance to live. The boy paused. Tell me, where is Danzo now? The chakra on Tianyu suddenly rose to another stage, revealing an undeniable momentum all over his body. Through the mechanical mouse, he sensed that someone wanted to take action against his parents, and he hurried over. Before he came, Tianyu guessed, the one who attacked. Probably the one from the roots. But he wasn't entirely sure. Talk to these root ninjas. Tianyu wanted to tell the news from his mouth. Judge whether your previous guess is correct. The leader's genin took a deep breath and calmed himself down, so as not to be overwhelmed by Tianyu's aura. At this time, of course he couldn't follow Tianyu's words, he couldn't even reveal his identity and mission, he could only continue to pretend to be stupid. Your Excellency, you really misunderstood. I don't understand what you're saying. In the deep dark night, the azure blue sword light shines again. Blue drops of water and blood droplets are so incompatible, but under the shadow of the dark night, they mix together and swayed in the air. The leading Genbu Jounin dies. Raising his hand and throwing the knife, he once again threw away the stains on the Japanese round knife. Tianyu turned his head and stared at the last joinin in the three-member team at the root. I. The only surviving root, Junin, met Tianyu's gaze, and his trembling trembled. He was about to lose his footing. Shangnin, the three of them are all Jonin. 3-1. The two met each other, and his two companions perished. Tianyu in front of him. In his eyes, he is not a human at all, but a monster. It's a monster even scarier than the Nine Tails. Joinin has no power to fight back. Instant kill. Is this something a human can do? The young man in front of him. No, this monster is really terrifying. I told you everything. Do not kill me. Both of them were root ninjas before, but I'm not a root ninja. Tianyu's decisive and stern shot made this Genbu Junin completely break the defense. Between the task and the fear of death, he made a choice. He chose the latter without hesitation. Said loudly towards Tianyu, Danzo-sama is in the old base of Genbu about 5 miles to the west. You're right, the target of Danzo-sama's order for us is your parents. The only surviving ninja hurriedly spoke. Please spare my life. Heard, a smile appeared on Tianyu's mouth. It's really a group. Tianyu looked at the Genbu Shangnin and praised him. You are not bad, you are very good. Seeing that Tianyu seemed to be in a good mood, the root ninja was overjoyed. That lord, you. Before he spoke, Tianyu came to him at some unknown time. Suddenly, the Nebujonin felt that his gaze was rising and spinning. You can't kill me, but I. The ninja's eyes became extremely frightened, and he shouted loudly, but he was not finished yet. Zhang, the azure blue water of the sun blade rose again. Tianyu separates the heads of the people in front of him. Just let him go after telling Danzo's location? Tianyu sneered. This group of people aimed at his family. How could Tianyu let this group of enemies go? Danzo, the old base of the root base. Thinking softly in his mouth, Tianyu was thinking about what to do next. The mechanical mouse in Tianyu's hand suddenly passed back a piece of information. There are nearly 20 people who are approaching him quickly. A few minutes ago, root old base stronghold. Danzo summoned the ninjas based on the remnants, in addition to some of the manpower that Shimura Zhangchuan supported him. He is waiting for the opportunity here, ready to pick up the person who won the sealed book. But, people are not as good as gods. Not long after the team he sent to kidnap Tianyu's parents, an extremely powerful chakra erupted nearby. Danzo knows that kidnapping Tianyu's parents, this is a cool thing. It should be Tianyu who came back. Danzo gritted his teeth. He didn't understand how Tianyu knew that Shimura Danzo was going to kidnap his parents, but now is not the time to ponder this. Since Tianyu has rushed back, the Umbu ninja that Sarutobi Hyjin dispatched to pursue the Book of Seals will reduce the strength of most of them. Book of Seals. This should be stable. Not knowing that Tsunade was incorporated into the Umbu team by Tianyu, Danzo judged in his heart. As for kidnapping Tianyu's parents, and wanting to use Tianyu's parents to hold Tianyu's side, to be honest, this operation has already been exposed. For Danzo, it's best for him to stop right now, lest more actions will expose more of his flaws. Since he missed, Danzo, who is seeking stability, doesn't want to take any more action. However, in the ninja team sent to kidnap Tinaya's parents, but there is one person, Shimura Danzo, who must be saved. That is Shimura Igawa's own son. His father's money was won by Tianyu for almost half of his family's property, and he himself was beaten by Tsunade at the training ground. Broken arm with Tianyu's sister Tian Tian. Father and son hatred together. He can't stand this tone. When I heard that Danzo released this mission, Shimura Jiangxuan's own son actively signed up, and he must join in the kidnapping of Tianyu's parents, expressing that he would take revenge with his own hands. Shimura Danzo was helpless. Shimura Igawa lends his hand to others. He couldn't refuse Shimura Jiangxuan's own son's request. So he was incorporated into the team that kidnapped Tianyu's parents and made him the leader of the operation. Just now, the unusually powerful chakra that erupted not far away. The only possibility that Danzo could think of was that Tianyu knew from nowhere that they were going to take action against their parents and rushed back. If Danzo doesn't come to the rescue, Shimura Jiangxuan is bound to find him to settle accounts afterwards. It is even possible to blow himself up in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and at the same time pull his Shimura Dan into the water. Hey, Shimura Danzo sighed in the old base of the root base. Man, he must be saved. Everyone, prepare to act. Shimura Danzo shouted at the remnants of the root ninja assembled in Nishino Yakiniku. Immediately, they got up and rushed to the location of Tianyu, using Tianyu's parents to hold Tianyu hostage. This is impossible, and must be dispatched to rescue Shimura Igawa's son. Now that we have achieved this level, we should simply go out and kill Tianyu in person. Shimura, a stern smile appeared on the corner of Tuanzang's mouth. Directly obliterate the talent of Tianyu. Shimura Danzo is not a loss. After all, a few days ago, he also received news from Xiao Organization. If he helps Xiao Organization to kill Tianyu, Xiao Organization promises that he will help him do one thing, a thing that can be equivalent to destroying the Uchiha clan. Ninjas are very fast. What's more, the distance between the two sides is only 5 kilometers, which can be said to be very close. Hurry up, it won't take much time at all. Shimura Danzo's speed is very fast, but Tianyu's action is faster. Facing the 3 Jonin squads at the root, Tianyu's actions were very decisive. In the first face-to-face, he wounded the 3 of them with the specially made kunyu he had created, and then beheaded 2 of them in a few words, making the last person break his defenses and make sure that they were the root people and the Danzo people. When Danzang arrived at the scene, the corpses of the 3 genin Jonin are already cold. Seeing Tianyu, seeing the corpse at Tianyu's feet, Tuanzang was angry. There are so many people here, will they look at me too high? On the roof, Tianyu said with a smile to the root ninjas under his feet, "Are you here to rescue? Or are you here to kill me? If it is rescue, then I can only tell you regretfully, you are late." Facing 20 enemies, Tianyu didn't seem to be nervous. Paused, Tianyu continues. He smiled and said, "Is that old thing from Tuanzang here?" After speaking, Tianyu deliberately repeated loudly, "Danzo, Shimura Danzo-sama, are you in this group of people? Are you here to kill me?" A clear voice echoed in the night sky. "You know, this is not a wilderness, here is Konoha." Tianyu's voice, but it reached the ears of thousands of Konoha residents. When the voice came down, the people at the root were instantly stunned. "Big Captain, what do we do?" Acting in Konoha, Danzo also wore a mask. When going out, the root ninja under him naturally can't call him Danzo-sama, and can't reveal his name. "You disperse and hide first, so as not to be discovered by the Konoha residents. I will deal with him." Danzo with a mask ordered to everyone. He jumped up to the top of the building and attacked and killed Tianyu. Fang Dun, Shuriken. Several are infused with wind attribute chakra. The chakra, which became extremely sharp and cut like mud, was thrown out of Danzang's hands and went straight to Tianyu's neck. Ding ding. Tianyu took out the Kusanagi sword. "Shoot this incomparably sharp kunao away." Tisk. Even though you are infused with wind attribute chakra, your ninja tool is still crude. Let you see, what is a real ninja tool? Shhhhhh ejecting the kunao fired by Shimura Danzo. Tianyujian injured 3 Genbu Junin before, and the kunao with the tracking attribute threw it out. A few kunao fell out of Tianyu's hands and attacked Danzo in an instant. Ding ding ding. Danzo knocked out one of the kunao who had been blessed by the wind attribute chakra. Your ninja is no big deal. Just as Danzo had such thoughts in his heart, behind his ears, a slight wind blew past. Not good. Shimura Danzo's ability to sit in the high-level position of Konoha for a long time is not all due to his strategy, and his own strength is also very strong. At any rate, he was also a disciple of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and he was a strong man who roiled and survived on the battlefield together with the current Konoha's third Hokage Sarutobi Hyjin. The kunao, who had been shunned by him, attacked him again, and Danzo sensed the danger at the critical moment. Turn quickly, Danzo blocked the kunao that struck again, and his movements were very quick. The kunao that was thrown by Tianyu turned around again and continued to stab at Danzo, as if he would never give up until he hit the target. Danzang was secretly shocked. This kunao, why is it so evil? For a while, he, a strong man who survived the first ninja war, was actually entangled by a few kunao. At the same time, Tianyu is not idle either. Lord Danzo, why are you gathering so many people? You know that the Book of Seals was stolen. Are you calling so many people to help Konoha pursue the Book of Seals? The thief fled to the south. Why did you come to me and attack me? Tianyu shouted loudly, his voice was melodious, it seemed that the whole Konoha could hear his voice. Hearing Tianyu's cry, group possession face darkened. He couldn't let Tianyu shout like this. But kunao is still chasing after him. Gritted his teeth, Danzo made a decision. Ding ding ding. The ringing sound of Jin Ge rang out, and Danzo knocked Tianyu's weird tracking kunyu to the ground at the cost of 2 more scratches on his arm. That weird kunao finally stopped moving. Looking at the frivolous-looking Tianyu in front of him, Danzang couldn't wait to let him be divided into 5 horses. This kid is so rude. Danzo wanted to attack Tianyu with his sharp words, such as the vicious words that made Konoha hang himself, but he can't do it. After several deafening shouts from Tianyu, there must be a lot of people in Konoha who have noticed them here. If Danzo speaks up, then he will expose more of his cheating. What I have to do now is not to let this hateful boy speak. Before noticing the arrival of the Konoha residents here, Danzo quickly beheaded Tianyu. Wind done, vacuum blade. Knocking down that annoying tracking kunao, Danzo let out a low voice. Immediately, the kunao in his hand was wrapped in a high concentration of chakra and turned into a sharp blade. Instant body art, Danzo's figure suddenly appeared beside Tianyu, his hands were not lifted, and he swiftly killed Xiang Tianyu. Breath of Water, Type 2, Water Wheel. Danzo's attack was easily blocked by Tianyu. Danzo's time is urgent, he has to kill Tianyu in the shortest time, so Danzo can't feel bad about chakra consumption. One hit, Danzo distanced himself with the telekinesis technique, and continued to seal with his hands. Wind done, really empty jade. Several typhoons came out one after another from the mouth. When the wind ball was still in the air, Danzo once again used chakra to use the instant body technique to rush to Tianyu's side, supplemented by a vacuum blade to attack Tianyu. Danzo's speed is very fast, and the vacuum jade opened. He rushed to Tianyu's side to attack, and he was not afraid that the vacuum jade he used would hit him. All I can say is, Shimura Danzo really didn't sit in the high-level position of Konoha for no reason. Shimura Danzo's strength, really strong. Danzo is a very strong person, Tianyu admitted. But Danzo's strength is at most equal to the angle. And Jiaodu is Tianyu's defeated general. And there are 5 hearts in the human horn. How many hearts do you have in your regiment? How many times can you die? Oh, you have a riding wheel eye on one arm, that's fine. Then you really can wait for the strength of the corners. But so what? As early as when he was facing the 3 Shangren from the route, Tianyu had already opened the 8 doors of Dunjia. Danzo is strong, of course, but his Tianyu is stronger. The breath of water, the shape of the 3, flowing and dancing. After opening the 8 gates of Dunjia, the Tianyu Express is very fast. With the blessing of the breath of water, the express is even higher. The azure blue water rose everywhere in a breath. The figure of Tianyu also appeared everywhere. Boo, boo, boo. Danzo's high wind pressure concentrated Fengdun vacuum jade was easily smashed by the sun blade in Tianyu's hand. The high pressure typhoon shattered, strong wind spread out from the place. Tianyu's actions hadn't stopped, and he was not affected by the strong wind at all, and Tianyu slashed at Shimura Danzo beside him. Shishi dash in Danzo's hand, the Kyowa sharp blade that had been blessed by the wind escape ninjutsu was connected to the sharp sun blade. The incomparably harsh sound of Jin Ge intersecting for a long time seems to tear the eardrums. The blow still misses. Danzo's strength is not bad, and he was not hit by Tianyu's blow. Instantly again, Danzo immediately launched the next attack. The sharp chakra blade of Kyowa's body was raised everywhere on the roof, but the water splashes caused real ripples in the deep night. The voices and shadows of the 2 flickered back and forth on this wide roof. In a short period of time, the 2 fought no less than 10 times. Danzo is strong, Tianyu is stronger. However, the time between the 2 of them was not long, so no one could do anything to the other. No one was injured during the two sides' fight. The night is long, Danzo clenched his fist. Can't go on like this. He doesn't have much time to stay here. Tianyu, he must kill him and Danzo. But he can't help himself. The power of this little devil is too perverted. I really don't know how this little devil cultivates. Everyone obey the order, use fire to escape the wind, and focus on the enemy for me. On the roof, Danzo shouted loudly. He was giving orders to the members of the Roots who had followed him and lurked under his orders. He Shinmura Danzo alone, can't help Tianyu, so let's go to a group of people. Danzo sneered. He didn't believe that a group of people shot together and couldn't win Tianyu. Yes. The Root ninjas hiding in the dark obeyed the orders one after another. One by one they started to seal. Fire escape, impatience claws are red. Fire escape, fire dragon art. Fire escape, luxurious flames. Wind escape, make wind. Wind done, the great vacuum jade. One by one ninjutsu came from all directions. The wind ninjutsu meets the fire ninjutsu, and the wind helps the fire. The flames become more violent. About 20 ninjas performed ninjutsu together. The scene, but it's huge. Under the blessing of Feng Dun, the already powerful fire ninjutsu merged with a variety of ninjutsu. The overwhelming flames will brighten the night. The sky above, a large flame nodded him like a sea of fire. The 20 or so ninjas released ninjutsu together. This sea of fire is so huge that it can completely cover the street where Tianyu is located. Such a large area, it seems like there is no way to hide. And Danzo sneered. He was not worried at all that he would be affected by the ninjutsu under his subordinates. After all, his arm was not transplanted in vain. Shinmura Danzo looked at Tianyu with gloomy eyes, as if with a sneer. He wanted to find the frightened and surprised face on Tianyu's face. But he was disappointed. Facing the sea of fire, there was no trace of panic on Tianyu's face, but instead he chuckled lightly. He handed over the sun blade to his left hand, and pulled out another weapon from the storage ring. That's a knife. A knife that looks unpretentious. The sea of fire descends. The distance from Tianyu is getting closer and closer. But Tianyu was still unhurried. He raised the unpretentious knife and pointed it directly at the endless sea of fire in the sky. Tianyu's lips lightly opened, sitting on the frosty sky.